the intro, or no? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the finale of the World Tour 2022. We started all the way back towards the start of the year and we'll finish out at Zolder for the 10-hour race to end the season. A championship already decided in Pro, but with silver, it is all still to play for. My name is Ryan Gill. I will lead you out into the race this afternoon, and alongside me for the first couple of hours is going to be everyone's favourite Thursday commentator. It's Tim Peck. Tim, thanks for being alongside me for the first 2 hours. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very excited. I can't wait to see what happens. Zolder, despite me never really driving it a lot, has been one of my favourite tracks to watch because how tense you get watching people go into each lane is always amazing, and I don't doubt for a second that we're going to see plenty of action today in the final.
Yeah, final race of the season for the World Tour. Plenty at stake for quite a few teams out here on the grid, specifically in the Silver Championship, where I believe that the CLR team are going to be racing out to try and secure the championship lead that they have right now. They don't have it all going their own way. They're going to have to put in a good performance here today to secure it. But up in Pro, it was Yaz Heat that secured the championship last time out at Barcelona. So unfortunately, that means that T3 Motorsport Black cannot win the championship despite Yaz Heat's absence today. What that does mean, though, that we have the chance for a new winner this season. The Visceral Esports team, that's sponsored by Acertech Sim Sports, they were challenging well out at the 24 Hours of Spa, and they've in fact been the only other team apart from Yaz Heat to win a race this season. They won the previous round at Barcelona, so all eyes will be on them, but they have not qualified on the front row for the start of the final race of the season. The front row, in fact, will be headed by Fulvio Barazzini and Matthias Egger in the Nissan, the Orion race team, who have definitely, attracted plenty of eyes this season by running the Nissan. They're going to look to finish strongly around here at Zolder, and coming towards the end of practice, Tim, they're right up there at the top.
Yeah, they've just been doing phenomenally so far. This track, like obviously in the championship, we'll see shortly, but they're currently sitting down in 10th and fighting just to stay up in 10th. Really, this Butterfly Effect eSport is also tied for points to them. But they came here last week, they did the qualifying, put themselves in pole, and honestly, I think it's a really good start for them. So if they can keep up that same pace throughout the race today, we may have a brand new winner in the endurance racing in the World Tour, and it might be Orion race team, which would be a huge surprise. But honestly, that Nissan has been looking so strong around the track at Zolder.
It has been looking strong for sure, and it's a car that obviously doesn't really attract too much attention in terms of selection for championships. It is very notoriously not on pace with the rest of the field, but Orion race team kind of just showing that with good drivers behind the wheel and maybe a solid setup under it, this car can compete towards the front of the field. Maybe not consistently at every circuit, but you can definitely give the car a good run for its money. The Blame Mike Jones team out here today in the number 18, Martin Grady and Joe McCauley filling out in that team. They're looking at 5th at the moment in practice, and I believe they are starting, how are they starting at 7th place on the grid for the race today, and that'll be 3rd in class. You have quite a few of the silver teams on the higher up end of the starting grid for this race, due to the fact that we have had quite a few pro teams drop out of the series. We have 17 cars at the moment, Tim, set to start the race today, and whilst it isn't that much for a 10-hour race, you only need 2 cars to make a race. And well, we've seen 2 cars make a fantastic race towards the end at Spa this season. I think these guys will put on plenty of entertainment.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, the field is massively reduced compared to what we started with, but that doesn't mean we won't see plenty of action out on the track. And going back to what you're saying about the silver drivers, I've noticed across the last couple of races, there's been a good mix of silver and pros in the top 10 at the beginning of the race, and there's even been a couple of really good results on the silvers as well. So this season we have seen some phenomenal driving, and it's really clear to see how all the different teams have been improving and just getting some really well-deserved results. So what I'm looking for today, honestly, is just maybe a couple of standout drivers, like we were talking about, Orion Race Team, they're in pole. I'd like to see them get a really good result today. A couple of the silver teams as well. It'd be really nice to see them place quite high up because it's the final race of the season. Like you said, a lot of people have dropped out or aren't actually at this event today, which means there's a lot of potential to get some good results for the people that are here. And personally, what I want to see is a huge mix-up at the top.
Yeah, very well could see a big mix-up at the top, and that's what we're going to be hoping for, isn't it? That there's going to be plenty of action here today. Of course, we do see drivers in different classes fighting each other at times when they don't necessarily need to, but it always does add quite a lot of intrigue. So here we go then. We're going to have a look at the championship standings before we move on towards the grid, just so that everyone knows where we are. So 184 points for the YazT UCOG 992 team. They are unfortunately not here today, but they have already secured the championship because the 39 points that T3 Motorsport Black could pick up today would still not be enough to overturn that deficit. So T3 Motorsport Black will put their focus behind them to Visceral Esports, Acertech SimSport, and the Blame Mike Jones team, who could still dethrone them from a top 3 finish. It is possible. NSN Racing with 71.5 points. They're tied with the Jardia Community Team 2. The Pace Hub car with 57 points, and then Weshite with 54.5. A lot of the half points here coming from the Laguna Seca race, which was unfortunately red flagged and cut short. Then it's Gridfinder, who are on the grid here today, 38.5 points. They'll be looking to improve their standing and remain within the top 10. And of course, Orion Race Team as well will be looking to see if they can fight their way any further up the top 10 order in Pro. Butterfly Effect Esports team with 33.5 points is not far behind Orion. Phoenix Racing Black with 30 points, not far behind them, just 3.5 points. Then 2.5 points back is Giga Chad Racing Tim. And then the SR Esports team, which is the final pro team in the series, left with 23 points. All the other teams, FFS Racing, SMR, Gazoo, Gamma Schnappel, Banana Racing, Elementario, and the like, all signed out and will not be present final round championship. So then moving on to the silvers, and this is where things are still all to play for. Connection Lost Racing are leading the way in the championship, 160.5 points. But you'll see that Madhouse Racing in the 818, they are not too far behind. And in fact, they can overcome that deficit here today if Connection Lost Racing don't have a good result. Fortunately for Connection Lost, they're starting on the second row of the grid overall, and their rivals are starting on the third row. Forza Italia PL Racing, they'll be looking forward to securing themselves in a top 3 finish. They could potentially beat out the 818 to second place, but a first place is way out of their reach. They have a decent gap to VRM behind, but it could still be overturned. VRM Racing as well, they'll be looking further backwards rather than forwards, as T3 Motorsport White sits only 5.5 points behind them. And then GC Racing is another 5.5 points behind T3 Motorsport White. Front left tyre Scrubber Esports on 76.5 points. It's all very, very tight in the mid-pack here of the top 10. And then Sensible Racing on 65.5 points. Sims of Riggs in 9th with 52.5. And then Flying Hellfish on 44.5 points rounds out the top 10 in silver. And it's Turn 1 SSR with 34 points. Fusion DMH in the 501, who have actually qualified on pole in silver for this race, 31.5 points. JL Motorsport Esports with 24.5 points. Just 3 points behind them is Ledge Racing number 34. And then with 11 points is the Green Loftus Engineering team. They're just on 11 in 15th place. Then Turn 1, FFS, Baguette, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, Multi-21, and all the like are no longer competing in championship. So those are all the runners that we have still in the championship that are eligible for points here today. We are on the grid. We are waiting for the start of the formation lap. We are greeted by the beautiful Nissan GTR of Orion Race Team. And Tim, it's that all-important question. It's the final race of the season. there is no obvious favourite with Yaz Heat gone. So the question is, who comes out on top today?
I think it's going to be interesting, and one of the reasons I think it's going to be really interesting as well is Zolder is one of those tracks which shakes things up. You've got cars like the Porsche, you've got cars like the Audi and the McLaren, like they perform really well across the season as a whole, but you get to Zolder and the high curbs can really throw off the car, and that can make it very difficult driving conditions for those low riding cars out there. So honestly, I'd say a lot of those people that usually are hitting at the front, they might struggle a bit. That being said, there's an Audi right there in second place on the front row, so who knows? But to answer your question, Ryan, honestly, I can see the Nissan coming out on top today. Orion Racing had a great qualifying session. They're on pole, and I know it's a cop-out to say the person on pole could win here, but Zolder's one of those tracks where the overtaking opportunities aren't brilliant. Let's be real. Like you've got a couple of places where it is like good potential for fighting, but there's also a lot of good potential for getting off some like nice defenses as well. So I think I'd like to see the Nissan perform really well today. I'd love to see the Orion Race team bring home a victory or just a podium finish. That would really help them in the standings. And I think the Nissan is one of those cars that it's overlooked a lot, and it's definitely not a top pick for a car in a championship like this. But at Zolder, it may have potential to come out a bit higher than a lot of the other cars today.
Well, there you go. So Tim Peck putting his eggs in the basket, as they would say, and we have like an empty spot on the grid as we fly down here for the moment. We yes, in fact, I think we have. No, we do have 17 cars on the grid. Technically 18. Of course, the safety car sitting in pit lane, and it will be used like it was at Spa if absolutely necessary, but we'll be hoping for a nice race here today. And the cars just pulling away now for their formation lap here at Zolder. And Zolder, I mean, for me, Tim, a bit of a special venue. First ever commentary of an endurance race was around here. Only a 3-hour though. Pales in comparison to the length of this race, but it was very much back when, endurance racing in ACC wasn't really a thing that people did. It was, it was risky to do because it was back when not everyone, was completely sure if the servers would hold out to the end of the race. And I do rather remember there being a lot of eyes on that 3-hour of Zolder race, but how far we've come since then when, well, pretty much looking at it now, there's 24-hour races going on every 2-3 weeks, it looks like.
Yeah, well, what I think is crazy about that comment is, like you said, 3 hours back then was probably a long endurance race because endurance racing just wasn't a thing on ACC. But now you look at it and it's like ACC is made for endurance racing. It feels like we run a lot of endurance races. Like you said, we do 24 hours now. We always have a World Tour or the Endurance World Challenge going on. So it feels like ACC has gone from a game where you did a lot of sprint races to now being a game where actually endurance racing is possibly one of the main things it's used for. I'd say it's definitely a fan favourite to drive and to watch as well, because when you bring everyone together, you put them all on a team, you're getting the driver swap sorted, you're discussing your tactics, who's going to drive which stint, how are we all doing on pace, do we need to pick it up a bit, should we slow down, save some tyres, should we pit now and try and jump cut the opponent ahead? Like, there's so many things that come into it, and it's such a great team atmosphere that I think that's one of the things that makes ACC and the ACC community as a whole is just endurance racing and chilling out with some friends, spending 6 to 10 hours with each other for a day. And I'd say now ACC and endurance racing, they go hand in hand with each other.
It definitely is a popular event, isn't it? Endurance racing within ACC, and of course we will be bringing you the Endurance World Challenge later this year on some of the new circuits released in the American Track Pack by Kunos Simulazioni. But here we go then, we're getting ready for the finale of the World Tour. We'll live in the moment, 10 hours of racing around here at the circuit of Zolder. It's a Nissan on pole, an Audi alongside them. 10 hours of racing is about to get underway, and the light is green. On the World Tour finale, it's going to be side-by-side into turn 1. It's going to be on the inside line. The Nissan, there's touch between the Audi and the Orion race team. The Connection Lost Racing McLaren is going to go on through and take up into second place. it looked like the 501, they were wanting to try and get around the outside of the Nissan, but maybe a bit of understeer in the Orion race team carried them into them. Either way, it's benefited the Connection Lost Racing team. They're up into second in the McLaren right from the start. And speaking of Orion, they've got a gap already between them and second place.
You can see now cars just sorting themselves out behind. A couple of overtakes looking to happen, actually, as we approach the first chicane. You can see a couple of cars looking towards the inside here, and almost a 3 wide, but it's only going to be a 2 wide, and the car will not go for the move, which I think is smart. But going back to that first corner, I mean, Orion Racing, they handled it well. The Audi, of course, turned in, but it's really hard to just get that judgment right, because it's one of those corners, Brian, where, oh no, there's actually been an incident now. I think someone might have taken the curb a bit too tight. It's thrown them out, and you can see now they're going to have to sort themselves back on track. That's the white car that you can currently see. But yeah, like, go back to that first corner, is obviously when you're driving it solo, you hit the apex and you swing the car right out to the side, and that's something that you really do have to bear in mind, that maybe the Nissan probably could have turned in a little bit more there just to accommodate for the Audi, because going through that 2 wide, you do have to be very wary that there's going to be another car there, where usually you use the whole track, you've just got to take it a bit tighter.
Well, first lap of racing done, and Barazini leads the way. To no surprise, Martin Lawrence in second place, first in silver. Of course, here is a little bit of a replay of what happened down towards the chicane, the second chicane on the first lap. Dubiel, and that looks like one of the T3 Motorsport cars getting involved in an accident, and the Ferrari just tapping the side of the BMW, turning them around, and those cars have got going again. We'll have to see what the stewards make of that lap 1 accident. Meanwhile, on board here with Martin Grady, who's in the Blame Mike Jones team at the moment, sharing the car with Joe McCauley. They're chasing the 349 at the moment. They're 7th overall. And you kind of see there with the McLaren how it's having to be a bit more cautious with some of the chicanes around here, as opposed to the Bentley that Martin Grady is driving. It can really abuse the curbs around here. You have to be careful of this chicane in particular, because you don't want to cut too much over those anti-cuts, so you pick up a track warning, pick up 4 of those, and you'll be paying a visit through pit lane that you don't want to do.
I mean, that chicane just said it all, really. The McLaren, actually, they're going for a move around the outside, and McLaren having to defend against the Bentley, and the Bentley will slot back behind for now. But I mean, that chicane said it all. The McLaren took a lot of curb, and you saw it sliding out as it lost grip there, whereas the Bentley was able to just absolutely either side. Someone's been taken out yet again. The Force Italia in trouble yet again, ends up spinning the 34. Is that the same teams that have just got into an incident with each other? But I think that one might look a lot worse for the Ferrari there, as I believe we're going to have a race replay, but you can see here they
Adam Dubiel again.
Yeah, Adam, he catches the rear of the number 34, and that's it. They're already gone. They hit the wall. It's
same incident, different part of the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Is like, it looked like the same cars, and that is going to be such a hit for the Ferrari at the beginning of the race, because, I mean, it's one thing to be the car that gets spun out. Obviously, you're now in the wall, you've got damage you've got to repair. But for Dubiel, that's going to be playing on their mind now for the next 10 hours. Yeah,
and of course the stewards are going to be having a look at those to, just see what's going on with there. You can see on board here with Jonathan Riley, who is at the moment in 9th place. He's trying to follow through with Martin Schumacher, who's running in the, well, I was going to say new BMW M4 GT3, but the not so new anymore, I guess, but chasing on the back of Martin Grady. You could just see that Jonathan Riley just trying to keep up with that BMW, but the BMW, much like the Bentley, it can ride those curbs a lot more aggressively, and that's why it just seems to be gaining this time, and Jonathan Riley just can't keep up through the chicanes. He'll gain on the straights, where the McLaren is strong. It has some nice top end on it, and it will be pretty good into the braking zones as well, but when it comes to the chicanes through this circuit, that McLaren is going to struggle.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of the story today, as well as the cars that will struggle into the chicanes, and it's going to be the McLaren as well. And the Bentley here looks to move down the inside of Morira in the 349 McLaren. They managed to hold onto it though, and now Grady is under attack from Schumacher and Riley behind. But you can just see we're coming now. We're going around the long right-handed corners, turn 2 and 3. We're about to head down towards the chicane once they finish this straight in the second tier, and you're going to just see the gap that is now building between the 349 and the 18. Like, you can see the Bentley all the way back there. I can guarantee after the next set of chicanes, that Bentley will be a lot closer to the rear of Morira.
You can see the desperation if Martin Grady's got Martin Schumacher right on his tail, and he can also see that little train of second through to fifth kind of disappearing up the distance because Moreira just does not have the pace to stay with them at this stage early in the race. So Martin Grady and Martin Schumacher kind of want to get a move on here at the moment and get past this McLaren, but Moreira not making it easy. Meanwhile, Barrera here still following on with Martin Lawrence in the McLaren ahead, the 404 that got the jump on them at turn 1 after the contact between the 501 and the 126, but they've got Verstappen in behind them as well. We're going to have a little look at the restart here. Into turn 1 we go, and kind of agree with you a bit there, Tim, that I wondered, Barazini probably could have turned in a bit earlier and probably could have maybe not tried to go as deep into the corner. We'll have to see exactly what the stewards think of it. The 501 did lose a position due to the contact, but I suppose at the same time, the Nissans on the inside line, they're side by side. They have the right to go a bit deeper into the corner if they feel like it. Oh, this is Martin Schumacher getting a bit dicey, and that looks one of the T3 Motorsport cars. No, it was Martin Schumacher in the T3 Motorsport car, and that was a 781, so that was the Bentley just ahead of them.
Yeah, I got to say, that first corner incident, I think it was probably 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other. Barazini could have turned in a little bit more, a bit earlier. That would have given more room, the Audi, but at the same time, the Audi as well could have stayed wider knowing that the Nissan was there. Of course, that itself is not the optimal thing to do, but like I said, you have to take account for all of the cars around you at all times. This isn't like hot lapping. You're not on the track yourself. You have to adapt that racing line. So I think for that turn 1, if I was the steward, which I am absolutely not in this situation, I'm glad I'm not, I'd be very hard torn to see if anyone was actually punishable there, because I think it was a case of, both of them could have done something a little differently and it would have wound out a lot better for them. But that being said, Barazini now, they've given themselves a good old lead. That's 2.6 seconds they have to Martin Lawrence behind in the Nissan. And as far as starts go, that's ideal really, isn't it? Of course, we've still got about 9 hours and 52 minutes left. But Barazini is going to be smiling so much right now as they're just looking to extend that gap as much as possible before they get out of the car.
Yeah, that will be the goal for them, just extend the lead as much as possible. They won't be too concerned about Martin Lawrence either. That's not their race. They'll be more concerned about Christopher Verstappen, I think. But looking down the order, the Nissan is not the quickest car on the track. The quickest car on the track is this Bentley right here, who's had a couple of touches with the McLaren. It's Martin Grady. And now this is going to allow Jonathan Riley just to get in. And is it going to be on the inside? The Acertec car from Visceral Esports is up the inside and through on Martin Grady. So that means Martin Grady tried to get through on the McLaren, didn't quite make the cut, and that allowed Jonathan Riley just to get up the inside, get the move done, and that promotes the 70 up into 7th place. And now Jonathan Riley going to be in the same situation that Martin Grady was in. He's going to have a McLaren that's slower than him, just ahead of him. The problem for Jonathan Riley is that in the exact same car, so whatever advantages he had over the Bentley of Martin Grady, he doesn't really have over Moreira's McLaren anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is now it's just down to the drivers themselves rather than the car advantage, because like you said, they're both in the exact same car here. So McLaren's going to really bass it out in front, and Grady now is just going to try and keep as close to them as possible. And you can see actually McLaren making contact there slightly. I think it was just a slight nudge as the Riley hit the rear of the 349. But if you look at the splits they're in, Riley versus the 349, that's not a fight between Schumacher. There goes for the inside move. Looks like they've got it together as well, and they're going to push back Kilton Thomas, who's going to now fall down into 10th, and that's a place out for Schumacher. But now Williams also going to try and make something out of it too, looking towards the outside, but it is the chicane here, which means they're going to have to duck back for now. But Schumacher in the BMW showing us how it is done here at Zolder. But going back to the McLarens, and their fight right now is Riley and Moreira. They're not in the same split, so they need to decide how much fighting is worth it here, because honestly, if either of them get into trouble fighting here at Zolder, that's going to affect both their races way more than it needs.
Yeah, it's going to affect them significantly, and I think for Moreira at the moment, he'll be happy to have 3 pro cars between himself and Chilton Thomas in the 781, which is his next rival behind. But of course, he won't want to let any of those pro cars through because 2.3 seconds up the road, he can still see the podium in silver. So wants to keep those pro cars behind him because then he hasn't got any cars between himself and a podium in silver, and a lot can happen in the next 9 hours and 50 minutes. So you always want to keep your wits about you, but sometimes you can put yourself in a very risky situation by battling with these pro cars that you don't need to battle with. Sometimes it's better to let them go and then let them catch up to the drivers ahead, put some pressure on them. Maybe those drivers will make a mistake, which you can then profit off of. And especially when you've got so much left of the race, not really any harm in doing that this early on. However, looks like Jonathan Riley has slowed up a bit now because Martin Grady is right on the back of the McLaren again. So it looks like, and the 349 of Moreira's had an issue coming through the chicane. That's caused them to go slow. And Martin Grady had to take to the grass to try and avoid that.
Oh my gosh.
Not sure what the students are going to think of that, though. Going on the grass to get the move done. The question they'll have to look at on the onboards is, did he have enough time to maybe switch to the right-hand side the way that Jonathan Riley did? You would think so, considering that Riley was in front and had enough time to move to the right-hand side of the circuit. But, the Moreira just with a little bit of contact there on the 501. No, sorry, that was Felix Wenger Hacker with contact with Moreira in the 501.
Verstappen is through as well. As Verstappen, who was running in 4th place, now up onto the podium. They had a lot of pace here at practice. So they're going to try and hope to clear Martin Lawrence quickly as well, and that will help them chase down the Nissan, which is continuing to build the gap. It's now up to 3.4 seconds between P1 and P2. So Barazini, they want to keep extending that if they don't want Verstappen charging down their tail shortly. But like you said before, having a car in a different split between you and your nearest rival is so helpful when trying to stay ahead. And I think that's something that was working out for the whole situation we saw between the 2 McLarens and the Bentley, was that obviously we were saying the McLaren leading was in a different split. They were in the silver car, but realistically, the guys behind were fighting. So actually, despite the fact they didn't necessarily have the pace to outpace them when they were all going as fast as they can, they absolutely had the pace to keep outpacing them if the cars behind were going to be fighting, which they were. And that's what we saw, was the Nissan put so much pressure on the McLaren.
So this is the replay. This is the replay of Martin Schumacher and how they lost the positions. And you can see there just a little bit of outbraking into the final corner, or well, penultimate corner rather, and that resulted in a few positions lost for Martin Schumacher for the T3 Motorsport car. So quite unfortunate for them to lose a few places just through a mistake, but it just shows how one small mistake can result in multiple places lost around here. It's one of the old school circuits that does punish you a lot for making those kind of mistakes. Meanwhile, Davinza Hacker still on the back of Barrera at the moment, and well, you would have to say, Tim, looking at it right now, that Davinza Hacker seems to have the pace not just to get past Barrera, but maybe even the pace to catch up to the lead silver car of Martin Lawrence at the moment. 4 seconds off the lead, Martin Lawrence, but he's probably, not going to worry too much about that, and got Christopher Verstappen behind him for company at the moment, but I don't think that Bentley's going to be behind him for too long, as I don't believe Martin Lawrence is going to put their silver race lead in jeopardy this early on.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well, Verstappen's going incredibly fast right now. They're setting some very fast lap times compared to everyone else, and they will want to get through Lawrence quickly because they want to try and put pressure on Barazini ahead. So I agree with you there. I think Martin Lawrence probably looking to just let Verstappen through and not get anyone in trouble here, because a fight at the top, if that ends badly, then Lawrence is losing the lead of silver for something that they really didn't need to be involved in. But Verstappen is just flying around the track. They've closed the gap very quickly to Lawrence, and I don't doubt that once they find their way through McLaren, they will be chasing down the Nissan very quickly as well. You can just see them on the track now as they keep this gap close. But I mean, I'm going to be honest, Zolder's one of the tracks that you said you've watched quite a lot and you quite enjoyed it, just coming into this race. Personally, I've never actually raced him myself. I've watched it a couple of times in the Thursday Champ, but I think we've only actually done it once in the 5 seasons I've commentated, so I don't know too much about Zolder. Here, especially with these cars in mind, the Bentley versus the McLaren, where are you expecting the overtakes to happen? Where are the overtaking opportunities in Zolder?
Well, overtaking opportunities down into this chicane, the first chicane that you see on the circuit, is one of them. If you can get a very good run through turns 3 and 4, you can put some pressure on into that chicane. Here is another good opportunity. If someone has a poor first chicane, you can have a move, through the crest and down towards the braking zone of the second chicane is another good opportunity. Well, coming towards the end of this section here, if you get a good run out of the second chicane, you can carry the pace, kind of like how Tavinza Hacker's trying to do right now. You can get ready for the braking zone down towards the hairpin here and get the car hooked in. You can carry some speed around the outside, and it is possible to overtake around the outside of there, but just not quite easy for Felix Tavinza Hacker to do at the moment. And then, of course, this final sequence here of corners is a place you can make an overtake. Not one of the more common ones, but it is possible. It's a bit more difficult down towards turn 1. You need to have someone to have a very, very poor exit on the final corner, and well, plenty of pace behind your car as well, and Felix Tavinza Hacker might even look to do that. And they have the inside line, but the Audi's going to carry the outside. It'll turn into the inside line for turn 2 here. And you're going to see, this is why it's difficult to overtake around Zolder. The track has such a great flow to it, but look at the power of the M4 GT3 of Tavinza Hacker's car. It's going to carry him on the outside line. He's going to be ahead by the time they get to turn 4. And that is a change for the top 3 positions. It's the 818 up into second in silver. Is the Audi going to fight back? No, not quite. They'll tuck in before the chicane. But Tavinza Hacker just showing how, if you can keep the pressure on, if you can keep up the momentum through multiple corners across the space of a lap, or 2 laps, or 3 laps, you can get a very, very nice move done on your opponents.
Jonathan Riley and Grady, who we saw fight their way through Moreira earlier, now in this fight as well. And you saw there with Hacker taking on Barrera into the first set of corners, going through the large right-hander, almost neck and neck. It was actually Riley looking towards the inside of both of them as well. And for a second, I thought Riley might be about to get a double overtake. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite pull it off, and they're now going to continue to follow the Audi behind. But Grady, in that Bentley, has been lurking behind that McLaren for what feels like the entire race so far, is going to continue to try and get this overtake to happen as they go down towards the first corner. And I don't think it's enough. This Bentley needs to try and get closer in the chicane section and make, you were talking about where the overtaking opportunities are, and it's that final sector for them that they just need to be close to going into that hairpin and try and get a good lead out of that, because that McLaren in every braking zone, that will come out on top. That is unarguable. As actually Mark says, picked up a 5-second penalty, but between the McLaren and the Bentley, that Bentley, all of its advantages go through the chicanes, and that is where Grady needs to close that gap and set up the overtake on Riley.
So Pedro Marquez picking up the first penalty of the race so far. Lap 1, turn 15 incident involving the 89 and the 504. 5-second penalty, 504 for overtaking with contact. The official verdict from the stewards, and there goes Ethan Scott, just having a few issues with his Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo through the chicane, and that's allowed Tristan Bullwinkle in the grid finder BMW to just move on through. And it does show how one small mistake can just easily see another car behind you through. And this is Christopher Verstappen through on Martin Lawrence, and there we go. Not really any fight there from Martin Lawrence, and would have expected that he wasn't going to pull over and just let Christopher Verstappen through, but at the same time, if Christopher Verstappen got alongside, he was on the inside line, Martin Lawrence wasn't really going to contest it, and he knows that that's not his race. What he will be hoping for now, though, is that maybe that Bentley could drag him along with him and just give him a little bit of a tow along some of these straights to help him deal with the pace of Tavinza Hacker behind, who, after now getting through on Barrera, going to be focusing and setting their sights on the back end of this McLaren.
Yeah, honestly, I think that was the smart choice from Lawrence there. Of course, Lawrence and Verstappen racing a lot of series at the same time, so they're well acquainted with fighting each other on track. And I think Verstappen there, being in a position where they wanted to close the gap to Barazini ahead, would have really pushed to try and get through Lawrence quickly. So Lawrence just yielding on the corner, not putting up much of a fight, I'd say is the smart choice in that situation.
Looking further back then, Stefano Barrera at the moment just on the back of Jonathan Riley, who's managed to get through on the 501. So now it's going to be Martin Grady's turn to try and get through on the 501 car, the Fusion Spanier DMH car, which has gone backwards rather than forwards so far in this race. They started on the front row of the grid. They were on pole in the silver class alongside the overall pole sitters with Fulvio Barazzini, and well, that little bit of a contact that lost them that lead in silver right at the start, it hasn't really resulted in them making any further progress back up the order, because they've just been losing positions ever so slightly through the course of this race so far, the course of the first stint so far rather. And now they're going to be looking to maybe lose another couple of places before this stint is over, with Martin Grady and Martin Schumacher hounding them down. I think maybe the 349er Felipe Moreira just maybe a bit off pace to the point where they can't catch the 501 in this stint, but going from P2 overall all the way down to P8 overall at the end of the first stint, it's gonna hurt the morale a bit in the team.
Yeah, and I think this was slightly expected, not because of them as drivers on the team, but just the car. The Audi, despite being a new car and one that a lot of people are very strong, I don't think Zolder's really the track that complements the Audi's abilities. Obviously, it's one of those low-riding cars that's going to really struggle with how much of each chicane it can take, and doesn't agree too well with a lot of the curbs either. So the fact that the 501 starting to fall through the order here is not like expected, but it's not overly surprising that that's one of the cars that will struggle. And I think, like you said, Barrera really going to be feeling this here. It's going to be a massive blow to that team, but it's a 10-hour race. We're only 23 minutes into it. They have 9 hours and 37 minutes to fix whatever's happening now, and if they can get some good stints in the middle, that could put them fighting back at the top of their class again.
And they definitely can be fighting up towards the top of the class again. They need to get themselves refocused, but for now, Martin Grady just hounding them down, the man with the fastest lap of the race so far, which will count for an extra couple bonus points for the weekend. I think it's 2 bonus points that you get for the fastest lap, and it's 3 for pole position. And at the moment, those 2 points going the way of the number 18. Of course, a lot of those points have gone the way of the Yaz Heat car so far this season, but not going their way today. And there we see the Audi just struggling through the chicane. And here we go, Martin Grady. Is he going to have a dive on the inside? No, he's going to think better of it. Thought to himself that a bit too far back, and having a dive on the Audi at that point could just jeopardize both of their races. And oh, that was Offerman at that point in the number 80 T3 Motorsport white car, having a look on the Giardia community team, driven by Mike Williams at the moment, and just backing out of it at the last moment, seeing that there was an ever-closing gap that BMW could not fit into.
Yeah, I mean, Schumacher here going for a move round the outside of Grady. They're going to be fighting through the chicane here, and Grady not able to defend well. Actually going to make slight contact there, but Schumacher will push their way through down the inside, but Grady will now have the advantage on the inside for turn 1, and we know that they can really push the BMW to the limit here. They just need to push it out wide, but Schumacher will stay ahead, having the outside line, and you can just see the power of the BMW's acceleration really going to help them stay ahead there. And Schumacher again climbing up those positions really quickly. That 411, they've had a great race so far. Going back to what you were saying there about Yas Heat, I mean, you're talking at the beginning of the race how they've already secured this championship. Actually, we're going to have a replay here. What's happening? Mike Williams looks like they're going for a move, but I think they're going to make slight contact with the car ahead here and a light tap on the rear. That car is going ever so slowly ahead of them. But they just offline. Yeah, there's a bit of contact there. It looked like the car on our screen right now, which actually this is Mike Williams here, that they were going ever so slowly there. I'm wondering if they were having a problem. Maybe they messed up coming out the first corner or something. But yeah, go back to what I was saying. Yas Heat secured this championship obviously before this race, and they had enough points to stay ahead, and that's because the beginning of their season was just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they had 2 Grand Slam victories. They won the races. They had pole positions in both races, and they had the fastest laps. And that, I'd say, is one of the things that really helped them to get this far ahead. So a great effort from Yasi. And you were saying as well to me before the stream even started, Brian, that they actually were calculating, because they knew they weren't going to make this round. So they were calculating how many points they needed to be ahead to be secure for this victory, and they've done it.
Yeah, they have done it, and of course it is a shame to not have them here for the final round of the season, although I'm pretty sure they were aware they wouldn't be here for the final round anyway, so their objective was to pretty much wrap up the championship one round early. They achieved that objective last month at Barcelona, and well, that will pave the way for someone else to contest that P1 so far this season, although they didn't have too great of a race out at Barcelona. A 7th place finish, which is not even on the podium, was very surprising for them. But either way, oh, here we go. Martin Grady is going to have another chance at it now, because the 501 of Barrera has had another scruffy chicane, and that time Martin Grady made it look easy getting past the Audi. We'll have a little bit of a race replay here as well. You just see Martin Schumacher going through, and then Martin Grady goes through as well, just following on, and the Audi tucks in behind. Not much doing there, and no point really fighting back. These two cars are quicker than them. They're not in the same class. So for now, Barrera will just try to focus on getting as much as they can out of the car and hopefully not losing too much time to Felipe Moreira behind them. He's only 2 seconds back, but the lead in silver is now under contest, because the 818 has clawed its way up through the field from where they started, and they're now just within a second of the leaders in silver.
Well, we have said it a lot, the McLaren here going to struggle in the chicane sections, but has a huge advantage by the time they get onto the straights. Well, one car they won't have a huge advantage over is the BMW. That car has got an amazing acceleration and some amazing top speed as well. So for this McLaren here, Martin Lawrence, they're going to hope to defend purely on braking alone. You can just see Hacker is closing down still on the 404 ahead of them. They've managed to narrow that gap a little bit further. It's now just 8/10 of a second. As we go through the chicane section in sector 2, I wouldn't be surprised if they close this gap significantly more. The BMW is just a little bit better at handling those higher curbs, and I think realistically here, Hacker's going to have a huge advantage, as you can see now, within 4/10 on Lawrence, and that is just in the first 2 sectors of this lap alone.
So the title contenders in silver ready to go toe-to-toe. Remember, the 818 need to win today. And as for the 404 team, I believe as long as they finish in the top 5, the championship should be secured for them. So for the 818 at the moment, it's full pressure on to get this move done as early as possible. Then they're just going to have to hope that some of the silver teams further behind get their act together, or that the 404 comes across problems later on in the race. Sometimes when, you know, you can only do so much and you need, you know, external intervention, the best thing you can do is get into the position you need to be in as early as possible, and then just hope that the rest of the race and Lady Luck is on your side today. 9.5 hours to go though. And Martin Grady, well, he did get passed by Martin Schumacher. Tiny bit of contact between the two of them, but it was too much doing there. But now that he's got past Barrera, he's going to be right on the back of that BMW as well. 5-second gap between the two of them to Jonathan Riley up the road. And the question is, Tim, with these two battling the way they are, look at the Bentley jumping over the curbs. Can these two, in the state that they are right now, putting pressure on each other, can they catch up to Jonathan Riley like this? Or do you think they're going to need to maybe work together a bit if they want to close that 5-second gap?
Well, I think that's interesting that you bring that up, because realistically speaking, as the throw there took way too much curb, you can just see it getting completely knocked off course, and that was going to massively affect them. But it's interesting that you brought up the point of them fighting or just trying to catch up together. Honestly, the best thing here to do, and it's easy saying it when you're watching them like we are, is just work together. You both have the pace to catch up with Riley. If you both get your feet down, don't fight. So just do it. You've got 9.5 hours left in this race. You don't need to get positions immediately. But that being said, being a driver as well, I know the temptation of just wanting to kill them as soon as possible.
Tim Peck telling a racing driver to not race another racing driver. How well do you think that will work out?
I mean, that's the thing, though, isn't it? Is you see a car ahead of you, and the only thing in your mind is, I have to overtake them quickly. And like I said, it's easy for us to say here, but both the BMW and the Bentley would probably benefit if they just worked together. That being said, though, they're racing drivers. At the end of the day, they are going to race. And hey, I'm not going to complain, because when they race, we get some great entertainment. And I think this Bentley, like you said, it can clobber those corners. I think they're going to use that to their advantage, because they are just going to take every single curb they can. And the BMW, it's got a huge advantage in the straights. Once it gets to the corners, the Bentley's going to be all over it, as we've seen so far.
Well, the BMW M4 has a significant advantage over the curbs to the McLaren, and you saw Felix Hacker using that to his advantage here. And now he's found himself in a bit of a McLaren sandwich, hasn't he? He's got the likes of the silver leader and Martin Lawrence just ahead of him. And now he's got Jonathan Riley right behind him. And Jonathan Riley probably doesn't want to get too involved in this, because he can see that these are the leaders in silver. But likewise, he fancies that he's got some decent pace here today, and he wants to try and get up towards where Fulvio Berrezzini and Christopher Verstappen are. So he wants to go up the inside of the BMW, and it looks like Felix Hacker's not going to contest that one too much. He's not too happy about that move, though. Little flash of the lights for the McLaren, but either way, the 70 is through. And now what Hacker needs to do, he needs to stay glued to the back of this McLaren, and when Jonathan Riley gets right up to the back of Martin Lawrence, he needs to hope that Jonathan Riley's going to get a bit physical with Martin Lawrence. He can follow on through.
Yeah, Jonathan Riley in the number 70 McLaren. They're driving for Viscero Esports. And Jesse Lee, who will be joining us later, I don't think is going to be too happy to know that they've changed their livery since I last saw it. Now, they might have changed the livery a bit earlier in the season.
It was green the last time I saw it.
Wait, it was green, but the last time I saw it was purple.
Oh, okay. So, well, that's an interesting note.
Well, they've changed that a couple of times, and I know Jesse loved the purple look. So the Viscero Esports team clearly trying out some different liveries. And being said, I quite like the look of this livery. It's very nice. And that's the nice thing I think about the whole season, is that we've obviously added custom liveries as an option here, which is why you see so many people with some really interesting liveries on their cars. And honestly, it's going to sound really weird, because I'm obviously here for the racing of the day. But part of the things that I love about commentating this championship is just looking at all the liveries. Some of them are really, really good looking, Ryan.
Tim Peck loves the arts and crafts of the championship, and Adam Dubiel in one of those custom liveries right now, chasing down Ethan Scott. And at the moment, this car has found itself in a bit of strife a few times so far in this race at the start, although nothing's come out yet, no penalties, so maybe the stewards deciding that, or they haven't either they haven't got around to them yet, or there's nothing doing in those incidents. We'll have to see. But at the moment, Adam Dubiel just trying to find a way through on Ethan Scott. Ethan Scott, who's not exactly made himself easy to pass so far this season, and seen him in plenty of other times. Oh, and that's Felix Hacker off. Now, it says keep pushing on the back of that rear wing. I'm not sure you want to be pushing that hard as he comes up towards the braking zone. And is this just misjudgment of brakes? Oh, it is! And dives to the right side to try and avoid the McLaren. I'm not sure if they would have hit them anyway, but intelligent, reactive driving from Felix Hacker. He's lost some time. He hasn't lost any places, fortunately, and he's got no damage on that car. But my word, that was close to being, well, a potentially race-ending incident for both of those cars.
Yeah, Hacker there, quick thinking, managed to avoid Riley ahead, but you could see they missed their braking marker, and it's hard to tell whether they've been contacted or not, because of course the McLaren could have probably got around the corner just on time. I think it would have been rather fine though, and there may have even been a slight scratch on the back, but either way, their Hackers quick reacting managed to get them out of a very bad situation, because fine, they're 3.6 seconds behind Riley now, but they lose a position and they didn't get damaged, like you said. So actually, Hacker probably came out in a much better position than they could have, as Ethan Scott now looking at the rear of Marquez. That means the BMW managed to get through at some point, and I've got to say, Ethan Scott and this Mercedes, they've made it difficult to pass them, but at the same time, they've been really struggling, which is surprising, because Mercedes is usually one of those cars that you'd say is pretty good around Zolder, honestly, but Scott just really not feeling it right now in the Flying Hellfish car, struggling put out the lap times that they want to today, and I think we've seen a lot of them just falling down the order. But what I want to see from that 444 Mercedes now is just try and start climbing back up through that order, because they definitely have the potential there. They qualified fairly high. I think if Scott can just, take a step back for a second, reset their mentality and just start trying to climb back up, they're in for a good finish here.
I'll have to see how they go. This is Offerman chasing Chilton Thomas as battle in the silver class, the T3 Motorsport white car, which has run into a couple of troubles here today with their 5-second penalty that they have added on. Both the T3 Motorsport cars having a couple of issues, but nonetheless, they are a well-supported team. Of course, we've seen plenty of people in the chat cheering on the T3 Motorsport teams, and it is great to see people cheering on their favourite teams. We've also seen, I believe it's Sean Clark earlier on, asking why Mike Williams hasn't spent it on someone yet. I think Mike Williams maybe just racing sensibly today, knowing that there are some good points on offer for that Jardia community team. And, well, he's down in 12th overall at the moment, which puts him 6th in class, actually. So not too bad for Mike Williams at the moment. He could only drop to 7th in class as far as it goes with pro standings, and he has a 4.4 second gap between himself and Bullwinkle at the moment in the Grid Finder car. So a bit of space between him. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. But Mike Williams, very good driver. The Jardia community team, very, very quick team as well. Oh, and is this a Stefano Barrera having trouble with the first chicane again? We're going to have a look. Yep. Oh, and that's the worst one so far, and that could have easily ended up in the barrier. I've seen plenty of those before around here at Zolder, and that Audi, I think you were saying, Tim, does not look comfortable around here.
Yeah, I saw this coming into this race. Of course, Barrera started in 2nd place on the front row, just behind the Nissan. Some contact on the first corner, obviously put them back into 3rd, but ever since, that Audi has just been struggling to find its footing in the race. And the problem is, it's such a good car, but it really struggles going over curbs, and especially at Zolder, where you've got to hit the quite high ones as well that do throw the car around. Basically, every time that Audi's gone into the chicane, it's been spat right back out, and I'm surprised they've not picked up any track cut warnings yet, because I'd have thought by now we might have seen maybe one drive-through. I know that's a little ambitious, only being 38 minutes into a race, but this is Zolder we're talking about. It's quite easy to cut the chicane.
Tim Peck, are you wishing misfortune upon our competitor?
I'm not wishing misfortune upon our competitors. It's just, it's one of those tracks, isn't it? You see a lot of track cuts at Zolder. I thought we'd seen that by now, but at the same time,
there are definitely a few that have got cuts already. I think it was our broadcaster Stewie pointed out that Jonathan Riley's picked up at least one.
I was about to say that about Stewie. He's been sitting there going, track cut, track cut, track cut, as they've been happening. And it is, like, it's quite easy to pick them up here. But honestly, kudos to all of the drivers who, so far, no one's picked up a drive-through. But that being said, Ryan, in the next hour that we have together, I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 roll in.
No, I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, we see some drivers pick up 3 warnings in a single lap. You know, it happens.
Not me, what?
But, you know, you have to drive a bit more cautiously in an endurance race. Like you say, you get 3 warnings, and then on the 4th one, you get the slam dunk. So you have to be careful about it. And you've got 10 hours. You know, if you want to avoid an extra trip down pit lane, you know, you have to be careful about it. And some drivers are careful about it. They still get drive-throughs. Some drivers aren't careful about it, and they don't get drive-through. How it works. But, you know, you have to drive a bit more cautiously if you want to get to the end of this race without an extra trip down pit lane, and that's something that a lot of the teams will be aware of, especially at this circuit. It's quite a notorious one for drive-through penalties, and you know, those warnings so easy to pick up in the 2nd chicane, especially. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see one before the end of my first couple of hours here in commentary, but at the same time, I also wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get to the end of this race, maybe no one or only one team has picked up a drive-through penalty, because I think these are some of the best teams that we have in ACC, and of course they are very, very competitive. They're very good at what they do, And they know better than anyone around here that an extra trip down pit lane is not what they need this afternoon. And meanwhile, what Martin Lawrence doesn't need this afternoon is the number 70 hounding down his rear end.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the drivers will be cautious to avoid those drive-through penalties. Jonathan Riley now closing down on the rear of Martin Lawrence. This will be the second car in the pro split to put pressure on Lawrence. I'm wondering if it's going to be similar to earlier, where Lawrence is going to just wait for them to get close enough, let them do the move, but not fight them too hard, keep them behind. Of course, Lawrence has been leading this race for the silver split for basically from turn 1 onwards after they picked up the lead. And honestly, as long as they can stay out of trouble, they're fine. There's a 5.5 second gap to Hacker, and they've been maintaining that as well, even with a bit of fighting in the mix. So Martin Lawrence had a glorious race as Mike Williams looks towards the inside of the chicane. That's not Mike Williams. Mike Williams went to the outside of the chicane. They actually made contact with, I think that's the 404 Audi.
501.
501 Audi.
Pereira.
It's the 404 McLaren. Yeah, the 501 Audi there. Pereira making slight contact with them going down the inside, but Offerman that Zolder, I can't keep up. Too much is happening at the same time, but that is Zolder for you. There's constantly danger points, and Offerman there, again showcasing you have to be careful going through the chicane because it's very easy to get spat back out a lot faster than you would have hoped for.
Yeah, the Bentley and the BMW being front engined, of course, you know, they do go better over some of the anti-cut curves around here, but of course you can only take so much of it before the car does bike back at you. Rather saw with Offerman there just how much it can if you get it wrong. Meanwhile, Jonathan Riley still chasing down on Martin Lawrence, and probably not going to push this too much. Of course, 8.1 or 8.2 seconds off the lead at the moment. If they can get past Martin Lawrence at this stage, that would put them about 4 seconds behind Christopher Verstappen, which isn't too bad with this much of the race to go. They'll just be happy to, you know, have a clean sight up to the drivers in front of them. And towards the end of the first hour, if we have, you know, the top 3 within 10 seconds of each other, it's still going to be looking very, very good. But Christopher Verstappen hasn't really made the inroads that I thought he would have made on Fulvio Barzini. He has taken the fastest lap of the race since getting past Martin Lawrence, but that gap has stayed at about 4 seconds for quite a while now. So it seems like the Nissan is doing a pretty good job until it looks like Fulvio Barzini's made a mistake of some sort, because there goes 1.1 seconds all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's perfect timing.
Curse.
Yeah, 100%. Perfect timing is always on your behalf. We're going to see what happened to Barzini here. Perhaps they head down towards the hairpin and take that fairly nicely. I'm wondering if they get spat out, or might have been in a chicane incident where maybe they hit the chicane and got spat out of that. A little bit funny, but Barzini, something clearly held them up a bit there, and Verstappen is now a little bit closer. But I agree with you, Ryan. I thought Verstappen would have made a lot more progress on that gap and would have closed it up a lot more by now, because Verstappen was flying at the beginning of this race and in practice, but it seems now maybe they've eased off a bit. Maybe they're just a bit worried about tyre wear. Of course, we talked about it a lot as well, is that it's a 10-hour race. You've got time to make these overtakes happen, and honestly, if Verstappen can just get this gap as close as possible in the next 10-15 minutes or so, they could look to actually make the move happen in the pit stop and not have to fight too much on the track, because that is potential. It's not super common in GT3 and endurance racing as a whole, but you can still get those overtakes right. And I think if Barzini doesn't pit, if Verstappen pits a bit early and Barzini gets held up by traffic, that could help Verstappen just pit them in the pit lane, and then they don't have to worry about a fight on track that could end badly for both parties.
Yeah, in the pit lane, there is plenty of time to be won or lost. In fact, they are actually already within that pit, you know, that window of error.
Yeah,
I would call it. 3 seconds is about that window of error. So if you come into pit lane, if you maybe you're a bit early on your pit limiter, or maybe you don't quite, you know, hit your pit box perfectly, so the mechanics have to realign the car for the pit stop, you can easily lose yourself 1 or 2 seconds, maybe even 3 seconds as well, if you're slow to pull away from a standstill, or you stall the car. That could, of course, cost you even more time. So they're within that window of error for the Nissan ahead. So, you know, the Orion Race team, they're going to have their wits about them for the pit stop and make sure that they they get stuff right. And we've seen, plenty of times. It's not so much possible in the sim world, obviously, because all the pit stops are of a certain time. If you do tires and a driver swap, it's going to be 30 seconds. It's going to be 30 seconds at every single opportunity, apart from if you've got damage or the like. But we've seen plenty of times in the real world of GT racing, particularly with teams like WRT, who practice their pit stops a lot. They gain a significant amount through some of their pit stops that they do season on season, and it's not exactly unusual to see them gain 1 or 2 places in the sprint races, or over the course of the endurance races as well. They can gain even more through some of their quick pit stops. So it is definitely a factor in GT racing. It's not as big of a factor as it would be in something like LMPs or maybe Formula 1, for example, where you have much quicker pit stops, or, for example, with the LMPs, where your pit stops vary on fuel and tyres and driver swaps to a much greater degree than it does in GT racing. But it is still a big factor, and it can still make a huge difference around here. And 2.6 seconds now between Barazini and Verstappen. You almost wonder if Verstappen, having seen that mistake from Barazini, he's seen the gap close, that's just motivating that tiny bit more to get that foot down a bit harder.
Yeah, I think Verstappen here is going to look to close that gap. And knowing Verstappen, very common driver in the Forza Championships, usually one fighting at the top as well, knowing Verstappen, they are going to want to take that fight on the track. Honestly, they're not one to really get it done in the pit stops. They just love racing. But yeah, again, 2.4 seconds. So slowly taking chunks out of that time, and within the next few laps, we'll just about reel in that Nissan, the Bentley will. But been watching, Jonathan Riley was earlier trying to get through Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence still holding on to that. So clearly not wanting to yield so much. But if you look at the leaderboard and the timing sheet, Hacker has now closed the gap. They were 5.5 seconds behind. They're now only 3.6. That's 2 seconds in the last couple of laps. Hacker has taken out of the 2 McLarens ahead. So all this fighting, Ryan, is definitely helping out the people behind. And again, I'm sitting here wondering, what should Martin Lawrence do? Should they just yield the position and then try and stay ahead, try and keep up with Riley and let them pull them through? Because again, Hacker's just knocked another 6 tenths off that gap. And soon, Lawrence is going to be defending for first place in their class.
Martin Lawrence is a very competitive driver. And whilst I don't think he would jeopardise the lead in silver over, should we say, personal pride in finishing ahead of a pro McLaren, he's not gonna move over for Jonathan Riley. He's gonna say to Jonathan Riley, "You're gonna have to do it the same way that Verstappen did, right? I'm not gonna block. I'm not gonna defend, but I'm not gonna pull over. You're gonna have to get alongside me on the inside line and get the move done. I'm not, he's not gonna defend like he would if it was to Vince Hacker, but he's also just not gonna lay out the red carpet for you. To me at least."
Oh no, that's Lawrence.
Oh, and Martin Lawrence, and that could change up the championship significantly. We said that the 818 needed to win today, get fastest lap, and that the 404 needed a pole finish. Well, over the chicane, look at that! In terms of curbs taken, way more than what the McLaren can handle. Martin Lawrence, though, fortunately doesn't end up in the barrier, has to get the car turned back around, but loses out significantly, hands the lead over to the 818, and now just finds themselves 7 seconds away from third place in silver. It hasn't gone too bad for them. It could have been a lot worse than that, but Martin Lawrence maybe just pushing a bit too hard in the McLaren, took way too much curb. That's unfortunately handed the lead in silver over to their championship rivals.
Right, I've been doing some math in the background, which I'll get to in a second. I just want to watch the Bentley.
With the maths.
Yeah, the Bentley closing in on the McLaren, but not quite close enough to make a move. But I'm going to take a little page out of Jesse Lee's book, like you said here, Ryan, and do a bit of the maths, because I've been looking across the different leaderboards right now and where everyone is. Now, I don't want to make your narrative boring, but I've got a feeling Connection Lost Racing, no matter where they finish today, even if they don't finish and don't get points, I think they've won the championship anyway because there's 39 points up for grabs, but that's including the fastest lap and pole position. Now, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, the 818 was not on pole position for
They
the
were
silver
not.
class.
No, it was the
So,
501. Correct.
okay, so I don't think Madhouse can close that gap. I think, no matter what here, if they get the maximum points they can in today's race and connection lost doesn't finish, they get knocked out and get 0 points. I believe Madhouse Racing will be 1 point behind, maybe 0.5 of a point behind. So they can definitely close the gap, but I don't think the overtake is possible anymore. That being said though, Yasi, who was saying earlier, have secured the championship. That is true in terms of the Pro Championship. But if we now look at the overall championship, which I know isn't what they're probably focused on, but they'll definitely be wondering about it. I imagine like they'll have looked at that as well, and Yassi will want a win in that overall.
So
they can be beaten today. T3
Yeah.
Motorsport Black has enough points to overtake them if they win this race with fastest lap.
So Bart Matcher has come back to me, and he's called a no you on your mathematics.
Oh no!
He has said today that the 818 needs to win with fastest lap and hope that CLR finishes 10th or lower.
No, they're wrong. I'm sorry, Bart, you are wrong. Get Jesse here.
Well,
Someone I need maths done for me.
Well, that's what Bart Matcher says, and so that's the situation. There are only 10 cars.
Oh no, they're right. You know they are right.
There are only 10 cars in silver for this race, so that means that CLR need to just not finish last in the silver class, and they can secure the championship today. Now they're doing that at the moment, being in second place, and looking at the board so far of the fastest laps of the race. Davinza Hacker has a 128.2, which is quicker than what Martin Lawrence has managed to do. So they do have the fastest lap in silver at the moment, and they are in the lead of silver at the moment. So they fulfilled their criteria. The only problem is that 404 haven't fulfilled the criteria for the 818 to win the championship. Now, Martin Lawrence, after having that adventure over the chicane, I don't think he's going to slow down any in an effort to maybe make sure that car comes home in one piece. But I very much think that once we get to the last couple of hours of the race, that team is going to be driving very, very cautiously just to avoid putting themselves in a situation where they could end up with a significant amount of damage in the last couple of hours, as we do see sometimes towards the end of these races.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your recordings ready. I'm about to admit I was wrong on stream. I can confirm that Brian, you are correct. Bart is correct. Madhouse Racing can absolutely take the championship today if they win and connection loss come 10th or lower. I did a math error. So everyone in chat, we're just not going to tell Jesse Lee that right now. When he comes on, no one mentions my
It's
math
alright,
error.
I'll see him in the last couple of hours. I'll be sure to mention it to him. But
no, please, Ryan.
But on track, whilst we've been fighting over mathematics, and someone who's clearly not passed basic maths at school, we have Estefano Pereira chasing down Mike Williams at the moment, and Mike Williams up into 11th overall, so not far outside the top 10 now. You can see the Grid Finder car behind them as well. They're a car that's chasing them down to not be last in Pro at the moment. Further up towards the top though, Christopher Verstappen has closed the gap on Fulvio Barazini. It's now 1.8 seconds, so that is coming down even further, and Jonathan Riley is 6.8 seconds away from Christopher Verstappen. So all three of our podium sitters sitting within 10 seconds of each other at the moment. Martin Schumacher now just outside of a second away from Felix Davinza Hacker, and Martin Brady just a couple of seconds back from that. So the pro cars starting to work their way up towards the top end of the field. Some of them didn't have, great qualifying, should we say. And sometimes when you do have the qualifying sessions and the super pole, especially when the pressure is on, you can sometimes make those mistakes. It does seem now, though, with the race pace, that the pro cars starting to work their way up towards the top where you'd expect them to be. I would not be surprised if by the end of the second hour, Martin Schumacher and Martin Grady have both found a way through on the leader in silver. Here is Bastian Offerman, who is coming in for a pit stop, and this looks like a scheduled pit stop, Tim. It's a bit early, only 55 minutes into the stint, but, you know, if that's how the strategy's going to work out, maybe they have an alternative strategy now that they've been calculating in the background after the start of their race, and, well, we'll have to see if they have any driver swaps and where they come back out. But meanwhile, Christopher Verstappen, look at this, 1.6 seconds between themselves and the leaders. By the time we get to the pit stops and come back out, we could have a very nice battle between a Nissan and a Bentley around the circuit of Zolder. And I don't think anyone expected that at the start of the World Tour season.
I'm looking right now at Offerman and their pit stop. They're just leaving the pit lane actually as we speak. No, they're not. They're still in the pits. I'm just really not on it right now. But anyway, Offerman pitting, like you said, 5 minutes earlier than what I'd say is the time you're hoping to aim for after your first stint. So I'm wondering if there is a strategy in play there. Maybe Offerman ran into like a big group of traffic, although based on where they were, it doesn't look like that was the case. So I'm just wondering what Offerman's strategy was here. Maybe they just simply miscalculated fuel, or maybe there is a bigger strategy at play. But Verstappen closing on Barazini still, 1.6 second gap, and Verstappen is trying to get that close. But again, I think that might sort itself out in the pit lane as well. We said that 2.5 seconds is about the buffer of when an overtake could happen in the pits if there's a mistake, and I think that's what Verstappen could be gunning for right now, as that gap goes down to 1.5 seconds between the Bentley and the Nissan. Just wanted to talk about quickly Barrera, who's pitted as well. Now that Audi struggled a lot in this stint. It's no secret that they went from basically second place all the way down to 12th before they managed to pit, and now they're 11th in the pit lane, but that's because the number 80 pitted as well. But I'm wondering now what's next for the Audi, because Barrera starts to pick up the pace a little bit, Ryan, and I'm hoping that that's the start of their redemption and they can find some comfort here at Zolder, because they look to be having a really good race, and then first corner, bit of contact, it all looked downhill from there. So again, coming into the pits, and also the number 89 BMW in the pits too, that's 3 cars now pitted before the hour mark is passed, which, like you said, it's not out of the question, and it absolutely still works in the strategy. It's in the pit window and everything. Personally though, I'd have thought that for this first stint at least, a lot more of these cars would have pushed it past the hour mark before they pit.
Well, we'll see how it works out at the end then for them. Could be a good strategic call.
Oh my god, I just read that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the real reason that there was an early pit stop for one of these cars, for the number 80 at least, seems to be emergency toilet break. So, I mean, look, you know, when you've got to go, you've got to go. But yeah, so early pit stop for the 80, and somewhat early pit stop as well for the number 34 and the 89. The 34 did find itself in some grief as well earlier on in the race with the Ferrari of Adam Dubiel, and we've also seen the 501 of Barrera in. They've come back out, and it looks like it's Barrera still in the car. It's Pitomski now taking over in the 80. The 89, Bullwinkle has stayed in, and Dvorak in the pit lane at the moment. We'll wait to see if anyone takes over in the 34, or if it is going to be Dvorak when he comes back out pit lane. So 6 minutes to go until the end of the first, well, should we say stint? They all have to hit within 65 minutes. That's the maximum stint time that they can do. So we should be expecting the rest of the field in within the next 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Now the question is, Tim, who's going to blink first? Is it going to be the Nissan or the Bentley at this stage? Do you think maybe Christopher Verstappen and co fancy going for an undercut, pit in early, try and make some advantage of a new set of fresh tyres, try and warm them up a bit quicker than what the Nissan can do?
I think Verstappen, I obviously I don't know how much fuel they've got right now, so they might have a plan. But assuming they both have enough fuel to get to the end of the hour and 5 minutes, I think Verstappen waits for Barazini to pit and literally just pits right behind them. I think at this stage, depending on who's about to get in the car next, I think Verstappen and the rest of the team in the Bentley fancy their chances at overtaking the Nissan on pace and on track, and just don't want to risk going into the pits the lap before, coming out somewhere they really don't want to, getting held up, and then that gap is completely gone. And maybe that gives the Nissan a slight edge. But at the same time, could work out in their favour. But I'm just wondering, is it worth the gamble? Or at the same time, I think the Nissan might want to just pit as early as they can and avoid being undercut, really. It's completely random. And to be honest with you, I don't know what the best strategy is here. But if I'm Verstappen right now, I'm probably just looking to match Barazini. If the Nissan pits, you pit straight away as well. You definitely don't stay out longer than you need to. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if they are trying to cook up a plan and will pit in the next few laps to try and undercut them. Although, now into that 8 hour, 59 minutes left, they've sort of missed the mark to pit early. And realistically, I think it's going to be a same lap pit for both Barazini and Verstappen.
Yeah, both of them looking to potentially maximise that stint timer, which is the typical plan that we see from a lot of teams, that they typically want to go as far as possible. It makes the final stint that you'll have to do much, much shorter. And of course, this being a 10-hour race with the 5-minute stints means that, you know, they will get towards the final hour, and they will have you know, a short, assuming they can all stick to the 65-minute stints, they will have a much shorter stint towards the end of the race. And sometimes you'll see interesting strategies, like they won't change tyres for the final stop because you're just going for an extra 15 minutes. Sometimes if your tyres are good, they'll stay on them, saves you a bit of time, and you know, you keep the same driver in the car, so that means you only take you know, the time loss on fuel. And then other times you'll see drivers that, you know, they will go for that tyre swap, and they'll try and go on those fresh tyres right at the end for another 25-30 minutes and really push the maximum out of the car and try and close some gaps. There are also very interesting and different strategies that come out in these endurance races towards the final stint. Shanti asking in the chat, what about cut warning? Well, unfortunately, we can't check those for drivers. Would be nice if we knew how many track limit warnings that drivers had, and would definitely be a bit handy to know who's having to drive a bit more carefully when it comes to track limits. But we know that a couple of them have picked up warnings already. The number 70 in particular has been a bit naughty over the chicane, and has definitely picked up at least one track limit. And we have also seen a couple of other cars getting a bit too flirty with the curbs, haven't we, Tim Peck? Where they've probably either picked up a track limit warning, or they haven't picked up a track limit warning because they've almost been thrown into the fence.
Yeah, I think it's something we sort of expected coming to Zolder, is especially in those chicanes. If you cut it too much, of course, it's basically you're either getting a track warning, or like you say, you're getting thrown into a fence. It's one of the two, and neither is overly ideal. But there,
I know like which one I'd rather have, though.
I'm interested to know which, actually.
I'd rather have the track limit warning any day than being thrown into the fence. And oh, this is Fulvio Barazini and Verstappen in right after them.
Yeah,
and they needed to come in this lap, because I'm not convinced they could have made another lap around here.
No, they did need to come in this lap, but I think either way, Verstappen was just waiting for Barazini to hit. Like, the Bentley didn't go for the undercut in the end, so it was just a case of pit whenever the Nissan pits, and that, I think, was probably the smartest tactic for them at the time. Who knows, the Nissan might fix damage. They probably won't, because they've not picked up nearly enough to make it worthwhile. But if the Nissan has a slow pit stop, possible the Bentley pips them here in the pits. It's also possible that they're just going to come out right behind them, and whoever's in the car next, whoever Verstappen double stints or passes on to a teammate here, the Bentley is looking like it has the better pace so far across the race. So all to play for here. We're going to find out who is faster after they come out the pits. But in terms of this call from the 747 team, I think this was the correct choice, Ryan.
As we wait for the pit stops to peter on out, all the cars coming in, and oh, there, yeah, the Bentley's rolling before the Nissan, and it looks like maybe with Christopher Verstappen, so there you go, 1.3 seconds is what I'm being told in my ear. That's the difference between the pit stop. So it would seem to me that Verstappen, they just had the better pit stop with the likes of their car. So whether that was a case of on pit entry, they were just a bit quicker, or whether it was a case of they just managed to line up their entry into the pit box a bit better and save some time. But look at how that gap has come down now. It was a 2.4 second gap coming into the pit stop at the timing line. Now it's under a second. Both of them on fresh tyres. Both of them filled back up again, and it's two different drivers. It's now Matthias Egger and De Keyser who will battle it out on track now for the next hour of the race. The question is, Tim, is this going to be a long, long battle that lasts on into the next stint, or is this going to be something that you see the Bentley getting done sooner rather than later?
I will get back to you in 30 minutes after I've got a decent gauge on their pace and consistency. Of course, something I do like to talk about that I've not mentioned yet is that these endurance races, Ryan, let's be real, the biggest factor isn't necessarily the pace, it's the consistency, making sure that you're just putting out the same sort of lap times, and also that you're just staying on track in itself, and that's the key for me. I just want to see consistency out of these cars, because fine, De Keyser may be way faster than Egger and past them, but they then run off the track literally a lap later. So I want to watch these two for a bit. I'm interested to know their pace compared to their teammates and their paces with each other. But Egger and De Keyser, I think, so far with how the lap's gone, could be an even match. I mean, the Bentley definitely caught up a lot in the chicanes, but that's to be expected. And I think Egger in the Nissan has a real opportunity here to hold on to that lead, and the defense is definitely on the cards. I'd say it's possible to defend here for an hour. It's just going to be really mentally draining for the 126.
Mentally draining for sure, and well, it has been a training first hour for us. We are going to cut to a very short commentary break, and we will be back with more live commentary and coverage of the World Tour 2022 finale here at the 10 Hours of Zolder. But in the meantime, through the sights and the sounds of Zolder. And welcome back to the World Tour 2022 finale, round 6 of the 10 hours of Zolder. We had the pit stops, the first round of pit stops, just before a short break. Tim Peck watching the sights and scenes on track and giving the live reactions that you guys at home probably giving to a lot of these incidents as well. But as we've been away, a couple of things that I observed, Tim Peck, and that you pointed out to me as we just returned from our drinks break, is that Davinza Hacker lost out to the two pro cars that were behind him, Martin Schumacher and who was Martin Grady, now Grant Willemot, have jumped ahead of the 818, and that was because Davinza Hacker was slower on his pit stop. Maybe a bit of damage that had to be repaired on that car, or maybe they just weren't very good at lining up the car with the pit box. But either way, 3 seconds difference in the pit in to pit out times. Of course, that has resulted in the 818 dropping a couple positions. They won't be too bothered, of course, because, you know, they weren't positions in class, they were positions overall. And it is now Bart Matcher in the 404 car. He's taken over from Martin Lawrence, but Davinza Hacker stays out in the 818. Caracas has filled into the number 70. Of course, Grant Willemot took over for the 18. And Martin Schumacher's doing a double stint for the 411. And you also have Hooley in the number 40 for the Jardier community team, and Bullwinkle stayed in for the 89. So very split strategies for teams. Quite a few of them, you know, sticking another driver in to do a double stint, but the majority of the teams definitely look like they're swapping their first driver out for a well-deserved break.
It's interesting because usually we see people really favour the double stint tactic, and that's something that I particularly favour myself, is doing a double stint. Now, I do understand to a certain extent only doing a single stint though, especially if you're British this weekend, because it's very hot here at the moment, and after about 1 hour you're probably sitting in a pool of your own sweat, as gross as that is. It's definitely something you do have to factor in, is just, even though it's only sim racing, it's not as demanding on your body as real racing is, but it's still fairly demanding, and I'd agree with a lot of these drivers that now want to switch out. An hour going, you want to break, you want to go out and stretch, maybe have a bit of a snack, you know, get back up, and then you can come back in with a much sort of stronger mentality and be like, okay, I'm ready for round 2, let's drive a bit further. So yeah, like you said, it's an interesting split of people, some going on to the double stint, a lot more preferring the single stint start though, and honestly, I just think it's an interesting turnout. I thought we'd have seen a lot more double stints, but hey, I'm all for both strategies here, and it'll be interesting to see how they play out, because it now means we're going to have different sets of drivers facing off against each other throughout, so it's not just going to be us constantly watching the same people fight all the time, and that's something I'm really excited for, is to see how different drivers are going to start comparing up to each other.
Yeah, it is always good, but the battles on track, though, starting to heat up. Only 0.3 of a second between our leaders at the moment. De Kaiser really putting the pressure, it seems, on Matthias Egger, and meanwhile a bit further back, Davinza Hacker trying to keep up with Grant Willemot and find a way through. It does not look like the Bentley in second place has managed to find a way through, but all this is doing now with Matthias Egger and De Kaiser going head-to-head is going to allow Grantus Caracas to close in that gap. Remember, it was a 6-second gap, or seconds plus, sorry, between the 747 and the 70. That's now down to 4.6 seconds, and I would expect that to keep dropping as this stint goes on for the longer that De Kaiser is stuck behind.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is De Kaiser as well, that they've sort of varied in their lap times, especially with the gap as well to Egger, but I've seen that at 1.5 seconds, I've seen that at 0.4 of a second. It's really starting to vary for the 747, and part of that is just because the 126 has done such a good job of defending. Egger's clearly been managing to hold on where it counts, and that will slow down the 747 over time, and like you said, that will eventually bring Caracas in the 70 McLaren back into the fight. So we could be about to see a three-way fight for the lead of the race here. And okay, we're 15 minutes into the stint. We've probably seen a lot of these drivers for about 12 of those 15 minutes so far. And I'm now going to give you my verdict, Ryan. There's Wilmot there getting very unstable through the corner, but I'm going to give you my verdict, Ryan, on what I think is going to happen between Decatur and Egger. I think this fight will go down to the end of this second stint.
But the Kaiser closing in ever so much on every single braking zone at this point. Just been keeping an eye on the gaps here, and Grant Willamot at the moment just starting to pull a gap maybe to Vince Hacker, just around about a second now between the two of those cars, or trying to make it around about a second. Meanwhile, the Kaiser following on the back of Matthias Egger, just half a second or less than half a second now between the two of them as they go to start another lap of this race. Further down, by the way, Darren Mulholland, who's taken over in the 781, is just half a second behind Bullwinkle in the 89. So there's plenty going between those two at this point in time as well. And right now, as we look towards Grant Willamot and Tevenza Hacker, it looks like Grant Willamot may be just starting to put the foot down in that 18, maybe getting a bit more comfortable with it, and Tevenza Hacker just now starting to maybe think to himself that it's better than pushing too hard to keep up with this Bentley, to just get into a nice rhythm now and start building a gap to 404 behind, which finds itself just about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's just a case for Hacker here of just work with Willamot here. You might close the gap up, like you see now, the gap's getting a little bit closer, but for Hacker, I'd say just stay behind. As long as there's not too much time being held up, it's best not to fight the number 18 Bentley here, especially if it's going to be a case of you get through and then the Bentley's going to be closing in on you again. But like I said, it all depends on how much Willamot is going to hold up Hacker here, because Hacker very, very close to the rear of that Bentley. I mean, they're almost touching going through the chicane there. And that in itself, like, if Willamot's holding up Hacker so much, then they are going to want to get through. And that gap has gone down from a second at the beginning of this lap to just 0.4 of a second by the time we enter sector 3 here. So I don't know, Ryan, does Hacker maybe go for the move here just so that they don't get held up and will eventually fall back into Bart's hands?
I don't think they need to. I mean, look at the gap. The gap between Tevenza Hacker and Bart Matcher has gone up to 5.7 seconds. It's gone up 0.8 on this lap. And okay, Bart Matcher may have made a mistake, I think, that's probably contributed to that. But at the same time, I don't think Tevenza Hacker has to worry too much about Grant Willamot at the moment. I think if that gap starts coming down, then okay, we can start to worry about it a bit more. We can start to put the pressure on a bit. But right now, I think he's perfectly happy to sit behind Grant Willamot, maybe just have the Bentley tow him along if he can. But I think if that gap gets down to 4 seconds, between himself and Bart Matcher, I think that's the point where, Tevenza Hacker starts, touching the bumper a bit at Grant Willamot and saying, come on, you need to get a move on or I need to get past you.
Yeah. 100%, I agree with you there. This is now when you sit down and you really think of the strategical side of things, which is how much time am I losing here? Is it worth going for the overtake? So I 100% agree with you, Ryan. I think 4 seconds is the barrier I'd give it as well. If that gap between Hacker and Bart gets to 4 seconds, I'm expecting to see that BMW try and make a way through. But again, on this lap alone, Hacker's gained another sort of 0.8 across the lap on Bart. So I agree. Maybe they don't worry. Maybe they just sit here and follow Willamot, and that's probably the safest thing to do. Even though it's very clear that this BMW is a lot faster in some sections than the Bentley, and Hacker's getting really, really close. The gap between them and Willamot is only 0.2. They're still making a big distance on Bart, and at the end of the day, that's the race they should be worried about. Although Bart there just took a basically 1 second chunk out of that gap again. So very up and down between these two, but for now, Hacker's probably best just following.
Yeah, the gap doesn't seem to be coming down between him and the 404, which is what they'll be most focused on at this point, and they'll be hoping that the 404 just continue to drop back. At this point, they'll be hoping that the 349 can maybe find a bit more pace, and that the 781, getting right close to the back now. Tevenza Hacker carried so much more speed through the chicane compared to Grant Willamot, but there you go, you can see it there. Tevenza Hacker doesn't even move out to try and fill the mirrors of Grant Willamot, just stayed straight behind him, didn't try and put him off and threatened to try and make an overtake. I think that kind of says a lot about Felix Tevenza Hacker's mentality at the moment. He doesn't want to get past this Bentley unless he absolutely has to. You can see Bartmacher there just in the background coming along, and Winterhacker still just right on the back of the Bentley, but I don't think he wants to get this move done. I think he's perfectly happy to just sit behind Grant Willamot at the moment until things start going south in terms of Bartmacher catching up, but that just doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Bart's now 6.2 seconds back, even with how much as a hacker is probably losing a good 4/10 a lap at least, probably.
Yeah, absolutely, that sort of time. And yeah, like, I mean, you can see the distance just in terms of the cars on the track. I mean, Hacker and Willamot crossed the line as Bart was just coming out of the final chicane. So there's a lot of time to play with there still, and it's been hanging around that 6-second gap. So as long as, like we've said, as long as that gap doesn't start massively shrinking, I think Hacker does keep doing what they're doing and stay out of Willamot's way here. And it just goes to show it's a lot easier for Willamot there as well, because Hacker had the opportunity to push and overtake. They could have started looking towards a dive in the inside, but like you said, they didn't even threaten it. They just stayed firmly behind Willamot, as if to say with body language alone, you're okay, we're not going to challenge you, just keep driving and don't worry about us.
I think as well for Winterhacker, it's the sensible thing to do, not just because you don't need to, you're quicker than the car behind anyway. Grant Willamot is quicker than the car behind as well. You're not losing any ground, but at the same time, you're in the lead of Silver with the fastest lap in Silver, which is what you need to try and win the championship today. Assuming the 404 has, things go against them. So, they're where they need to be right now. They're not in danger. There's, Winterhacker maybe just being told by his teammates, or maybe thinking it himself as well. I'm happy here. I don't need to do anything. And as it stands, I'm just going to follow this Bentley along. And a race is always easier when you can drive it at 95 or 90% of your pace. It's always easier to lap around the circuit when you're holding back slightly, because you're less likely to make a mistake, because of course you're not pushing into those braking zones, you're trying to cut as much as you can through all of the corners, so there's less likely chance of you picking up a track cut. And at the same time, it just makes your stint easier, it makes your stint more comfortable. But Grant Willamot has got a bit slow there, and maybe Winterhacker starting to think, maybe I could make a move around the inside here, and he is going to have a look on the inside. Oh, but he's gone deep though. That means that Grant Willamot has to take to the Astro, and he has to go through, and Winterhacker has picked up a drive-through penalty for not extending track limits, for cutting the track. And that dive that didn't really work out on them has now doubled back and bitten back hard. The 404 will retake the lead in Silver.
They're going to be wishing they sat here listening to me and you, Ryan. We sat there and basically said on repeat, Hacker wants to stay behind Willamot. It's the right thing to do. Don't try and go for the overtake. Hacker eventually goes, okay, no, this is too slow for my liking. Looks for the overtake on Willamot, breaks too deep, misses the corner, and ends up serving a drive-through penalty, which basically, for them, is waving goodbye to that lead that they had. And it's not the end of the race. They've got 8 hours and 30 minutes to fix this. But now something that was very much balls in their court. They were in the safe zone. It's now them that have to turn their attention to fighting back up to the lead.
I've just seen De Kaiser massively late on the brakes into the second chicane on my other monitor, just to get through on Ethan Scott, one of the blue flagged cars, to try and get through and keep up with Matthias Egger. There's only a second between them at the moment. And my word, is De Kaiser pushing as hard as he can to keep up with Matthias Egger. Matthias Egger's come in that Nissan at the moment, and he is quick. He's not making it easy for the Bentley, the 747, to keep up with them at the moment. But in regards to Winterhacker, look at where that drive-through has dropped them, down to 13th overall. They are now 6th in class. It's going to be a lot of work for them to do to get back up to that lead.
It's a lot of work, and like I was saying, they had it all in their court. Even if Bart caught up, realistically, that wasn't the race they were looking for. They were just looking to be in that lead safely and hope that the 404 was the one to mess up really badly and put them at the back here. But now they've made it so they have to basically do one of the best comeback drives and get back up to the top of their field. And it's not going to be an easy task, especially not around Zolder. But something that's worth noting for those of you that have been watching the top three, where you can see now Decatur putting the pressure on the rear of Egger. They've closed the gap. It was 0.2 of a second, and Decatur looks to try and maybe make a move there. Not going to be successful as Egger plants himself in the middle of the track and defends. But those of you that have been following the fight in the top three, Caracas in the number 70 McLaren, 1.8 seconds off the top two. You can see there they're just trying to clear the traffic. That is Scott in the 444 Mercedes. But after that, I have no doubt that McLaren will be fighting for the top three as well. And hey, maybe that will help Egger to breathe a little bit as well, because it will relieve some of the pressure that Egger's been facing so far and just give them a bit of breathing time to extend that gap so they're not in the immediate danger zone. Because right now, Decatur has the opportunity to make a move into basically every single corner, and it's not going to surprise me if they continue to threaten this Nissan for as long as they can and try and force a mistake to happen.
Yeah, they are going to try and force a mistake to happen, so Caracas will be looking to close in as much as he can. He has cleared back traffic now, so the gap coming down, 1.8 seconds it is, but look at the Kaiser, just 0.2 of a second away, and putting so much pressure now on Matthias Egger. But Matthias Egger is a driver that he's been here plenty of times before. He knows this car very well now after having done the whole season in it. He'll know the strengths and weaknesses, and he'll know as well that there's a great chance for this car to take a win in the final round of the World Tour. And wouldn't it be special for Orion Racing, a team that came into the World Tour last year with so many high hopes in the Bentley? It didn't work out for them. They didn't pick up the results that they wanted. They came back in Season 2 of the World Tour and got a win in the Nissan. That'd be a fantastic story to tell. And well, like it could happen, but we've got 8.5 hours to go. So, with the lead of the race firmly under pressure now, and looks like a three-way battle here to go. This one is anyone's to play for. Could it be the number 70 of Grantes Caracas that walks away with their second win of the season? Could we have a new winner in the 747 or the 126? And what's going to happen all the way down here is silver, and there's contact between podium sitters. In the silver class, it's Shah and Mulholland have come together. The 349 goes sideways and into the wall. Mulholland has gone through in the Bentley. And VRM Racing not going to be happy with that one. They were struggling in pace in the first stint. They've swapped out their drivers and involved in the battle there as well. Mulholland tagging them, turning them into the wall. I rather think it's going to be a visit to the stewards for one of those teams to report an incident.
His spider sense was tingling there. They cut to that instant, and then it basically just happened right in front of them as Barra looks to try and climb back some of these places, maybe for the inside there, but didn't quite manage to get alongside. But either way, Stewie coming out, making us catch that incident there. Brilliant job from them. Always a broadcaster, Stewie is catching that for us. But right, going back to this ride, Barra still in the Audi in the 501, obviously struggled a lot in the first stint and lost a lot of positions, going from second all the way down to 12. Would you agree now that they look a lot more comfortable at Zolder here?
Well, the way they took that chicane makes me think that they look a lot more confident. My word, Pereira has had some difficulties with that chicane in the first stint, but looked very comfortable with two wheels off the ground there. And yeah, they do look a bit more comfortable, hounding down Bitomsky at the moment in the number 80. And sometimes if you have a poor stint, you know, you come into pit lane, you reset mentally, and it really does help you going forwards. And hopefully for Estefano Barrera, he's got that cleared out of his head now, and he can really get down, start to put in those fantastic lap times. Some of the lap times that got him up into P2 overall and the pole in silver, by the way. So, you know, he needs to rediscover that form that they had in qualifying, and well, looking pretty good at the moment. Grantes Caracas, by the way, fastest lap of the race belongs to this car now. And would you look at this, as he's got up to the back of the 747, the gap between second and first has increased 1.1 seconds now. between the top two as Caracas starts to put pressure on De Keyser ahead.
This is what I thought was coming, was the second that Caracas managed to caught up with the 70 McLaren, that was going to put a lot of pressure on the 747 and they would drop back just to prioritise defending for a bit. But you can see that despite the McLaren having the best brakes in the game of all the GT3 cars, still slightly overshot that chicane, and that has given the Bentley a little bit of breathing room. Now, as we go through the first corner, it looks a little bit unstable for the Bentley, but managing to keep it together enough, they're going to continue to keep this gap ahead. But Caracas, like you said, Ryan, has just picked up the fastest lap of the race, so it's definitely going to be an interesting fight from now on. And even though Egger's extended the gap a little bit, it's only 1 second. They're still in striking distance, so we're about to have a three-way attack for the lead here. And again, De Keyser managing to put a bit more gap on the McLaren behind and catching up with Egger in the process. It's about to get very exciting as Caracas takes all the curb there, and you can see from this almost driver perspective how much it bounces the McLaren around.
You can really see the cars, how they react to the curbs as they go through them, and this battle's so close now. De Keyser just trying to keep up with Matthias Egger. He's been given a bit of breathing room at the moment, and Caracas has all to play for here. They've caught up to the back of this, and they are really interested in getting involved. You can see how they've just dropped Ethan Scott behind. Martin Schumacher is a good 10.5 seconds back from these three, so he's not really in this contest at the moment. I don't think he's doing quick enough lap times at the moment to catch up to them, but keep an eye on that gap, because if this does get tasty, if these guys do start scrapping, that gap could come down rather quickly. We see how often drivers lose time when they're battling. Oh, De Keyser getting all out of shape out of the first corner, and it looks like Caracas is going to have a look on the inside. Doesn't quite have the room to get the move done. But my word, for NSN Racing, Amadeo De Keyser was very out of shape coming through the first corner. They've managed to hold on to it. Never say never on the back of the rear wing of this car. That's what they'll be thinking for the win this season, but my word, they're going to have to work for it now.
Yeah, De Keyser there looked all out of shape, and that is one of the riskiest places on Zolder. If you mess up that turn one, you'll start to really throw your car around, and the second your car starts to slide, it snaps oversteer, maybe even has a bit of understeer. That gives a huge advantage to the car behind you to catch up, and Caracas there almost made an opportunity of it. Looked for the inside, but just didn't have enough acceleration to fully push themselves through. But you can see now Caracas just isn't letting this gap get any bigger. They went, okay, the overtake's coming. We've got the gap down to 0.2 of a second. It's staying that way until we're through, and we're the ones chasing down Egger ahead.
A great view of the rear wing here, and that we have just looking back, and you can just see how close the McLaren gets through some of these corners, and like you said, keeping that gap under 0.3 of a second now is the Visceral Esports Acertech Sinsport team, and putting so much pressure on the Bentley. It's difficult as a driver when you've got someone hounding you down, they're this close to you for this extended period of time, and you know they're quicker than you as well. It is so difficult to defend, but there are some drivers that make, you know, defending an art form, and they master it, and De Keyser's done a good job at the moment of defending. But Caracas, he's not going to give this one up. He's going to be pushing this right towards the end. Isn't this fantastic to see these three drivers just giving their all at the moment? I think the Nissan of Matthias Egger, though, was just a bit slow coming out of the second chicane, because look at that. De Keyser's not just closed up to him, he's right on the back of him now. And Caracas just lost a bit, but I think he was a bit slow coming out of the chicane as well. But looking at how close these three are, one mistake from any of these two ahead sees Caracas in front of them.
I mean, they're all within a second of each other now. The gap between Egger and De Keyser is 0.39. The gap between De Keyser and Caracas is 0.44, so all very close. And honestly, the McLaren's got a huge advantage in these braking zones here, but it's not going to do enough if that Bentley continues the pressure on the Nissan, because even if they get the dream braking point and manage to get alongside, I mean, where are they going to go? There's always going to be a car basically planted in front of them at all times here, so Caracas just needs to play this right. Maybe lurk as close as possible as they can for a couple of laps and see if one of the cars ahead makes a mistake, which they can capitalize off. And you can see that Decaiser going really wide around turn 2 and 3 there. Not enough to give Crackers an opportunity to come through, but it's just going to show that Bentley, despite being ever so fast in both Stint 1 and Stint 2, is starting to look a little unstable across the last couple of laps.
Yeah, a little unstable as well, but how much of that comes down to the pressure that they're having applied on them at this stage as well? You have to remember that when you've got drivers racing in such close proximity to each other, lap after lap after lap, you know, it's easy to make mistakes. And you mentioning the hot weather. Oh, and there goes Decaiser. He's made a mistake. He's just gone over the curbs a bit too aggressively, and he's gone and he's lost out to Grantas Caracas. You'll just see on the replay, touches the anti-cut curb on the inside line, and that just sends Caracas through. Very, very happy with that one for the number 70. And that means now that Decaiser will have to try and catch up to these two behind, and Caracas is now going to be in prime position to challenge Matthias Egger. Meanwhile, whilst all that was going on, at the same time that Decaiser went off track, which kind of threw me off a bit, Darren Mulholland has picked up a drive-through penalty.
That's the second drive-through penalty we've had in this stint. It's the second in the race overall too, and I think this, like we were saying, it is where we were. This is where we were expecting the drive-throughs to come through, but Caracas now, they're closing the gap to. Oh, you're right, in essence, for an instant. But yeah, Egger, sorry. Trying to hold off Caracas here. They've managed to hold off Decaiser so far in this stint. It was about 38 minutes of fighting between those two, where the Nissan stayed on top. Well, now they've got to worry about the McLaren behind them. And if you look, Ryan, Decaiser went off track, but they're only 1.6 seconds off these two leaders. I don't think it'll be too long before they're back into this fight. But the McLaren's so close to the rear of the Nissan, almost touching as they broke into the chicane. They're going to come out of it now around the right-hand corner, and not going to have any opportunities yet, but the pressure is now on for Egger. They can't mess up, because the second they go a little bit wide, the second they pick up too much grass and get slowed down, Caracas will, that is not the correct word I'm going there, they will take the opportunity though, and they will be ready to strike and come through.
Yeah, so Matthias Egger substitutes one challenger for another for first place, and well, Decaiser will be lurking in the background trying to close up back to these ones, but just has to reset a bit mentally, try and get back in the game, get back in the groove, and see how it all works out. But meanwhile, up towards the front, Caracas just putting so much pressure now on the leader. And you have to say, Matthias Egger has done a fantastic job. Took over the car from Fulvio Barricini. They'd lost some time in the pit stops. Decaiser has been putting pressure on them all stint long, and now they've got Grantas Caracas putting that pressure on them as well, but they've done a fantastic job. And we're about 30 minutes away from being at the end of this stint. So if Matthias Egger can put up a defense like this for an entire stint, that is going to be absolutely incredible, and a fantastic job defending from him. But we've still got 30 minutes to go of this stint, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. And they do have some traffic just up ahead. I think that's the number 34 at the moment, the Riser Esports team, that have just found themselves in a situation to get lapped, I believe, for a second time. And the 818 is back in pit lane.
Why are they in pits, and why are they all the way down in 16th?
Not sure. The 718 clears its drive-through, so that's Darren Mulholland essentially serving his penalty, but Felix Davinza Hacker has brought that car back into pit lane, and that car is now 2 laps down. It looks like they're going to be 3 laps down when the leaders come by again, so I think, rather unfortunately, Tim, that there's a serious issue with that car. It might be a serious issue with one of the driver's equipment. That's always a possibility, but the longer that car sits in the pit lane, the more it seems like the 404 car has that championship now well and truly in the bag.
Yeah, and that's a shame, because the 818 did put up a really, really good fight there. But see, now the fight for the lead between the 3 drivers is back on. Decaiser, after their incident earlier, has managed to catch back up, and you can see them now just coming through the blue flag. They will be closing the gap, and you were talking about how amazing it would be if Egger could defend for this entire stint. They've got about 20 minutes left, probably 25 by the end of it, to keep up this defense as Caracas remains within that 3/10 gap. But that being said, Ryan, fine, they get this defense off across the stint. They've still got 8 hours left to defend between these two drivers for the rest of the race. And I tell you what, if Egger and the teammates can take this Nissan to a victory after defending for the entire 10 hours, that would be phenomenal to see. But either way, what I think the Nissan needs here is a bit of a break. And what I'm hoping for them is that they can start to make a bit of a gap happen here. But in order to do that, they need Kaiser and Caracas to start fighting again, because that was the only chance they've had so far in this stint to have a little bit of breathing room. Granted, it wasn't that much. It only brought them about a second, but still, that alone would really help the 1-2-6 right now.
Yeah, it definitely would, and Tyre Sega will just continue to defend. We'll have a look at what's going on a bit further down, though. As Hooley in the number 40 has the 349 just behind them at the moment. You can see Potomsky as well just in the background there. The 349, which was caught up in incident. Darren Holland, that's what the drive-through penalty was for. Remember when you saw the Bentley just take a small piece of the quarter panel out of that McLaren and it ended up in the wall. This car is still in pit lane, and I rather think the more I look at this, the more it looks like it's going to be garage doors down on that car sooner rather than later, and that is a massive shame in the final round of the championship for a car to retire this early on. And it sucks, doesn't it? It's final round of the season. Everyone wants to see out the final round of the season. It's a crowning accomplishment to finish the season, especially in what's been such a long and grueling season for a lot of these teams. But yeah, it does look like the 818 has shut the door on that garage. That car does not look like it will be coming back out onto the circuit, and that is a massive, massive shame. The second place in the Silver Championship, and that pretty much hands the win in the championship over to the 404 now.
Yeah, it's a shame they can't finish. Now, I think it's also the 404 a little bit upset by that as well, because although arguably, without being rude, arguably they had a fairly easy day today. They just needed to come anywhere but last. That being said, I'm sure they would have still loved the challenge, and I'm sure they would still love the fight up front with the number 818, and that they've now retired their car fully. Garage doors are shut, and that is the end of the race for the 818. So I agree. I think that it's a huge shame for them. But whatever went wrong, obviously, was probably out of their hands as well. So that in itself would have been a shame as well. Now we're going to continue to watch the fight for the lead of the whole race as a whole, really. And Caracas continues to try and put the pressure on Egger, although Egger's had a good last couple of laps, which has helped them to stay ahead of Caracas and not be in immediate danger of a move. And Decasa as well, after their incident earlier, has come back into the fight. They're all about 7/10 apart from each other right now, and I imagine this fight could go on until the end of the stint with all three of these cars maybe just opting to follow each other, because it's like I said earlier, Ryan. Okay, fine, this is for the race lead, and these are racing drivers. They're absolutely going to try and make the moves happen. But at the same time, got 8 hours left in this race. Let's not do anything too rash and throw away a lead, like we saw the 818 do. Not the 818. Who was it earlier that did a dive bomb move down the inside and overshot the corner? But either way, what I'm saying is Zolder. There's a lot of risks on this track here. Don't do anything ridiculous.
Was the 818.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, out of the race now. But no, I do see your point, and watching these on now, they have closed back up again, haven't they? Matthias Egger, Grantis Krakus, and Adeo De Kaiser have all come back together again. So De Kaiser, unfortunately, did lose out that second place, but got himself right back up to where he needs to be at the moment. So now it's kind of precious on Grantis Caracas, isn't it? Because he's going to have De Kaiser behind. He's going to be wanting to put a bit of pressure on him. He's going to try and put pressure on Matthias Egger, and he knows that as the driver in the middle, He's kind of the one in the worst situation right now. If you're in a three-way battle like this, Tim, you either want to be the leader, or you very much want to be the chaser right at the back, because you have the least to lose and the most to gain.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to be in Caracas' position right now. They're wedged between the two. One mistake will say basically goodbye to their chance of overtaking Edgar and will open up for the case to overtake them. But at the same time, they're trying to manage the car in front. They have to put enough pressure on them to keep them, you know, focused on those defensive moves, hoping that if they make it so you can come through. You've also got to worry about what's happening behind. So if you go for a move that's like a little bit risky, even if you barely go off the track and only lose a second, that's still potential for the car behind to overtake. So all the pressure right now is on the number 70 McLaren. Of course, the 126 and 747 will be feeling it as well. But like you said, they've got slightly easier jobs here. But Edgar has just done such a phenomenal performance on this defending, as Caracas got ever so close to the rear of the Nissan there. But Edgar, they've basically been defending from lap 1 onwards. They came out of the pits just ahead of the 747, and they are going to continue to be just ahead of the number 70 when they finally come in at the end of this stint. Of course, they've got 15 minutes left where a lot can change, but still, kudos to Edgar so far for keeping this the way it has. Again, that number 70 McLaren, so close to the rear of the 126. Caracas is really determined now to find a way through.
I think any closer, and our rear-end camera on the Nissan GTR might have had a new dent in it. And Francis Caracas absolutely pushing as much as he can to try and get past. And oh, he's going to have a look on the inside. Is this going to be the move from the McLaren as contact? And Francis Caracas has spun. And that is going to hand second place back to De Kaiser. We'll have a look here. He goes on the inside line. There's defensive from Matthias Egger. Matthias Egger tried to squeeze him right up against the inside. There was contact between the two of them. And now it's going to be Grantis Caracas that has to try and work his way all the way back up. And he's lost a lot more time than De Kaiser had before. I would not be too surprised if we see someone from Visceral Esports go down to race control at this point, Tim, and maybe have a word with the stewards to investigate that one. I'm not too sure if we could apportion blame. I mean, it was judged as a racing incident, the one that we saw on lap 1 between the 501 and the 126. But this one may be worth a bit more of an extra look between the two leaders.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously this is the second time now Egger's had an incident in that corner. Slightly different situation, of course, this time they were on the outside, but looking at that again, I can see it from both points of view. Egger probably shouldn't have tried to squeeze them that much. It was a very risky situation to squeeze them in. But at the same time, I don't know, I think the McLaren could have taken a lot tighter of a line there. Like there was still room for them to go a little bit tighter on the apex, and it would have saved them from spinning out. So I don't know. I think it was slightly less black and I think it's slightly more black and white.
I think the move from the Visceral Esports McLaren was a bit late. Like they did dive out late. I don't think Egger was expecting that McLaren to have a dive down the inside, which is what probably could have contributed to the incident. Is that Matthias Egger just tried to take his normal line, not expecting the 70 to have a dive down that late. I mean, it wasn't telegraphed until the move was basically in the process of being done.
And that's the thing, is like, if you think about it, Egger there has already made their line. At that point, Egger had already started to turn in before Caracas did the dive for the inside. So in order to fix that, Egger's actually got to straighten out the wheel and stop committing so much to the corner, which you don't want to do. So I'm not 100% sure who's at fault there. Is Shah ends up picking up way too much grass there. That throws the car and spits it right into the wall. That would have picked up quite a bit of damage as well for the 349 McLaren, so I would not be surprised if, actually, they've not pitted. Did that happen just after the pit lane though? It would have, so maybe here they're driving with a bit of damage, because that was quite a large thud that they just had with the wall there.
It was a rather large thud, and I think McLaren's got a bit of extra damage on it now. They probably did pick up some damage from the contact with 781 earlier on. And you can actually see that the bonnet on that car is not exactly flush anymore. There is a bit of a gap underneath it, so it's going to be something that they'll need to fix at the next stop within the next 19 minutes. And, well, within the next 19 minutes, De Kaiser will be coming back into the pit lane, and we'll have to see if they'll be carrying on for a double stint or if they'll be handing over. And there you can see in the background is the recovering Grantis Caracas now, who has Martin Schumacher not too far behind him. And, well, we could see this close up into a four-way battle at some point, because whilst they have been battling, that gap between themselves and Martin Schumacher has come down. It was 10.5 seconds between Caracas and Martin Schumacher back when all three of them were close together. Of course, now they've split apart a bit because of the incident, but Martin Schumacher, well, he would only be about 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds behind Caracas if he was still on the back of De Kaiser. So that gap has been coming down between them and the 411. So T3 Motorsport Black had some issues earlier on in the race, but it's starting to come good for them now.
Caracas has just had an incident which obviously put them quite far behind. Clearly now there's no time for playing though. Caracas in that lap alone has taken about a second out of the two guys ahead, and I think it's fair to say that in probably 3 or so laps time we're going to be back to what we had before, with Egger, De Kaiser and Caracas all fighting for P1, as again Caracas in the final sector takes another 3 tenths out of the Bentley and the Nissan ahead. And that just goes to show really the pace that the number 70 McLaren has had across this entire race so far, is even with an incident that put them quite far behind, like they had to really recover from that. They're on it straight away. They're back and they're already just shaving time off the cars ahead. So Caracas desperate to get back in the fight here, and like you said, Schumacher as well, closing in 2. I agree. I think we could have a 4-way fight for the lead here, and it's just getting harder and harder for Egger. One car gets, knocked out and sent back into the pack, and then the next one basically just sits back in and goes, all right, it's my turn to attack you now. I don't think Egger has had a single break in this entire stint. There has constantly been someone fighting to try and find a way through that Nissan.
Yeah, and I think De Kaiser and Caracas are probably getting rather fed up of seeing the back end of that Nissan GTR. They'll never want to look at it again after this race. And Matthias Egger making sure that that back end stays firmly in front of them as the stint continues onwards. We look a bit further back down after all the action that's happened up front. Bitomsky at the moment is just 0.6 of a second ahead of Barrera, who has been recovering and showing some much better pace in the second stint compared to their first one, and climbing themselves up into the order. They're in 3rd in class now, which is a very good result for them at the moment. Of course, they've had things go their way with the 818 fortunately having to retire from the race, the 781 penalty, the 349 of course got some damage. So things have been going their way, but things have to go your way in an endurance race. It can't all just depend on skill. You need lady luck to be on your side in some capacity, and whilst maybe it wasn't on their side in the first stint, it definitely seems to have been on their side in the second stint. But we're hoping that that continues onwards. Try and put a bit of pressure on the number 80 ahead now.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying, Barrera really struggled in that first stint. They didn't seem comfortable at all in the car. It looked like a lot of the corners were just not going the way they wanted them to, but now the 501 is a lot back on the pace. They've climbed up through the field, and now again they're already closing in on Bitomsky, so this could be another overtake about to happen soon. So Barrera in the 501 looking a lot better and on the podium in class, so a good recovery I'd say so far, as this is Shah coming into the pits now. We saw them earlier make contact with the wall. You can see from the bonnet that there was a bit of damage on that car. Not enough to make them pit much earlier, but they will pit with about 5 minutes to go before the usual marker for pitting. So again, it's another early pit stop, Ryan. I'm wondering if there is some sort of tactic that they're implementing here, or hey, maybe they needed a loo break as well, because that is the second time now we've seen someone pit about 5 minutes before the usual pit mark. And again, I'm going to ask the question to you this time, rather than have it dropped to me, is What do you think's best for the 747 to do here? Do the 747 go, okay, we had a much faster pit stop last time, let's try this again and just follow the Nissan into the pits? Or do they try and go for an undercut here and see if they can make something else happen on the track?
I mean, I think in this situation, I would probably want to try something different. Just, you know, look at the gap behind you, 3.5 seconds, right? You've got time to spare if it doesn't work out. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, look, you've been quicker over the last 2 hours than the car ahead anyway. You'll catch back up. But I think you've got to try something different. You've got to try and beat this car on the pit stops. And they did beat them on the pit stops in the first stint, 1.5 seconds, remember? And that did close in significantly. But I think at this point, if you're going to make that work again, you're going to want to try something different. Overcut or undercut. And, you know, that window is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And sometimes, you know, you don't want to do the undercut or the overcut because it can mess up with your pit strategy. But I think taking an extra lap or two at the end in your final stint can probably outweigh, you know, well, probably doesn't outweigh the benefit of getting ahead of a car that is slower than you, that you've been stuck behind for an hour at this point. I mean, let's not forget, Matthias Egger has made it hard to pass him. You know, we've seen De Kaiser try it for most of this stint. We saw Caracas have a go, and it didn't quite work out. Oh, and Matthias Egger slow over the chicane, and that's allowed De Kaiser to have a little go. There's a bump on the back of him. De Kaiser was not ready for it. Oh, and there's contact again between the two of them, and De Kaiser touches the back of Egger. Egger rejoins ahead, and there's definitely damage on the back end of that Nissan now. De Kaiser making sure that he joined behind to avoid picking up a penalty for overtaking with contact, but the Nissan of Matthias Egger was slow through that second chicane. But all this has done now is bunch them all back up again. 6/10 between the leader and De Kaiser, then it's half a second back to Caracas, and 1.7 seconds back. We've got a BMW looking to join the fight.
And this is just, we started with this fight, we started the stint with this fight, it looks like we're going to end the stint with this fight as well, and I agree. I think if De Kaiser wants something here, they probably should have pitted and tried to force something, some sort of strategy. Now, I was looking at the track map, I was wondering if there were any blue flags coming up, and it's only the number 500, and they're still a little bit away, so I'm not sure they're going to play too big a part in this, honestly, because I don't think they'll quite close that gap enough to make the 500 hold anyone up for a little bit. But you can see here Egger under pressure from De Kaiser. De Kaiser did have the opportunity to overtake there, but probably wasn't expecting Egger to make that mistake, so he couldn't capitalise off it quick enough, and it just meant that Egger managed to hold on that little bit. Granted, there was contact, De Kaiser gave it back, and now Caracas is back in this fight. So, well, if let's say this happens again in the same section, this time De Kaiser doesn't have the luxury of slowing down without punishment. If De Kaiser hits Egger again, Caracas will come through when they try and let Egger back on the track. So here there's going to be a lot of fighting. It's actually, yeah, look at Caracas looking for a move round the outside of the hairpin, neck and neck with the 747. De Kaiser looks like they've got a better exit, will be enough to hold on to the inside of the next part of the chicane. But then again, the 747 will have an advantage coming out here, but it doesn't matter because the McLaren has thrown themselves around the chicane a lot faster, and that is a Caracas overtake on De Kaiser. If I'm De Kaiser right now, I am pitting next lap, Ryan, and just trying something to get back into them.
Caracas with so much grip on the outside line compared to the Bentley, the McLaren making its way through, really showing the pace that he has right now. That's given Matthias Egger a bit of extra breathing room. And my word, this has all gone so fast. The first 2 hours, Tim, they really have jumped by in a flash. But unfortunately for me, that's going to be it for me for now. I will be back for the final 2 hours of this race alongside Jesse Lee. But for now, I leave you in the capable hands of Tim Peck and Les Stevens.
Well, we are 2 hours into the race now with 8 hours left to go. There is currently a four-way fight for the lead, and we are about to enter the next pit window. Egger leads the race. The 126 Nissan has been in the lead from lap 1 onwards. A couple of attempts were made by both the number 70 and the 747 car, but none of them have been successful yet. Les, welcome to Zolder. How are you feeling? And just a little bit of a heads up, this is going to be a very exciting one.
Well, yeah, I've joined at the great time, haven't I? What a great fight for P1. I mean, for a four-way battle for the lead is always great to see in any race. But here at Zolder, with it's so difficult to overtake and plenty of incidents, as you said, and yeah, it's great stuff, isn't it?
It's been absolutely phenomenal, and Zolder is one of those tracks where there's a lot of potential to make an error that can punish you a lot. If you go into a chicane wrong, if you hit a curb slightly funny, hey, if you run a little bit wide and end up picking up some dirt, you are going to get punished by the track itself. And also, when the gaps are this small, you're going to get punished by the other cars. We've seen it plenty of times where the car in second place made a move on the car in first, it's not gone well, and ended up victim to the car behind. As Caracas there, you saw, just went into the chicane and basically got spat back out again, managing to keep it out of the rear of Egger. But the McLaren, one of the cars that has definitely been struggling with the curbs here today.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Caracas was trying to become a part of the SpaceX team there with the launch he got off that curve, didn't he? But yeah, I mean, like you said, this track is one of those that can really eat you up. The smallest mistake and it will spit you out and turn you up and spit you out, doesn't it, into the gravel and lose so much time. But you know, like you said, follow closely enough and you're just waiting for that mistake to happen. And you know, with these guys here, the pros, doesn't often happen as much as maybe the car behind would like. But yeah, you've got to seize that opportunity and hope that they do make a mistake.
Yeah, these pros, they've been driving phenomenally, and that is one thing we've talked about a lot so far in this race is, you know, obviously that's the thing you do. You wait for mistakes to happen and you hope the car in front of you makes a slight error. It will give you a chance to capitalize. But like you said, they're pros, they don't do it a lot. But the other argument for that is, this is an endurance race. We had 10 hours to make overtakes happen. There's still 8 hours left to go. So for a lot of these cars right now, it's basically weighing up the threat or the reward. You know, do you go for the overtake? Is it worth dive bombing into a corner? Is it worth trying to do like a late maneuver when realistically it could actually spell more trouble than it's worth here? Because you've still got 8 hours left to hope that that pro does make a mistake, because they're pros, but they're still human at the end of the day. It takes a lot to keep these cars in control.
It led to believe they're human, of course, Tim. But yeah, no, they could always make a mistake, like you said. But it is those small chances that you have. You just got to stick with them. I mean, as we see, Caracas now right on the rear bumper of that Nissan, and yeah, I'm shocked to see one of these leading group now not to take the early pit stop.
Yeah, I think that's something we've been discussing as well, is the strategies around the pits and what to happen. I think, personally, I thought De Keyser would be the first to pit. De Keyser has now pit, as I'm saying that. But I thought De Keyser would have pit earlier after they made a slight mistake that put them behind the number 70. But you can see De Keyser's coming now. Schumacher just behind. So they're copying what the 747 tried to do on the 126 earlier. And with the pits here, anything can happen. One of these cars could come out slightly ahead, and it might be enough to pit them just in the pit lane. That being said as well, is now the 747 and the 411 have a huge advantage because they're going to come out whilst Edgar and Caracas try to get around the track as quickly as they can on very old tyres and fighting. So this could be enough for both the Bentley and the BMW here to get into first. As actually Caracas and the McLaren managed to get a much better exit than the Nissan, and that's going to be enough to overtake around the outside. We're going to watch this again from the beginning. You can see the McLaren looks towards the inside here, ducks back in. The Nissan makes a mistake, it takes way too much curb, and just with the better exit, the McLaren powers through once they're out of the chicane.
Yeah, certainly did. The Nissan really unsettled there on the exit of that chicane, and the McLaren with Caracas at the wheel was able to capitalise and get that lead just before they're going to pit. I mean, we talk about the pit stops. Yes, they get that chance now to maybe do the undercut with De Keyser and Schumacher pitting that a little bit earlier. But we've got to remember, you've got to build up tyre pressure. So it's a case of, you know, who can be the best on that pit exit and who can capitalise on taking that early pit stop or making the late pit stop. Yeah, that was a great overtake either way.
and it's going to do really well for Caracas here. Of course, they needed to get into fresh air if they wanted to stay ahead of both the who they were now. It was the Bentley and the McLaren, I believe. No, it wasn't the McLaren, it was the BMW. The Bentley and the BMW that pitted earlier. I think, realistically, Caracas, who's had a lot of pace so far, the entire number 70 team in that McLaren have had so much pace, and that's going to allow them to just basically stay ahead after the pit stop. Edgar, you can see, has already fallen about 1.3 seconds behind, so maybe struggling a bit now in the final stages of their first stint. Of course, though, that Nissan there has had a lot on their plate. To give you an idea of what's happened in the last hour, the Nissan came out 7 tenths ahead of the number 747, and they were trying to hold them off the entire time. It had been about an hour of fighting between those two before just now where you saw the McLaren fight their way through.
That's great to hear, isn't it? I mean, such a long race, endurance race like this, 10 hours, to hear of that going on with still 8 hours to go is great. It's great to hear, and it doesn't look like it's going to change much, does it? So even better to hear. But no, I mean, it definitely sounds like there's been a few little incidents as well. I hear with the Nissan as well, and I don't know if there's going to be any penalties due, but I see there's a drive-through just being completed. I think it's by the number 80. I don't know whether that was for track limits or maybe some speed in the pit lane, but yeah, either way though, it's been great so far, and it just looks like it's going to continue.
Yeah, there was a couple of instances earlier between the Nissan. I'm not sure if they're penalty worthy, but me and Ryan were having a discussion about it because it's very black and white in one of the situations. But of course, you've now got to wonder is when are these two going to pit up the front? Their closest rivals, the 747, the 411, they've already pitted, and Nyring and Radizi now trying to close the gap as much as possible so that hopefully they can bunny hop the 2 leaders in the pits. But realistically, these leaders, I think they've only got about a minute to do so, because although the driver stints are an hour and 5 minutes long, they're 65 minutes. I think the number 70 at least pitted a little earlier than that. So realistically now, they've got to pit soon, but no, never mind, we're watching different cars. But so I'm thinking now, they're coming out to the pits. It's got to be this lap. I don't think they can make it around one more time, and that means it's going to be a game of have the number 70 and 126 done enough to stay ahead of the 747 and the 411, or will Nyring now be the leader of the race after the pit stops?
And that's the big question, isn't it? And only one that we can wait and see, as we see now. 2 leaders coming in for the pits, Tim.
2 leaders are now coming in for the pits. We're going to find out exactly where they come out on top. Let's see where Nyring is on the circuit. They're coming into the first chicane now. They're closely followed as well by the 411. Radizi in that BMW kept the gap about a second wide, and again coming through the chicane, many 2 mess ups here. And that's the other thing that could basically spell the end of this strategy is, okay, fine, you come out on fresh tyres, but you need to make sure you nail the next 2 laps, and that can be difficult around Zolder, especially when you're fighting. But it wouldn't surprise me if Radizi here is almost hanging back because they're just hoping that both them and Nyring can bunny hop. Because let's say the 747 and the 411 fight here, they're throwing away their chances at bunny hopping the lead.
Yes, exactly. And with the pit stop here being, I think it's around about 65 seconds, somewhere close to that. It's you've really got to be on it, haven't you? And as we see now, the 747 coming onto the straight, and Caracas is now on the pit exit. So it looks like Caracas is going to keep the lead.
See now, Caracas is in the pit exit. Have they done enough to stay ahead? It's going to be tight. You can see now that is Nyring coming through, and Caracas is ahead out on track here. Here is Baradini in the Nissan. They had a 5-second longer pit stop than everybody else, and that means the Nissan that was originally leading this race only 10 minutes ago is now in 4th behind the 3 cars that were putting pressure on the previous driver.
Just goes to prove, doesn't it? Anything can happen. I mean, look how quick that's changed things. And I'm just wondering, maybe the Nissan took a bit of a hit there with us, maybe repairing some damage, taking the hit now while we've still got just under 8 hours to go. And take that sort of penalty, if you want to call it that, now, and get that damage repaired, and then make their way forward again.
Yeah, it's a huge gap though. You can see up front, Dimitrov in the number 70 now, 1.2 seconds ahead of Nyring, who's 1.3 seconds ahead of Radizi, and Barazini is 6 seconds behind. So Nissan's got a bit of a catching up job to do. It will be the first time in this race where they are not leading it. But like you said, if they've gone in, they've maybe fixed a bit of damage. You know, they'll be coming out now with a much fresher car and hoping to close that gap again as Campbell in the triple for Mercedes picked up a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure if that's for track limits or if it was granted by the stewards, but either way, a couple of drive-throughs have come through. I think this is the 4th one we've seen now, although it will be the 3rd for track limits because one of the ones earlier was for the live stewarding that we have on today. But that's something me and Ryan were talking about, Les, is track limits here, especially in those chicanes. If you cut too much of them off, which is what you're sort of aiming to do here, you will pick up a drive-through fairly easy. As Harley Chamberlain was that off the track. We're going to have a replay and find out what happened. Coming through the chicane, takes it a little too harshly, and you can see they just get spat out to the side of the track. Luckily, though, not making enough contact to cause severe damage onto the car.
Yeah, the rear end's really unsettled there as it entered into that chicane, and then obviously having to be safe for the return back onto track without causing any further incident, and hopefully get to carry on. But yeah, a bit unfortunate there. But yeah, it's either way, you know, it's great to see anyway. There's plenty of stuff going on, and I've actually forgotten what you were saying before that incident's really thrown me, Tim. Sorry.
Don't throw me into it because I've forgotten actually what just happened as well. Well, we're currently watching the leaders lap a couple of cars. Here is the Forza Italia Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a shame to see them down there, isn't it? Yeah, the Forza was my favourite livered cars. It's it really is a nice to see on the screen. But yeah, it's a shame to see them down so far down the list. But you know, still going around. Like I said, we've still got 7 3/4 hours to go. And yeah, he's good. As they now have the blue flags waved and they let them through. But yeah, the 747 now has got a bit of a catching up to do, and let's see how long it'll take them to get right up behind number 70 McLaren.
Well, we are going to ride on board with one of these leaders for a little bit as we take a quick break. But that means it's time for you to turn up the volume and just listen to the sound of the cars, the sounds of ACC, as we watch Martin Lawrence and how they managed to handle the track of Zolder. They are currently the leader for the silver class. Welcome back, everybody, to the 10 hours of Zolder. This is what happened to the 411 BMW, and why, well, you're about to see why they're in 4th place currently. I'm Tim Peck, joined currently by Les Stevenson on the commentary, and Stewie is broadcasting for us. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes into the race here today. Got about 5 hours and 45 minutes left to go. And let's just say it's been an action-packed race so far. I also got that wrong. We've got 7 hours and 45 minutes left to go. My math has been off today, for those of you that have been watching. Either way, though, we've got a four-way fight for the lead currently. There's a slight gap in the middle of them now, as you're going to see shortly once we cut back to the live feed. It's changed since we were last live here. Nuring is currently in the lead in the 747 Bentley. Dimitrov in the number 70 McLaren is now in 2nd place. Still just 1 second behind though. Barazini in the Nissan closed the gap slightly, the cars ahead, but the reason they're up into 3rd is because of what you saw on the screen just now, which was the 411 Radizi ended up getting spat out of the chicane and into the wall. And that was the fight that, 10 minutes ago, there was about a second between all of them. You can see now it's split up a lot more. Welcome back to the stream, Les. Looks like we might have a slightly calmer 3rd stint than the original 2 stints we've had, which so far has been constant fighting. But I think now everyone's settling into that endurance mentality.
It took long enough, didn't it, Tim? It took long enough. I mean, 2.5 hours nearly, and it finally looks like it's starting to settle. But they're still pushing. Let's not play it down too much. They're still pushing, and that's why people are just starting to make those little silly mistakes. And saw the BMW there, the 411 of Radizi going into the wall, and bit of a hefty whack, wasn't it? And the front end, we can see the damage on the front there of the BMW, and that's going to affect it quite a lot aerodynamically and definitely mechanically. So yeah, it's shaping out to be a great race. Like you said, we had that very close fighting to begin with for the first 2 hours, and now it's just eased off a little bit. But don't be fooled. They're still pushing, and they'll be pushing throughout the next 7 hours and 40 minutes.
Absolutely, and like we were saying, the number 70 is only a second off the 747. There's potential there for Dimitrov to try and get that 1st position back. Barazini's closing in on them. I have noticed that Radizi, I just want to watch them come across the line here and see the timing, but they are dropping off quite a lot. They are losing a lot of time to the Nissan ahead, and I'm wondering if maybe it's worth it for them to actually just pit and fix that damage, because they're losing easily a couple of seconds a lap here on the cars ahead, and it's not sustainable at this point. I don't know what's best. Obviously, you actually have quite a lot of racing, so I'm interested to know what you do here. But personally, I'd be thinking about pitting. Is it worth staying out on track for all this time if you're losing that much time per lap? Surely it's better to pit and fix, right?
Yeah, but then I suppose it also depends on in regards to the length of this race. You're going to have that overlap. You're going to have that time where there's going to be a shorter pit stop, maybe at the end of that 8 hours, and because it's 65 minutes stint times. It depends how people play their strategies. It depends. Has the 411 already done their sort of pit stop strategy, as we call it, and they've already played that card in regards to using up that short stint. But if they haven't, then maybe this is the time to do it. It's the only thing is, of course, is because it's quite a long pit stop in reference to the track. It's very quickly they could be looking at blue flags, and then that instantly holds you up even more. So it's a tricky one, obviously, but it depends on what their strategy is. But yeah, I'm with you. You're that much slower, then get the car sorted, and there's such a long race to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, originally it was Grady that had the +1 lap for the majority of this sort of first part of stint 3. Now it's Radizi who's had the +1 lap, and Grady's only 22 seconds behind. So it depends here how much they're going to get threatened by the cars behind. I guess Grady's the only one likely to overtake Radizi this stint, so maybe it is worth just sticking it out, honestly. But either way, it's getting detrimental. The longer they leave the decision, I think the almost too late it becomes to make the decision. So I'd say probably getting to this point, the 411 is not pitted yet. They've just got to stick with their decision to stay out. And even though it's going to cost them a lot of time in the long run, it's the one they picked, so it is the one they'll run with. Well, here's Banko Dimitrov in the number 70 McLaren, getting close to the rear of Noring and then falling back off again. So you can see a very variable pace from this McLaren here. And like you said, Les, with blue flags now coming into play, they're going to play a huge part in who can catch up with who, and also who can overtake who as well. Because honestly, right now, I think what this McLaren's counting on is the Bentley just getting held up in all the traffic.
Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? And yeah, it's as we can see some great graphics there of the last laps, best laps, and obviously the pit stops as well. But yeah, it's yeah, I think being held up, I'd agree. And it's I was quite surprised actually to see the 747 get past the 70. I think Dimitrov is just a little bit slower than Caracas, but it's just I didn't expect it to be so quick into the stint as well. But anyway, they're still keeping close. They're still, still within sort of 1.5 seconds. I mean, the gap is increasing ever so slightly, but yeah, I mean, either way though, you're still looking at the top three there easily within 4 seconds, and 2.5 hours gone. It is great to see, isn't it?
Barazini just took the fastest lap of the race in the 126 Nissan. They set a time of a 127.982. Someone's finally broken into the 127 time frame, and that's going to help that Nissan catch back up and get into the fight. And like you're saying, it's still those three front runners that are more or less putting out a lot of the show today. And I wouldn't be surprised if once we fix that damage, that 411 can get back on track with them, although now they're falling into 10 seconds behind, and that's definitely not going to help. They might have a bit of a comeback story later, but that's the late people's problem. About 4 hours time, I reckon we may see that BMW fighting at the top again, depending on how the rest of their race goes. But either way, Dimitrov 1.6 seconds behind Noring, so they're still slightly falling back. Barazini, on the other hand, just closing that gap and looking so comfortable in the Nissan so far. And that's the other thing I actually wanted to mention to you, Les, is the number 501 Audi that's currently in 9th place. They started in 2nd place overall. So they were on that front row at the beginning, and in that first stint just struggled so much, didn't look comfortable at all in the car, fell all the way down to 14th by the end of it. Now they've climbed back up to 9th, and Johnson is the new driver in the car after Barrera. But that's something that me and Brian were talking about a lot, was how the cars work at Zolder, because obviously it's one of those tracks which definitely has some cars that benefit a lot more, and the cars that have been struggling today are the McLaren, the Ferrari and the Audi, all the low-riding cars, whereas the Bentleys and the BMWs have such a huge advantage going through the chicane. And that's something that I was interested to get your opinion on, because I know that you race, and I've actually forgotten what car it is you race, but is your car one of those ones that's been struggling with the choice of track, and how has your team managed it in the first couple of hours of the 10 hours here?
Yeah, no, it's you're right, I do, and I'm currently in the BMW and enjoying our race so far. But yeah, I come out of my stint not feeling quite good, but you're quite right. The Audi, McLaren, and the Ferrari do struggle a little bit. I think it's probably due to being a mid-engine. That doesn't. I think probably with the weight, you'll talk about the BMW and the Bentley liking the curbs. Well, for both front-engine cars, so whether it's something to do with maybe the weight transfer, I don't know, but they do certainly seem to ride them a little bit better. Like you said, maybe a little bit higher off the ground as well, maybe helps, but a lot of it, driver skill, but there are some obviously tracks that, some cars that suit this track better than others, but we're getting all right. Well, at the start of our race, we're in split 2, and unfortunately, the start of our race, we had a little bit of an incident which put us all the way back to the back of the field, but slowly making our way back up and trying to stay incident free. That's the aim of the game, isn't it? And trying to make sure you just try and nail those pit stops every pit stop. And I've got a great team behind me, so they're looking after the car as we go at the moment. But no, we're doing all right.
I mean, that's the thing that me and you actually talk about quite a lot, because we've done a couple of these endurance streams together, and one thing we always end up talking about is the consistency is key in all of these races, because at the end of the day you can be the fastest person on the track, but unless you're consistently the fastest person on the track, it really doesn't matter. So again, 10-hour race, best thing to do, stay out of trouble, try not to pick up too many track cuts and drive-throughs, and just try and keep your pace as consistent as possible, and that is the best way to come out on top here. And that's been showcased quite a lot in this race. We've had 3 different leaders now at some point. We've had the 747, the 70, and the 126 there. And the 126, the Nissan, they've held the lead the most, and it's simply because they've just been consistently doing the same laps. They definitely weren't the fastest in the last 2 hours, but because they were just so consistent, they managed to keep that gap just wide enough that they weren't constantly under pressure, and also their defending has been flawless as well. So at the end of the day, that is what is key here, is just making sure you are as consistent as possible in these long endurance races.
Exactly, and like you quite rightly said, you know, with that Nissan being so consistent, that's how they've managed to stay up there. And you know, great drive either way. You know, it's yeah, they've been able to fend off some attacks, and unfortunately not with others. But you know, that's racing, and like you said, you know, slow and steady wins a race. I think someone once said, didn't they? But maybe not that slow, but you know, no, like you said, as long as they're consistent, you know, that's what endurance race is all about, isn't it? It's about having that team flowing, you know, consistency, and if you can get every stint nailed on to be the same lap times all the way through, then you're more than likely going to win the race, if not be very, very close to it.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's all just about making sure you keep those laps at the right pace, not super slow, but slow and steady wins the race. I like that as a phrase, because it's something we've seen quite a lot in a lot of these races so far. Is it's not necessarily the fastest team that comes out on top. Of course, the RCI have been on top for the majority of the season, but they are in themselves very consistent. They're fast and they're consistent, and that's exactly what everyone needs to be right now. But so, in terms of the rest of the results across some of the cars maybe fighting for the 2nd place and 3rd place, it's been fairly varied across the season. It's because at the end of the day, a lot of it is just down to what happens in the race. And Brian was saying earlier that as skilled as all these drivers are, they're all really skilled drivers. Luck does play a huge part in what happens at the end of the day. Well, Barazini has just picked up a drive-through penalty, which unfortunately for them means they're not going to be in contention for the lead much longer. They will have to serve that, and it's going to probably slot them down, I imagine, behind Grady. At this point, I think they'll still be ahead of Lawrence though, but either way, Barazini and the Nissan, we did sort of see this one coming. They've cut the track quite a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised here if this was a track cut drive-through. Although again, this might be a fallout from what happened earlier with the contact they had in the corners. I'm just going to go and confirm this, Les.
Yeah, I mean, commentator's curse, wasn't it? You know, saying how consistent they were, and then unfortunately, the only thing they've been consistent in there is track cuts. But yeah, to get a drive-through is really unfortunate, and just got to swallow that pill and just get on with it and serve the penalty. But yeah, probably we're going to bring them out, I would have thought, somewhere around about sort of P7, maybe P8. But oh no, sorry, I tell a lie. No, probably about more like 5th or 6th. But yeah, it's a hefty penalty either way.
Yeah, and all penalties play a huge part. Of course, that's, you know, consistency, aim of the game. Don't get any penalties. Try and keep out of the penalties as much as possible, because I know one race in particular that was really bad for this was Barcelona, where down in split 4, it was basically decided on how many drive-through penalties everybody got. And I know it's sort of similar in the other splits as well, which is basically just make sure you don't pick up a drive-through. And Barcelona, again, it's on this track, so it's very easy to pick up a drive-through penalty. But either way, that's what really separates professional drivers from everyone else, is how consistent can you be whilst just making sure you're constant on the track. And Zolder, like I said earlier, is one of those tracks that really tests the limits of the driver, because it's difficult just to do anyway, but also it's really easy to pick up those track cuts. So you really do have to focus on making sure that you don't pick up those penalties. And as Barazini's going to find out, that is really going to affect their race.
Yeah, it will, and it's more, you know, like you said, you know, the focus. I mean, it's such a technical track. You know, there's a lot to think about every lap. There's not much of a break down any of the sections of the track. I mean, there's one straight I can think of down the back straight there towards the first chicane, where maybe you get a little bit of a sip of a drink and a bit of a take a breath. But other than that, it's it's pretty full on this track, isn't it? And it's not everyone's favourite. It's not everyone, not every driver's favourite, but it is a good track for that sort of thing. But it, like you said, track limits is so easily done, and Barazini now is going to be, pretty darn annoyed with himself, and it's not so much what he's done for himself, but also obviously it affects the whole team, doesn't it? And yeah, he's probably feeling a little bit annoyed. And as we see an incident now between the 444, is that the 504? Couldn't quite see, but yeah, that was through the last chicane there.
Contact made between the 444 and I think you're right. I think that was the 504 car there as they came together in the final chicane. That's not going to be great for either driver, although it looks like they both managed to stay out of trouble afterwards. It was a fairly quick recovery from what it could have been, but you can see Campbell now, they're just trying to get through Atta. They closed down on the BMW and now they're hoping to fight back through. Again, 444 Mercedes has been one of the cars that struggled a lot today, and that in itself was a little surprising for me. I thought the Mercedes here would be a little bit more comfortable than some of the other cars, but it struggled a little bit with the track here at Zolder. And going back to what you were saying about Zolder not being everyone's favourite track and also just one that's quite hard to deal with, I was mentioning this on the stream earlier. I got basically told I was doing Zolder at the beginning of this week. I didn't have a chance to practice, and I've never actually driven Zolder myself before. I've watched people do it a couple of times when I've been commentating. I've never driven it before, and I got in the car today. I did like a couple of hours practice test, and I was like, okay, I can deal with this to a certain extent, and it felt like a really fun track, but it struck me as easy to learn, hard to master. It's one of those things where like you can get the base premise of Zolder down, but realistically, you just have to be super daring in a lot of these chicanes and a lot of the corners as well in order to get the real speed out of the track.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head there. But yeah, an easy track to learn, but like you said, hard one to master. As we're going to see, yes, more contact there between the 444 and the 504. It looks like they're gonna let them have the position back, and and I think that's probably a wise decision as we got a number 89 now trying to get past. Blue flag's being waved, and but yeah, it looked like it was a bit. Hopefully, we can get a replay, but it did look like they just tapped the rear left-hand side of the 504, which made them go a bit slidey wide, should we say? And but yeah, but for you to get such short notice, Tim, and not to have ever driven this track, I mean, that's pretty good going, mate. And I don't know if I'd like to be in your shoes on that one.
It was a little stressful, I will not lie, but like I said, I hopped on the track and I was like, might as well try it, and it was a very, very fun track to do. So honestly, I'm not too mad. I think if it was a track I struggled with, I'd have probably been a bit like, oh no, don't really want to do that. But no, Zolder has been a fun one to learn here. 501, currently on the screen right now, I mean, this is the comeback story of the day so far. Up into second place in class, started in pole in class, second place overall, fell all the way down to the rear of the pack, was in 14th, and now climbing back up into 9th. And Johnson looking so comfortable in this Audi from the beginning, but you can see here, basically, they've got a BMW in front of you, they've got a BMW behind, and you can just see how the cars take the corners differently. I mean, we'll watch a couple of different cars across the course of this, and the BMWs and the Bentleys, they just fly through the corner quicker than anything, especially in those chicanes. They just eat the curb, but it looks like it's barely affecting them, whereas the Audi, I think every time we've watched this 501 go through the chicane, it's been very squirrely on the exit, let's say, and that's something that hands itself to a lot of these drivers. Is the skill that a lot of these drivers have displayed today is really good, because that's the one thing I struggled with, and it's one thing a lot of people struggle with as well when you come into the track for the first time.
Right, Tim. Like, as we watch the 444, the 504 to 504 stills keeps in front, and I mean, it is a difficult track to overtake on this. And sorry to interrupt him, but at places like that, you've either got to be full on, you're going to go for that position, or you've got to back out early and just try and minimise the amount of time you lose to the back of that car. But yeah, very close. Good hard racing really. But yeah, sorry, carry on, Tim. Sorry.
No, it's fine. That was an amazing overtake. It was until you said that I was like, oh wait, hang on a second, that's not full position, because I thought that was just a blue flag. But yeah, either way, it shows a lot of the skill of the drivers of just like, you got to know the limits of your car, because realistically, at the end of the day, it's hard to hit those curbs and get them right, and it's very risky to be thrown out. But the 501 now, you can see on the tail of the 89 BMW ahead, and again, this is what I'm saying there. It's the comeback story of today. Johnson now looking to try and get through Munir ahead, and it's like a breath of life back in to the Audi all of a sudden.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because the 89 and the 501, they're in different class, so really they're not really racing each other. And but you know, there's a bit of pride probably within the 89 not to get taken by the 501, but at the same time, 501 wants to catch the 404 of Martin Lawrence. So it's a case of I think it would be wise for the 89 probably just to let the 501 pass. But yeah, it is like you said, a great comeback story. But to be starting on P2 anyway, you kind of would have hoped they would have been able to make the way back up to pretty much where they were anyway, because obviously the speed they had. But you see, the 444 letting the 83 there. But yeah, no, it's great to see them back up there fighting with such a poor start. But yeah, back up there, and like you said, in P2. Like I said, I think it would be probably wise to the 89 if they get close enough now for them to let them pass and carry on with their own race.
And we have already seen trouble between classes here. Can't remember exactly who it was, but I think it was the BMW that's actually retired from the race now. They went for a move earlier on a car in the pro split as they were trying to fight back through. Ended up overshooting the chicane, and they then fell back a couple of positions. It goes to show, like, at the end of the day, you're not fighting directly for a position, but pride does come into it, and you do want to overtake them as much as possible. But you don't want to be having it affect your race. So the thing is here is, what does Munir do? Obviously, Johnson, they're gonna hope is not fasten them, but realistically probably is with how quick Johnson's closed in. But then they don't want to be slowing down too much, because Munir probably wants to do their own comeback story and catch up with Hooley ahead. So it's when's the best time to let them through? And I think Johnson just needs to be a little bit closer before it's safe to do so. But either way, I agree with you. I think the strategy here for the number 89 might be to consider letting them through just to stay out of trouble. Because if they come together and it's a cross-class penalty, you're going to feel really, really bad, because it's like, this wasn't this wasn't an accident I should have been involved in. Like, this wasn't my race to have, and it does compromise you later on. So yeah, I agree. I think realistically here, the BMW, once that Audi gets a bit closer, might want to consider just trying to let them through subtly.
Yeah, although Audi, like you said, is really struggling on that chicane, aren't they? And especially on the exit, they seem to bounce quite a lot on the rear end, which obviously traction then suffers. But yeah, if they get close enough to the back of that 89, then I think it's time to say, come on, your turn, and see if we can get some good. You know, at the end of the day, also, if the 501's that little bit quicker, then the 89 can be dragged along, literally dragged along by the 501, and maybe they can get closer to Hooley and maybe fight for position.
It's all about working together, and it's another thing as well that we were talking about. Even with people in your own class, let's say you catch up to someone in your class and you're fighting them for position, you don't actually have to overtake them straight away. I mean, obviously, as a racer, your mentality is, I need to attack them as soon as possible. But with 7 hours left in the race, you can be a little bit more lenient on it. Is that Barazini there going for an overtake on Radizi? I think it was, but I'm wondering if Radizi maybe let them back through. But oh yeah, of course, Radizi's got damage that they've been driving on. I was wondering, I was like, hang on a second, why are these two fighting again? It's because Barazini took the drive through and now Radizi's got the damage. So Radizi there, not fighting too hard to keep Barazini behind. It's going to help Barazini to catch up. But if you look, there's Brady's all the way back down in 5th again. And I mean, Barazini's a lap down on the two ahead. So that drive through has really affected the Nissan's race.
Yeah, it's a lot more than probably people would have thought, and including themselves. But you know, all the meantime, we've been worried about, you know, or thinking about the 501 getting past the 89. There is us not even realising that the P10, the number 80 car, there is right up behind them as well. So it's actually, you know, we're looking at a three-way fight here for P8, and that's why I think maybe the 89's not too interested, maybe letting the 501 pass. But I think Stefan's really got to start looking at maybe trying to push for position now, and because that's for potentially number 80 getting P2 in class there.
Yeah, and that's the thing here is Manir and the number 89, that they don't really want to get too involved if there's about to be a fight ahead of them, because the thing is, if they let through the 501, great. If then they have to let through number 80 as well, they're going to start fighting for position, and then 89 is just going to be stuck behind both of them, whereas what they're doing right now is they're keeping both the cars behind, and that's their problem to fight it out, though, although they made a mistake on the exit of the chicane there, and that's going to help the 501 to overtake. We're going to have a replay exactly what happened, and again, Taylor's Zolder's time, they just took a little bit too much of that high curb. The car gets thrown off, has a bad exit, and the 501 just soars right around the outside, and that gives Johnson a bit of breathing room, because now there's a nice car in a different split buffer to Offerman in behind.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised now to see the 501 sort of clear off into, right out in front now and really sort of stretch their legs. But it did seem like they were being held up quite a lot there by the 89. But and another one, with Manir there taking that chicane the way they did, is that another track cut warning? Potentially that could lead to a drive-through. But they really did, fortunately, mess that chicane up and lost a hell of a lot of time coming out of it and a position.
Yeah, I think that's been the classic story of today. Like you said, it's one of those Zolder things. It's going to happen, and they do need to sort of think about, is that going to track cut that they potentially got there going to affect them later on? Although it looks like here, Manir under pressure from Offerman. Offerman goes to the inside, is going to overtake, and Manir not putting up too much of a fight makes me think that they're just going to let Offerman through and they can fight now with Johnson ahead, and that means that Offerman, who's just 5 tenths behind Johnson, going to look to try and take P2 in class. I mean, this is the fight that you pointed out just now that was brewing between these two, and now we really get to see how the Audi is going to perform on the defense, because that BMW has a lot of advantages on this track. It can take the curbs a lot better, and it's going to have a huge advantage once it gets into the straight line of acceleration. So Offerman here. Oh no! Is that the 501 in the wall?
It certainly looked like it, Tim. It really did. Let's watch the replay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that really is unfortunate. It looked like the Audi was a little bit slow on the exit there, and BMW was able to catch. And I don't know if the Audi really thought that the BMW was that close, and unfortunately they came to touches, and the Audi ended up in the wall. So I'm just wondering how much damage would they have got from that. And shame to see, but that's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's racing. We can see now the damage. Oh, that looks pretty bad. You see the bonnet's popped up. There's a lot of scratches over the car as well, but they've opted into staying out of the pit lane. So they clearly don't think it's bad enough to lose them too much time, or they're just going to test to see how much time it is losing. The other thing I've just noticed is they're coming towards the hour, so if they can hold out like this for 10 minutes, they're in the pit window anyway.
Oh, there's no doubt they can hold out. It's just a case of, like you said, how much time are they losing, and this is where teamwork comes in, isn't it? The team can really sort of come close together and make that decision and go from there. But like you said, pit window is going to be opening soon, as we see the BMW in the background there flying off into the pits to make their pit stop. But yeah, no, it's getting close, isn't it? So maybe you just wait it out and make the pit stop when it's due.
I think what you've just said about teammates might be what's happening here with Radizi. I think teammates have calculated when the earliest they can pit is to fix that damage, and they're opting into doing it now about 13 minutes before the usual pit window, probably about 20 minutes before the pit window at this point in the game as well. But Radizi's going to come in and fix the damage. We know that 411 had a lot of damage because they were losing about 2 seconds a lap on all the other cars, and just before they went to the pits, you actually saw Grady overtaking them too. But they're now going to go and fix their damage. They'll come out with a fresh car, can put out the pace they were doing earlier, and now it's a game of catch-up for them. But I think what you were saying about teammates came into play there. I'm willing to bet you Radizi's team sat down and were like, okay, here's the earliest we can pit. We will bring you in as soon as we can.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly, like you said, that's exactly what's happened. And it's time to reset and eyes down and let's get going and see what, how much time we're going to lose. And as we see now, 501 or Stephen Johnson comes in to make the pit for that damage. And like you said, I think it was probably wise. The amount of damage they would have got from that contact would have been substantial. So I think it's wise, minimise the amount of laps you're out there with the damage and make up time that way.
Yeah, the damage looked fairly bad. Of course, I think what they did is what we were saying they might do, which is do one lap, have the teammates work out what's worth it here, and if you're losing too much time, just pit the car. So that's the thing, it's all a test really. How much time am I losing, and how much time am I going to lose if I pit now? And I think it was probably refreshing for the teammates as well to see the 411 pit and think, okay, well, if they're pitting now with their damage, that means we're likely to be able to pit now too. So you can see the 411 though, pitting really early with the damage fixing as well. They're out in 12th, and that's going to be a bit of a recovery for them. I didn't take into account that damage is also going to add time to the fixing here, and they've now got a very tall order to get back into the race because the 411 is now last in class.
That is quite incredible. I wasn't expecting them to be that far down, but it just goes to prove how close this field is as well. Let's not forget that. And you know, to 501 also, you know, where they're in the pits with the damage down at P13. So you know, this goes to prove how costly it can be with having that contact. And sometimes, I'm not saying always, but sometimes penalty from the stewards doesn't always fit the crime, and you know, they could still gain that position from them. But you know. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's all the stewards can give. That's all they can. And yeah, either way, I wouldn't want their job.
Yeah, the stewards doing a brilliant job of making all the hard decisions for us while we talk about what we think they should do, having just watched it on the stream. But either way, I think, yeah, you're right. 411 here, probably going to be feeling a little bit rough after that, being spat back out in last place, of course. That brings me back to my point of Mania earlier, who, despite the fact that they were previously last place in class, of course, they don't want to get too involved in a fight because, as I said, there's potential for them to get back up into the pack, and now they are not last place in class, so they have potential to hold up Schumacher here and just put them back into the race. So it's really just a case now of what happens next. 10 minutes until pit stops. We're not really going to know the exact order as well, because I reckon after pit stops happen, the 411 should be back up into the mid-pack again, probably around that 7th, 8th place. I've also noticed as well, they took the chance to change the driver too, so Schumacher is now in the car, and I think that was the right call. Because sometimes you have people say, okay, do we keep the guy out for an extra stint, or do we like put in our next person a little bit early? I usually opt in saying just put the next person early if they're available, because it doesn't throw it out of whack quite as much, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get you. I think maybe we're a little bit further away from pit stops than 10 minutes, actually. I think we've been thrown a little bit by some of the drive-throughs and the damage pit stops. And I'm wondering now, thinking about it, whether the 411 might have pitted a little bit early to take that advantage of maybe covering off that shorter pit stop towards the end of the race that would have normally have happened, maybe, and maybe taking it that way. The team calculated it all out that maybe that's the way forward. But I'm a little bit thrown myself. But I think pit stops are going to be a little bit longer than that, maybe 20 minutes. But yeah, it's like you said. I think that's probably the better way to do it. And let's see how well they can recover. And that's what it's all going to be about. It's character, isn't it? Character building, as they say. Some times here with the pit stops, but yeah, I think we're a little bit away.
Yeah, no. What I meant was it's 10 minutes to the ideal pit area, whereas realistically a lot of these cars won't be pitting for probably another 20 minutes yet, because of course driver stint time being an hour and 5 minutes, you want to push that as much as you can. Now, like you were saying, the 411 now is out of sync, and whilst a lot of cars are probably going to pit with most likely 40 to 35 minutes to go, depending on how much time they've saved across the race, they'll have one really fast stint at the end, whereas the 411 no longer has that luxury. They're probably doing the best part of an hour stint, maybe 55 minutes if they can really save from now in that final stint. So that's going to affect them a little bit as well. They'll have to go a bit longer on the same set of tyres, which will wear them down. They'll have a bit heavier fuel. They're minor differences, but they're things that the 411 may notice a lot later on.
Yes, and as we see now, the 501 now right on the back of 504 of Atta, really trying to make some positions back after that unfortunate incident. The judging of that bonnet, I'm wondering if it's the windscreen wiper moving or is that the bonnet moving? But wondering if they did actually do the damage, but I'm sure they did. Just a little bit of a graphical immersion, but anyway, illusion, shall I say? But yeah, it's going to be a tight battle now. And this is the problem, though. Recovering in a race on a track like this is difficult. It is difficult, and because it is such a difficult track to overtake on at times, you've really got to pick your moment. You've got to be fully committed. As, we see the 5-1 backing out there. I think it's probably wise. But yeah, it's good to see anyway, and this is the fight back that we're going to see.
I was just looking at the bonnet after you mentioned it, and it does look like it's wobbling up and down, but they must have fixed it, because there's no way they pit that early if they weren't fixing the damage. So I think, like you said, it's probably just a graphical glitch, although it did look like it's wiggling a bit. Well, now they're right behind Atta, the 504 BMW, and you can see they just want to start pushing back towards the front yet again. The amount of times I've watched this 501 Audi pull to the back of the pack in this race and then just start trying to power through the cars in front. I think they've probably done more overtakes in Zolder here today than we're going to see in this entire race, honestly, because they've got to be the car that's done the most overtaking. Maybe outside of number 70 McLaren, which has just powered through the pack at the beginning. They've done a phenomenal job of this comeback, and again, it's going to come down to how quickly can they get through this BMW, though. Clearly they've got the pace to get through, but at the same time, the BMW just has that much better advantage coming out the corners, and it's going to make it hard for the Audi to overtake.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, as we see now, this is the leaders. Oh no, it's no, it's like this is the Haviland now, right on the back of the 89, and of Minea. So another position that maybe Minea is going to have to yield to. I don't think they're going to do it easily though, and yeah, again, it's inter classes fighting for position here is, like you say, can be so tricky at times, and there's the leader coming through. Wow, he's come through already.
Yeah, the blue flags are getting lapped now as well. It's been happening for the past sort of hour, and I think because the cars are now spreading out across the track too, probably going to be watching quite a lot of lapping. Offman in the number 80 BMW picked up a penalty, 5 seconds for the incident that we saw earlier on. They're going to have to serve that in their next pit stop as well. De Havilland there took a lot of curve. That's why I love watching from the front of the McLaren, and even inside the McLaren. So, like, the car just gets thrown around so much. The reality is that probably wasn't too bad to happen. Like, it didn't look like they lost any time on the exit there. But the entire front of the car lurched upwards.
Yeah, it certainly looked spectacular enough. But you know, even the Audi just then going over, it just looks like it's pretty much fully airborne, and you know, you're just wondering how it's going to land and are they going to be able to control it. But no, it is a great view, I must say, and it was great timing by Stewie there, a great broadcaster to catch it. But yeah, no, it's looking good. But as we look now at the 501 again on the back of the of Atta there on the 504 BMW with the great colour scheme. I do like that colour scheme with the Ukrainian flag on the top. And yeah, and it's just picking that moment, isn't it? Trying to pick that moment and see if that 504 can make a mistake.
And that's the thing we're talking about, is that Zolder, it punishes you when you make a mistake, and that's what a lot of these drivers are waiting for. Now the only problem is these 16 here, they're the best of the rest right now, so the chances of them making a mistake significantly lower than normal. That being said, you know, it can still happen, and we're going to watch the 501 continue to chase them down, but it's so tough. You've got cars like the Bentley, I think, overtakes are possible here. Same with the BMW, and you can see now the Audi, they're trying to make it happen. The BMW is just holding firm in the middle of the track, though, and the Audi trying to get alongside here, a little bit too far back before the chicane. It's not going to allow them to go for the move, which they're just sort of hinting at. They duck to the inside there and just sort of hinted that maybe they'd go for it, but they're too far back. And now, look, from watching the rear perspective of the BMW, the Audi is disappearing because it just can't keep up through the chicanes.
Yeah, it just doesn't ride it as well, does it? And could be a little bit of maybe taking the line slightly differently, but certainly doesn't look like the Audi likes it that much. I mean, my experience from the Audi, it seems to like the curbs, to be honest. Well, certainly the ones I've driven over anyway, but yeah, it still looks like that bonnet's flapping. But, you know, it definitely looks like that bonnet's flapping to me. But it could just be what I'm seeing. But yeah, look how much he closes on the braking zones and the acceleration zones. The Audi's definitely got the legs over the BMW, definitely, and that's been one of the good things about this Audi actually, and the Evo 2. It's definitely proven that it likes the straights, doesn't it?
We finally have an answer to the BMW in the straights, and it is the Audi. But they're going for a move around the outside now of the 504. 504 holds the inside, is going to push the 501 as far out as possible, which means they'll have to tuck back behind. And it's not going to be a huge opportunity for the 501 now. They're just going to try and follow through and keep it as close as possible. If they can get a better exit here out of the final part of this right-hander, then they'll have a good run down to the next chicane, which I have a slight advantage of in the braking zone, but they need to get the move done before they enter the chicane. Otherwise, that BMW will pull away. A lot of weaving on the straight there as Rivadeneira looks for a move on Atta, but Atta holds firm, and Rivadeneira will be stuck behind for now. But either way, that Audi, desperate to come through. You could just see, Les, they're ducking back and forth across the track. They're desperately trying to find a way through this BMW now.
They definitely are, and I think it's only a matter of time. But they've got to be patient. They've got to be patient, and there's still 7 hours to go, and still 7 hours to go, and yeah, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's just about picking that right moment and making sure that they don't cause themselves any more contact or any incident at all on the way through. But you know, Atta's driving a great race so far, and being able to keep the door closed, should we say, and very cleverly positioning that BMW to try and prevent the Audi from getting past, and and well done to them.
Your commentator's curse almost affected the 501 there. You said they've just got to be patient as they went a bit wide on the corner. Now, it wasn't overly dramatic. They just slotted back onto the track, but I do know that corner there, if you get both wheels onto the grass and just sort of turn the wheel a little too much, it will spit you back into the wall. So the Audi there managed to just hold it together, kept it calm, put it back on the track safely, and they'll continue now to chase down Atta ahead. But yeah, it's like you said, the Audi's been all over the rear of this BMW. It wouldn't surprise me if they tried to make the move happen soon, but again, it's all about when do we pit here, really. There's been a couple of cars that have been pitting really early so far. I don't know if these two are any of them, although, I mean, obviously the Audi's not going to pit because they've pitted already, so it's just waiting for this 504 to pit now, and ideally they want to clear it before that, because, like you saying earlier, it's still about 10 minutes until a lot of these cars are expected to pit, and I don't think the Audi wants to be stuck behind them for another 10 minutes.
Oh, well, that's very close on the entrance to pit lane. I did wonder if the 80 was going to go into the back of de Havilland there, coming into the pits. That was very close, and also very close on the speed line as well. And I hope neither of them get a ticket here.
Watching a replay just to see how close they get, and they are very, very close to each other here. Oh, wow. Actually, who was that? The McLaren de Havilland there touched the wall slightly, which is why they got so close as well. But this comes down to it as well, is they're both pitting now basically on the 7-hour dot. I know you're a big fan of pushing those stints out, Les, so what's your opinion on that, just pitting on the dot?
Pitting on the dot, well, it's I am a massive fan of trying to put it out as long as you can, to try and make sure you maximise those stints. As I'm being put off here, but as we miss the 501 finally getting past the 504 of Atta around turn 1. But yeah, I'm a massive fan of pushing that stint time right to the limit. Being careful, obviously, not to overstep the mark and go past that stint time to get yourself a penalty. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting the way they're running their race. But we'll have to see what happens when they come out and the pit stops cycle through. But yeah, you're right. I do like to put the right out to the end.
I'd like to have seen your reaction to earlier, where we had the car pit about 5 minutes before the hour on the first stint, which I was questioning a lot until they came into the chat and explained that they actually needed a toilet break. But what that did cause in turn was a couple of other cars pitted after them, and I'm wondering if a couple of other cars pitted after them because they thought there was some sort of strategy happening there.
You do quite often see that, don't you? One pits and then everyone's it sort of scares everyone else into pitting.
Do they know something we don't?
Yeah. Oh no! Did we not realise that there's only X amount of pits, and it can quite often scare other teams into pitting. But for a loo break, I suppose that is quite a valid reason.
Yeah, I would have been interested though to see just your reaction in the moment, because me and Brian were sitting there going, "Why are they pitting so early?" early. That's just nonsensical. They should be extending this, because I agree with you. When I'm driving, I personally like to really push the stint to the limit, because it, like we were saying earlier, it means you get that much shorter stint at the end. And I guess here at Zolder though, I guess what maybe they're thinking about is, like you were saying earlier, the overtaking opportunities, they're there, but sorry, I thought they were in contact there, but it's in the pits, they didn't. But like the overtaking opportunities are there, but it is still hard to overtake, and with a good defense, you can hold people off. So it's not the end of the world if your final stint is still longer than everyone else's.
No, you're right, but obviously it depends on what you're stopping for. You know, if you've got a going for a short stop, really, you just want to take fuel and get out of there as quick as you can. But if you've got damage as well, or you might as well make it a full fire pit stop, maybe even a driver swap. You know, you're still looking at your standard sort of 30 plus seconds with damage as well. You know, sometimes you just got to take that hit. But with strategy, when it's just purely strategy, you really want to be making sure that pit stop is as small as possible and a splash and dash, as they say, and maybe even just a couple of seconds stops, take some fuel, and off you go again. Like you said, try and maximise the best you can out of each situation.
Well, we've had 4 pit stops so far, but we're still out of that expected pit stop window, really. Knowing has managed to put a bit of a lead on Dimitrov, only 2.7 seconds ahead, so McLaren's fallen back a bit after making a couple of attempts at overtaking. The Nissan still holds the fastest lap, but after their drive-through penalty from earlier, put themselves fairly far back to the point where it's now a struggle to recover, although you can see now 25 seconds behind the McLaren. So that gap will be closing a little bit, and they're definitely clawing back what they've lost, but either way it's going to be tough as Grady closing in on Chamberlain now. Car must have pitted because I swear they were higher earlier. But either way, Grady's someone that's sort of slipped under my radar a little bit in this race. I talk about them a lot in other races, and that yellow Bentley, it's a standout car in this championship. But Grady sort of slipped under my radar, just sort of hovering around this P7 to P5 area, and I think they've got some real potential to be someone that just appears late off in this race, because they've always been that car that's lurking just behind the leaders but not 100% in the fight. And I'm really interested, Les, to see where they end up in the next few hours.
Yeah. I mean, like you say, normally that 18 Grady, Joe McCauley, I think, is another driver for their team, but I'm not sure who Martin's paired with today. But yeah, like you quite rightly say, they're normally sort of hovering around that top 5 area, and they have been most of the race, haven't they? But with the pit stops now cycling through, I'm assuming the leaders will be pitting any moment. I think it's roughly, is it roughly about 44 laps, I think, but for a full stint. So I think they pitted around about sort of 80, low 80s laps completed. So I think probably within the next maybe 3 or 4 laps, we might see the leaders come into the pit if they're going to maximise those stints, of course. But yeah, Grady and P7, pretty certain they just pitted. So, with Chamberlain in the front, it's a bit out of cycle at the moment, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them back up the 5th once the pit stops are finished.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously we're theorising a lot here. We don't know what they're thinking, but I'm wondering myself if maybe the number 17 McLaren considers an early pit stop, get someone fresh in the car, maybe try see if Noren gets held up by blue flags and see if an undercut is potentially possible here, because they're starting to drop off. It looks like the car's starting to struggle a bit more than it was earlier. Maybe the tyres are feeling a bit bad. It might be worth pitting now and just seeing what you can do out on track with some fresh tyres. But of course, then that brings up that later on the 747 is just closing in again if you do manage to get the undercut off. So I'll be interested to see what happens here. Of course, you don't have to be as strategical as it was before, because it's only 2 cars in the fight for the lead now rather than the 4 it was last time we came to the pits. But I'd say now Les is pit stop territory. Like, I'm expecting to see most people start to come in across the next 5 minutes.
Yes, and I've just noticed as well, P16 Kragdicki there's got himself a drive through, but yeah, like you said, expected now, any moment now really, we're going to start seeing people flooding the pits and getting those cycles done. And as we've got this lovely camera angle now of the back of the Forza Italia Ferrari here, 500, looking back at the 411 of Martin Schumacher, and always great to say the name Schumacher, isn't it, in your commentary? It's quite cool. I know it's not. It's probably quite a common name in Germany, but you know, in regards to racing, it's not that common, is it? Let's be honest. And yeah, it's lovely to see. Yeah.
I mean, it's a standout name, and for a lot of people, the Schumacher name means so much. I remember one of the things was I saw M. Schumacher when I first joined RCI, and I was like, there is no way, and I'm right, there was no way, it's Martin Schumacher. But there was a slight bit of hope for me in there that maybe we were seeing something amazing. But now, closing in on Jubil, is a cross-class fight, and 411, which we saw suffer a bit earlier with a lot of damage that they had to repair after driving around on a very damaged car, losing about 2 seconds a lap. They're climbing back through the order now, and part of the helping of that is that a lot of the guys ahead are going to be pitting soon. So, well, they've got a tall order ahead of them, because this is the part of races where I always get really nervous, Les, is thinking about what happens, like when you pit out of sync with everyone, you don't 100% know where you are for like a couple of stints. You're like, are we in 5th? Are we down in 9th? You know, are we still all the way down in 14th? You're never 100% sure, are you?
No, you're not. And all you got to do really is, and your teammates help you with this, is obviously just run your own race. That's all you can be in control of, isn't it? And you just keep on going. As we see the Ferrari really slow out the chicane, and Schumacher's through. And I wonder if I just wonder if maybe the Ferrari there, De Beal, thought, well, I'm slow out, I'm just going to let him pass. We're not fighting for position. We're in a different class. Let's let them through. But yep, there we go. Schumacher's through.
Knowing is into the pits. Dimitrov takes the lead of the race as they opt into staying out on track. So actually, the opposite of what I thought would happen has happened, and the McLaren's not going to try and undercut. In fact, the Bentley's just going to pit first. Now, I'm a bit surprised the McLaren didn't just match this. I would have expected them to go, okay, they're pitting, let's pit as well, but maybe they think with a bit of fresh air out on track, they're not being held up by anyone immediately, they've got room to play here. And actually looking at the track map, I'm wondering if Knowing maybe pitted just to stay out of the traffic, because there is a couple of blue flags heading up there. Is that Toto Wolff?
No, it's not. It's that looks like one of the. I think that's is that not the owner of Kunos?
Oh, it might be.
But yeah, I can't remember his name and lose me right now. But yeah, thank you, Stewie, for that. That was a great one. I didn't even know that was there, but yeah, that's great to see. Thank you, Stewie.
I've never seen that Easter egg before.
Oh. Yeah, no. Like you said, Dyring's in now, taking that earlier pit stop. Maybe trying to make. You never know. Maybe trying to make that last pit stop a little bit longer to make it worthwhile. Maybe taking tyres. I don't know. But again, it's all theories, isn't it? And but I wonder if Dimitrov is going to hit and maybe change driver, or whether they're going to do a double stint. I don't know, because Caracas there's no two ways about it. He is ever so slightly quicker than Dimitrov, and maybe they'll utilise Caracas to come in next and maybe try and close the gap down a bit.
Yeah, but the thing is that the other thing you've got to think about is who are they running and for how long. Of course, you've got driver timers. Is Caracas scheduled? Like, do they have enough time in the day to sit there and continue to put the laps out, really? So we're going to find out where they all come out shortly. I don't know what I'm calling here. I think it might be time to switch drivers if Dimitrov isn't currently feeling it right now, but at the same time, some people take an hour to really warm up and get into the zone. I know there's a couple of people I've worked with in the past where hour-long stints, hour-long races, they struggle, but if you put them in for 2 hours, by the beginning of that second hour, they're in the zone, they're starting to really pick up the pace quite a lot. So it will all come down to what the number 70 McLaren does here. But either way, I'm not sure why they're still out. I think by now I'd have made the call to react to whatever the 747 is doing, and maybe they've got a plan in mind. Maybe they are expecting that actually the best thing is to stay out on track right now, but based on what I've seen, and like we've been saying, it's just us making theories here, but that number 70 McLaren has lost pace in the last couple of laps. I imagine more so tyre wear than anything else, because Dimitrov did have a lot more pace to begin with, but I'd have probably pitted them earlier to answer that.
Yeah, and as we saw, the 781 there, the Bentley, flying into the pits to serve a drive-through. not entirely certain what that was for, whether that was for track limits or not, but that's unfortunate at the same time. But yeah, no, it's if the 70 is losing that much time, then yeah, it's wise to maybe just get that pit stop complete. But again, like we said, you know, they might be trying to just maximise that stint time because it will be worth it in the end. Yeah, 2 hours for one stint though for me is quite a long time. I'm not a massive fan of double stinting. However, like you said, the driver can really get into the groove by the time they come out the pits for the second time and really sort of nail down. But obviously, stamina comes in as well, doesn't it? You know, can they keep that concentration for the 2 stints? You know, which is potentially 2 hours and 10 minutes, isn't it? You know, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, as we see, the 70 still out there, and let's see if they come in this time round.
Well, yeah, I think it's personal preference at the end of the day. I'm personally on the fence. So I don't mind double stinting. I'd rather single stint, but obviously, an example in this race is the 501 Audi. Barrow at the beginning did a double stint, and like I said, first stint looked really uncomfortable. Second stint looked like a whole new driver and did really, really well. Well, here comes the number 70 now into the pit lane. We're going to watch to see whether they did manage to get an overcut on the number 747, but without having a favourite driver, because they're absolutely not my favourite driver, but there is a driver I know quite well. Verstappen is very, very fast, and I don't doubt for a second Verstappen's put some amazing outlaps in on that Bentley.
Oh, no doubt he has, and like you said, he is extremely quick, and yeah, Verstappen is one of those, one of the pros that we all know quite well, and no doubt has put some quick outlap times in, and let's see, the last lap was 28.4, so it's, yeah, pretty darn quick, and yeah, it'll be interesting now to see what happens, and can Verstappen get in front of, well, can stay in front, should we say, of the 70. Let's see what happens, but yeah, as we now see all the leaders now starting to come in and serve those pit stops, so we must be at the end of that 65 minute.
Yeah, it's at that period. Like you said, end of the 65 minutes, and everyone is basically pouring into the pits now. Those that haven't pitted are already in there, and Verstappen out in the lead as everyone else pits. They're going to be leading the pack. Here comes Jonathan Riley in the number 70. So Riley is back in the car. They, of course, took the first stint where they were really closing in. Enough for an overcut, but the gap's closed slightly because that was getting to 3-4 seconds by the end of the last stint for the number 70.
Yeah, but it also crucially means that towards the end of the race, they can maybe take that shorter pit stop. You know, that less time in the pits means more time on the track, and as we say, you know, the pit stops and the strategies play such a big part in every race, and it's proving its point today.
Well, the time has come for us to take a bit of a break here. We'll be back shortly, but we're not going to leave you hanging. We are going to be riding on board with one of the drivers so you can see how these pros are handling at home. We recommend, of course, turning your volume up as well and just listening to the beauty of the sound that is in this game. Before we go quickly, though, here's Grady on Egger. And can they do anything? Well, we're going to ride on board with Grady, and they're going to be the person who you're watching in this battle. Welcome back everybody to the stream. We've been watching Grady as they try and chase down Egger ahead. Not been successful so far, but the gap is still close, within a second of each other. We're currently about 3 hours and 20 minutes into the 10-hour race at Zolder here today. I'm Tim Peck, joined by Les Stevenson on the commentary and Stewie on the broadcast. And I've got to say, we were talking about Grady, Les, just before we went into the cut-off, and about how they're, the number 18 Bentley, it's a car that you expect to be doing well, and like we usually see fighting at the top. And, well, here they are in fourth, putting pressure on Egger to try and get onto that podium.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we had the fortunate view there of watching them on board and keeping that gap quite small. It did look like the Nissan of of Egger was able to pull a little bit of a gap, but it looks like Mr. Grady here has managed to draw it back slightly. So yeah, it's an ebb flow sort of battle. Sorry, and like you said, we all know what Grady's capable of. It's just a case of can it be done in this race? And when you see the gap there, the Bentley really does work well in that middle sector. And it's great to see the Nissan, isn't it? Fan favourite, the Nissan out there in P3 at the moment. So.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, the Nissan, not necessarily a car you would usually pick for a championship like this, but it is one of those cars which people do just love seeing out on the track. And wouldn't it have been great if they could get a great result today? And they're still on half of one right now. Egger in third place, final podium spot in the 126 Nissan. Grady, though, is trying to force their way onto that podium, and I think this could be a brilliant fight to see. We've watched Egger defend a couple of times so far in this race, and let's just say an hour isn't enough time to overtake this guy. But you can see now Grady already looking to try and get alongside. Egger has gone to the inside to cover it already, but the Bentley's got a huge advantage in this section. With a compromised entrance, that might hurt the exit of the Nissan, but Egger remains ahead as Grady follows them through down towards the second chicane on this track, and it might be that Egger has just survived to tell the tale for another day. They're going to navigate their way through the second chicane out onto the right-hander, going down towards the hairpin, and the Nissan is still in the lead. So Grady made the attempt to overtake. Egger held on for another lap.
Certainly does, and very, very well positioned of the car there from Egger to try and sort of minimise the amount of speed that Grady could put through into the chicane, and that's where the time was lost, I think, in that particular lap. But here we go again, managing in the braking zones, of course. The Bentley being so good on the brakes, it's he's able to close that so much the gap there. But going to go for another lap now, and where we saw previous lap, maybe in turn sort of 2 and 3, the Bentley seems to have it on a Nissan, I think, at the moment. But a little bit of a squiggle there from Brady, and prepares himself now. It's coming into turn 2 now, turn 3. And on the exit here is when we saw them getting very close, and wonder if we're going to have the same here.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. The Grady has kept this gap so tight, which means they've got the pace here to take Egger. They just need to find a spot where they can do it in. They're not going to be as close as they were last time. Grady's still behind Egger, just staying behind for now. But you can see in the chicane, like, the Bentley just absolutely eats those curbs. It doesn't even worry about them too much. And that means that it's going to close the gap to the Nissan as they look maybe to try and make something happen as they tuck to the outside there. I think they're more just trying to threaten the Nissan more than anything else, make them worry, try and maybe chop up the momentum a little bit. But yeah, either way, not a great exit for the Bentley, is it? They've fallen a little bit behind, and I think maybe their attempt to scare them, as you say there, probably wasn't the best in terms of trying to get a good exit out of the corners.
The problem is, I suppose it also slows you down a little bit as well, and it compromises your exit too. But I mean, Martin's not silly. He's experienced enough to know exactly what he's doing. Like you said, just trying to intimidate Egger a little bit. But Egger's experienced enough to know also, and it's going to be an interesting fight. I do think it's going to go on for a while, because we know what this track's like, and we know what these two drivers are like. So it's going to be tight, and it's going to be close. But far too many innuendos out there to be saying right now. But it's going to be. But it's going to be an interesting one, and I'll be honest with you, it's hard to call really who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is a very close rivalry, I think. Grady definitely has the speed in the situation, very good on the overtaking as well, but Egger is possibly one of the best defenders I've seen in this championship so far, and that's going to really help them. I mean, you saw Grady has put so much pressure on them, and Egger has kept their cool throughout, and even going back to Egger's first stint, they just, with 3 cars constantly attacking them, lapping at the heels, that Nissan managed to defend solidly for the entire hour. It was only at the end where things went a little bit wrong. And again, you can see Brady and the Bentley not getting the ideal sector 2 there. It's going to give Egger a little bit of breathing room by the time they got into the straight. So what I want to see, honestly, for Grady to try and get through is I just want Grady to stick to the rear of Egger a lot more through the chicane section, so that once they get into that sector 3, they've got a much better rundown, and that's where they can start to maybe look for an overtake down the inside.
Sorry, Tim. P2.
Oh, no.
Jonathan Riley's just got himself a drive-through on the exit of that chicane. He's obviously for track limits, and that is a massive kick in the teeth. That team there, and oh dear. And I was just about to say thank you, Stu, for putting us over to the lead fight here. You know, within 1.5 seconds, but unfortunately, that's now going to increase.
I think Stewie might have something to say about this because we've watched a lot of Riley track cuts, and I think Riley's going to be kicking himself as well because they were gaining a lot on the 747 ahead. It looked like they were going to start to bring the fight to the leader, and that drive-through is really going to hurt. The good news for Egger, though, is that Egger might soon have a fight for second place to work on, although that's going to put them right in the middle of Riley and Grady by the likelihood of how this will pan out. But we'll see. We'll see after the drive-through where Riley ends up. It wouldn't surprise me if they come out just ahead of the 126 and the 18. But now we're back to watching Grady and Egger. And again, I got to say the same thing. I want to see Grady a lot closer to the rear of Egger coming towards this corner, because I think they might have a bit more success in trying to have a move happen, because at the moment the real touching point for them is coming out turn 4 onto the straight just before the chicane, and I think Eggers they'll take the inside and they'll defend that. So I think I want to see Grady a lot closer in this final sector. That being said, I do understand that's the hardest sector in the Bentley.
Yeah, it is, and it's Martin Grady knows exactly what this car's all about. He's had enough experience in it. You know, it's Egger's clever. You know, he places the car well. He's had a couple of instances already into turn 1, so he knows exactly where to place that car. You know, and like you said, though, we were just itching now for Grady to get close enough through the late part of the last sector to then have a chance of maybe a fight in towards the end of the first sector and into the second sector, where the Bentley needs to excel.
Yeah, now Riley hasn't taken a drive through yet. They've opted to do another lap, and the reason for that is that they're closing on Verstappen massively. That is now within 0.5 of a second the 747 ahead. Someone else just picked up a drive through, and that's the Forza Italia Ferrari team, number 500, currently driven by Prusnisha. They've just picked up a drive-through penalty as well. So a couple of drive-throughs starting to shine through again here, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more. I think realistically, it looks bad for Riley right now, and Riley's probably really feeling it because they'll have got the drive that's going to take them out of the fight lead for a bit. But let's be real, the 747 could also get a drive-through, and we could be about to see another 4-way fight for the lead soon.
Exactly, like you said, you know, anything can happen though. You know, it's you see now Grady a little bit closer to Egger, but you know, Egger's no slouch. He's quite easy to pull out. But yeah, like you said, you know, and look how well the Bentley rides through that turn 1 into turn 2, and where he really closes up the time. But yeah, like we were talking about, you know, so something can so quickly change the whole race. You know, like you said, with the top 4 could easily be within a couple of seconds again and fighting for that lead, and just by a couple of people just getting that drive for. I mean, Jonathan must be really kicking himself right now, but you know, it is what it is. They're going to take it on the chin now and serve the drive through and see where they come out. As we see Egger now really suffering with that Bentley on its tail.
This is what I want to see. Grady putting the pressure on Egger through the chicane section. Looks for a move maybe around the outside of the second chicane. That is going to be a huge chunk of it that they've just cut there. Wondering how fast they did that, whether that would count as a track cut. But Egger stays ahead, really putting the pressure on Grady, saying, fine, you can go for the move, but I'm not going to give you a lot of room to do it, so you're going to have to try and make that happen a lot sooner. And Egger there on the defense holds on a little while longer. Riley in the pits for their drive-through now. We're going to see how close that puts them for these two and whether they put up enough of a gap for it not to matter too much. And actually, they might have just left the pits. They're just leaving the pits now. That is a much bigger gap than I thought it would be to the Nissan and the Bentley behind.
Yeah, that's quite a shock. I honestly thought that the Nissan would be either right on the tail of the 70 or vice versa. But yeah, I was quite shocked. But yeah, either way, they've served the penalty now, and out they are. And as we see, Pidge there just getting a little bit wide across the exit of turn 1, and but you know, Bentley able to deal with that.
This looks like it might be the fight to focus on for the next couple of, well, laps really, as Grady continues to look towards the rear of Egger here. 5 tenths separate them currently, and a 15-second gap is what Riley has over Egger right now. Like we were both saying, we thought that was going to be a lot closer than 14 seconds, but that in itself is good news for Riley, because even though they've got the drive-through, they haven't lost a position. But all they've done is serve the drive-through. No one's come through. They don't have to try and climb back anymore. They've still got that second place. And okay, it sucks for them that they had to serve it. They're no longer fighting directly for the lead. But like we were saying earlier, one small mistake from Verstappen or anyone else in that 747 team, and Riley is still very much in contention for the win today.
Exactly, couldn't put it better. You know, with 6.5 hours to go, you know, anything can happen. There's plenty of time to close that gap back up, and you know, if there's any car out there at the moment that's certainly could show they could do that, it's the 70. So, you know, like we said, the 18 here still battling with Egger and Nissan, and you know, it's going to go on, I think, for quite some laps, and I think Martin's just literally at that point of probably just waiting for Egger to make that mistake. I did think if maybe lap traffic might get involved, and just as I thought that, I then see that the lap car they were approaching was the 500, which just got a drive-through, so that's out the way now as well. So these two are going to be battling for quite some time yet, and like you said, Martin's probably just going to be waiting for that mistake from Egger.
Yeah, and then it brings up the interesting thing we were talking about earlier as well, is it better for them to just sit there and follow each other? Like, how much time is Grady losing here? It was clearly quite a lot to begin with, but now it looks like they're struggling as Buckholes picks up a drive-through penalty as well in the number 80 BMW. I think that's the third one they may be serving so far in this race, so I have no idea how they are still on that podium. But the number 80 car is driven brilliantly and clearly fast enough to not have these drive-throughs matter too much for them as it stands. But either way, Grady here, I'm wondering if maybe they're just going to hang behind for a little bit, see if they can climb together with Egger. That being said though, Egger is not gaining on Riley, and maybe Grady thinks that they can, so to be fair, if I was in Grady's shoes here, I'm still trying to overtake Egger. This isn't one of those, to me, this isn't one of those situations where it's worth trying to climb together. But that being said, if Grady opts into not fighting to slow him down too much, I can also see why they've chosen that.
Yes, and I can too, and sorry Tim, but here we go. We've got the Grade now on the inside of Egger, and we know what Egger's like at turn 1. Very cleverly positions that car just to cut the nose off, and Grady's now going to go for the outside. Let's see how they fare there, but maybe on the cutback, look. Going to go for the cutback. Doesn't quite work, but yeah, great driving by both of them again. You know, hard but fair, and I think Grady knew exactly what Egger was going to do there and anticipated it well. He's looking for other opportunities, and just not close enough to get down into this chicane together. But maybe going into that second chicane where the Bentley really goes well over these chicanes. Let's see how Martin does here. Launches over and got to be in contention there. Probably one of the best launches so far today. Maybe not so much as the 70 McLaren did, as we see him now go on the outside into the chicane again, showing the nose, but just not enough, and on for another battle.
Grady here really trying to push up the pressure on Egger, but Egger remains firm, and I get it, and I'm sure you do too. As drivers, it's the frustration of, you know, you're faster than the person ahead, you just can't seem to break through their defence, and Egger here has done such a phenomenal defence that Grady is really struggling to find a way through that just sticks, because Grady has made several attempts now. Some of them have been probably committed to, but Grady's never overcommitted, and that's something I want to compliment Grady on here, is that they've always been sort of making these overtakes happen. They've been threatening, you know, going down the inside, looking around the outside, but they've never overcommitted to the point where it's ended up losing them so much time it just wasn't worth it in the first place. And that to me just shows how good of a driver Grady is, that they understand Edgar is going to defend to the end of the world here to keep this podium, and they have to be so tactical about how they do.
Well, they do, and you know, they also need to be wary that, you know, like you were alluding to earlier, you know, how much time are they going to lose by fighting? But at the same time, it's for a podium. It's not as if it's for, you know, it's not as if it's for 7th or 8th. This is for, we're talking about a podium here. So, you know, as we see them really close again on the exit, they both launch over those curves. See Martin now really close. Going to go for the outside again. He's going for the same manoeuvre. No, showing the nose, but just not enough. And I wonder how much of those he can do without getting a drive-through.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I get what Grady's doing. Well, I assume I get what Grady's doing. Like, they can't be thinking that that's an overtake, because I don't think it is a possibility really there. But, like, I get that they're trying to threaten Edgar, try and make them mess up, try and compromise their exit a little bit by throwing off their momentum. But that's the second time now. I think they've cut way too much track on the exit, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is 2 track cut warnings for the Bentley. And at this point, I'm wondering, is it worth giving yourself these track cut warnings if they're going to be detrimental to you later on? And fine, maybe Grady gets through at some point, but they're going to have the warnings now, which could maybe put them back behind Edgar. So Grady here needs to be careful at just how much they are pushing Edgar in certain corners here, because although it's a great move to try and look around the outside there, realistically, it's probably not going to happen with Edgar's defense, and it does really mess up Grady's exit. So I think they need to be a little bit more careful now going through that second chicane.
Yes, they do, and I totally agree. But it could be the old tactic of, you know, sewing it down, your nose down the outside a couple of corners, and then thinking that maybe Edgar will think that Grady's going to do the same again the next lap, and then quickly switch to the inside and try and catch them out. But who knows? But all the while, whilst we're looking at that battle, I've only just realised that the 501 is up to P4 in class and making another recovery.
501, I think, has been in every single position in class at some point in this race. And you can see now this is the Forza Italia Ferrari team trying to catch up with them. They've just been overtaken. Managing to keep the gap quite close, because I think they were overtaken about 3 laps ago. So they kept the gap close, but either way, 501 now pushing onwards, going to be looking to try and close the gap to the number 80 BMW up ahead too. So, and again, like you said, it's another good comeback drive, and this 501 Audi has been really all over the place today, but I think that just goes to show part of the Audi on this track anyway. You know, we're not 100% sure how the new Audi performs in all situations. It's not brand new now, still, like we've had it out a while, but there are new situations still coming up with it. And it's one of those cars that we came in today a little bit on the fence. Is it going to struggle? Is it going to do well? And from what we've seen, it looks like it actually struggles on the curbs, despite what you said. Usually, it's actually quite nice on them.
Yeah, it does. Like I said, I've only recently just started driving it myself, and along with some of my teammates. And to me, it does feel like it rides the curves quite well. But again, you know, everyone's different. Everyone's got different driving styles. They set the cars up differently. That's what's so great about this sport. You know, there is so many people that are so close together, but they all are such different styles of driving and different ways of setting the cars up. And yeah, it is great. But as we go back to the 18 of Martin Grady, is still trying to figure out a way past this great defence, this brick wall of a Nissan 126 of Edgar. And but yeah, it's you know, that Audi, like you said, it's still pretty new, but it's still, many people are still trying to figure it out.
Well, the Ferrari trying to put pressure on the car ahead. We're going to have a race replay here of the Ferrari and the Audi. Let's see what happened in this situation. Audi goes to the chicane, Ferrari goes through the chicane, Ferrari gets a bit squiggly on the exit, and it looks like now a car is about to try and come through, and they have. The Ferrari just didn't get a good enough exit out of the chicane there. And again, Ferrari is just one of those cars that does unfortunately struggle a little bit with the curbs. And it's struggling a lot here today, especially at Zolder. We've seen this Ferrari in so many different positions across the championship, sometimes at the top, sometimes right at the bottom, sometimes sort of going up and down in the middle. And It's a shame because they've been one of the teams I've been secretly for. Not so secretly rooting for as well, to be fair. They've been one of the teams that have stood out quite a lot in this championship, but struggling a lot with today's race. Well, here's Grady, still following the rear of Egger. Honestly, when Grady gets out of the car, I want to give them a piece of paper and a pencil and say, out of interest, can you draw the rear of that Nissan for me from memory?
I know, sure, he probably could, and yeah, it's he must be getting sick of the sight at the back of that car now, and probably getting quite high on the fumes that are coming out the back of the Nissan too. But yeah, it's just, again, this is where patience is key, isn't it? You've got to be patient. You've got to be able to be patient in the first place to do these sorts of tracks. Be so close. And it's going to affect the way you drive as well. Concentrations is so much higher when you're sat behind someone so closely as well, and still being able to pick out those braking points, and again, that's where experience pays off, isn't it? But there's tracks. There's action apparently all around the track by the looks of things. Again, great to see. With still 6 hours to go.
Yeah, sort of all picked back up again as the Audi gets shunted a little bit there. Very unfortunate, as I've shared in the chat. Actually, Danny Hole said the Audi has unfortunately been a victim of unnecessary punts today. Looks like this might be another one for the Audi here. You can see the Bentley just slightly going a little bit too far on the brakes and just connecting with the rear of the Audi, spins them round, and Ferrari comes through as well. It looks like the Bentley's slowing down to let the Audi back through there, but either way, a bit more misfortune for the Audi is going to be really sucky for them there, let's be real.
Especially what they've gone through today and how well they were doing getting back up there. But the Bentley, I think, Ellis Chilton Thomas there, looked like he was trying a bit of a MotoGP ride there, and trying to back the rear end of that car into the corner, and it just was too much, and maybe didn't anticipate just how much slower the Audi would be at that part of the circuit. But it did look like they slowed down to let them pass, but they've carried on either way.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations you can see the Audi's still about 6 seconds behind, whereas they've lost 4 seconds on the Ferrari. So I'm wondering if they slowed down and then just saw that the Audi couldn't recover quick enough. Either way, that I don't think that's going to look too good for the stewards, because usually overtakes that involve contact don't get counted. So we'll see what the verdict is on that one. I'm sure a lot of the people in the Audi have yet again walked their way down to the steward's office with some appeals. Probably a bit tired of doing that today, as it sounds. But again, what I'm looking at now, sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted myself. I'm looking at Grady and Egger. Their gap to Riley is increasing, which is sort of expected. But Schumacher behind, the gap sort of stayed the same, whereas I thought that 411 BMW, especially with the speed that Schumacher was putting out earlier as well, I thought they'd have probably been gaining by now, but it looks like the BMW isn't gaining. So, hey, I'm all for this fight with Grady and Egger to continue, honestly. Originally I was saying, come on guys, you're going to get into a fight and maybe lose a position to BMW now, but honestly, the pace still looks good, and Grady now has dropped back about 1.3 seconds behind. So I'm wondering now if Grady's, again, just going to take a step back, see how fast Egger can go, and then go, okay, we'll try and put some pressure on a little bit later.
Yeah, exactly what you said. And not being patient is long old race. There's lots to go on, but with pit stops as well, and there's different strategies going on. Maybe I don't know. I think Egger's thinking of the long game, and I'm quite happy with P3. I think I don't think they don't appear to be that interested in maybe catching the 70. Whether that's the case or whether it's just a case of they're just not as quick, I don't know. But it could be a case of they're just content with P3 and they know they can keep that Bentley behind, so just stay as they are. But sort of the sense kicks in and think to myself, well, you let Grady pass, potentially could catch up with those leading two, and you can drag along with him, and before you know it, you've got a four-way fight for the lead again.
Yeah, I think you make some good points there that actually sort of made me think a bit deep into what I've seen so far in this race. I think realistically, Egger probably doesn't have the pace to close the gap to either Verstappen or Riley here. With or without Grady putting the pressure on them from behind, I don't think they have the pace to really catch up with those two ahead. But that in itself also brings up the next point of what you said about defending that podium position. The Nissan has really struggled this season, as I think a lot of people sort of expected it would. We were saying coming into this race, they're on pole. We were like, wouldn't it be great if they could get a great result today, like a victory? And although the victory is starting to look less and less likely as the race goes on, the podium's still very much likely. And I know from personal experience as well, if this is going to be your first podium in the season, you take it. You will absolutely defend that thing to the end of the world, because that podium will mean just as much as a win to them right now.
But can you realistically say that they can defend this for another 6 hours?
Dude, Egger's been defending for 2 hours. At this point, I'm willing to put a slight bet on him.
But, you know, it's a question, isn't it? It's a question you have to ask.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure the team are saying to themselves, you know, can we realistically hold this for 6 hours? I don't know. But again, it's a team sport. You know, is there going to be someone else that comes in and is quicker? Or you know, is one of Grady's teammates going to be slightly slower? And, you know, it is worth holding on to that position. And like you said, if it's the first podium of the season, hell yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, I think I'm just checking now, and it will be their first podium of the season. They got ever so close in the USA when we went to Laguna Seca, but they placed 4th. But unfortunately, they've not had another podium at all this season. So I think, yeah, it's thinking about how realistically you can do it. But I'd come back with a counterpoint to you of, why not try? Fine, realistically, maybe they can't defend for 6 hours. Like, it's a very tall order, but they've defended this much for 4 hours. They might as well try and defend. Like, if the podium's what they want, like, think about it this way: if you're in the lead of the race, you're not going to let the car behind you through because they're faster than you, and you probably can't defend them for 6 hours. You're going to defend the lead for that 6 hours if you have to. And I think for them right now, the mentality is just let's just defend for as long as we can. Okay, fine, the win may be off the cards here, second place may be off the cards, but wouldn't a podium be just a brilliant way to finish the season?
Yeah, and a valid, you know, make valid points there. You know, it's, you put it in a, like you said, put it in a different perspective. Let's talk about if you're in P1 and you've got P2 trying to get that P1 from you all that race. Of course, you're going to stick it out there and you're going to defend it like crazy. You're going to make that car as wide as possible, and it makes no difference for the 126 here and Egger driving with his team, you know, to try and defend that podium if that's their first podium of the season, which you say it is. So yeah, why wouldn't they? And it's just a case of, like you say, it's a good point actually. I didn't actually realise, well, I did realise, I just forgot that, yeah, we have been driving for 4 hours, haven't we?
I mean, that's the thing, is like, obviously as well, my point sort of almost kills itself in that. It's like, we've been driving for 4 hours and they've lost 2 places. So in that respect, if you do sort of probability stuff, okay, fine, they're probably not holding on to this 3rd place across the next 6 hours. But you never know. Different things could happen. They could hold on to this 3rd place. Bentley might pick up a drive-through. We know that Grady's been cutting the track in this last stint. So I'm all for them trying here. And I think that, yeah, that's how I'd look at it, is the perspective of, okay, they're not defending a race win, so yes, it's different in that aspect. But for a team that hasn't been fighting for the lead or the podium this season, this for them would be a huge result here.
Yeah, massive result, and fair play to them. And you know, we need to keep a little eye on here as well, by the way, of Martin Schumacher in the 411 and on that gap, because it's been ever so slightly being closed up. And you know,
Yeah.
Again, that's probably what Grady's thinking of. You know, the more I battle with Egger, that gap's just closing. And as we see now, Grady's really close now, and Egger's again very cleverly going for that inside line, making his car as wide as possible. And it's great driving. I mean, great respect between the two drivers too. And again, we go on more battling, but you know, I mean, the gap's not closing massively. That's the thing, and I think that's the key at the moment. You know, Schumacher is definitely closing, but it's just not closing quick enough for maybe Martin to start worrying. But equally, you know, they've made some great positions up today, and maybe they're quite content with, you know, having this battle till the end. And you know, either way though, it's a great spectacle, and fair play to both drivers. They're really pushing it, and at the moment, no contact, which is great. Let's just see how long they can go for.
Yeah, I think obviously at the moment it sucks for Grady because they probably do feel like they've got so much more pace in this. The other thing is like, again, pit stops can play all the difference. Now, realistically, we're a long, long way off pit stops, about 25 minutes still now, but they could pit them in the pit stop. Fine, you don't want to wait 25 minutes to get an undercut and overcut, maybe end up in that third place. But nonetheless, it's going to work as Schumacher's now coming into the pits. That is because they had to pit very early in the last stint, though, because of the damage. So this is not a ridiculously early pit stop for them. That's actually a full hour and 5 minute stint, I believe. And that's going to actually let off the pressure a bit for Grady and Egger here. But yeah, I think Egger has done some phenomenal defending so far. I don't think it's 100% out of the question they can defend this, but I think realistically, if Grady's going to take Egger on the track, it's probably actually going to more happen in the pits rather than the track here. And although that sucks for Grady, who's going to have to wait a very long time before they get that opportunity, hey, it's a 10-hour race in total, 6 hours left. You do have time to wait behind.
Yeah, you do, and seeing get really close now. On the back now, and into this sort of hairpin stroke chicane, down towards the final chicane, and this is what you were waiting for, Tim. This is the bit you wanted. You wanted him close to the rear end of this and right into the chicane, so he's got the chance of turn 1, turn 2, and 3. Let's see how it pans out.
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted. Like you said, you can see just how close Grady is to the rear of Egger here. They're going to come across the line. It's going to tell us the exact gap. It's just under 4 tenths of a second. Now, it's not enough to get alongside before T1, but this is where the Bentley really starts to kick in. Sectors 1 and 2 is where we've seen this perform the most on the track, and Grady currently just trying to keep that gap as close as possible to Egger, but Egger just looking so confident around the sweeping right hand and will have enough to stay ahead. Now, this is where Grady usually puts on the pressure, but I don't think they're quite close enough right now. We'll see what they do. They might just sort of duck to the inside, but no, not even going to threaten it. And maybe Grady's thinking there, again, like, okay, let's not try and force anything, because by the time we get to that corner, let's be real, we all knew it was going to happen. Egger was going to close off the inside of the chicane, and they were just going to both compromise their exits. So, hey, maybe Grady's just waiting for that mistake to happen, but you got to hand it to both of them. They have been driving phenomenally this past stint.
They really have, and like you say, take your hats off to them, and you can really see that. I truly believe, actually, that Grady's been doing the homework. He's been doing the homework. He maybe even listening to the commentary, Tim, and sounding out that you want it to happen, you know, towards into turn 1, 2, and 3, and he needs to get close enough into this section as he does now. I mean, that Bentley, look how much better he is on the brakes. Come on the exit. If he gets a good exit out of here, which he does, he's right on the tail now. Down at turn 1. This could be the moment, Tim.
It could be the moment. They're really close to each other. It's under 2 tenths of a second. They're looking to get alongside, but Grady just not close enough to make it happen there. They don't want to have any mistakes. They know that Egger could be very defensive into turn 1, and it's not worth compromising it for either of them. But Grady trying to keep that gap close. If they can get a good enough run, they might actually be able to clear Egger before the chicane here. They are close enough to make it happen, depending on how fast they come out of this corner and how close they are. Actually, I think they've fallen back a little bit too much now. We're going to see, is it enough to get alongside? They're looking towards the inside. They're flashing their lights, maybe hoping for a distraction here, but it's not going to be enough. Egger will hold firm, and Grady just not willing to take that fight into the chicane, which, like you said, I think is a smart thing to do. Although it looks like now going to go for maybe a move around the outside yet again into the second chicane. This time learning from their mistakes in the past. Going to be a bit early on the brake and try and get for a better exit. Not going to be enough to get alongside, but you know what? Again, Les, that shows homework and that shows growth along the race. Grady there knew that the move around the outside wasn't going to happen. Broke earlier so they could slot back in behind and get a better exit.
Certainly, and you know, is that a distraction, or is that frustration showing now with Tidge and Martin Grady? I don't know, but only you know, they'll know that. But yeah, great stuff again, and it just got to say to yourself, you know, how the only way it's going to happen is when he can keep the momentum going throughout of exit of turn 3, I think, and down into that first chicane, because on the exit of that chicane, he's definitely got the speed difference. I honestly believe once he can clear him going into that first chicane, then the job will be done, and he'll be able to clear off into the distance. But fair play to Egger. He's really positioned that car well, like we've already said quite a few times now, and Yeah, he's really playing the game well and keeping hold of that position, and deservedly so.
Yeah, they've both done really, really well. I do have to agree with you there. Well, Schaefer is the new person in the 411 BMW, and this is where it's starting to get me. And this is what we were talking about earlier, Les. Is like you don't 100% know really where everyone is all the time at this point, because that 411 BMW is starting to close in on the Nissan, the Bentley before it went to pits, but it had to pit a lot earlier than everyone because its pit stops got messed up from having damage earlier. And now you're wondering, where is Schaefer in relation to them? Like, is Schaefer putting up enough speed? And Schaefer is one of those very fast drivers, but again, are they in traffic? What's the situation like down there? And that's going to be something that's going to now be playing on my mind for the next 20 minutes until we're likely to see the Nissan and the Bentley pit. Is where exactly is Schaefer in all of this? Have they closed the gap? Are they going to be closer by the time they will pit? Or is there going to just be a same 12 to 13 second gap by the time all of this pit stops are done?
That is the million-dollar question. But yeah, it's certainly shaping out to be a very interesting pit stop cycle, isn't it? And yeah, million-dollar question is: has that Schaefer, the 411 driven by Schaefer, been able to close that gap? And with these two fighting all the time, it's only making them slower, isn't it? And that gap probably closing. Let's be honest, it probably is closing as these guys also start to approach the lap traffic. Will the lap traffic get involved? And we'll have to wait and see. But either way, it's still good to see it. With 4 hours gone, we're still talking about the fight, even in P3, all the way down to this. You've got battles going on pretty much most of the time, most places around the track, at most times of the race. So it's great to see.
It is great to see. And Grady actually here, we're watching on board with them right now, maybe falling a little bit behind Edgar, but again, it's a case of what's Grady's aims here. Of course, we're not in a Discord with Grady, we're not talking to them over the phone, like we don't know what's happening. What is Grady's aim? Are they trying to keep that close? Are they maybe just trying to hang behind for a bit? Personally, if I'm Grady right now, I'm thinking there's a car right there, it's lap traffic that we're going to have to overtake. I'm now trying to get as close to Edgar as possible without being too close, that maybe that lap traffic tries to get out of the way and hopefully we can just clear them quicker and get a good exit or something. But either way, I think Grady's got a lot to be thinking of right now. And going back to what you were saying a lot earlier on about the teammates and how they can help you, I imagine the entire team right now is just trying to work out what is the best strategy here. And that is one of the beauties, I think, of sim racing, is sitting down with a load of friends, discussing what's the best strategy here, what do we have to do. And I don't doubt for a second that Bentley pit box is very talkative right now on how do we get through the 1-2 Sam.
Yeah, and thankfully the lap traffic doesn't get involved there, and they just allows them to race on. But yeah, like you said, teammates now will be chatting all the time, and they'll be discussing exactly what's best now, because it's just clearly obvious now that Edgar's not going to make a mistake, and nor is Grady, to be fair. And it's just gonna be a constant battle all the way through. It does look like a little bit, like you said, that maybe Grady's just falling back a little bit. Maybe his tyres are starting to overheat slightly, or maybe his pressures just aren't that good anymore after mounting the curbs God knows how many times, and taking, inadvertently probably taking pressure out of it. But yeah, it's certainly interesting, and I'm wondering if he's just backing off a little bit just to make some adjustments ready for the pit stop, and maybe they're going to try that undercut.
Maybe, and I'm going to leave you to watch it, Les. Honestly, I'm very excited to see what happens. So despite the fact that I'm going to now be leaving the commentary booth, I won't be going anywhere because I do want to see how this turns out. But now, though, I am going to pass the mic over to Jesse Lee, my best friend and personal lover of mine, may I say, as we're about to switch over into the race now. But Les, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, and I personally can't wait to see what happens between Grady and Edgar. When I come back in an hour, I'm going to need all the details.
Yeah, lovely. And thanks again, Tim.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to Jesse Lee and Les Stevenson time. For some of you, you will recall us being the voice of Friday for the past championship or so. Les Stevenson, how you been holding up since the Friday champ ended?
Well, No, be busy, Jesse. You know, just like yourself, no doubt. And no, I've been very well, thank you, and had a bit of holiday time and enjoying this great race that's been unfolding in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and Tim Peck actually put me on blast right there. I wasn't aware we were taking our love public, but so be it. However, Tim Peck will be back with us in an hour or so. Should be Miguel Martins and Tim Peck, another commentary duo that is known around these parts. Man, what a race that we've had thus far. It's been anything but boring. You know, the car count's not been up there, but the quality of racing has been among the top four. They seem to have sorted themselves out just a little bit, still fighting over P3. But I did notice that Chilton Thomas in the 781 Bentley has a drive-through, and I had an inkling of what that might be. And indeed, it is a steward's penalty back on lap 146, turn 15, involving the 501 and the 781 drive-through for car 781. Takeout position not returned. I believe I saw that a while back in the broadcast, and I was actually talking to the stewards earlier casually, and came up that I thought I remembered the 501 having an incident, and that was indeed the case, though they were unaware at the time of what I was talking about because the incident hadn't come through. But nevertheless, that not a track limits penalty. We saw a lot of them in the last hour, haven't we?
Certainly have, and no real surprise, to be honest. You know, it's one of those tracks where track limits is always pushed to the edge and beyond, and you know, drive-throughs in Bentley, unfortunately, come to fruition. But yeah, yes, like you quite rightly said, Chilton Thomas getting the drive-through there for the incident they had. The 501, was it? The 501 Audi, and
It was indeed.
yeah, it was unfortunate that they got the drive-through, but unfortunately, you know, the stewards have seen it that it was deemed a drive-through, like you said, for not returning positions. So it just goes to prove losing those precious seconds can actually pay dividends if you do get a penalty.
Well, Danny Holtz, the team manager of the 501 car, was irate in our chat about just the disrespect, so to speak, for that team. They started on a podium spot. I think it was 2 in class. Now they're right near the bottom, and almost all of that, if not all of that, completely out of their own making. Rightly furious, I would say, in that case. We would say here in the States, very wronged, and they can continue. Car's quick, that 501 Audi. We'll see if they continue back up through the field. Several other cars, of course, had drive-through penalties. Porschnica in that 500 Ferrari, that car had one and immediately went back on the attack, has gained one of those spots back. The 80 of Buchholz has also had a drive-through penalty that dropped them from, I believe, P2 down to P3. Herrera in the 349 McLaren up to P2, and, well, nobody rivaling CLR, or yes, in the 404 McLaren. Bart Macha currently doing the job out in front of that class. They've been so impressive this entire season. It's been the norm to see that team and a couple of the other teams in silver as well fighting over top 5 overall positions.
Yeah, they've had a fantastic season, haven't they, Jesse? And yeah, like you said, no surprise really. You see them at the top there of their class, let alone the top 5 of the race overall. But yeah, I've only just realised that between all the switch over there with yourself and Tim, that the 18 now driven by Willamot has made their pit stop. So I'm wondering if the undercut will work, Jesse.
That is a very good point. Of course, we saw just as we were changing over, in fact, Les, that the 18 was coming into the pit lane. Willamot installed into that car. That did not trigger a reaction from Orion Ray's team. That Nissan GTR 126 car still out there in P3. They're not wavering from their strategy at all. And maybe, I heard you and Tim talking about it, that might be just what Matthias Egger needs, just a little bit of space to work with to stop losing time to the 2 leaders.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pressure's sort of slightly off. I mean, obviously they know there's going to be a bit of pressure there because obviously they know the 18 is what they're capable of, and you know, whether they're trying the undercut or not, there's going to be playing on the back of their minds. So that'll always play a part of how they drive. But yeah, it must be a bit of a sense of relief now. They could just concentrate what's in front rather than look in the rearview mirror.
It's always nice whenever you're sort of left to your own devices. You find your pace, you find your rhythm, and you can't ever do that if there's a proverbial carrot in front of you, meaning a car or position that you can see. But it also works in the rear view mirror where you push a little extra hard to try and get away. A lot of times you'll find that's actually to your detriment, but racing drivers will be racing drivers. But no, Bart Macha and this entire Connection Lost racing team, it hasn't always been clean sailing. They've had some adversity, but they've always battled back, and for my money, very good value for the championship in silver.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like we always said, what a great season. But yeah, it's been a great race, Jesse. I must admit, it's probably one of my favourites so far, actually. And we're only just over 4 hours into this race, a 10-hour race. It's been a great spectacle so far, and I've been privileged to be here in the box with the likes of yourself and Tim. For been coming up to nearly 3 hours. So it's been great, and it's like I said, it's probably one of my favourite races so far.
It has been really good. Again, despite the lack of quantity, there has been a lot of that good quality in the racing. I mean, I came in about 2 hours into the race, and I was shocked to find the top four were all still within a few seconds of one another. That was back when Ryan Gill was in the box. And it has spread out a bit, as you and Tim Peck talked about earlier, but even still, there's these fights that do rage on. Of course, Campbell and Offerman are right next to each other. I think that's P5 in the silver class. The 18 and the 126, who were nose to tail for the better part of the last 30, 45 minutes. That was only split up due to the off-sequence stop that Grady had, which actually explains something I saw several hours ago. That number 18 car was down in P8 or 9, and I was curious why they were so far down. It's because they're a little bit off sequence, I believe, with the rest of the field. But then you have Orion Race Team, who's trying to outbox Visceral Racing, and then you got NSN, who in the last 2 hours just took complete control of this race after being, what was it, third or fourth?
I know, it's been great, and it just goes to prove at the slightest moment how things can change so quickly. And and again, that's why it's been such a good race. It's even though we're not even halfway through just yet, it's already been a great race. And if the result was called now, it would I think a lot of people would be very happy. But no, it's got still a long way to go yet. Anything can happen, as we said. We see a fight now here between the 80 and the 444 there, the Hellfish Merc, and it's going to go all the way down into turn 1.
Bastion Offerman trying to get the T3 Motorsport white car by, and he's going to slide all the way in there and get by. Maybe a little bit of a forceful overtake down into turn 1. Matt Campbell for the Flying Hellfish 444 Mercedes. Absolutely nothing they could have done there. Just slid right by him, did Offerman.
Yeah, it was almost like they gave the position up, but it did look like there was a bit of contact, and the move was done pretty early on through that turn 1, but it did look a bit strange from this angle. But they're through, and already capping the 444.
I can't tell from that camera angle we have into 1. I can't tell if that was a send or just maybe something amiss with the 444. Maybe they Flying Hellfish meant to let them go. I have no idea. That looked very strange indeed, but never mind. Bastion Offerman through into P5, and what a pass that was. I thought that was going to take a little bit longer, if I'm honest.
Well, especially at a track like this, it is so difficult to get some of these moves done. But when they're that much quicker, I suppose it can make it a lot easier. And they've already put a gap. The 501 making its third attempt of another recovery. They got 20 seconds back to them at the moment. It was a lot more than that 2 laps ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, it sure is. That 501, they've certainly had their share of issues this week, and certainly not where they expected to be nearly halfway through the race. NSN Racing leading 747 Bentley. Verstappen behind the wheel right now, and Verstappen needs no introduction really. They've won a couple of different championships, I think, here. I don't know if they've won a Friday one, but they've definitely won a night out. I believe they've won a Thursday GT4 champ as well in the past, and trying to win an endurance race here today. Pretty good stuff, all things considered. And, wow, I mean, just like I said earlier, out of absolutely nowhere, it looked like it was going to be Orion Racing and Visceral Sports racing each other for the lead. NSN caught up in the interim while they were fighting and just said, hold my beer.
Hold my beer indeed. And they just stretched their legs out and really sort of taken control of this race. And yeah, I was a bit shocked. I thought that 70 was going to be the leading car for quite some time. But know how things can change. But yeah, no, great job. And Verstappen at the wheel at the moment. Setting some good times by all things accounted for. And yeah, I think it's just a case of the same old story. It's making sure they're consistent, making sure the whole team are together and keeping well communicated. And well, you know it, it's 10 hours will be complete. It's amazing, really, how quickly that time goes. But yeah, either way, what a great job.
Well, the other thing that we should be following is the fact that the 70 and the 126 continue to swap quickest laps. Riley, or I believe it was Caracas earlier, who was in the Visceral Esports car, they had the quickest lap, and I believe Matthias Egger got in the Orion Racing GTR and took it back. Well, Jay Riley just took quickest lap back in the 70 McLaren Speed Juice fastest lap of the race award currently with Visceral, and that does not bode well for this gentleman, Christoph Verstappen, as well, now they know that the fastest car is behind them. The good news, the silver lining, if you will, they're 21 seconds behind them.
Yeah, it's must be a great feeling. But yeah, quite interesting, isn't it? It's still exchanging fastest laps even now, and you know, it's not as if fuel loads are going to be any much of a thing in this type of endurance race. You know, it just doesn't matter as much. But yeah, obviously as they get lower towards those pit stops, it's that's when the times can really kick in. And yeah, to see them still exchanging fastest laps, you sort of wonder where it's going to stop. But it's got to be close now. I would have thought the next couple of laps we're going to be seeing the 747 and the rest of the pack follow into the pits, and let's see where they cycle through.
Well, Caracas earlier, this is about 2 hours ago, ran a 28.010, and I am pretty sure Egger ran a 27.9. It was our first 27 in the. Now, Jonathan Riley has run a 27.8, and the times continue to come down. That is borderline, basically qualifying speed in the race. You wouldn't normally think that as the leading car. Verstappen is in for NSN Racing. The Bentley coming down to the attention of their team. That will surely trigger the rest of the pit stops. But as I was saying, you certainly don't think of an endurance race as a sprint race, but driving-wise, every lap you're trying to set the quickest lap you possibly can. And I know some people out there going, well, no, duh. Of course you are, Jesse Lee. But the point I'm making is every lap is a quality lap for these drivers, not just in qualifying. They're trying to do it in the race as well, and the 27.8 is indicative of that.
It certainly is, as we watch replay now of the 404 of Bartmatcher. Oh, wow, getting some proper airtime, and unfortunately not the fastest way. As we can see, the Forza Italia then getting around the outside of them. But yeah, that's got to be in the top, got to be in the top 10 there of the biggest air, I think, over that chicane.
Yeah, that was pretty big. I wonder also, Les, if that would have done damage to that McLaren as well. Luckily, Bart able to keep that car out of the wall, and that is also a feat in and of itself, be able to catch it before it got too far into the dirt. Bram Departier back in the 747. Here are some of the times that we have for you. The hitting on lap 168, that was a 1:14.3. Do keep that in mind. Everybody else comes through. Visceral Esports back in the lead for the time being. We expect their pit imminently.
Yeah, some seriously quick times out there, isn't there, Jesse? And it is impressive to see. I mean, to do what you said, you know, like quali laps almost every lap, for an endurance racing is incredible to see and to know of. And that's where the concentration really kicks in and making sure you can keep those times up. But yeah, it'd be interesting now because obviously it must be imminent now, like you said, with the 70 coming in the pits. It must be. With Riley up there with the quickest lap, obviously, and wondering what that gap's going to be. But if they continue setting laps like that, I'm sure it'll be a lot smaller.
You keep in mind, folks at home, it was 21 seconds the gap before NSN pitted that Bentley. See what it is at the end. The good news for the top 3 teams in the pro category, Les, is they're all within a pit stop of each other, meaning that with one pits, the other car that doesn't pit will take the lead. They're all within that 30-some second bracket, and that means that there's room for activities to maybe try and work the pit strategy to your favor, maybe jump a car or two, do something creative. And if you can maintain that for the next 5 hours, you might see some of that creativity on pit lane.
Yeah, exactly like you said. And one battle I'm really interested to see what happens after this pit stop cycle is the 18 and the 126 at the Nissan and the Bentley there. I'm just intrigued to see what ends up happening with this pit stop cycle, because it's going to be close, I can tell you that much.
One thing you would have noticed about the 70 car, that their last pit was not too awful long ago. Do remind you that was a drive-through penalty their last trip down to pit lane, and they didn't take service. Obviously, they had that drive-through for track limits, so that is why they were on pit lane. They obviously didn't service the car, so we still expect them any time now, though they are trying to extend here. I don't mind this. If you have a fast driver in the car like they do, I don't hate this. Go as long as possible. And also, too, in a race like this that's this long, if you can go several laps longer a stint, you might be able to erase a pit stop at the end of this one.
Exactly. If you can extend it, like you said, to the very, very max, and strategies. Here we go, and there's the 70 enters pit. I did wonder if that was going to be the case. They enter the pit, and they'll be trying to maximise this pit lane as much as they can. Oh, how they didn't hit the wall there, I do not know. But hit the speed limit, and in they go, Jess.
That was an excellent commentary, Les. I love that. They're going to maximize it, and right you were. That was full attack mode into pit lane. F1, eat your heart out.
Certainly was, wasn't it? And it really was cutting it to the limits. And yeah, as we see now, the P11 here, number 80 of Bastion off and lights up the exhaust pipe, should we say, of the 89 Camberley. For the move down the inside of the chicane.
Matthias Egger is in as well. And Offerman there very nearly getting ran into by the 89. The 89, the lowest running pro car, still has some speed in it though, clearly.
Yeah, the 89 is really on a charge at the moment. Made quite a few moves recently, and yeah, we're making its way back up the order. But see now, Racker's back into the car now, and the number 70 McLaren now exiting the pits.
Departier has already past them. It will be 19-20 seconds the gap, and the gap will be just about where they left it. Maybe a little bit shorter, maybe taking, no, just about identical to the pit stop, or before the pit stop, I should say. But they might have gained just a tiny smidge there, did the Visceral Esports team. Caracas back in the car. Everything all safe and sound there. 21 seconds. Now, Berrezzini in the Orion Racing GTR will enter the track one more time.
Yeah, and it looks like they've kept that P3, haven't they? And quite a gap actually to the 18. There's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, Jesse. I really thought that gap was going to be closed right down, and we were going to be looking at maybe even overtake going to happen. But no, they've managed to extend that lead, and well, the lead over P4 anyway. And But yeah, it's still looking good for the 126, Jesse.
That is a very good point. I completely forgot that Orion Racing and the Tidgney car were nose to tail, and yeah, that was a gap opened up by at least 2 seconds there, Les. Um, our broadcaster wants me to mention something that after Caracas had that drive-through penalty, or I believe Caracas was in the car at the time of the drive-through. I could be wrong about that, but nevertheless, it was the Visceral Esports car. They were 30 seconds behind NSN Racing. They're now only about 20 to 21 seconds behind. So they have taken a third of that lead away. And it's no wonder, being the fastest car on the racetrack, most of the times we come to the stripe.
Yeah, and it just goes to prove just how quick they are on this track. But again, it could be that the 747 at the moment, driven by Chapachier, but it could be that they've just taken a little bit, their foot off the gas a little bit, just to keep it easy, make sure they're not going to get any drive-throughs with track limits, and just take it a little bit easier, knowing that they've got that big gap. But certainly, if it gets anywhere near the 10-second mark, I think I'd be starting to worry slightly.
Well, folks, it's just about that time. Pit stop's completed for another hour. We're going to let the drivers get the tires back up to temperature and get back into racing form. We're going to step away, and this is about the time where you turn up the speakers and listen to some fantastic racing noises from here at the RCI World Tour 10 Hours of Zolder. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Those are just some of the sights and the sounds of the 10 Hours of Zolder here, the final round of the 2022 RCI World Tour. It has been a long, fraught, and hard-fought championship thus far. Les, it's almost sad to see it end, and you would think, having done this 2 or 3 times now, that I'd be used to this feeling, but sort of bittersweet to see it end. But man, are we getting treated to a show today?
Aren't we ever? And what a final race of the championship this has been, and seeing some great manoeuvres and also some great hard fought racing. And yeah, it is a shame it's ending, but at the same time, it's chance of the birth of another championship. But let's finish this one first. And but if you think about it, it spans over 6 months. 6 months of a championship where teams have had to really put the practice in and really set up the cars properly for each race. Not just for them, but for all their teammates too. And it's been a great season and a great race to finish the season on.
It really is. I was talking to the stewards earlier, and one of the things we talked about was this was an interesting choice. It was something back in late December when we were putting together this schedule. It was something that I looked at and went, is that wise ending at Zolder? Well, I think it has been. I think it's been a great idea to end at a track that invites a little bit of drama, a little bit of chaos, and let the team with the fewest mistakes win. And that's going to be the case today. Now, the jury is still very much out on what team that will be, as, oh Lord, here coming, Caracas has less than 18 seconds now, the gap to the leader, Bram Departier. And that gap's still coming down. It's 19 seconds now. It was 21 when we went to break. It was 20 when I came back to the box, and it's now 19. Folks, that gap is coming down. We will yet have a battle for the lead at some point later on in the broadcast. Probably won't be in the next hour, I would say, but sometime after that, surely, if that continues. Berrezzini's also opened up another 2 seconds to Grant Willamont in 4th place, and that's why we're sitting here in the first chicane. Things like that, and which is at the 89 of
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, they managed to keep out the wall this time. I think it was the 89. Oh no, maybe I'm getting confused. There was unfortunately another BMW that did go off. Maybe that was the 80 actually of Offerman or one of his teammates. But yeah, they went off into the barrier there, Jesse, earlier on, and did some considerable damage to the front end. But it does look like they were able to keep that out the wall that time.
Very dangerous stuff. I think you and Tim Peck were talking about this a little bit ago about risk versus reward in the chicanes. You can take these chicanes incredibly feisty and put yourself in danger, or you can drive slightly more conservative, give up a little bit of lap time. I will ask you this, Les, as a driver yourself, if you're Caracas in the Visceral Esports car, are you going full send at this point, or are you a little bit conservative still?
I think to get the gap down, I'd say full send. But yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, but either way, I mean, if you're closing the gap down, just keep doing what you're doing, keep it clean, and just hope that you can on the black stuff. But, what a great camera angle this. See these cars coming through that chicane like they're doing. It's just really appreciate just how much of the curve you can take and how much you can't take, and the way the car works, bounces over the curves. It's just when it lands what amazes me, and how they're able to actually keep the car in a straight line. But yeah, oh, look at that as the Aston goes over there. Great view, Stewie.
You're looking at the cars. I thought you were making a pun there, Les. I thought you said it was a great camera angle because we're looking at a storm grate. I didn't realize what you're doing there. I realized you're talking about the cars. Sorry, I'm making puns in my head. I do apologize, but just excellently modeled racing circuit done by Kunos, and of course, it really does look like the real thing when these cars hit these curbs. If you watch races here in GT3 machinery, it looks incredibly close to what you're seeing here the cars hopping over the curbs, and they're doing this lap after lap after lap. And you know as good as I do, Les, you can drive this track for hours and not hit the same mark twice. It's always a little variable, left or right. It's never the same way. That's how tough these chicanes are.
It really is, and it's, you know, the top guys will be hitting it within millimeters of the same every single lap, but the rest of us out there, it is going to be literally different every lap. But no, I've been privileged, Jesse, to be able to watch the GT3 cars for real and at Brands Hatch only this year, and what a sight! And I thoroughly recommend it to anyone that's thinking about going. You've got to go and watch it for real, and it's a great show. But not only that, it's just great to see what we have so much passion for in real life, and yeah, I thoroughly recommend it.
It's no small wonder while GT racing is the largest form of racing by populace anywhere in the world, is because it's as far as racing is concerned, fairly economical to do. It's easy to be competitive at it, and it's just good fun, and it puts on one hell of a show. It always does. It doesn't matter if it's the World Challenge Asia, America, Europe, or any other GT category you would have throughout the world. It's an interesting spectacle, is Tin Top Racing, and we live in almost, I would argue, a second golden era of sports car racing.
Yeah, I totally agree, Jesse. And you know, like you said, it is very popular, and we can all see why. And like I said, to actually see it live is you know, is a great thing anyway. But yeah, if you haven't been and you're wondering about going, and it's, you know, you can go and do it. I must say, you've got to do it.
Did you find, Les, that the noise was more grand than you expected it to be? I remember that my first GT race as well. I didn't expect the noises to be as sharp as they are as the cars come through. I expected more grunt, but they're not quite ear-piercing. Well, that's not true. In the older days, the Porsche was definitely ear-piercing, but did you find that particularly like Astons and stuff like that were way louder than you expected them to be?
Yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't any Astons when I was there, but or
You had
Bentleys.
Brands Hatch, and there wasn't Astons or Bentley.
There wasn't
What
any
year is
Aston
it?
or Bentley, and there was lots of Audis. There was McLarens, quite a few McLarens, the Mercedes and the Ferraris, and Porsche. There's a few Porsches, but not as many Porsches as I thought it was going to be. But what I can say is you're bang on the money there. The sound of those cars were far more crisp than I thought they would be. I mean, ACC picks what I think is a very, very close match. However, have got that very slight difference, and I'll be honest with you, it's even better than you think. It's you hear it
Yeah.
for yourself. It's even better than ACC put it out there. But what we hear on here and what you hear in real life is not far off. It's just the difference is you get the smell as well. Don't forget the smell, the thrill, and
Yep.
and the sound are just it's just great.
I always said I like to do the virtual racing because I can sit in air conditioning and not be covered in dirt or rained on. And other than that, though, the real thing is pretty neat as well. For me, it was always the noise that is the biggest difference. You just get so much extra auditory assistance from the real thing. The extra little cracks, crackles, pops, the over revs. Oh my goodness. GT racing, like I said, is in a second golden era. It took a long time for the world to settle on GT3 regulations. We went through so many different iterations of GT car, and it just wasn't quite it. It was too dangerous, too costly. They had to have a sweet spot, and I think they nailed it with the configuration. That's ever changing every year. The rule book changes every year. It seems like new cars are entering the fold of GT3. Heck, next year, Ford Mustang GT3 car. Next year, brand new car.
Yeah,
This year it was a Corvette.
It's exciting to hear that, isn't it? I mean, to get the Mustang in there as well. It's, you know, another such an iconic brand and you know, a manufacturer. It's great. It's great to hear, and I mean, it'd be interesting to find out what it's like. But like you said, the sport is forever evolving, and for the good. If you ask me, for the good so far. Haven't been anything I've noticed that's been negative. But one car I forgot to mention actually, Jesse, that was at the track was the Lamborghini. And how could I
Lamborghini makes a
forget?
sound.
How could I forget the Lamborghini?
That car, folks, makes a very specific sound that even in the dead of night, if you can't see, you can still pick out the Lamborghini versus every other car. It's such a unique note out of the pipes of that.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's such a. I can't describe it. It's certainly put the hairs up on the back of your neck, and just to hear most of the cars, to be honest, but to hear that Lambo, I don't know what it is about the Lamborghini. I'm a bit like Ryan in that respect. It's something about that car. It's a brand that just it always gets me, and I always like to see the Lamborghini do well. But it's that was one of the cars, and how I could forget that, Jesse, I feel rather disappointed in myself.
I will say, we've been blessed with the Lamborghini Motorsports here in the States. We had the GT1 Diablo back in my day. We had the GT1 Diablo, and that car rather grunted rather than shouted. But the Huracan GT3 and the Evo especially, that thing is a sharp snarl sound to that car, and it's uniquely Lamborghini is what I can say about that car.
Oh, there's no doubt about that, Jesse. There is no doubt about that. It is a unique brand and unique car. It's and a unique sound. And I don't care what anyone says. It's not an Audi. It's a Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, 100%. And a lot of Americans, I think, can agree with me there that we just have this weird affinity because we've always had Lamborghini racing in one form or another, it seems like, and just special machinery. And just like with Ferrari, if you want to make an argument, you can tell that racing is a passion. And they may never be a time where we don't have one or both of those cars on a grid somewhere any given week. Just so much. Italy makes some great race cars, I think, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and I've just noticed, Jesse, in the time that we've been talking about what we're so passionate about, Granit's Caracas has managed to pull that gap down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, it sure has. I noticed it was 18. I didn't see 17 because I was thinking about Lamborghini notes. I was actually thinking about the Countach actually back in the day about how you would. How many carburetors did that thing have? 4 or 6 carburetors?
4, I think 4, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely insane to try and get 4 carburetors to cooperate. But in that time, missed the fact that they were under 16 seconds. Granit's Caracas is coming. Hey, I promised everybody at home, Les, that was going to happen. And it is. Yeah. And it should happen, according to my math, and I have been doing the math, as you might, in the next hour and a half.
Yeah, and that will fly by, and before you know it, they will be on the exhaust pipes of that number 747, and there will be another battle for the lead. And I'm looking forward to it, Jesse. Shame in a way that I won't be here. I'll probably be inside the BMW of our car in Split 2 at that point, but yeah, and it's I need to catch up at some point, see how my team are doing. But yeah.
So you don't know how your team's doing right now?
Not right now. No, it's my internet.
How much would I have to pay you to check on your team and get back to us and give us a live update from you?
You don't need to pay me, Jesse. I do it for love. But to be honest, now you declared your love for Tim, it's a bit disappointing that it's not shared.
Listen, I can love multiple people. I do love multiple. Just
well,
like I love multiple Italian cars.
Well, yeah, me and you both. Well, we've done 187 laps in our split so far. And yeah, it looks like we're in P12 at the moment. I don't know what that is in class, so I need to check that, to be honest. But yeah, we're doing all right. We're plodding along. After our incident at the very beginning of the race, where we went all the way down to P last, whatever the number was at the time. It's nice to see that we've clawed some positions back, and I mean we started P11, so we're not too far off.
There you have it. Split 2 update. Les Stevenson, of course, a lot of our commentary crew and stewarding team also involved in this race somehow. And there'll be somebody that says, isn't that conflict of interest to have stewards in the race? Well, don't worry about that. Stewards that are part of the race are not allowed to steward that split that they are in. Take out the conflict of interest. And of course, in the broadcast booth, we have no such conflict of interest because I just love racing in general. I'm also not in it, so I don't think we have any of our broadcast team that's at one. Also, kind of works out too as well. But I will tell you what's really funny, Les, and I don't think you've ever broadcasted with Ted Edwards, but he has a race team called Race Ventura. Okay,
He does.
and when we him and I broadcast together, he gets very passionate about his team, and I maybe make fun of him a little bit for it, just to balance things out.
Guess he make fun. Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to people. Hello to the Visceral Esports team who has joined us in chat. A couple of you loving on the Lamborghini talk. We do love a Lamborghini around here. Then again, we love most cars. Just some of the cars don't love me back. My biggest problem. Maybe if I learned to drive them, that would be a different story. But no, the Visceral Esports team joining and absolutely agreeing. Their team doing bits here today. Absolutely getting after it. 15.3 the gap. It was 15.9 a moment ago. It continues to come down as Robin Schaefer, the T3 Motorsport Black car, who has had absolutely no luck today. They're down in E5 in class, but luckily are gaining on Willamont in front. Berrezzini has driven away from Grant Willamont for P3. It's 10.3 seconds. Do bear in mind, before the 18 stopped, they were on top of each other, and now have a 10-second gap and something up with that car or maybe Willamont's pace. But nevertheless, Robin Schaefer for T3 Motorsport Black's coming.
Certainly is, and gap forever getting smaller. But great example there, by the way. One of great presentation there of the blue flags being waved and seeing that the BMW just allowing them through, but not losing much time. Letting Schaefer through there into just before the chicane, and both cars are not losing hardly any time, and like that's how it should be done.
Yeah, it absolutely should be. I mean, of course, if you're not on the same lap, of course, you should always be taking due care when somebody on a different lap is coming up to you. And certainly we've seen that exemplified throughout this entire World Tour Championship as well. Getting sort of offline or maintaining your line, letting them make the move, of course, is the preferred thing. They will know that from all the drivers' briefings of let the car overtake you, don't do anything drastic to get out of the way. But of good back marker driving here today. I hate to call them back markers because they're not really, they're just on a different line.
And it's I mean, how else do you put it? That's the problem. How else do you put it? But we're trying to make it mean. But no, like you said, it's just a different stage of the race. That's what I would say. And but no, it was a great example. And like you said, there's been a great driving standards in general actually throughout the whole series. I think there's been the odd case, obviously, like you would get in any championship. But generally speaking, I think the respect's been there for most drivers and most teams, and it's been a great championship for all the splits from all accounts. But it's just nice to hear, isn't it, Jesse, that people are out there to have fun, but also be competitive at the same time, and have much respect for most.
100% the case. Christopher Wolfgruber from the Jardier Community Team 2, number 40 Aston. I don't know what happened to them on the start because I wasn't here, but they were definitely further down than they should have been. They've been on the march for the past several hours and have just about done the job. Martin Lawrence is 7 seconds in front of them. That's not for position, of course, but that will clear Wolfgruber and the Jardier Community Team. It's actually 15 seconds. I don't know where I did that math in my head at, but they are gaining on Lawrence in front, and if they can make that pass at some point in the future, that will put them in front of the entire silver field. Pro cars left to go. Hate to even say this, Les, but it's been a while since we've had to drive through for track limit.
It has, hasn't it? And on that front, it's been a little bit quiet. But the rest of it, I mean, we have got to that sort of stage where there's appears to be, there's a few gaps between the cars now. But it's just that phase of the race. It will soon turn its head, and before you know it, like you said, people will get drive-throughs, or the pit stops will take account, and those gaps start to close again. And it just sets up for a great race, but as it has already been.
Kent has attempted to help us in chat. Of course, we are reading chat, as you might expect, us here at RCI TV. Kent has pointed out something. We could call the blue-flagged cars first runners of the rear of the pack. I do like the creativity there. I do try to refer to them as blue-flagged cars and not back markers, because that is so unfair, because technically, if Bram Departier comes up to the back of Martin Lawrence, and Martin Lawrence gets blue flag, that means CLR is a back marker by name, but that's not true. They're leading their class, so that's why I hate to say that.
Yeah,
and
no, I get you.
But I like that. First runners at the rear of the pack. Reverse grid pole, I think, is another one.
Yeah, I
opposite day
mean,
pole.
either way, it's first runners of the rear of the pack. I like that. And yeah, I think that's what we should do from now on, Jesse. Then we're talking about the 504 there of Marquez. So we can't see them on screen just yet, but they are the first of the rear of the pack.
Yeah, Pedro Marks is down near the bottom. They haven't always been there, the 504. They've had a rough race themselves, but credit to them sticking in it. Still half a race to go, 5 hours. Where did the first 5 hours go? I know you spent a lot of it in the box, Les, with Mr. Tim Peck, but my goodness, when it was, I felt like several hours went by and there was no movement up at the front, and then in 5 minutes they were all spread apart, but here they are coming back together. 14 and a half seconds between NSN Racing and Visceral Esports up at the front. It was 30 plus seconds after the number 70 of Visceral Esports got a drive-through penalty. Caracas retook quick lap. It's a 27.8 and going like a stabbed rat. 14.1. I have readjusted my math, Les Stevenson. They're going to get there in less than an hour now.
Going like a stabbed rat. That's definitely a first for me, Jesse. And it was a great way of putting it. But the gap's coming down tremendously fast. And like you said, with your math, which is clearly better than mine, yes, within the next.
I wouldn't.
Sorry, I was still trying to get over the stab rat reference, but yeah, it's. I'd say more like a SpaceX rocket up their exhaust pipe.
Sure, that's the less violent option. Sure.
But but yes, calming down. Certainly within the next hour, I would have thought. And obviously this is all depending that nothing goes wrong, and also the pit stops, don't play a part. But it's certainly looking like it's going to be closed down. Certainly with Caracas and in the car, and Depatrier in the 747. So let's see how it pans out. But it certainly is closing, and it is closing at a rate of knots.
Yeah, it's several tenths a lap. It might be more than a tenth a sector. Sometimes it's more or less, depending on, I'm assuming, traffic or how you hit the curbs. We talked about the chicanes and how, unless you are a robot, you never really hit them identically, but these pro drivers will be within millimeters of where they are or where they want to be every single lap. But if you are Bram out in front, if you are NSN Racing, you know you've been caught. Your lead has more than halved itself in the past hour. Les Stevenson, you're the crew chief over at NSN Racing. What do you do? What's the strategy here?
Personally, it needs to be the. Obviously, you're a team. Every driver's got to have a drive, but I want my fastest driver in that car as much as possible. And if that means that some people have got to, unfortunately, not have as much of a drive as maybe they'd want, it's what's going to be the best result for the team. So if Depatrier is not the quickest out of the 4 or 3 of them, I think it's 3 in there, I can't remember, then I'll be getting him out in the next pit stop and swapping in the fastest driver. whoever that may be. But yeah, that's probably something along the lines of what we do.
I can't disagree with that. That's probably what I would do as well. And you know, Bram's not doing anything wrong. Don't get us wrong. The only problem that Bram has is the fastest man on the racetrack happens to be the guy in second place.
Yeah, no, like you said, Bram's doing probably a damn sight better job than what I could do.
He's not running slow laps, Bram Departier, at all. Again, the only problem is the fastest man by a small margin, I would say, is the guy running him down. Bram's laps are very consistent and they're very quick laps. But Caracas,
just not as quick as Carrantas.
Yep, and that's the one problem that they're going to have. The other question I have for you, Les, is does anybody have anything for Grandes Caracas if they're going to run 27.8s?
I haven't seen what Barazzini's lap times are, but by all accounts, we know what Barazzini's capable of. But is it going to be as quick as Grandes Caracas? Well, at the moment, we'd have to say probably not. I mean, certainly with the team that are certainly holding the fastest lap of the race so far. I don't know if that was Grandes Caracas that set that lap time, but certainly wouldn't be far off it either way. But got another lap car here. Hopefully they'll. Oh, he's indicating left. There we go. We go around the right side. And but yes,
to the blue flagged car there.
Yeah, it was either way. Again, minimal time loss on both drivers' accounts. But yeah, I think the answer to your question is at the moment, I'd say probably not, Jesse.
So you're saying if I'm not a driver for Visceral Esports, I'm doomed at this point?
Yeah, at the moment, as it stands right now, I'll put. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on them, but I'll put money on it that at 70, it's going to be closing that gap down, and I think we're going to be looking at a top step for them.
I love how positive Les Stevenson is, folks. Again, Les and I worked together on the Friday Championship, and it's always funny to me. Les is a very positive guy. Lovely, lovely man, Les Stevenson. Very difficult for him to be negative about anything. If you'd asked me that question, I'd say, nope, nobody has anything for Caracas. Caracas is going to win this race. But I will tell you this. If I was on that Orion race team or NSM racing team, what I would say is, look, they've already got one drive-through today, and that was not even at the halfway point yet. They'll likely get another one. Don't worry about it. Let's keep running our race. Let's worry about them. Let's let them continue to make mistakes, and we'll see what happens in the final couple hours. That's what I would be telling my team. Don't worry about what they're doing on the score sheet. Just know that they've got drive-through penalties already, and they're likely probably going to get more if they're going to drive like that throughout the rest of the race. You got to do something. You got to give your team something.
Yeah, of course you have. You got dangle that carrot, haven't you? You got to give them something. But yeah, I mean, just watching it on this onboard camera view of the number 70 Visceral Esports McLaren, it just goes to prove, the inch perfect on pretty much every corner, and that's what it takes to be as fast as what they're going, and see them going over that chicane, that first chicane, it's an incredible view, and it just goes to prove that I clearly don't take that chicane anywhere near hard enough.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm looking at them do that, and I'm thinking, how are they not sideways or backwards coming out of there? That looks absolutely horrifying to me. That's not in any way how I would take that chicane. But Kent in chat's asking, maybe they're playing the long game out in front. I can tell you, Bram and the 747 NSN Bentley, they pit early in comparison to Caracas, and I think Caracas and Barazzini came in together last time, if memory serves. So the tires on the 747 Bentley are definitely older at this stage than Caracas's, and tire wear does matter around here.
Yeah, I think we're talking. I think it's about 3 laps before I think they came in, didn't they? But yeah, it was the 70 and the 126 came in around about the same time, and so they have got slightly older tyres out there in front. But I don't know if it's going to be mattering too much. I don't think Zolder is really a track that really eats the tyres. Don't get me wrong; it's always going to be an issue. Tyres, obviously, 65-minute stints. full tank loads and trying to go as fast as possible. Obviously, it's going to affect it in some way, but to be taking out the time that Caracas is out the 747, it's certainly. I don't think it's going to be strategy. I think that's just purely, unfortunately for De Patrier, that Caracas is quicker at the moment.
You had to take that away from me, didn't you, Les? You couldn't
Sorry.
I am trying to pump up the team. I'm trying to say, look, it's all going against us. It's us versus the world. We're going to get them in the end. And you're like, actually, no.
Sorry, Jesse. Sorry.
Oh, my goodness. My partner, ladies and gentlemen, no. What a race we've had nearing the halfway point. 5 hours down, 5 hours left to go, Les. I think it's right about the time that you go and see your team. Give them my absolute best and good luck. Give them hell for the lap.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Stewie, for doing this tremendous broadcasting for such a long time. I believe he's doing the whole 10 hours, so thank you again, Stewie, and thanks for Tim as well from earlier on, and good luck for the rest of the broadcast, everyone, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, Les Stevenson. Of course, Stewie is doing all 10 hours. He'll be on commentary in a few hours as well. You'll get to hear the sultry voice of Mr. Stewie. For the time being, of course, I just want to say Alpha has given us, Alpha's our race controller for today, who will also be doing all 10 hours of the race. I've mentioned that across all 4 splits that we have going for the 10-hour of Zolder today, there's been a combined 30 reports in the first 5 hours of the race. And you may think 30 reports, that's a lot. Realistically, for 4 different splits with 100-some cars thereabout, that is not a lot at all. Well, folks, it is right about the time that I bid you adieu for a little while. I'll be back in 1 hour's time. Tim Peck and Miguel Martins are going to be up and with you. We had the reunion of the Friday Championship with Les and me. How about the reunion of the Thursday champ? Tim Peck and Miguel Martins, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse, and it is a pleasure to be back in the booth with you now, Miguel. I think that was the season 7 Thursday was the last championship we did together, and it was an absolute blast. But welcome, everyone. This is the 10 hours of Zolder. We've just 5 hours to go. We've gone over the halfway mark now, and well, I was here about an hour ago, and things were looking similar, but not quite like this. I know that last time I left, Grady was closing down on Egger, and the Nissan and the BMWs, they were fighting. Nissan and the Bentley as well was fighting, and I tell you what, the McLaren number 70 was not 11 seconds off the leader. They were probably about 30 seconds back when I left. So a lot has changed in that hour, and I don't doubt for a second it's change more. But anyway, welcome, Miguel, to the 10 hours of Zolder. How are you doing?
Thank you, Tim. It's good to be back. It is very good to be back. It's been a while since we've done the Thursday champ. I believe the last one we did was with the BMW M2s. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, I forgot about the BMW M2 champ. Yeah, that was really fun on the first days. And actually, I think the last one I did now was BMW M2s and GT4s. And I went into it, and in the first session, I was like, oh, me and Miguel talked so much about the tyres on the BMW M2s and how they just affect you right at the end of the race. And that is basically exactly then what happened in the next season. The GT4s are trying to lap the BMW M2s, and all the BMW M2s are sliding around the track because they have no tyres left.
Yeah, I have to say I've been watching, and it's good to see. There's a lot of racing between the GT4 and the M2s. Gets pretty close at some points.
Yeah, it's been really good. Speaking of racing, Dubiel right now, I believe, is trying to hold off someone behind. But here's Schumacher currently on the track. They've closed down on Martin Grady in the number 18 Bentley. So Schumacher in the 411, closing down the 18. This is a bit of a fight that we saw happening earlier as well. And these guys have been going back and forth. The 411 got a lot of pace in that car. but have struggled a little bit, had a drive-through at one point, also crashed into the wall, which is why they're currently down in 7th. But I'll tell you now, Miguel, at one point, this 411 BMW was fighting for first place.
Oh, I don't doubt it. They've looked racy for all the time that I've been watching. And, well, we'll just have to see if they can get past Grady. The car does look a bit dented at the front. As you mentioned, they hit a wall, so we'll see how that affects their pace.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, is that they did hit a wall, and you're right, the car does look dented at the front. Now, they actually did fix the damage, but clearly the mechanics didn't quite manage to push the bonnet fully back down, because we basically commented as soon as they came out of the pits, their bonnet was like a little bit popped up still. We're like, there is no way that they went into the pits and just didn't fix that damage. So I think that is a glitch on the BMW at the moment, but either way, like, it's a good spot, as actually it went for a little fly there over the curb of the corner, and that I'd say is, having watched the race so far, I think the big thing for a lot of these cars today is getting the chicanes right. I mean, you're a driver as well, like me and like Les, and something that we've all talked about is just the track to Zolder as a whole and how it feels to drive. And I think you can probably agree with me here, Miguel, that the chicanes, they are technically easy to learn, but they are very hard to master. And if you do them slightly wrong, they will definitely.
Yeah, these chicanes, we have to be very, very precise with them. And then, of course, it will depend from car to car. Some cars, they can sort of like brute force their way through it. You can jump and land and you'll be fine. You'll lose a couple tenths, but you know, you'll survive to fight another day. Some other cars, you take it a millimeter wrong. It's just death.
Yeah, that's basically the best way of putting it. Pedro Marquez in the 504 BMW has picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits. That is definitely not the first, and definitely not the last drive-through we are most likely going to see. We've had quite a lot of those today, ticking through in each stint as well. Pagadi, I want to talk about them in the Audi right now. That Audi I have seen in just about every single position on the track. They started out in second overall. They were pole in their class. They had a lot of misfortune in stint 1. Struggled quite a lot with the car as well, because the Audis, I'd say probably the car's been suffering almost the most today, which is a little bit surprising, because I didn't think the Audi would be that type of car. But they ended up in last, and they did an amazing comeback drive to second, got a drive through, then they got spun a couple of times. So it's been a roller coaster of a day at the 501. And I imagine right now that entire team is just trying to focus on climbing back up the order yet again.
Yeah, that Audi, it's a tricky car around here because it's fast if you manage to string a good lap together. But it's, again, one of those cars where it's very easy to make a mistake and you just completely lose it.
Yeah, that's a good point, is that as well, it's worth mentioning that, of course, the Audi it's new. It's not super new still. It came out a while ago. I can't remember, it's probably like a good 3-4 months ago now. But either way, like, it's still fairly new. There's still things to learn about it all the time. And whilst I imagine most of the drivers here have learned about the Audi, I'm sure a lot of you at home that are driving right now will probably think, yeah, actually, the Audi is still one of those good cars. And I know, personally, I've not driven it a lot. So I came in today thinking, oh, the Audi, I thought it would do quite well here at Zolder. But having watched it, it's definitely one of the cars to struggle. But speaking of struggling cars, I mean, it's no secret that the Ferrari has been struggling a lot today. I'm impressed to see them back up into 4th, and I think from the outset I was expecting to struggle. But what I find weird is that the McLaren, another car that I thought maybe not quite as good as taking the curbs as the others on the pitch. Currently, we've got a McLaren in 2nd chasing down 1st, McLaren in 4th, 1st in their class, and the McLaren 2nd in their class as well. So actually, the McLaren's kind of thriving today.
Yeah, the McLaren's it's an interesting car because, like you said, I was expecting expecting that car in particular to struggle. It's low to the ground. It relies on downforce. It's very long. It's quite a big car. Mid-engine. It's just doesn't seem like the right car that, could take these tight corners, the chicanes, the curbs, but it's just been flying out there.
Yeah, it has absolutely been flying. And speaking of flying, Caracas continues to chase down the leaders. They lost a bit of time on that last lap, but obviously traffic factors in as well. But I mean, this for me, I know when I came into the commentary booth, now I was just listening to Les and Jesse talking about it. This for me is what I was expecting to see out of the McLaren team today. The number 70, they started, I can't remember where now, I think it's down like 6th or 7th or something. But from the first lap onwards, they've had so much pace and they've just been making it look super easy out there. So to see Crackers now chasing down the 747 for the race lead, I've got to say, I'm surprised to a certain extent, but at the same time, this is what I was expecting to see, I think.
Yeah, they've been catching up quite a bit, and the gap between the 70 and the 747 is now under 10 seconds as well. There's a short 4 or 5 laps ago, it was about 11 and in a bit. I mean, they've been catching it slowly but steady. Every lap, they seem to be putting a dent on that gap.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see who comes in the car next as well. I think we're a little out of sync. Well, obviously, we're very out of sync in terms of pit stops with the in-game hour, but I imagine pit stops probably coming in about 10 minutes time based off what was happening. There's a couple of people actually in the pits at the moment. The number 349 McLaren is one of those cars that is in the pits, but realistically, we've got about 10 minutes where anyone can pit at any time across the period. And I'm just wondering, coming into the pits, really how that's going to affect the race and the outcome of all that, because we've had some interesting strategies today, honestly. We've had people pit like 5 minutes before their stint is up. We've had people pitting basically at the end of their stint. We've had some people pitting really early as well, and it's been interesting seeing the different stints. Obviously, like me and Les are talking about this a lot, the usual aim of a driver is to push it the entire hour and 5 minutes because you want to get the most out, and then once you get to your final stint, it's only about 30 to 40 minutes long, so it's a lot shorter. Whereas today, I've seen a lot of people pitting directly on the clock, and it's almost thrown a lot of the cars out of order, because I'm looking at this right now, and actually I'm thinking a lot of these guys probably aren't in the position, but I'm wondering when it comes to the pits, who the McLaren is going to put in that car, because there is a lot of very fast drivers on that team, and I know this is what Les and Jesse were saying. All of them are basically forces you do not want to be messing with. So I'd be interested to see what the 70 does, and I'd be interested to see what the 747 does to just try and answer this speed that is coming out of the McLaren right now.
Yeah, I think that we have, as you said, another 10-15 minutes until the leaders stop.
Yeah.
And I'm in a team, we're also racing in split 3. According to our calculations, at the end of the race, we'll have, like the last stint will only be like 10 minutes at most, if you constantly pit on the 65-minute mark. Yeah, it's interesting to see the people hitting on the hour mark. Then that will leave you at a disadvantage.
It will, and that's what we were confused about as well. It's like we were sitting there saying, we had a long discussion about it, which is, why would you hit a little bit earlier? I guess obviously it comes, damage and other factors come into it. You know, maybe you've got plans outside of sim racing as well that you want to get to, but from a strategical point of view, I think the unanimous agreement between all of us so far has been, why wouldn't these guys extend their stints to the absolute limit, you know?
Yeah, like you said, could be with, other preoccupations. Someone has to, go to an event and only race for that amount of time. Yeah, but it's interesting to see these tactics and see how it mixes up the field. Maybe if you pit earlier, then you're out on clean air, you can sort of go for like an undercut, where you can then put in your laps without pressure. Maybe that will work out in their favor. We don't know. We can only judge at the end.
We did see that earlier. We actually saw a car go for an undercut. They got it off and they ended up in front. And actually, that's something else. Is Zolder, there's there's overtake opportunities here, but they're not necessarily easy to pull off. Like, in the grand scheme of things, you're much better off trying to get the overtakes happening in the pits, because one person in particular I'm going to call out here is Egger in the Nissan. I think I've watched them defend cars for about 2 hours straight so far in this race, and it's like, yes, the overtaking opportunities are there, but it does take quite a lot of an investment, which is something you don't necessarily want to do in an endurance race. So I'm wondering if people are pitting early as well to try and get track position, maybe get, like you said, a few laps in really clean air. That might just be enough to undercut them. And then realistically, fine, your stint might be, 20 minutes longer at the end, but if you can hold off for that 20 minutes, yeah, you'll be at a slight disadvantage with tyres and fuel, but if you can hold off for that 20 minutes, then you have the track position in favour.
Yeah, and this track, it's not easy to pass. If you want to do a pass, there's only like 3 or 4 corners where you can do it, and you have to be decisive with it. You cannot just sort of put your nose on the inside of the other car. You have to be decisive. Unfortunately, in this split, with all the pro drivers and very fast guys, they're very good at that.
Yeah, and they're very good at understanding, like, if you're attacking, you're good at knowing what you can and can't do, what's sort of acceptable and what's maybe pushing the limit a bit too much. And then again, though, like, people defending, they're at that stage where they've had enough experience to know, okay, this person's likely to try and make a move up the inside in this corner. I need to be a little bit aware of that and not cut them off too much, because if they do go for that move and they end up there, we're both going to end up facing the wrong way. And like you said, these guys, they are the best of RCI. This is the top split. So we will find, well, you can see really is just how they got here. But I want to ask you, Miguel, because you obviously just mentioned that your team's currently racing in split 3 at the moment. I mean, how are you guys doing so far? Because I know you've had a couple of mixed results across the season, haven't you?
Yes, across the entire season, we've been up and down the field. We tend to do sort of well in qualifying. I believe we've done 4 Super Bowls.
Wow.
Not correct on that number, but no, 3 Super Bowls. Yeah, but it's been good, and right now we are fighting for second in our class, in the silver class. It's still a bit touch and go, but it's all coming down to this last race. We have just look. We have 106 points. Guys behind us have 99. Behind them 98, then 94, 88. It's very, very close, and this last race will end up deciding it for us. So we might still get a podium.
I mean, that just sounds like a brilliant end. We're actually in a very similar situation at the moment with my team, in that the fight for the 3rd place overall in the standings is currently split by 1 point. The people in 3rd have 102.5 points, and the people in 5th have 101.5 points. So that's been a very exciting race for us so far, and I know that my team's been sort of just working through the early stages of the race, and we've been actually across the field in this race in particular. At one point we were basically on the podium overall and fighting at the top. Then we ended up towards the back of the pack, and now we're sort of sitting in the middle. But I'd say we've had a very similar race to the Audi here, actually, the 501, in that we've been all over the place. And funnily enough, across this season, like, we didn't think we were doing overly great. We've had a lot of results where we weren't too happy with where we finished, but we got to today and we were like, hang on a second, we're fighting for 3rd overall in the standings. Why are we disappointed in this? And I think this championship's just been brilliant. It's been really fun going to all the different locations, and I personally loved the track choices. Well, the 747's come into the pit lane. We're 20 minutes past the hour now, and the 747 has pitted. I'm wondering if they put someone new in the car. I know Les was saying maybe it's time for a bit of a change up in the driver for the 747, but what they've done now is they've released crackers into open air on the track, and we've seen this once already. That McLaren's had open air, and that McLaren has just powered out hot laps and loved it. So I wouldn't be surprised here, Miguel, if that gap that was about 7 seconds when the 747 went into the pit is not a very large gap and probably only about 2 or 3 by the time they both come out again.
Yeah, especially in this track with the pit entry and also a bit of the pit exit, how they are shaped. It's you can push it, you can push the limits and gain, a couple tenths, and then that will help with your pit stop time. Or you could take it more carefully, be sure not to hit the wall, get more damage. But yeah, 7 seconds, that's not a lot to separate them. And I believe that the 747 just left the pits, and it is still the same driver, the Pretier car.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh, it's not. Actually, they've just changed the ACC to go on top day there, but it's DeCaser in the car right now, who I'm not sure I've seen driving it yet. I might have actually seen them earlier. I'm trying to think who it was, Verstappen and someone else, but the 747's got to switch up the driver. It's basically the question now is what are they going to do compared to Caracas and whoever comes in after Caracas. I don't think Caracas sets the fastest lap. I might be wrong in saying that, but I think it was their teammate Riley who set it in the last stint. So there's a lot of fast drivers on that McLaren team right now, and I think it's going to be a tall order for the 747, but who knows, if DeCaser comes out now and puts in some brilliant laps, maybe even steals fastest stat back, then that will be a massive boost to that Bentley, and I think that will help just give a bit more breathing room. Right now, they're probably feeling the pressure of just being chased down constantly.
Yeah, and in that, if it wasn't Caracas that set the fastest time, it was their teammate Riley. If Riley is the faster driver in that car, then, well, I'm just worried for the 747. They have them behind. Be a tall order to defend from them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, yeah.
But as you said, it's one thing to catch someone up, it's another to pass them. This track is not the best to pass people.
Absolutely, and actually brings me back to what I was sort of talking about earlier. So the pole of this race was the 126 Nissan, which is currently running in second, but after pit stops will probably be about third again. But they were on pole for this race, and for the first 2 hours they were still in the lead. And it was interesting because in the first hour they put a bit of distance on everyone, but coming into hour 2 there were 3 cars queued up behind them, and it was really funny to watch because the 747 would be trying to go for an overtake, they'd be trying to make it happen, couldn't really find anything, would go for a move, the move didn't work out, and the 747 would end up like off the track because they maybe misjudged a corner, and then instantly the next person slots in. There's the 70 then attacking the 126, but what surprised me the most was out of all that time the 126 held on to this, constantly being under pressure for about 2-3 hours straight. They constantly stayed in the lead, and it was only until they made a mistake themselves that an overtake happened. And I think that's what's probably going to be playing on the minds of the number 70 McLaren and the 747 here is just don't make a mistake. Okay, fine, the number 70 might be faster than you, but if you could stay ahead of them, now that they're on fresher tyres, the 747's on fresher tyres, they can get some good laps in. If they stay ahead of the number 70s in the pits, the number 70 still might not be able to get through. It's like you said, overtaking is difficult here. And realistically, as long as the 747 drivers are consistent and don't make a mistake, they might be able to hold this lead for the next 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and just as we're talking about it, the number 70 has come into the pits for their pit stop, so just keep an eye out for them, see where they come out. If maybe they've managed to steal it away from the 747.
But we will find that out. Of course, they've just pulled into the pit lane. Where is the 747 right now? Well, they've just come through the hairpin, going through the... Do we call this a chicane? It's not really. You drive straight across it, but it makes a little chicane shape on the track, man. But now they're coming through the final chicane onto the start-finish straight, and looks like the number 70 still in the pits. I think the 747 will still be ahead, although number 70 now just leaving their pit box. Vanko Dimitrov back in the car. They took the second stint earlier, and now they're back in the car for what I believe 6 right now. But either way, coming out of the pit lane, I think, yep, the 747 is way clear of the pit exit. So not going to be enough to undercut them. Not going to be enough to overcut them, sorry. We'll see just how big that gap is, and we'll also see how their pit stop times as well. So that 70 car was in the pits for about 2 seconds longer than the number 747, and we're going to see just how far behind they are when they next cross into the sector. But you know, Miguel, I think they might have lost time, and they have. It's now a 10-second gap to the 747, so whatever the number 70 was planning there, the overcut didn't work.
No, it seems like it didn't, but we'll just have to see till the end of the race. They'll have a short stint. What will they do? A splash and dash? Change tires? Maybe just a drive-through is enough if they have the fuel capacity? I mean, we'll see if Dimitrov can bring that gap back down to the Kaiser, but could have an interesting fight for the next couple of hours coming up.
Yeah, and it's now Dimitrov's turn to do what Caracas was doing previously and just try and chase down the 747. And now we just get to really compare these two drivers, De Kaiser and Dimitrov, who is the faster on the two. And it's going to take a couple of laps to judge that. Of course, you're probably waiting the best part of 20 to 30 minutes before we find out a definitive who's faster. But, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Dimitrov in that number 70 McLaren now. After watching your teammate take huge chunks of time out of the gap, you know, there's a lot of pressure on you as Schumacher in the 411 gets a drive through. The second one for that BMW 411, and that's got to suck for them. They've been up and down this leaderboard, and they've been putting out some really good lap times, but a second drive through for them, that's going to really hurt.
Yeah, it will, and it's so easy to do because they've just passed the 18 of Brady.
Yeah.
So, because before they were stuck behind them, now they have this drive-through, they're gonna be behind them again.
Yeah, absolutely. I know someone in the chat, Shanti, said, do we have a replay from the overtake of 411? I believe it all happened in the pit lane, so that's why we didn't have that up. But either way, they're now back into the pits. Schumacher in the 411, in the second drive-through of the race for the BMW, and again, this is the thing about Zolder, is that it's very easy to get track cuts here. We've had a lot of drive-throughs in this race alone, and I think realistically, with almost half the time left still, there's plenty more to come. But what I'm concerned about right now, if I'm the 411, is this is the second drive-through we've had, and we've only just got past the halfway mark. If I'm the team captain here, I'm asking the drivers to maybe play a bit safer, because we can't keep taking drive-throughs. It's taking huge chunks out of our time.
Yeah, these drive-throughs, they're not helping, but at the same time, this track, you have to push the curbs, you have to push the corners, and it's so easy to just go slightly over the line, get a warning. Yeah, they'll still be pushing. They want to catch back up to the 18 of Brady, so we'll have to see if 4.5 hours is enough time for them to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's, you know, it's in the nature of a driver to just keep pushing. Well, time for us to have yet another break here. We're going to ride on board with one of the drivers. I'm wondering who Stewie's going to pick to ride on board with here, but for now, take a little seat back in your chair. The commentary is going to resume shortly. We're just going to go and have a quick break, but turn up the volume, have a little listen to the cars in ACC, and enjoy watching the POV view from Charles Holden in the 444 Mercedes. And we are back on the commentary for the 10 hours of Zolder. We've got about 4.5 hours left in the race, so we're more than halfway through. And we were just riding on board there with the four Mercedes of C. Holden. I am Tim Peck, joined here currently in the booth by Miguel Martins and Stewie on the broadcast, who has been working the entire shift so far and has a nice long shift to look forward to as well. And you'll actually be getting to hear Stewie a bit later too, because they'll be coming to the comms. But well, let's get right back into the action, Miguel. We were talking just before we left about Dimitrov in the number 70, what they have to do now, which is try and keep up what Caracas was doing and close the gap. And not to be the bearer of bad news for the number 70, but currently they're actually losing time. So the 747, getting at that gap a bit bigger, might buy them enough time towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it could do. It could buy them just enough. I mean, even before with Caracas in the car, they were only gaining a couple tenths each lap. It was slow gaining, but it was steady every lap they were doing it. As we say that, the 747 just had a yellow flag at the chicane. Might have just lost a bit of time to the number 70.
That'd
Well,
be good for the number 70, wouldn't it? Because it would just help them to catch back up that little bit. Actually, I think we're about to get a race replay of what happened with the 747 here going into the first chicane. And oh yeah, they did. Look, they just get a bit spat out. They took it too harsh, and oh my gosh, that car is doing donuts on the track. But yeah, Ducaser gets spat out of the chicane there a little bit too fast, but recovers. But yeah, like you said, that is definitely going to help the 70 catch back up.
yeah, it will. It was, like we've said before, that chicane, it's very easy to just get it wrong. Look at the gap now, 4.7 seconds. It's nothing. This will fill the Mitrov's lungs with confidence.
Oh, 100%. Like, the second you see that car end up a lot closer to you, you're sort of, I imagine like Dimitrov's just driving around, they're doing their own thing, doing their sort of like lapping at their own pace. Suddenly you see the car that you're chasing down almost right ahead of you, and you're like, oh my god, I can do this. So I think this will be a nice boost of confidence, like you say, for Dimitrov here, and hopefully help them to just try and close that gap a little bit more. But again, on the flip side of that, if Ducaser now continues to extend that lead, that might be a little bit of a kick to the confidence. But what this is telling me is actually what I was talking about with Les earlier, is consistency is key. Obviously, this is an endurance race. You're driving probably about 1 hour since at a time, but you may be fastest on the track. You need to be the most consistent as well. And if Ducaser continues to make mistakes like that, where they just cut a bit too much of the chicane and get spat out, then Dimitrov will overtake simply because of the mistakes that are happening.
Yeah, one thing to be fast is another to be consistent, and
yeah,
that mistake will also be a blow in the confidence of the Kaiser, because he's seen that he can lose it there, and he lost about 7 seconds?
Yeah,
to Dimitrov, I believe. 6-7 seconds. I mean,
yeah, about 7 or
quite
8 seconds, I think.
yeah, that's quite a good chunk of time to just throw away in one corner. So
Yeah,
hopefully he
100%.
won't do more mistakes, but he's got to watch out.
Yeah, and that's part of it, isn't it? It's obviously drivers. Part of it is just, you know, knowing how to be fast on the track and having the skill to do those laps on repeat and be, you know, a fast driver. But the other part of it's just the mental side. I know from personal experience, if something goes wrong, if you get a drive through, if you make a mistake, you're a lot more wary the next time you go around. And I'm sure now the Kaiser, who has a lot of speed going on the track, still going to be fast, but will be a lot more cautious coming through that chicane. And just over time, that will take little sort of chunks of time off their lap. I don't think the Kaiser's going to be setting any PBs anytime soon now, because they're just going to sort of reel it back a bit and just be that little bit more careful.
Well, that being said, they're gaining on Dimitrov, so I mean they've found their pace again. They can keep it.
Yeah, and that in itself is just a huge achievement for them, just to be able to go, okay, fine, I've messed up that corner once, but I can do this, I can continue to put out the pace. It was just one mistake, and that in itself is something that you get from these pro drivers, just the ability to go, now, you know what, I'm I'm in control of my confidence levels here, and I'm still confident that this one mistake isn't going to dictate the rest of the race for me.
Yeah, the Kaiser's been good job so far. Egger as well. He's now in the 126. I've just noticed. He was
Ooh.
the driver that started the race, right? For the 126.
No, I think Egger was the driver that did Stint 2.
Ah,
But Egger's I don't pick favourites. Like I really don't have a favourite driver here. But Edgar today has arguably been my favourite purely from their defensive driving style. I don't think I've seen a single person overtake Edgar except for when Edgar went slightly wide on the corner. But either way, Edgar's just a phenomenal driver, and putting them back in the 126 with Grady behind, this is just flashbacks to Stint 4 where Grady closed in. They had so much more speed than Egger, but they just could not overtake that Nissan because of the defense. And I think, okay, the gap now is about 19, almost 20 seconds wide. I'm sure if that was a lot closer and the Bentley came up behind the Nissan, Grady would be thinking, oh, come on, not this again, because honestly, the defense from Egger has just been phenomenal so far.
yeah. And I gotta say, it's good to see an older car in the grid. This Nissan with this Nissan. It's not a car that's used a lot, but it's still good. Still very good.
Yeah, it's not your conventional pick of a car. I know we were saying when we first streamed, I was here for the qualifying for Nürburgring, which was the first race of the championship, and I remember watching it and thinking, why is there a Nissan on the field? Like, it's just not what you expect, but like you said, it is great to see. We get a whole range of cars in the World Tour, and I think for a Nissan in particular to be picked, it was probably partially like a bit of a fun pick for them. You know, let's take this a bit easy because I know last time in the last World Tour, they were racing in the Bentley and had quite a lot of misfortune in it. But to come back in the Nissan, like, it's nice to see. And I know we were talking about it, me and Ryan at the beginning of the race. These guys are currently 10th in the championship, so not had too many great results. And we'll be looking to get a podium here, I think. But for them, they started on pole in this race. They've had their fair share in the lead, and now I think they'll be super happy to be able to say we have a Nissan currently on the podium in the World Tour race.
I have to say, one of our sister cars for our team is actually a Nissan.
Oh wow!
And they absolutely hate the car.
Yeah.
I don't know how they picked it, because even before the first race happened, when they were practicing, were just, they came to the realization that, hang on, this car is actually not that good. You have to have like a golden setup for it. You have to drive it in a certain way that it just works. But it's a very, very tricky car to drive, get to grips with. Well, but see one here in holding third place, well, just awesome.
Yeah, and I think that's more or less the feedback I've heard about the Nissan as well, which is just it's really hard to drive, but it's a classic car, and it has to be said, it is almost a fan favorite in that people know it. No, it's not a good car by any means, especially compared to the others on track. It takes a lot to get something out of the Nissan, but it is one of those ones that people do like to see. Now, earlier we were talking about the pace difference between Nikita and Dimitrov. Well, the 747 was pulling away. Now it seems the McLaren's tyres have kicked into that optimal point because Dimitrov starting to take small chunks, only about a couple of tenths a lap, but nonetheless they're taking small chunks out of that gap. The Kaiser ahead, and well, that's what Dimitrov's been looking for this entire time. They started out the stint looking a bit slower in that McLaren than teammates, and we're actually going to get now the lap times up. You can see in that last lap alone, actually, they're a second quicker than De Kaiser. But yeah, that McLaren had a lot of its drivers do some very, very fast laps in it, and now I think Dimitrov's broken in the confidence, broken in the tyres. This is the optimal point for the car.
Yeah, it could be like the fuel load in McLaren. It's full tank. It doesn't handle as well, but as it starts to go down, the car really gets into its groove, its pace, and well, now you just have to see how long Dimitrov can chase the Kaiser for. We have 16 minutes to the hour, so guessing about another 40 minutes in this stint for the Kaiser and Dimitrov.
Sorry, did you say 40 minutes? I think it's about that,
40,
yeah.
45? Thereabouts, I
Uh,
think.
yeah, somewhere around there, because obviously, like, we're coming into that sort of point where it's really off, and we know that De Kaiser and Dimitrov, well, their teams, really, the 747 and the 70, have been pushing those stints to the driver limit. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's probably about 40 minutes till pit stops.
Yeah, so still have a long time for Dimitrov to catch up to the Kaiser, or maybe for the Kaiser to drive away from Dimitrov.
Yeah, they have just set a fast lap, so I think it's going to be quite back and forth between these two, which it's going to be interesting to see. They seem very similarly paced, and this is what I meant in that it takes about 20 to 30 minutes to judge two drivers' pace against each other, because obviously you can't tell anything from one lap. It's all about how they perform across a stint, and you can see already again Dimitrov chunked that gap a little bit down, but I'm sure by the time we get to the end of the lap, we'll probably still be around that 4-second mark. So different strengths in different areas, and in the cars alone, I mean, the Bentley Sector 2 loves it. The McLaren, on the other hand, as you can see from the perspective right now, gets thrown around a little bit. Even if it doesn't hit the curbs, it does get thrown through the corners just from the shape of them. So we're about to see here what the gap is. 3.5 seconds. So actually, the McLaren handled it a lot quicker there, but yeah, I think it's going to be very back and forth with these two for the next 30 minutes, Miguel. I think we're going to see them trading out the faster laps on each other for a little bit.
Yeah, we get to the point where the drivers are so quick that, a tiny mistake to a normal person would cost them like 2/10, and like that would make no difference in the gaps between the cars. But these drivers, they're pushing the limits of what these cars can do. And yeah, it's just a couple tenths of a mistake that's enough for the other guy to catch up massively. I mean, Dimitrov is now 3.3 seconds behind, where in the last lap it was 4.
Yeah,
So-
no, that's the thing is, it's just a case of when the drivers are so evenly paced too, you got to wonder about the other factors that come into play. It kind of come from the first sector, and still Dimitrov is taking chunks out of that time. So Dimitrov definitely has found a bit more pace here, I'd say. They're looking a lot more comfortable and confident in the car now. But it's just going to be a case of can De Kaiser also slip into that zone where they're also very confident too with the car. And then I think realistically we might maintain a similar gap between them. But that being said as well, like we were talking about it just now, Miguel, even if that McLaren number 70 does manage to close the gap to the 747, overtaking here is difficult, and actually you saw in that sector 2, the Bentley took that a lot faster and a lot better, and it's basically undone all of the progress that Dimitrov did in sector 1. So I think these are two very evenly matched drivers now, and outside factors are going to come into play here.
Yeah, they will. And it looks like we've got another car that was claimed by the chicane. And it was the
Ooh.
504 of Pedro Marques. It does hit the wall, but does do a nice rejoin. Luckily, no one else is coming, so yeah, good recovery by Pedro Marques now, just to see if it can get up. It
Yeah.
didn't have a lot of damage. That does promote Charles Holden in the 444 Flying Hellfish, which I gotta give a special shout out because
So
I'm
your
also
shout out, go on.
team Flying Hellfish, and very good team. So yeah.
Yeah. Flying Hellfish driver Miguel Martins, everybody. Always likes to give a shout out to their team, but they do. The Flying Hellfish car is one we see in a lot of different bits. I think I've only got 4 different teams running in the splits right now. So Flying Hellfish is definitely a prevalent team at RCI here, and one of the much loved ones as well. So Miguel will be happy to see before promoted. But yeah, I was gonna say that chicane is starting to claim its victims, and I think it goes to show how we're breaking into that point of the race where people are maybe starting to explore their speed a bit more. They think, okay, well, gaps are bigger either side of me. I can see if I can push this a bit further, get some more pace out of the car, and maybe climb a bit. And that's when you start to see people stuff like that, the chicane, where they push it a little too hard because they've tried to take it slightly differently. And as we've seen twice now, it does spit you back out. And luckily, I don't think Pedro Marques picked up too much damage there, although they did make slight contact with the ball, I believe.
Yeah, we'll have to see from their laps, and we'll also be looking at it if it's too much damage, if it's worthy to just pit and repair it. Maybe take an early pit stop with the driver change. And I mean, we're 4 hours 10 minutes left, so you could still make that work till the end.
Yeah, and anything can happen in that 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's an endurance race, so you know we've got drive-throughs to come. I'm sure there'll be some penalties as well for other reasons, and people can spin, people can crash into a wall and end up having to repair. A lot can happen in 4 hours.
Yeah, and also one of the factors I wanted to talk about that maybe that's why people are starting to make these mistakes is tiredness. It's hot weather. We're now in the summer when this World Tour Championship started. At the beginning of the year, it was still colder.
Yeah.
You're racing, you're getting hot. Since it's colder, it kind of balances out. Now we're almost at the peak of summer. Temperatures are getting quite high. It's getting more difficult for these drivers. I can tell you that in my team, just before I came here, one of our drivers, by mistake, ended up doing a double stint. Because when he came in to do a stop, he forgot to change the car over. It was quite funny because he sat there doing the countdown for the other driver to take over and reached 0. The other guy just is like, oh, can't start the car.
Oh.
Then he was like, oh, hang on, I know what's happened. I forgot to change it. They just had to do a double.
I mean, yeah, like you said, the heat affects us in different ways, and I know me and you were talking about it actually just now in the little gap we had, is that you're in a very hot location right now. Obviously, I'm in Britain and we're having a heat wave, so it's very hot even though we're reaching the evening. And I was saying to you actually, I'm a bit nervous because I've obviously been doing the comms for pretty much the entire start of this race. I race in my own team too, so in a minute I'm going to have to go and race for them. Now, I'm actually set up for a double stint because that's the only stints I can take, and I will admit, I'm a little bit worried. It's very hot here. It's going to be hot driving. I always get really hot when I'm driving, and I don't expect for a second that getting towards the end of the 2-hour stint, I am going to be very, very hot and sweaty. So, like you said, it affects you in different ways. It can make you forgetful. It can also, like you were saying, make you mess up a little bit as well, because your mind is starting to drift off too. And yeah, I think it's an interesting point you make, because like you said, at the start of the championship, it was winter. We were still in January, and it was the beginning of the year. But now, middle of summer, driving styles will become slightly skewed across the race, because some of these guys have been racing since the start and have done like a couple of hours. And it's getting to the point where, like you said, people are getting tired.
People are tired, they're hot, they just want to go home. But they still have another 4 hours and 7 minutes to do. As the Kaiser, he continues leading over Dimitrov with a 3.5 second gap, which seems to be what it was just a couple laps before. So they're keeping the gap consistent.
They are indeed. Sorry, I was just totally focused on something else there. Maybe the heat's already starting to affect me, which doesn't fare well for my team in a minute, but I'm sure I'll wake up and be fine. Yeah, this might have been what you talked about actually between Dimitrov and Dekiza with the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very much maintained there, which is what we were both saying, is that it's probably going to sort of fluctuate between them. Maybe the gap will close a bit and then open up. So it's interesting. What I'm actually looking at right now is that Egger is currently, I believe, going faster than Martin Grady, which wasn't the case earlier. Earlier, Grady was taking chunks out of Egger's time and doing like much faster laps. Whereas now it looks like Egger and the Nissan, just a whole new person, putting out some really fast lap times. And let's say the cars ahead, the 70 and the 747, have a couple of problems. That could put the Nissan back in for the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's good. We've seen it before where the leaders are fighting for the lead of the race, and they end up having a little bit of contact, some argy-bargy, and the guy in third actually ends up winning over it. Or they can get back into contention for the lead. Just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see because, like we said a couple of times now, 4 hours left in the race. There's a lot that could happen in that time. Of course, we had so much action in the first half of the race that I don't doubt we'll have even more in the next half. And even in this alone, I know we've been looking at several incidents on the chicane that we can see some cars coming through now. We've had a couple of drive-throughs, 2 being served, so a lot can happen in all this time. And that's the beauty of endurance racing, though, is anything can happen, and there are just some things that you can't predict. So it's all about how you and your drivers adapt to what is happening on the track.
And jumping a bit off topic, but still in the endurance racing topic, how are you gonna keep up with the 6 hour of Monza race that will happen tomorrow?
Sorry? Am I keeping up with the 6 hours of Monza?
Yes, that will happen tomorrow for the WEC Championship.
Oh, I was not aware that that was happening, which is weird because Monza's actually my favourite track and I usually watch everything at Monza. But no, I probably won't be able to keep up with it. I've got a very busy day tomorrow. I've actually had a really busy weekend, to be honest, and I'm surprised I made it here for this because a little spoiler, not really a spoiler, but a little bit of information for you guys at home that you're willing and absolutely hold against me. I'll let you hold it against me later. I was out last night doing some karaoke and I woke up this morning and thought, why did I do karaoke the night before I've got to commentate for 5 hours? Like, it just wasn't a smart plan. But no, tomorrow I'm also busy as well, so I won't be watching the 6 hours of Monza, but do keep me posted on how it's going to go, because, I mean, a lot of people in the chat will back me up when I say this. Monza's absolutely my favourite track. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, Monza is a great track. And this will be the first race of the WEC Championship where we have more than 2 teams fighting in the hypercar class. So we have the Toyota, the Glickenhaus, and also the Peugeot.
Oh, wow.
So it will be the first time that the Peugeot goes out on track. And I don't know if you've seen pictures of it, but it's just such a stunning car. They have a unique concept of no rear wing. If you look at the car, it's so sleek, so aerodynamic. And from the practice times, I know qualifying was today. I don't know if it's over, if it's still going on, but in the practice times, they were very close, those 3 teams.
I'm just having a look at that Peugeot now, actually, and that is a very beautiful looking car.
It really is. It's wonderful, and yeah, it will be interesting to see 3 teams fighting for the Hypercar Championship, and have the established Toyota, up and coming Glickenhaus, and now Peugeot are coming in with a different concept, different style of car. See if they can challenge for the win.
Well, I've got to say, you're absolutely selling this to me. As you've been explaining it right now, I've just sort of been I've been sort of looking into it a little bit. And yeah, 6 hours of Monza, it looks quite exciting on for tomorrow in the WEC there. And I'm sure I'll have to tune in at some points, because honestly, you've started managing to sell it to me. Is that Harley Chamberlain in the 781 setting the fastest lap of the race in that Bentley?
No, I just saw that, and they had a problem. They had a disconnect, and it seemed like they've come into the server, set out, do a qualifying lap, still the fastest lap, and then just go back home.
You know what? I love that.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that from the 781 Bentley, just coming out to do a fast lap and go, yeah, I've still got this. I've absolutely got this. I think Stewie's trying to, now they decent came back, fresh brakes. Yeah, apparently they just came in and put some fresh brakes on fresh tyres, went did a hot lap and then went back into the pits. So, you know what? I respect it. I don't know if there's a rule against it or not. I'll leave that decision down to the stewards to make, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Just looking at what's happening now as we approach the hour mark, Martin Grady hoping to, I guess, chase down Egger because that was the fight that was going on earlier. I don't think they've managed to take too much time out of this. And again, 21-second gap, which means Egger is currently lapping faster than Grady. And
Yeah.
I've got to say, Miguel, Egger's really stepped up in this recent stint.
Yeah, he has. The gap a couple laps ago was about 20 seconds. Now it's 21, and so yeah, for someone in a Nissan to be faster than a Bentley, and this is a track that Bentley is strong at. It suits well the Bentley. I mean, it's very good effort. Very good effort by Egger.
A brilliant effort by Egger indeed, and like I said, not to just point out favourites in the driving sort of roster today, but Egger has definitely been one of the drivers that has absolutely stood out to me. Well, Miguel, I believe it's time for us to have a little bit of a break. This was my last hour of commentating, but I believe you'll be coming back a little bit later to see how the race is going, and I've got to say, I'm absolutely excited to see how this continues. But just before we go, I'm going to do the same thing I used to do to you every single Thursday and drop them the question. Who are you looking at for the race win here? Who do you think is going to do some stuff in the last 4 hours?
I can't believe you always do this. in the Thursday champ, it was always about the next race. Well, what I thought who's gonna win. Now it's for the rest of the 4 hours. Well, in my humble opinion, I think that the 747 is gonna keep it. I do hope that happens. I don't have favorites, but I like what I'm seeing from them. The type of team spirit of just just keeping at it, keeping the gap. We'll just see if they can manage it for 4 hours.
Well, I'm sorry for dropping that on you, but hey, let's just keep traditions up while we're at it. But anyway, it's time for us to duck out now. We are going to be replaced by Jesse Lee and Nate, who are about to drop into the comms box. But instead, well, I've got to say, it's been an exciting race so far, and enjoy the rest of the 4 hours, everybody, because I personally am going to be watching from the chat to see exactly what happens.
Well, thank you very much, Tim Peck and Miguel Martins. That was the Thursday crew in for that, and that's going to be just about it for Tim Peck. A massive, massive thank you to Tim. 5 hours of commentary today. Incredible stuff, and it was so nice to hear Miguel Martins back after a little bit of a hiatus, and to have him back with us a little bit later this evening. But now, we reunited the Friday champ. We reunited the Thursday champ. What the hell? Let's bring in the Wednesday crew. Nate, welcome back, buddy.
It has been so long. I have not been here since TDC ended, which is entirely my own fault. But I thought better bring my face back, make sure people don't forget who I am. And I thought, Jesse, we could have our own little reunion, as you mentioned, and we can have a chat. Get very, very sidetracked, completely ignore what's happening like we normally do, and just go on some tangents again.
Of course, Nate is a very busy man, I would say, dealing with, I mean, I don't know if you want to say what you're busy with on the sim racing front, but a lot of different things that you are in control of elsewhere, so definitely understand that. And my goodness, though, it's so good to be back in this configuration. It's so good to have you here. Of course, Nate came in absolute last minute when we were piecing together the schedule. I will need to be relieved in just a little while. But for the time being, Nate, how you been?
Yeah, I've been good. I'm just trying to be a little bit more active in the championship. So I've signed up, obviously been here for World Tour down in Split 3. Shout out to Flying Hellfish, just got to slide that one in there. Um,
Absolutely.
and also jumping in on the Wednesday championship, the two-driver team championship, currently going
Ooh.
quite well for us. I think we're third overall, which, yeah, it's great. I'm having a real good time with it.
That's awesome to hear. How's it going today for the Flying Hellfish team you're on?
So Car 789, we are, I think, one of two Lexuses. Lexus. What's the plural for Lexus? Anyway, one of two. I put the car in the wall several times, as you would expect, nothing less. We're currently running 7, I think, after qualifying 5th. But yeah, the car. I mean, as we can see, there is 0 Lexus in top split. And there's a good reason for that, because it is terrible here, Jesse. We spent a solid few hours trying to dig into why none of us liked the car, like why we couldn't get comfortable with it. And what I settled on in the end was the car is bad because it just doesn't handle change of direction very well. Obviously, a key thing here with the 3 chicanes is obviously getting the car turned one way, then back the other, then back again. And the Lexus just does not seem to want to do that. The front end just washes out, and we are all struggling in that car.
That's exactly what I was going to ask in the first place, is what makes it so difficult to drive the Lexus here. And yeah, certainly a lot of teams at the beginning of the championship, every team will look at the races and then go, right, do we go with whatever car we primarily run in, or do we risk it to go in a different car that might be, more favored, that we have less experience in? My hat's off to anybody that still drives some of the cars that are more difficult, especially the Lexus. There were a couple tracks this season that were difficult for that car, I think we could say, but probably none more than here, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, we were pleasantly surprised because we had 2 of the teammates who were like, yeah, let's get in the 911, and I'm just a terrible driver. I can't drive that car. So we said no, as we see a Bentley taking off there, space program in full effect. Yeah, I said no, I'm not driving the 911. I wanted to take the McLaren. Someone said they didn't want the McLaren, and it's a team championship, so we all set about and made a short list of cars that we thought we could all drive. And we eventually just settled on the Lexus. It felt really good in pre-queue. It felt quite good at some of the early events. And yeah, it's just been quite a nice little car for us to drive. None of us had really paid much attention to it until World Tour. And I think some of us have come away with a new favorite.
It's very nice to hear. We love having the Flying Hellfish team in general involved, and so deeply involved. Several of their cars in this event, you'll find that's consistent with a lot of other different teams as well. I know T3 Motorsport has a bunch of their teams in the championship, as well as Mike Williams goes hard over the curb for the Jardier Community Team 2, number 40 Aston. Takes a little bit of a flight there, but just fine. Probably a little bit harder than they wish to hit the curb, but nevertheless, still closing in on the back of Martin Grady. Something has happened to the number 18 Bentley, the Tidgney Bentley, because that car was flying earlier. It was threatening P3, Nate, and now it's obviously behind Bart Macha and the Connection Lost Racing 404, and has been caught by the Jardier Community Team. My hat's off to this particular team. They have been in the war all day, moving forward in the number 40, and they're looking like a top 5 might be on the cards now.
Yeah, Mike Williams is an absolutely cracking bloke. I did one of the charity events with him, must have been maybe like a year and a bit ago now, at Spa. And it went absolutely bonkers. Jesse, I don't know if you remember, you were running commentary and you gave every single driver a drive-through penalty because we hit the donation goal. And it was madness, just seeing every single car.
Oh, you were with Mike Williams for that.
I was, yeah. So obviously seeing Mike here, it's nice to see a face that I know. Obviously I'm aware of Bart Matcher and a few of the other names, but obviously having had a chat with Mike, spent some time in the car. He's a really, really nice guy. He's always quite positive. I mean, I'm not quick in any regard. I mean, I'm quick to put it in the wall. I'm quick to make mistakes. But Mike was just such a nice guy about it. Nothing was ever a problem. There was no like, oh, if I wasn't paired with this guy, I could be doing so much better. Like I've wasted my time here. It was just always positive. Always like, yeah, that's fine. Keep your head down. Just run the laps, and we'll make up the positions. So yeah, despite them being in the wars, I've no doubt Mike has kept that car absolutely on the straight and narrow, full of positivity. And yeah, like you said, they're threatening top 5. I mean, I've followed this briefly, and I've actually been more observed of the second in the standings battle between the 70 McLaren and the 411 BMW, and I've been trying to work out where each one of them finishes, who will stay ahead, who will pass, and whatnot. And it's been all over the place. So that's what I've been following, Jesse. I've been doing the math, as you say.
Yes.
But it's constantly changing, and obviously we've got just under 4 hours to go, and it's still anyone's race.
It sure is, and I just want to briefly mention the 501 Audi. I believe that's the Fusion Hispana car. They've gotten a drive-through penalty. That, of course, is for track limits. So that team, who has had absolutely no luck, has been contacted by several other cars, sent around a couple of times as well. Keep in mind, that car qualified second, I do believe, in the silver class, and they have just had no luck today. That drive-through cleared now because it hadn't been served. This, of course, some of the interesting battling here. Oh, what's happened here? That's the 126.
That's that good.
Is that because Grady's a lap down to this car? Has something else happened here?
I'm trying to see where the Pro 4 is up the road. So yeah, I just say perhaps it just looks like Grady's coming up to try and unlap themselves here. I don't think there's anything
oh yes,
untoward has happened to get to the 126.
That is exactly right. So Grady, who went from battling for P3, is now a lap down to P3, but the Tidgeny car has fresher tires at this stage, trying to unlap themselves to P3, as we understand it right now. Who, by the way, Grady, who is getting chased down by Williams behind in the Jardier Community Team car, talked about them, and I just want to say that entire team is lovely. They raced through adversity during the Spa 24 a few months ago, and it was adversity. That car outside the top 10, they were inside the top 5 for a little while. Of course, Jardier himself was with that team for that race, and my goodness, you could see that's just Martin Grady trying to get any sort of run on the Orion Racing GTR, and didn't work out that time. Got a little bit too much air, not enough of the road.
Absolutely pushing the limits on that. I've noticed the Bentley seems to be quite strong around here, so I have no doubt he'll be making the best of that. But yeah, just pushing the absolute limits. I mean, it's very easy to get track warning there as well. I'm guilty of that. I've had 2 there in my stint, much to the dismay of my teammates. But yeah, I can't see Egger being able to defend this for too much. But look how close he gets under the brakes, tucked right up under the rear wing of that GTR. So it's a question now of, does Egger fight and lose time defending to a car who's a lap down, or does he just wait for Brady to get a little bit closer, then just sort of roll out the way and allow him to go through it and fight on his own battle? Have to wait and see how it unfolds, but I've got a feeling, being the top split, nobody wants to let anything go, so we might see a battle here, Jesse.
We are being told via the chat, Tidge had a slow pit stop, lost a few seconds, or he would have gotten out before he got lapped. So obviously a little bit extra to try and get around here, and looking good. But that GTR, the grunt of that car on every single straight is just incredible. And it's still a formidable opponent in a straight line. And as we've learned at some of the rounds, it's really good in the fast corners as well. You get to the technical side, maybe a little bit less, but even still, this car, keep in mind, the 126 was on the pole for this race, and impressively so. The last car to go out in the Super Pole qualifying, they were able to just about get it done. The race hasn't quite come to them, as it has gone the way of the NSN racing car and the Visceral Esports car. By the way, we're still keeping an eye on that. DeKeyser still leads Dimitrov. It's 3.9 seconds. Been under about 5 for the past hour. Just about after the, we'll call it it was a full spin, but realistically it was half spin into a pirouette. 6.9 by the Iberian judge, by DeKeyser. But they've kept that car going and actually made up a little bit of time. It went over 5 seconds about 30 minutes ago, but it has started to come back down ever so slightly. Maybe NSN managing the gap. I will ask you, Nate, what do you do here? Surely you let him go. Flashing the lights is Tidge, but there is something to be said to having a complete lap over the next nearest car in your class. A little bit of security.
It's that, like you said, security. It's that comfort buffer. It's sort of knowing that you've got room to make a mistake. You've got room to have a slow or a bad lap and it not have immediate pressure from the car behind you. But all that happens is, I mean, maybe not so much in split 1, but in the lower splits where I often find myself, is if the car behind you is quicker, they get frustrated, then they start trying to make silly moves, and it always ends up with contact. Now, I imagine the drivers here are able to level head, but the frustration still creeps in, and it does become a slight desperation as Egger gets a small wiggle coming out of the final corner. But yeah, it does seem, I don't want to say pointless, but you're just costing yourself time because you're always going to be you're going to compromise your line into the corners because you're going to go defensive, and it's just slowing yourself down. So ultimately, what the smart thing to do would be let the faster car go. We see another flash come out there. Let the faster car go, and then just try and hold onto the back of them and let them pull you around the lap.
It is something to be said for good defensive driving. Of course, Egger, there's no reason for him to have to let Martin Grady unlap himself, and there's nothing that says that Grady can't fight. Now, will Grady get a bit forceful? I don't know. That's not the Martin Grady style that I'm aware or familiar with. Will Matthias Egger be very defensive about this? Surely he will be and has already been, but I would say Matthias as a racing driver is tough but very fair almost all of the time. And quite interestingly, this isn't really slowing up Martin Grady. Williams, who was only about 2 seconds behind, is actually losing time, even though these two are trying to outrace each other now.
Yeah, but you have to then question it. Okay, they're not losing time to the car behind them, but how much quicker is the potential there for the number 18 to go without this car in the way? Because obviously, if there's a car ahead of you, you can't brake where you want to brake for fear of steaming into the back of them. Obviously, can't turn in where you want to because again you might overspeed into the car ahead of you. It just compromises you, and it does slow you down, even if it doesn't physically slow you down. Like, their car is not physically in your way. Mentally, you're always concerned that, oh, okay, what if they have a slow exit and I don't, and I plow into the back of them, or I have to avoid them suddenly and turn myself around. There's always the small aspect of not wanting to cause an accident. That means you drive, at 99% instead of 100. So it would be interesting to see if Grady could go faster, if not being, well, I don't suppose you could call it really being stuck behind Egger here, but it's just, I'm sure there's more in the tank for that Bentley than there is currently in this GT car.
Oh, well, this battle will continue. This is where I say goodbye for a little while. Be back in about an hour or so to continue commentary with Mr. Stewie, Benjamin Heilman, as he's known on the racetrack. Nate, always lovely to be back, even if it's just for a short time. We had a little bit of Wednesday in there. But for now, I'm going to hand over to Stewie. You two, take it away.
Stewie, welcome. Well, I say welcome. You've been behind the cameras, manning the cameras for us all day. So, yeah, what do you think? Obviously, you heard me and Jesse briefly talking about this. Well, the battle to unlap and the battle for fifth. What's your opinion on it?
can you quickly just recap that? Because I've been away for the past few minutes, so I might have not heard what you're talking about. So, Battleton Lab. Oh, you're talking about Egger and Grady, what we're seeing right now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I think it was about 2 hours ago that we saw Grady being stuck behind, I think it was Berezini at the time. Much like we're seeing right now, except it was actually for position, and it was for the 18 to get positions back after a drive-through, I believe. And then before that, they were also just extending their stints to the maximum, much like most of the teams are at the moment. And then because they were stuck, they shortened their stint. I don't think it was by a lot, but they definitely pit earlier than the rest and are now quite off sync. And it turns out, yeah, now they ended up behind the Nissan again. And yeah, it doesn't look like they're too overly aggressively trying to make the pass back, but yeah, must be a bit frustrating when you know they've tried all this time to just not be stuck behind them, and they ended up where they started, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like the gap, as Jesse pointed out briefly before he left, the gap to Williams in the 40 Aston behind is getting bigger. So maybe, like we said, not being held up in terms of losing time to the car behind, but chat is saying that Tidge is being held up. He's on fire right now. So, I mean, look how close they are. They're nose to tail. It's just, at some point, surely you need to concede that the guy behind you is faster and you do sort of need to let him go. But again, as Jesse alluded to, he's not obliged to let this car past, but it just
Yeah,
seems
and
nice
also
if he did.
they're fighting for actual position, because as soon as the Nissan goes for their pit stop, if they would have let them through like a couple of laps ago and have Grady put in his fast laps, then they might lose the actual position to the 18. So I can see why the 126 is, I mean, they're not really defending, but they're also not just letting them by, because it's kind of actually fight for position, even though at the moment it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, you actually raised quite a good point. I hadn't even considered that. That yeah, if they do allow the 18 to scamper off up the road, they could, well, maybe not lose the entirety of a pit stop to them, but they would be a lot closer than they are now. Obviously, that holding them up gives them, again, that buffer to be able to stop and not worry too much about them coming past. So yeah, like, I hadn't even considered that. Maybe there is some tactic to them not allowing Grady through at the moment.
Yeah, because the pit stops take them about 1 minute 14, 1 minute 15, and the lap times are under 1:30. So 15 seconds is not a lot when you consider they've been stuck like this for, what, 10 laps, 15 laps now? So if Grady would have gotten by the Nissan right at the start, I think they would come out ahead of the Nissan. But the pit stop for the 126 should be coming up in the next, I think, 2, 3, 4 laps, something around that. And, well, they will come out ahead of the 18 as of right now, because, yeah, the pit stop is just not long enough to lose a whole lap. It's almost a lap, but, yeah, not a full lap.
Yeah, so I suppose all we can do is watch that battle through the timing board very carefully. Yeah, they are. So Grady is pulling away from Williams, so not a massive threat from behind, but still, yeah, over the long game there being played by Egger in 126. But here we are on board with Dimitrov. Only, well, car ahead is hitting now, so they will inherit the lead. They will no longer be 1.6 seconds behind. They will be ahead by some margin. But it just seems now, can they get a good couple of laps, or a good in-lap at least, to try and overcut them in the pits? Well, do you think it's doable, Stu? I've not seen the performance of this guy. You've obviously seen a lot more than I have.
So they should pit in like 3 or 4 laps thereabout. Yeah, 3 or 4 laps between them in terms of pit stops. And it looked like Dimitrov was just a tiny bit faster than the 747. Obviously, you weren't here at the time, but the 70 was leading earlier, then got a drive-through, and has been crawling their way back ever so slowly. I think when they came out from the drive-through, they were around 30 seconds behind the 747. The next stint, it was around 20 seconds, and the stint after it was around 9 seconds. So they've been gaining around 10 seconds with every stint they've done, and I don't think they're gonna get it here unless the 747 loses some time in the pits, which we have seen before. Like just for example, their last pit stops, the 70 lost 2 seconds just in the pit stop. So assuming both of them have the same pit stop time or very close, I don't think they're gonna get it now, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens in a couple of laps when the 70 goes in for the pit.
Well, it was a 1.6 second gap, and that's not a lot at all. Like you said, if you ever so slightly just miss your box and you have to be realigned, or they have to move you back into position, that 1.6 seconds could be eroded. Like you said, this car alone lost 2 seconds just from a bad pit stop, so anything can happen. So they'll be hoping not to repeat that so that they can come ahead. And I've been looking at the standings. So the 70 car is currently 3rd overall, third in the pro class, and 3rd overall as well. Apologies, but yeah, 3rd in class. Above them is the 411 BMW, and it's a 7.5 point gap, 6.5 point gap. So if it stays this way, if Dimitrov manages to wrestle the lead from the Bentley, Klaus Nearing's back in the car now, as these two still going absolutely hammer and tongs with one another. What have we got here? Is there contact coming up, or is it just very close?
Just very close.
Very, very close. Oh, a bit of avoiding action there from the 18 Bentley. Oh, and a little bit off track as well. Now potentially driving quite angry, just frustrated of just being stuck behind this GTR lap after lap after lap. So, but yeah, going back to the 70 currently being the leader, if they can finish in a position that gives them a 7-point advantage to the 411, they will inherit 2nd in the in class. So a lot to play for the 70 car now. I mean, even if they finish 2nd and the 411 finishes 7th, that's over a 7-point swing. So they will still inherit P2 in class. So maybe 70 doesn't need to try and overcut here for the lead. Maybe they just need to sit happily in 2nd place, just putting the lap times in, keeping their nose clean, keeping out of trouble, and hope that the 411 continues to run into problems and can't make any position gains, and hopefully that P2 in class will be theirs.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the 411, pace-wise, I think they are definitely one of the fastest cars here on track, but they've already had 2 drive-thrus here, and after both of these drive-thrus, they've crawled their way back into the top 5, top 4. Especially the last stint from Robin Schäfer that he did, I think, 3 hours ago or something, gained them time massively, as we see the 18 here finally get a side-by-side with Egger, but not sure if they're gonna let it happen. But yeah, the Nissan...
I'll have the inside. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, just backed out a tiny bit. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that would have gained Grady a lot here, because I would assume the Nissan will pit this on next lap. But yeah, the 18 has been looking at the back of this Nissan for a very big portion of this race. And in the meantime, we have the 70 in the pits, and we can have a look where the 747 is coming out. And I still think the 747 will come out ahead. Have a look at the pit time. So yeah, the 747 the 1:14 time in the pits, which is one of the fastest pit stops. And
Well,
the
it's going to be
70
close, though. You know
coming
what? I
out
think
now.
they've done it, Stewie.
The 1:14.2. So the pit stop almost identical. And this is going to be very close, but...
Oh, he's right there. He's right there. Oh, that is so, so close. Wow. Definitely eroded that 1.6 second gap. It's now, well, you can see they are almost nose to tail. Only a couple attempts in it, probably 0.2, 0.3. So the McLaren has made up a lot of time in that, gap down to 0.3. So the over the course between the two cars pitting, a 1.3 second gap has been cleared down. And as you rightly called, Sui, the 126 has pitted. But now the McLaren right on the back of this Bentley, so might just be throwing caution to the wind now that the lead is right there. And you, like you said, no reason to not go for it. They're right there.
And I think Riley might even be a tiny bit faster than Dimitrov was before. So I'm not exactly sure how Naring's pace is, but I think we are on for a very close battle here. I think we've seen these two fight multiple times during the race already, in both directions. And yeah, so far it was not disappointing at all. We've seen side-by-sides, and these battles went on for multiple laps. So yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. And at the same time, we can have a look. Martin Grady came out, no, the other way around. Berzini, yeah, 20 seconds ahead of Grady. And yeah, that's about the time that Grady could have made up if they hadn't been stuck behind them, I would assume, because it must have been for the most part of his stint.
Yeah, I mean, well, since I got here, Grady was stuck behind the GTR, so that was a lot of time lost. A lot of people were saying that obviously this car was so much faster than the GTR, but like you mentioned, just holding them up, because if they had let them go, oh, would they have passed them? Would the gap have been, well, the gap definitely would have been smaller, maybe not of a head, but still, played completely, well, all the cards down for the GTR. I don't think they could have done anything different. Just precision driving to defend the 18 there, and then obviously once they were passed, didn't waste too much time, straight into the pits to make sure they could hold on to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they were on for the pit stop anyways. I don't think they could have made more than 1 or 2 laps. So I guess it just was perfect for them that they just got them through and could go into the pits. But yeah, very frustrating for the 18 here, being stuck behind the same car for multiple stints and so much time lost due to that. But I don't know how long Grady's gonna stay in the car, if he can keep up the pace, and we will keep an eye on the lap times that they're gonna put out. 20 seconds is still very much doable in 3.5 hours here, so even though they were stuck behind them, they I'm sure they will catch up to them.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, 20 seconds in 3.5 hours, that's, you know, you don't even have to take a lot of time out of them. But this gap here, Nyring is ever so slightly pulling a gap to Riley there. Obviously, previously, when they came out of the pits, it was down to 0.3. It was just up to 0.6. Something I'm quite looking forward to about this battle is seeing where the two different cars and the two different drivers have their strengths and weaknesses around this lap. Obviously, one place where I'm sure we'll see a big disparity will be the first chicane. Obviously, this Bentley completely able to pop that curb, no real issues, but the McLaren gets very, very unsettled over that curb. So that will be a place where Nyring will be able to take a lot of time out of Riley. But then somewhere around the lap, obviously Riley will be stronger and will be able to catch back up to Klaus there in the 747. So as we see, just the speed. Oh, Klaus just dipped a wheel into the gravel and just dropped so much time. But as we saw through that corner, the front engine Bentley struggling to get the power down and turned in, while the mid-engine McLaren was probably flat all the way through, no issues. Gained a chunk of time there. But yeah, unfortunately dipping 2 wheels on the outside, maybe going too quick through the corner, and has dropped a significant amount of time as they were previously a lot closer.
Yeah, I think the initial time loss that you mentioned was just due to Riley. Ooh, close here with the 504.
Oh,
Riley just coming out of the pits and having to get the tires up to temperature first.
of course, yes.
Yeah, and his last lap was a bit faster than Klaus Nearing's lap, so I think he's gonna catch back up quite fast and gonna see a fight here. Also, maybe worth mentioning, the 747 did not have a drive-through yet. So either they're just low on warnings, maybe just 1 or maybe 2, or they might be on their 3rd warning and have to be a bit more careful, while the 70 already got 1 drive-through out of the way, which could be an advantage. Obviously, we don't know for sure because we are not able to see on how many warnings there are, but it could be a potential thing that maybe the 747, maybe not now, but maybe later, has to be a bit more careful, as the 70 really pushing hard here. You saw it before when he went on the sand pit there, and you saw it now. He really wants to get back on the 747 there.
Gap is growing ever so slightly. Of course, you'd be correct, Stu. I forgot about the initial tyre warm-up phase. That's critical to these cars. And you have to bring them in gently. If you attack the racetrack far too quickly, will just damage the tyres and you'll lose peak performance, which won't help you over the course of your stint. So potentially Riley playing the long game and just bring the tyres in slowly so he's got that optimal grip to then attack Klaus Nearing a bit later on in the race. But yeah, as you saw, absolutely flat out across the chicane, a small wiggle as the car unsettled itself, but again, nothing from the Bentley. It just sort of had an easy ride over that. But yeah, here we go. We see the gap coming down again in these first few corners, and then over the course of the lap, it just seems to stretch back out. So it's yeah, it's a tricky one. And like you also alluded to, Stewie, track warnings are a key factor in how drivers approach their race here. Obviously, if you're sat there on your final warning, you're going to be avoiding all the curbs and all the corner cuts as much as you can for fear of getting another one. As we see Riley absolutely launching that McLaren over the first chicane. But yeah, you said the 70's already had a drive-through, but obviously that doesn't mean they are now immune from track cuts. They themselves could be back on pre-warnings and imminently awaiting their next drive-through. So perhaps both drivers just going to go absolutely hammer and tongs and hope they can force the other into a mistake, force that track cut out of them. Obviously the second chicane here, apologies, I don't know names of the corners, but if you brake early and cause another driver to check up, they could, in theory, skeet across the corner and catch themselves over a warning or the penalty there. So perhaps mind games at play here, or some less than optimal tactics at play, but we'll have to see how it unfolds.
And you talked before about the differences between the two cars. I think it's pretty clear to see where the McLaren is gaining the time. It's essentially, as soon as we get to the chicanes, the Bentley just drives away a bit, and after that the McLaren just catches up. We've seen the gap go from around 3 to 4 tenths just before the chicane coming up to yeah, almost 7 or 8 tenths, and then going back down again towards the finish line. Their lap times are almost identical, so over a lap it doesn't make a big difference, but you can see the difference just with your eyes, even without looking at the timings, how the Bentley's just driving a bit away here after these 2 chicanes. And I did have a look at the lap times that the 126 and the 18 are putting in, and it looks like they're rather inconsistent. I'd say their laps vary by like half a second, and yeah, one lap the 126 is a bit faster, the other lap the 18 is a bit faster, so the gap hasn't really changed much at the moment. However, the 411 is catching up to the 18, at least over the last few laps they have been, which is kind of what I expected, because Robin Schäfer just seemed very fast the last time he was in the car, and he's proving that now again. So I think maybe at the end of this stint or next stint we're gonna see maybe a three-way battle for P3 here. Or maybe even later, but I think all the cars in the top 5 are still on for a good fight here.
Yeah, it's like you said, we've got just under 3.5 hours to go. Absolutely anything can happen. 20-second gap in that time could be completely eroded for 18 to the 126. Also, you've mentioned the 411 is catching, and now these two are closer than they've been, well, since we started watching their battle. Gap just 0.1 as they cross the last timing beat. Fortunately here, the Bentley might just scuttle away a little bit, but McLaren, like you pointed out, Stewie, is just so strong around the rest of the lap. I've got a feeling that Riley might be shaping up to a move on him. Look how close he gets under the braking. Obviously, it is dramatized under the brakes. Obviously, the cars are slowing down and closing up on one another, but even still, you can see as they get on throttle that the McLaren is always closer than it was prior in the braking zones.
And the last lap times, again, only separated by a 10th. So I think the last time we saw the 70 make a move on the 747, if I remember correctly, that was in T1, and the 70 actually spun himself doing that, trying to go on the inside and touching the other car. I don't remember when they got actually by. I think it was a mistake from the 747. But yeah, we've been mentioning it the whole day, basically, that ooh, there we saw a mistake from the 747. We go side by side into the second chicane, but Riley thinks better of it and doesn't try to go for it. Maybe thought he was a tiny bit too far back. I think he could have at least tried to go side by side, but then again, we don't know on how many warnings there are. Maybe he just didn't want to risk going off the track here. But the battle definitely heating up between these two. Feeling the pressure from the angry McLaren behind. And the gap keeps on shrinking.
Yeah, I've got a feeling, like you mentioned, probably could have gone for the gap, but again, didn't want to risk getting punted off as the Bentley tried to go for the... there's a perceived larger mass to the Bentley, and I'm sure it could quite easily knock the McLaren around if it so wanted. So again, it's all about self-preservation, not going for risky moves that I think are 50-50 and only going for the moves that you know 100% benefit you. That's a skill that does separate a lot of new drivers and a lot of one-lap drivers from experienced and endurance drivers here. Is just knowing when is the time to attack and when is the time to sit and wait. Riley very easily could have just stuck the nose of the McLaren on the inside there and caused absolute havoc, but realized it wasn't worth it as it wouldn't benefit him, and just waited, and now will plan his next attack, obviously knowing that if he applies the pressure, he can force nearing into a mistake across the first chicane and can hopefully get him to dip a couple of wheels in the kitty litter, send him off so he can skedaddle on through.
I just noticed that the 349 is actually very close to the 44, who's been, I think, leading for the entire race, and I'm not quite sure how that happened, because the last time I checked, the 44 was quite far ahead of the next car behind them. So, they didn't have a drive-through. I didn't see them make a big mistake, so maybe the 349 is just on very good pace at the moment and slowly catching up. They're also not too far off sync with their pit stops. It's only 10 laps between them, so yeah, we might even have a battle for the lead in the silver class here in what looks like just a few laps, because the gap keeps coming down quite rapidly. The last lap, it was a 1:29.3 from the 404 and a 1:28.7 from the 3:49.
Well, so that's like half a second evaporated for what seems to be no reason. So potentially 404 has had an issue, maybe hit the wall and is carrying some damage there, which is maybe the reason for the discrepancy, but also maybe just had a bad lap and it wasn't quite on it. No obvious marks to the car there, Dewey. So yeah, perhaps it was just a bad lap, maybe getting a little bit of a slide on. Have to see laps or so. 1:29.1 for the 404. And Stewie, if you'd be so kind as to tell me what the time for the 349 was.
1:28.4. I think this might be the first time Vance is in the car, and he might just not be as fast as Lawrence and Matcha were doing before. So, so maybe he just needs a bit of time to get used to the car. Obviously, being so far into the race, the brakes are not optimal anymore. I see he takes quite a leap there over the curb. And yeah, maybe the 349 is just faster at the moment, and the gap is now down to under 2 seconds.
Yeah, of course, that is something to consider as well, is the skill parity, not just between the teams here, or between competitors, sorry, but also internally. Obviously, you know, everyone has their different pace. People are stronger at one track than another. I know in my car, in split 3, I am the weakest link. I am consistently, you know, a second and a half to 2 seconds off of my teammates, and then the two of them are around half a second off each other. So it could just be, as you've pointed out, perhaps Bond's new in the car, not quite familiar with the track conditions, and is maybe just overall slower than his teammates. Obviously, we'll see how that progresses, but something that hasn't progressed is the battle for the lead. It's still hovering around this 0.2, 0.3 mark. Doesn't look like Riley's had a chance to attack since Nearing made a mistake, although he is, well, if he was any closer, he would be inside the Bentley. He's going for the inside, but Nearing is just covering him off, just squeezing over to the wall, so he switches back to the outside. He's going to try and go the long way around, gets the run. Nearing is trying to force him off. That's very, very close, but very, very fair. He's still got a nose in there, and he squeezes ahead. All this contact between the two of them. So let's see how that goes. So Riley has squeezed ahead, but there was contact. I imagine Klaus will be very, very irritated about that. But there was some squeezing going on. I mean, it was all fair, and it did seem like Riley was just a little bit late on the brakes, but potentially being late on the brakes caused them to run out into the side of the 747 Bentley there. Perhaps they're both sitting there going, that was completely fair, that was fun, let's do it again. But from where we're sitting, Stewie, it was definitely, I wouldn't say heavy contact, but it was a fair old shove there.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit on both. Riley just outbraking himself a very little bit and just going a bit wider than Nearing expected, and then Nearing turning in and hitting each other. But I don't think we're going to see a report come out from that. We didn't even see the headlights flashing from Nearing, so I think he just accepted what happened. And we saw all of that start when Nearing had a bad exit in this exact corner here. And yeah, Riley getting a run into T1. And we can already see Riley kind of running away with it. And
pulled an 8th of a second gap across that lap, so almost a second. But yeah, that was fantastic to watch. It was very, very hard, but very fair. Obviously, Nearing did squeeze Riley to the wall, but did leave him the car's width and said, okay, if you want the inside, it's there, but you're going to overshoot the corner and I'll just drive on around you. Riley, obviously being quite smart to that, switched back to the outside and said, okay, if you want to cover the inside, you can have a shallow angle into the corner, and I'll sweep around and get the cut back on you. Hearing ran him to the curb, again, still left him the car's width there, and then Riley just had the inside of the next corner, and that was, yeah, hard, but very, very fair racing. And like you said, Stu, there wasn't even a flash of the headlights, so Nyring obviously happy with the outcome, and yeah, we'll have to see now if Riley can scamper off up the road.
And in the meantime, we have the 349 who caught up to Mark Vonsia. And yeah, it seems like over the past couple of laps, it's been around 0.3 to half a second, maybe a tiny bit more, that the 349 has been catching the 404. And I'm not quite sure if I remember correctly, but I think the 349 was fighting with them at the start, and they had either a drive-through, as I think that was me, yes, had a drive-through, or a crash into a wall after the chicane. I'm not exactly sure. And yeah, they've been fighting their way back since pretty early in the race. And I think I'm gonna have to cut to intermission screen for a second as I rejoin the server.
I did see a McLaren take off there, and I was sort of confused. I was like, well, I know the first chicane is quite dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. But yeah, it's been interesting to see how quite quickly that gap has come down. So be interested to see where they are when we come back, to see if any of them have gotten around one another. But just before we left, the battle at the front, the gap had come back down, so perhaps all is not over there. Wait the connection here. Here we are, and we are back. So yeah, gap at front, about sort of hovering around 0.6 now. It does just seem that Riley is managing to pull away a little bit, as we see the 349 just dip a wheel onto the grass there, but still keeping it on the straight and narrow. Unfortunately, we see the 40 Aston has fallen down to 8th, was sort of floating around, I believe it was 5th or 6th when started here. Yeah, it's the gap between, this will be one that we need to look at, Stewie. Gap between the 18 and the 126 up to 23 seconds. So it just seems that maybe Grady has had the best of that car, the best of those tires now, and Barazini is obviously still got the best of his tires. We see a flash here coming out of the 349. Where do you stand on the whole flashing debate, Dewey? I see some people get really annoyed with it and like quite frustrated with people flashing them. Other people saying, yeah, it's a fair tactic, you know, you can use it to your advantage, you can use it as a mind game to like the driver ahead of you out. Where do you sit on this particular debate?
I don't really care, I'd say. Like, I don't really use the flashers myself, not even when lapping, because I just assume that most people either have the relative deltas on in the bottom left corner, and they can see when the car behind is a car that's lapping them, or in an endurance event, have a spotter talk into their ear and tell them, hey, the car behind you is lapping you, just let them by. And I don't feel the need to flash them. And at the same time, if someone behind me is flashing, either it's a car that's lapping me, and then I don't care if they're flashing, they're gonna get by when there's a good chance to let them by. Or it's like in this case, where I'm not quite sure why the 349 is flashing once here. He was doing it a few laps earlier as well, basically when he just caught up to him. So it's not like he's been stuck behind him for quite some time. They're also not off-sync on the pit stop, so there's no, let's say, logical reason to flash here. So maybe, as you mentioned, he's just using it to maybe try and yeah, get on the nerves of Vons or something. But yeah, to summarize it, I don't care. Flash if you want, doesn't matter.
I think I'm of a similar mind. It's just I see it happening and I can just sort of ignore it. I will, however, say if a car does flash me, but they're like 2 seconds back and they're lapping me, I'm not going to say I deliberately get in the way, but let's just say I don't make it very easy for them to get around me. Whereas if you post up to me and you're, say, half a second behind me and you flash me just to say, hey, I'm here, chances are I'll get out of the way on the next straight for you.
Yeah, I mean, I did certainly utter some remarks regarding the flashing of faster cars when they're still like 2 seconds back when people were on the voice with me, and it must be something in the realm of, why are you flashing me? You're still like so far back. What are you gonna do? Jump over me? So like I know you're there. You don't need to flash. Just catch up and then you can overtake.
Yeah, exactly that. It's so,
yeah.
like, it is annoying. Actually, you know what? I lie. I do care slightly, but only in that instance. Like, if it's a car on the same lap as me racing me for position and they're flashing, I can just ignore it. But yeah, when, like you said, Stu, when they're 2 seconds back and you're flashing, like, what are you doing? I'm not just going to, like, jam on the brakes and let you go. That's a lot of time for me to lose. I'm trying to run my own race here, no?
But would you classify that as actually caring? Like, does it? I mean, okay, maybe you said you're maybe not gonna make it easy for them, but I would say, yeah. I mean, I say something about it, but it doesn't really change anything as to how I'm driving. So I wouldn't say I care. Copium. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I care because it gets a reaction out of me, but maybe it's just, I don't know, being irritated by it. I don't know, maybe you're right, that's not caring, it's just a completely different emotion, being irritated. But yeah, I mean, if you're half a second back and you flash me, it's like, oh yeah, okay, but there's no need. Like you said, 2 seconds back, constantly flashing, when it's like, okay, you're gonna get past, like, don't be difficult here. And as we see, is this Halloran here having a run on Bonds? It seemed like he got quite a good exit out of the first chicane there into the second chicane, but also come to naught, as unfortunately there's no real opportunity for him to get past there. But oh, Huey, I'd like to quickly touch on the lead, or the battle for the lead at the front. Nearing has dropped 4.5 seconds off the back of Riley, so something must have happened to that car. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Riley is very quick, but I don't think he's pulling 4.5 seconds in the space of sort of 2 or 3 laps quick.
I think Nearing must have just made 1 or 2 mistakes. His last lap was a 29 flat, and it was invalid, so might have just lost it a bit on the chicane in the last. I mean, it must have been the last 2 or 3 laps, because we've been watching them just before that when they were close. This lap also a bit slower, I think. Have a look at the time. 28.6, so around 6/10 slower than Riley. Maybe the tires are just giving up, but that's kind of unlikely, I guess, because usually the Bentley is very good on the tires compared to most cars.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I was going to say he's most likely had an issue somewhere. That's what's caused him to drop that much. I mean, the gap is still ever increasing. It's up to 4.7 now as we come back on board for the battle for 6th place here. We see the 404, oh sorry, not 404, the 349 of Haviland there getting all over the rear wing of Vons, but through that sequence of corners just has to back off it and loses more time than they gain it. So we'll have to see, there's got to be somewhere else where he can make inroads. There's got to be somewhere else he can make the time up and maybe just force a mistake. Von's doing absolutely everything right here, just holding his nerve, holding his line, racing his own race. And it's sort of the old, well, you're quicker than me, you'll get past me eventually, but I'm definitely not going to make it easy for you.
Yeah, it seems like de Havilland was very fast catching up, and then as soon as basically had his target in sight, he maybe lost a bit of concentration or just the dirty air, making it a bit more difficult to hold the lines. But yeah, he's definitely dropped some pace here, because he was catching with almost a second a lap, and now he's been stuck behind without any real overtake attempt so far.
Again, are we going to see another case of same as Brady being stuck behind Barazini? Are we about to see the Haviland stuck behind Von's lap after lap? Although slightly different scenario because these two are racing for the class lead here, as well as 6th position overall.
I'm just gonna have a look what happened to Nearing, because his last lap was a 1:30, so I feel like he's been making bigger mistakes every other lap now, and yeah, the gap went up to 7 seconds already, but I can't. Oh, actually, I can. So just 1 second. Then we'll see what happened. And to no one's surprise, happened in the chicane. So he must have just missed the braking or something, but he did not take the line that you would usually take here, just straight lining it onto the sand. Very weird.
But even there, he's still, you know, it looked like a second to a second and a half off the back of Riley. So perhaps something else happened to them a bit earlier on. But yeah, that's taken the pressure off Riley. So maybe Riley can just, you know, crank it down to 95%. No need to over push the car now, which again, first place for them is looking like they're going to secure P2 in their championship. So first is obviously for 34 points, and the 411 is 5th, and that is 18 points. So yeah, that's definitely greater than a 7-point swing, which would secure them to in class.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening with the 747, because that's been like the 3rd or 4th lap in a row where they've been a second or even more than a second off their normal pace. And also, they might have even gotten a track cut with what happened there in, I think, last lap. That was what we just saw in the replay. So, yeah, maybe they've just pushed a bit too much, trying to defend from the 70, and maybe it is the tires, or maybe it's just the concentration. We're seeing De Havilland here using his flashers again. But so far, still no real attempt to make an overtake. As we see a drive-through pop up for the 504, who are already at the back of the grid. And yeah, their day just got worse.
If they caught that going over the second chicane. But my time here is drawing to a close. I'm now going to hand over to someone I actually share a car with here in World Tour. We are in the 789 Flying Hellfish Lexus. My co-driver, my co-commentator, and rival on track, Miguel Martins, is back in the booth. He'll be taking my spot, and I'll be stepping aside for him.
Thank you for the introduction, Nate. It's lovely that we also cross paths here, and as well as in the same car. So, hello guys. I'm back after 1 hour. And Stewie, I've never commentated with you, so this will be a first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not usually the one talking in the box, at least not audible to the viewers. Usually just talking into your guys' ears. But Nate mentioned you're both driving in the World Tour, so have you just done a stint in your car in another split?
No, because there are 4 people in our car, and about the entire season, only time that the 4 of us have been in the car at the same time, actually for the Spot 24-hour race. Every other race has either been 3 or 2 of us. And yeah, so for this race, since I've raced in all the other ones, I didn't take this break. Not a big fan of Zolder. Not my favorite racetrack, especially for an indoor.
Yeah, I think you either hate the track or love the track. Definitely not one of the easier ones, especially for endurance racing, as we've seen the entire day where almost every team by now must have gotten a drive-through, I think. And yeah, you've come back at a very interesting time in the race, because we actually have a fight for the lead in silver, and we're watching that right now between the 4-4 and the 3-4-9. You might have even been there when the 3-4-9 had an accident right at the start. I think it was in their first or second stint where they hit a wall. Might have been here on the straight, and they've been crawling their way back up to the lead, or second place at the moment, ever since. Had definitely way more pace until they caught up to the 4-4, and now it's been half a second for the past, I would say, 10 laps, and yeah, no real overtake happening. We did see an overtake from the 70 on the 747, and we are still keeping an eye on the battle for third and pro, because Berosini, Egger, and Berosini, Willemot, and Schäfer currently in the car. They're all kind of within like 20 seconds between each other, and yeah, 3 hours to go. I think we will see a battle for P3.
Yeah, so when I left off, the 70 was still chasing down the 747. See now that they've changed the lead. I'm still rooting for the 747 to come back. Since Riley has passed them, they've put in some distance between themselves, but I think the 747 can still do it. I mean, 3 hours left. A lot can happen. Many drive-thrus for the track limits could still happen. In this track, it's very much a possibility. Yeah, good to see the 349 and 404 having a battle for the lead of silver class.
Yeah, the 747, after getting past, they stuck behind the 70 for a few laps, and then it seemed like something must have happened either with the car or the driver, because they've been dropping a lot of pace here, and especially making some mistakes. We saw one just before you came into the box in the replay, where the 747 just straight-lined in the chicane here. So yeah, well, we're not quite sure what happened. Something definitely changed, and the gap has been around 7-8 seconds. But you're right, there's still a lot of time, and I don't think the 747 has given up on winning the race yet. We're seeing the 411 back in the pits, who's been through the pits, I think, more than any other car, because they had 2 drive-thrus already, and after both of them, they came back very strong and catching up a lot of these positions that they lost. They're a bit off sync with the other cars, so it's hard to tell where they actually are in terms of position at the moment. But yeah, they've been putting in good pace, catching up to the cars, and I'm not quite sure how it will end up with the points, but Nate mentioned it, that the 70 needs 7 more points than the 411 to beat them in the championship.
Oh, I see. Okay, I have not looked at the standings, any of the points, so I don't know. But damn, that's really close. 7 points that the 70 needs. So if Robin Schaefer in the 411, they get some good stints now, crawled their way back to at least the back of the 18 Bentley, which they were behind. Might be enough.
We're seeing here, finally, the 349 can make an overtake on the 4-4, and there was a bit of contact, but I don't think much is gonna come from that, and we're just gonna have a quick look at what happened with the 4-4, who must have had a bad chicane here. Actually just taking it very safe, so they might be on 3 warnings, and he just didn't want to risk anything, but then, of course, sacrificing his line and losing a lot of speed. And I think this is the first change in the lead for the silver class here. While we've seen a lot of lead changes for the pro class, this must be the first one we've seen in the silver class so far.
Yeah, that was a good move by the 349. it was a bit of an F1 move, I'd say, where you side by side, but then you just kind of run the other driver out of space. I mean, if the 404 doesn't think that's fair, they can always put in a report. Stewards would look at it, but I'd say that's fair racing. Now, the 404 has the job to just stick with them and get back past.
I guess it comes now down to how Haviland can deal with being chased, because we saw that when he was on his own, he had a very good pace, and then as soon as he saw the car ahead, he kind of gotten a bit slower, or at least couldn't keep up the pace and make the pass quite quickly. And it looks like now that he has clean air again, he's already driving a bit away from Vons here. But then again, I think we are coming up on the pit stops. No, it's still, I think,
Well, another 20 minutes?
14 or 15 laps, I think, until we see the next pit stops. And Vons just seems to be a bit less confident with the car and the track compared to his teammates, so tiny bit slower. So I don't think this fight is over yet, because as soon as they switch the drivers again, and we might see a change in pace between these two cars, we're gonna have another fight.
Yeah, and we never know. The Haviland, he must be pushing to already be almost a second ahead of Vons. And it's easy to make a mistake if you're pushing. We'll just have to wait and see how that sticks out. We also have the pits, the strategy, how each team is stopping and changing. So there's still more to come in that fight. Certainly.
Yeah, but both of these teams didn't have a drive-through yet, so they might be close to 2-3 warnings, which is something we might have seen from Vons last lap, where he just took the chicane very safely. So yeah, there's everything still open here, this championship. And have a quick look at the actual points, because I'm not sure where the 349 is in terms of championship points. And it looks like, okay, so they're in P4, so they're not actually fighting for a win here, but they might be fighting for a podium in the overall positions for this championship. And the 40 actually catching up now to these two as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention that the 40 has been catching up to the back of the 404, and Robin Schaefer in the 411, he's also not that far behind. So yeah, we're going to have some interesting laps here. So now Vons has to defend from Williams, as Williams gets alongside for turn 2. The outside is not the ideal line for these sequence of corners, and he falls back into line, but it's within striking distance. If he can get a good run through the chicane and Vons gets a bad run, it will be a repeat of what the Haviland did just a couple laps ago.
Ooh, but it seems like the 40 braked a tiny bit too late. And here we have Riley coming through as well, mixing up this field of 3 cars. Schaefer, of course, just pitted a few laps ago, so he's on quite fresh tires. And his goal at the moment is catching up to the 18, I think. The gap was around 20 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, before the pit stop. And I think he just wants to stick behind the 70 now and try to use that to get by the cars ahead very fast, because he does not want to get held up. He seems to be almost a second faster than the 2 cars ahead, or at least significantly faster. I'm not sure the last lap times, because there was some side-by-side going on. But yeah, he definitely wants to get by these very fast.
Yeah, and he is fighting for a class position with Williams, 40, so I don't think Williams will make it easy to Schaefer. But Vons and de Haviland, it's not really their fight at this. They might just, let Schaefer through. that much of a problem.
The 40 might let him through too, because they are around 30 laps or something off sync of the pits, and
Oh yeah, that's
he did not let him through. He went back into the gap that was there, and if you saw that, that nearly took out Riley as well. There was not a lot of space between these cars. Let's see if we can have a look at how close that actually was. So he goes back into this gap, gets hit from behind, and just very nearly avoids Riley there, just trying to go on his merry way. So bit of luck there for the 70. I don't think it would have cost them too much. The angle didn't look like it would have spun them. But now, of course, Schaefer actually has to fight for the position with Williams here.
It was a smart move by Williams to let the 70 through and then just slot it back into the gap. It was quite a close call. It wasn't that big of a gap. And yeah, I think Schaefer just got a bit caught out by it, as Schaefer now sends it on the inside very cleanly. He gets it done even before the apex, turn 1. So yeah, good move by the 411 of Schaefer. Now all he has to do is put some distance and catch Vaughn's Havland.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, Schaefer just came out of the pits a few laps ago. Williams is going back into the pits in a few laps, so just a big difference in tire quality here. The 4.4 way more grip out of the corner, so made him quite easy for him. But if you notice, the 4.4 is quite far ahead now, so all these battles and letting the 70 through cost the 40 a lot of time to the 4.4, who has also lost 3 seconds already to the 349. So de Havilland proving that he has the pace to drive away from the 4.4 at the moment. And yeah, Schaefer coming up on these in a few laps, I think.
Yeah, Schaefer's he's got his work cut out for him. Vaughn's and de Havilland, they might not make it that easy at all. I mean, de Havilland is keeping pace with Wilmot, 18 Bentley, it seems. Gap stable around the 16 seconds, but with all that fighting, it's dropped about 2 to 3 seconds to Wilmot, the Schaefer. So now, since he has good tires, he might just be able to put in the laps, see what he can do.
And I think the 349 might be going into the pits in the next few laps. It's been around 40 laps since the last pit stop, and we've seen the teams extending their stints to around 43 laps, so they might not even be there when Schaefer gets to that point. And Vons should be coming in around 10 laps later. So all these cars on quite different strategies at the moment, which is obviously not good for the positions. And look what just popped up on the timing board. There's a drive-through for the 747.
It's interesting. So that will open it up to Berrezzini, third place. And admittedly, he's almost a full lap behind, as Berrezzini it's just going through turn 1. And
yeah,
then
they're not going to lose a position with that, right?
Yeah, but it will bring them closer for the last hour. But that will give a definitive lead to Riley in the 70 car. As Nyring serves it now.
Ooh,
Almost puts it in the wall on the pit entry. Would be unfortunate.
Yeah, that was one of the closer pit entries we've seen today. Not losing a position with this, but yeah. I don't want to say losing a chance to the win here, because the 70, yeah, a lot still can happen to them, but chance definitely got a bit lower with this, because now they're around 40 seconds behind, I think. And Berrezzini, I think it should be around 25 to 30 seconds once they're back on the track here.
T7 for Nyring is rejoining now. The 126 is on the back straight. It's the final chicane. It's definitely brought them closer, but it's still not close enough.
Yeah, so what we have now is, with all the pit stops done at the end, currently I think there's, I mean, we just saw 20 seconds between P2 and P3, and there's another 20 seconds between P3 and P4, and another 20 seconds between P4 and what should be the 411 in P5. So, yeah, depending on the paces of these different teams and what might still happen, all of these now have a chance to still get P2.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll just have to see how it turns out with especially strategy. Because what will happen for the last stint of the race is it won't be a full hour stint. If the teams have been doing the full 65-minute drive time, it should be about a 10 to 20-minute stint for the last one. So yeah, we'll just have to see how teams have been pitting. And we see here at 411 of Schaefer, he's getting alongside, but it's still not enough. Still not enough to get alongside the 404 of Ones and get through.
And look how fast he caught up. It was 1.5 seconds just last lap, so the 411 on a massive lunge here as he's just breaking into the corner with the fresher tires. And the 404, no chance to even defend that. Nearing the end of their stint. So yeah, Schaefer just pushing as much as he can, and I'm pretty sure that when the 18 is hitting, that we will see the gap be a bit smaller than 20 seconds, what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
And here we have 349, as expected, going into the pits.
I was gonna say that the 404 now retakes the silver class, when first position, I guess. Yeah, so if he's pitting it now, it's 2 hours 40 left. If they take the 65-minute drive time, and the next time they'll pit it will be 135, then they'll have a 30-minute last stint.
Yeah, I think most teams will have the same, because most teams have been extending their stints, except the 18, who has been cutting one of their stints short to not be stuck behind the 126 anymore, and then 2 stints later ended up being a lap down behind them, losing time. But yeah, apart from that, I think most teams have just been extending all their stints, as you mentioned. Didn't have any weather changes, so nothing like that played into changing their strategy, only some drive-thrus.
Yeah, but we'll see now for that last stint. It will be interesting, because what the teams are gonna do, if they're gonna take tires or just gonna take fuel and run those last 20-30 minutes to the end. I mean, the temperatures are getting cooler, so you don't get as much tire wear. You're not overheating the tires as much as if it was hotter. But it'll still be tricky. You know, trying to drive on tires that are an hour and a half old, it's not easy.
I think, especially since it's cold, as you mentioned, Zolder not being the worst track for tires, as we see a 15-second penalty for the 4-4. Now I'm very curious what that was for. Oh, that was a takeout of the 349. And it happened... Yeah, so we saw the initial overtake from the 349 on the 4-4, which got them a 5-second penalty. And then what we didn't see, because we were on the replay, was the 4-4 taking out the 349 in the last corner. We just saw how the 4-4 was kind of on the inside on the start and finish straight, letting the 349 through again. And that must have been the aftermath from the takeout, and that is a 15-second penalty, which will increase the gap between the 4-4 and the 349 by 10 seconds because the 349, the 5-second penalty.
Yeah, but that will be a 10-second gap. We don't know the pace of Shaw in the 349 that they have right now, but 10 seconds with 2.5 hours to go, that's still doable. 404 could still come back to win this race for the silver class.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the gap was around, what was it, 5 seconds, 6 seconds plus the 10, so it's more like 15 seconds overall gap, but yeah, it's still very much doable. And Mike Williams here hasn't really caught up too much to the 4-4. And
Yeah, it
let's
seems
see.
like
Do we
he's
actually see the
kept
gap
that
here? Oh, so the gap is still around 22 to 23 seconds. I would have expected Schaefer to have caught up to the 18 a bit more. Then again, it's still relatively early in the 411 stint so far, so we might bring that gap down a tiny bit more.
Yeah, especially as fuel comes out the car, these cars could become faster. I don't know from experience. I don't drive the M4 that much or at all, and neither the Bentleys. These are just assumptions, but it's not really driving away from the 404 as well. It's a 3-second gap. That big.
His past few laps haven't been that quick anymore. Definitely still quicker than once, but yeah, dropped a tiny bit of pace. And I think this might be one of the first times in the race where actually nothing is happening. Despite only having now 14 cars, we started with 17 as Shaw took a ride here on the grass. But yeah, even though we don't have a lot of cars, we've had action pretty much for the entirety of the race so far. It has always been at least 1 or 2 cars fighting. And right now, there's actually nothing going on because we had all these fights. Then teams pitted, and now it's just getting in the lap times for all the teams at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, all of the teams are all out of sync with each other, so they're taking these out laps to just get quicker, try and build the distance if they have the clean air to do it. Yeah, I mean, 349, they're not getting very fortunate with traffic. They have Berrezzini right now just right behind them. They were just left on the last lap by the 18 Willemot.
And it seems like the 18 has gotten by the 126 due to the pit stops, because in the last time we saw basically this situation, the 18 was stuck behind the 126 up until the lap the 126 drove into the pits, and that was Tijni in the car, who definitely could have gone faster, but yeah, couldn't make up the time due to being stuck behind the 126, which they were actually fighting for position, because you can see 18 P4, 126 P3 was just out of sync with the pit stops. Yeah, but it seems like the 18 just barely made it ahead of the 126 somehow, and if Willemot can now put in some pace, that yeah, that just helps them to catch up to the 126, and it seems like, at least last lap, we're just a tiny bit faster.
Yeah, interesting to see, because Willemot, he has pitted the last few laps, and Berrezzini's still on the old tires, and he's keeping up, even with the 349 of Shaw, which is also on new tires. So Berrezzini showing that this Nissan still has some pace. Yeah, it'll be hard for Willemot to fight for him for P3. As we can see, Shaw making a little bit of a mistake on the exit of the chicane and letting Berrezzini through. this might not help Shaw if they're faster than Berrezzini, but we'll have to wait for a bit to see if they can keep up the pace. Sirens is pitting now.
I don't think they're much faster than Berrezzini, but yeah, Nearing now coming into the pits. And I think, yeah, Riley must come in a few laps then, because these two are still very close now that both of them had a drive-through. And are they actually gonna lose the track position now to Berrezzini? Yeah, they definitely are. So I think that's also the first time the 747 is not in P1 or P2 in this race.
Yeah, so now Berrezzini is in P2, but he still has to do a stop. If I'm correct.
Yeah. He's
okay.
He pit around 40 laps ago, so he's gonna be pitting in just a couple of laps. And I think we're gonna use this downtime here of the race action to just take a quick break while you can enjoy some sounds of, I think we haven't seen the Ferrari yet, or not a lot at least. And we will be back in a bit. And welcome back to 10 hours of Zolder. Only 2.5 hours to go here, and it's getting quite cold here. I think we started with 23, 27, and now it's down to 15. You can see the sun in most of these TV shots here. Probably not to the enjoyment of these drivers. It can get very distracting when you can't really see your braking points. While we're following the 500 around, the 70 and the 126 have done their pit stops, so we can have a quick look at how these teams are currently positioned. So we have the 70, of course, still leading. Then the 747 still in P2, but followed by 126 by around 25 seconds. Then the 126 still in P3, also followed by the 18 by around 21 seconds, and then the 18 in P4, followed by the 411 by, I think, 20 seconds. Yeah. So from P1 to P5, around a 20-second gap between each of these cars. So nothing decided yet. I think the 18 didn't have a drive-through yet, so we might see that pop up in the near future. The 127 had won, I think, in their third stint or second stint. The 747 had won not too long ago, and the 70 around 4 hours in, I think. So yeah, as soon as one of these guys now gets a drive-through, they will definitely lose a position with only these 20-second gaps.
Yeah, and 20-second gaps, and they'll have 2 hours and a half almost left. You know, if you're faster than the other person, you can make up that gap. Yeah, as you said, drive-throughs, track limit violations. It's very, very easy to catch them.
We just
So,
saw the
yeah,
349 past the 4.4.
The 404 takes its pit stop. Will also get passed up by the 40. I think it will lose any more positions though. 80 is still quite a bit far back.
And actually, the 349 did not serve their 5-second penalty in the pits. So the gap a bit bigger than we would have expected. And also, I think we were expecting something around 15 seconds, and it's actually around 30 seconds now, which is minus the 5 seconds, 10 seconds more than what we thought. So it seems like Shaw has put in some good laps compared to the 404, who now switched to Martin Lawrence, who I think was the fastest driver today. So now it's going to be interesting how much time he can gain back on the 349 here.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience. I've driven against Martin Lawrence. He's a quick driver. He's, wouldn't say aggressive, but he's assertive when he wants to pass someone. He'll make the move. He'll make the dive, the lunge. He'll make it stick cleanly. There won't be contact, and he'll just drive away. He's a very good driver, but it's interesting to see the gap that the 349 got. 404. Almost makes me question if the 349 just only stop for fuel, because I don't know if you can disable the game from taking those 5-second penalties, the pit stop.
You can choose to not serve the time penalties, and they did actually have a comparatively slow pit stop. So usually the pit stops are around 2:14, 2:15, and their pit stop was 1:14, 1:15, and their pit stop was a 1:19. So while they didn't serve the 5-second penalty, they were almost 5 seconds slower than they should have been. Or for obviously 15 seconds more in the pits due to their penalty which they served. And yeah, you mentioned the driving style of Martin Lawrence, or Jesus as we call him here. And you're absolutely right. He is just on the edge of aggressive, but it's, yeah, as you said, more assertive. And I think one thing that that you always have to expect when he's behind you is that he will try a lot of moves, but he knows when to actually make it stick. So you're always gonna have to watch your mirror and be a bit scared of the car on the inside. And if you don't see that often, you're just gonna expect him to make the move in every other corner and maybe be a bit scared and brake a bit later or sacrifice your line, and that's when he strikes and just makes the move.
Yes, I do gotta say that all these pro drivers, they have different styles of overtaking. For example, a friend of mine, Jordan Grant Smith, he actually won a race in the recent esports event that I cannot remember the name of, so I'll just move along. But it was a big one. And his style of overtaking is that he will just sit behind you, taking the racing line. And, he's so patient. It will just look for any tiny mistake that you do, and he's there. He doesn't lunge, he doesn't do dive bombs, but he sits behind you. When you make a mistake, he just goes through cleanly, no questions asked.
Yeah, so kind of the opposite of what we mentioned about Martin Lawrence. So we see the 89 facing the wrong side. Let's see if we can catch what happened. And
the chicane has taken another victim.
I think they've been a victim of the chicane at least once. That's, I think we've seen it from maybe even the same BMW, or at least from another BMW as well, where usually the drivers lose the car on the second part of the chicane, where it just throws them to the side and then unsettles it, spins them around. But yeah, we've seen it at least once so far, where the first part actually kind of just kicks the rear bit and yeah, makes them end up facing the wall. Luckily, no big impact here.
Yeah,
And,
they did well holding the brakes, and it meant that when they hit the wall, they were way slower.
Yeah.
So hopefully they didn't get a lot of damage. But
yeah, obviously,
JRD in the chat, he's the driver for the 349, said that they got the penalty after the pit stop, that they had 5 seconds of damage after the incident with the 4-4.
Oh, that's right. They pit earlier. Yeah. True.
Yes, I don't know. I thought I remembered that when they pitted, they already had a 5-second penalty, but apparently not.
Yeah,
apologies.
must have been just very shortly after that. And yeah, what I was saying, 89, of course, being quite far down from the rest of the pro cars here. Of course, due to a very small grid, they're still in what is that, P9. So basically every team on the grid today finishing in the top 10. And
you love to see it. You know, getting a top 10 as a driver, it's a big achievement. So well, now today everyone gets a top 10.
Yeah, but I don't think the drivers are gonna pin that one on the wall as a top 10 achievement in an endurance race. I think the one achievement that I'm not sure if any team can actually call it their own today would be not getting a drive-through. The 40 actually hasn't got the drive-through yet. And apart from that, I believe every other team has made the slow and painful drive through the pit lane, as we kind of expected on this track.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. It could be Spa. If you get a drive-through at Spa, it's painful.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long it is, but the pit lane at Indianapolis, one of the newer tracks, it might rival Spa for one of the more painful drive-throughs. I don't think it's actually longer than Spa, but yeah, it's just the entire straight is just the pit lane. So guess we're gonna see that in the 8-hour race that's coming up at the end of the month, I think. So,
I think so, yeah.
so not a lot of tracks with these extremely long pit lanes, but I'd say for Zolder, compared to like the length of the track, the pit lane definitely a bit on the longer side. Especially the entry and the exit are the things here where you lose a lot of time, because you have to be slow through the corners. You can't push it. It's the entry is 2 90-degree corners. The exit is very narrow with these walls on both sides. So yeah, you lose quite a bit of time here going through the pits. And you mentioned John Grantsmith before, and I was just saying how it's kind of the opposite of what Martin Lawrence is doing. While one of these is like trying to scare you into making a mistake by showing intent to move by, the other is just I guess making you nervous by not making any moves and just staying behind you. And while you try and take some other lines to defend and not make any mistakes, car behind is just taking the normal line and I guess unsettling you by not doing anything, which is also a very valid tactic.
Yeah, I haven't driven against him in quite some time, gotta say. But when I did, and he came up to pass me, was unnerving because you never knew. You went into a corner, you expected him to, put his nose to the side or anything, but no, you just stay behind you. You always second guess yourself. Just different styles of driving, different styles of passing, putting the pressure on. They do work, both of them, so fair play.
Here we have Graham de Preter, I assume. Not sure, he's probably from Belgium in the car. And have a look at the last lap times. Just put it up on screen again. Seems like Caracas is just still actually faster than the entire grid. The only one who did a 27 in the last lap. And as I say that, he puts in a 29.5, which wasn't even for any lapping, because he's just on his own on the track. And we see a drive-through for the 504. I feel like they've gotten one not too long ago, but that's actually wrong. It's been a while since they had one. Either way, they're still in the race. 8 laps down from the leaders. They're not too far down from P12, which is the next car in their class. But for them, not a good day. Just being plagued with issues so far.
Yeah, it will be a tiring 2 hours. Personally, I know the feeling of being like that at the back of the grid. It just demoralizes you. But hopefully that won't happen. They stick with it. Still a long race. Still 2 hours and 12 minutes left, and you can still make something of it.
I mean, if you made it that far, you might as well just finish the race. And as we say that, an SG30 for speeding in the pit lane just to make it even worse. And I am not entirely confident we will see them leave the pit lane again at this point. Because that's just... You said demoralizing for the drive-through, but this is just another slap on the wrist here, getting the SG30, which is very easy to do on a lot of these pit lanes. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they will put down the garage door after going into the pits. We'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Then again, I expected more of these drivers to finish the race, considering that it's the last one season. Sort of like a homecoming, you've made all the 6 rounds, I believe they were, of the championship, and it's the last one. It's only 10 hours. We've had races that have been way longer than that.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of retirements in this race. We've only lost 2 or 3 teams so far, but yeah, of course, the entire grid got significantly smaller, be it complete championship sign-outs or just sign-outs of this particular round, which we don't know the reasons, but it being summer and pretty good weather in a lot of locations for these drivers could be the cause of that. But yeah, I agree. It's the last race. You might as well do it, and can have a look at the 504. Just driving at the pit stop, and I was talking about the lap times before. Caracas now the second lap in a row with a 1:31 lap time.
That
So might just be the
interesting.
concentration for him. Because we know that
Yeah.
he's fast, but yeah, the last 2 laps have been quite slow, while everybody behind basically doing 28.5, 28.6, 28.8, 29.2, so the gap's not really changing between these two. All of them kind of have to hope for a mistake from the car ahead. Well, except Caracas, who must have made 2 in the last 2 laps.
Yes, and well, I was talking about this before with the Tim, but it's summer, the heat, it's a long race. You know, you have that. I was gonna say confusion, but I want to say lack of concentration as the race goes on, and I just start to make a few more mistakes. I mean, they have a comfortable lead that they can afford to do those mistakes, but can't do too many of them.
I guess also something that could be happening is the brakes obviously getting more used throughout the length of the race, but also it's quite significantly colder than it was at the start, so possibly some of these cars were just a bit more set up for the higher temperatures, and now the brakes maybe not really getting up to temp, so yeah, maybe braking a bit too late now, since the braking distance is just getting longer and making these mistakes. If we look at the last pit stop from Caracas, that was only 13 laps ago, so I don't think it's the tires here. They also definitely did change the tires and not double stinting them, so yeah, a bit of a mystery what happened in these last 2 laps to leading car in the race at the moment. Also still sending it over the chicane, so it doesn't look like they're afraid of the warnings at the moment.
Yeah, I do have to say, I've seen how Caracas is sending it over that chicane and how much he's cutting off the second chicane as well. It makes me nervous as a driver. Always on that, oh, that might be a warning. Oh, that might be a warning. Well, for the fact that he's still driving and hasn't cut on the drive-through, it wasn't a warning.
Yeah,
But
and
his last
lap
lap
especially-
seems to be back.
And this lap especially also wasn't invalid, and looking at the delta, he's equal with his fastest lap, so that means it should be a 27.9 something, 28 flat. So whatever happened in the last few laps, he seems to have figured it out what it was.
Yeah,
And,
maybe do warm-up laps, warming up or cool-down laps, cool down the tires. So now that it's had like a lap or two to really push them, try and get that fastest lap.
I think they might be going for the fastest lap at the end of the race in the last stint. Currently, the fastest lap actually held by a car that is not here anymore. What was it, 781, I think, who
Yeah, I
had
believe
it.
it was.
Yeah, they had a disconnect, then came back on the server. What seemed like didn't fuel up the car a lot and just ran for the fastest lap and then left again. I think they were around 11 laps down, in which case it's, I guess, understandable for abandoning the race, especially when there's nobody to fight with. But yeah, I don't think anybody is going for the fastest lap at the moment. They're going to do it at the end with the 20 or 30 minute stint they're going to have. Have a look at the gaps. I don't think they've changed a lot. Actually, they have a bit. 126 lost some time to the 747, around 5 to 6 seconds. We can't quite see the gap from P1 to P2, which means it definitely got bigger, because the last time we checked, it was around 25 seconds. And as we can see, the cars at the bottom of the scoring board there already 30 seconds behind. Look, the 4-4 is 33 seconds, and if we check the track map, 747 is around 5 to 10 seconds behind the 4-4, so Caracas definitely pulling away from the 747 here. We have the 126, and I believe the gap hasn't really changed, still 25 seconds.
But just want to point your nose to Willemot. It's now 25 seconds. Wasn't that closer to 30 laps ago?
I think it was around 25 seconds the entire time, but the gap that definitely has changed is the 411.
Oh yeah, that one's gotten significantly smaller.
Yeah, because they've been behind, I think, 22 to 23 seconds, and it's now 17. So Schäfer putting in the work, and it seems like it's working out so far. And with 2 hours to go, obviously it depends on the pace of the other drivers. The 18 will have Grady back in the car soon, I would assume, and he was looking very quick. But yeah, 411 on the way to a P4 here at the moment.
Where it's still very good. I think it will come down to the last hour between those two.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That is
Again.
89 again, and I wouldn't be surprised if it looks like the same thing that we saw a bit earlier. Going over the second part.
Yeah.
What actually is happening there? It looks so weird. It's like the car just jumps, and as soon as it touches the ground, the rear just flies to the side.
Yeah, it's almost like it's taking too much curb through the first part of that chicane. It's just jumping the car, and then for the second part, the rear end is still jumping on the dampers. It's just unsettled enough that the car just can't regain traction.
I mean, definitely taking too much of the first part of the chicane there, but still, it's so weird because the car's in a straight line landing, and then suddenly it's not. So
Yeah.
maybe the setup just not really optimal for this chicane. Let's have a look on this lap, how they will take it. Because I would say what usually happens is if you spin the car in a certain spot for the next 10 to 15 minutes, you're going to be scared that it happens again, especially since it already happened just a few laps ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mania here is going to be overly careful for this run of the chicane. Letting the 80 by here. Nope. He's still taking all of the curbs.
Yeah. Didn't take as much of the first curb, but definitely made it up on the second one.
Not invalid though, so he's good on that one. But yeah, he didn't seem to be put off by what happened twice now in his stint.
Yeah, these drivers, they just have to get on with the job, and if that's the fastest line, even if it's a bit risky, well, just have to take it.
Yeah, and the 89, I think they are only like 30 seconds behind the 444. So they still have something to aim for. And I feel like that's, even if it's not for in-class position or even for any position at all, as long as you have something ahead of you that you can aim for, be it a lapped car or a car that you're lapping, or a car in a different class. But you can look at the delta and you see, okay, I'm gaining a bit of time on them. That helps massively when you're at the back of the grid, just trying to make it through the race.
Yeah, it gives you a target, even of lap times. I do this when I'm driving a lot of times. I'll ask my co-drivers to look at the car ahead, what lap times they're doing. I'll set that as a benchmark for me. I'll try to match or even do better than those lap times, and does help. It does.
Yeah. Especially in these longer races where you might have nothing else to focus on. You're just driving the race, trying to focus on something. And how's the gap between these two? It is 26 seconds, so Lawrence gained about 4 to 5 seconds since we checked the last time. So he's making up some places here, and there's still the 5-second penalty for the 349, so it's around 20 seconds at the moment. Ulf Gruber right in between them, which I think Martin Lawrence is also catching. So yeah, even the battle for silver absolutely not over yet.
Yes, and well, they still have that 5-second penalty. That'll bring down that gap, but 2 hours to go. 20 seconds, it's doable. We saw Caracas chasing down the 747, and I think it was within one stint that he managed to do like 15, almost 20 seconds of a gap. Managed to catch up to the 747, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, after that drive-through, they've been catching around 10 seconds, I think it was, per stint. Not only Caracas, it was also Riley and Dimitrov. I think it was 10 seconds for each of the drivers. And then finally made the move back into P1 again. But yeah, 10, 20, 25 seconds, not a lot on this track when mistakes can happen very easily. And actually in P3 here, how far are they away from next car? So that's around 45 seconds. I think they're a bit too far away at this point to make a move for the second position in silver here. Of course, excluding every bigger issues that might arise.
Yeah, but they still have P3 in the class, which, you know, it's pretty good. It's respectable. Yeah, Martin Lawrence, he's really catching up to Wolf Gruber. He's now 2 seconds away. Oh, as we have a yellow flag for the 501. Oh, there he is.
What happened here? Oh,
Oh, he just got outed. That's what happened. As he went on the brakes, the rear end just came out a little bit. He had to turn into it and snapped.
it didn't look like he touched the grass or anything. So yeah, just on the car itself. And the 501 also one of these cars that didn't have the best day here today. I think they've been plagued by the chicane more than once. Also had to deal with a drive-through, but they're still going. And I don't think they're close to the car ahead. There's around, I think, a minute between them and the 500 of Dubiel at the moment. So they're also one of the teams that are just trying to keep the concentration up and keep the car running.
Yeah, and they're almost lapping the 444 for the position behind. So they're quite in a good bubble. It's hard for them to catch up to the guy ahead, but also hard to lose it to the guy behind. Yeah, it's a concentration game now, and just making sure the car gets across the finish line.
Here we have the 18. I think that is starting the next line of pit stops here, because they are in, I think, a group of a few more cars. Oh no, never mind. They're actually the one car that is very off sync with the rest. So they will be dropping down quite a bit now until the next time the 126 and the 747 are pitting. And I think we have a new face here in the pit box. And that is the one and only Ryan Gill. Or not?
Yeah, not. But Anyway, it's good to have Ryan Gill here. He's a very prominent fixture, base in RCI. He's head of several championships, and I believe he's one of the original admins. So
He's
gotta say.
definitely one of the original members of this this community, and I think he's just signaling us that he has to finish his dinner. And I've just put the last piece of sushi, which is one thing that he usually eats, I'd say, in his mouth. And there he is. We can actually hear him now.
Good evening, everyone. I have returned after 2 hours of commentary at the start. I went away for a break, and I have returned now for the final just under 2 hours of the race. Thank you, Stewie, and well, thank you, Biggle, and thank you everyone else who's been covering the race so far, and thank you to everyone at home, of course, who has been watching along as well for the final round of the World Tour, round 6, the 10 Hours of Zolder 2022 season.
And we're just watching Martin Lawrence here, catching up to the 40 of Wolfgruber. We saw the 40 overtake the 4-4 in the last stint, which was one of their slower ones, where they actually got passed by the 349, and now Lawrence on his way back to the lead of the silver class. It'll be interesting to see how hard Wolfgruber will make it for the 4-4, as they're not in the same class. And I think you're on for a very interesting finish, Ryan, here. I don't know how much you followed the race, but from P1 to P5, there's around 20 seconds between each of these cars. So one drive-through will just mix up the positions immediately, and one good stint from one of the teams will make it very close at the end.
I have tried to catch as much of the race as I can whilst I've been away, but it definitely has spread out a bit since I was last in. But interesting to know that that there are still gaps that can be closed here in the final 2 hours. 20 seconds between the cars, definitely something that could be closed up towards the end as well. And I believe I should be having Jesse Lee joining me in a few minutes. I believe he's running up from the paddock right now as fast as his little legs can run, and he'll be joining me soon. But it's been interesting to keep track of how things have monitored on. Of course, when I was last in the box, we had Matthias Egger leading the race, followed by the 747 of the NSN car, and of course the number 70 of Grantis Caracas following in behind. And it is nice to see that coming into the final 2 hours of the race, though, that all of these drivers still, on the same lap and still relatively competitive with one another lap time wise.
And one of the reasons why that is the case is because all of them had at least one drive-through so far. That's actually the reason why the 126 lost the lead, because they got a drive-through, and so did everybody else. No, I'm actually lying. The 18 didn't have one yet, and the 411 had two. So despite the drive-throughs, still very close there at the front, and can't wait to see how it will come down at the end, especially with the pit stops, because I think 3 of them are basically on the same strategy, pitting in the same few laps, but then Schäfer and Egger, as Lawrence here, making the move on the inside, making it look very easy. But yeah, except Schäfer and Grady, sorry, so the 411 and the 18, they're on quite a different strategy, so I'm very curious how the last stint for these teams will look like.
Yeah, of course, Tim and I did discuss the final stints that some of the drivers could come out. Of course, all of the final stints that you plan out at the start of the race all depend on, things going away and not getting too caught up with likes of penalties and traffic and incidents, and of course all that goes out the window the moment the lights go green. But the different strategies currently being played out, it definitely makes for an interesting finish to this race. And of course 10 hours isn't one of the conventional times that is typically used for an endurance race. So obviously, the more common times being 3, 6, 12, and 24. So when you have a 10-hour race like this, you often do see some deviating strategies from what would be the norm. There is no one size fits all in that sense.
And we actually have Jesse here now. And while Jesse came, Mikkel had to quickly run to the toilet, and he has left us, and so will I, because now the how did you say? Oh yes, coming with his small legs, running up to the comms box. The one and only Jesse Lee.
Wow. Wow. Stewie really sold you out like that.
I mean, to be honest, it was deserved. For what we've put him through here today. Man's been sat here from the start of the race.
Can I just say a huge hand to Nate Norbury, who was here earlier, and Mr. Miguel Martins, who were supposed to have their stints swapped, but they decided to swap them back so that it better fit into their schedule. And big props to them, because both of those two were covering for my behind. And a huge thank you to Stewie, our broadcaster, for commentating the better part of the last hour and a half, or however long it's been. It's probably been longer than that. Again, covering exclusively for me, and of course Stewie himself doing all the broadcasting today. We had a last-second broadcasting change, meant that he's here all 10 hours and just legitimately couldn't do it without him, and doesn't put up a fuss, shows up every week, does a fantastic, beautiful broadcast, and it's fantastic. Well, unfortunately, it's over now because me and Ryan Gill are here. Hello, Ryan Gill. How are you?
I'm very good, Jesse Lee. I'm probably going to get emotional towards the end of this stream, but I'm very, very good today. And
I wouldn't do that. If you cry, I'll cry. You know how that works.
I hear that you have just rushed over here from. Where were you today? Were you?
I was around your place, mate.
You were at Donington Park, weren't you?
Yeah, I was around your place.
How was the
I didn't get to. Like the jet lag is absolutely killing my tiny legs.
Well, I mean, conveniently
no.
for you, East Midlands Donington Park does have an airport, right? So
it does.
Airport wasn't any.
I will say the finish of the race that I was calling, there was very neatly a jet that landed right as the checkered flag flew, and I lovingly referred to that as my ride home. But instead of home, it brought me here and brought me back to the booth. Of course, Ryan Gill, myself, will be with you throughout the duration of the finish of the race and indeed the 2022 World Championship at large. Caracas has retaken the lead since I was last here. Ryan Gill, what's happened since I left?
Well, a lot has happened since you left, and even more has happened since I was last in the box, because I covered the first 2 hours of the race. So, back when I was in the box, Jesse, we had a Nissan leading from a Bentley and a McLaren. There was also a BMW in the mix, and whilst the top three have stayed the same, they're in a very different order to the last time I saw them. We have Caracas leading from the 747, and then Matthias Egger a bit further back in the 126. The 18 and the 411 are a couple, or at least a lap down from the leading trio at this point, although they are on the same lap as well. And from what Stewie has filled me in on a couple of details, is that he said that there's roughly 20 seconds between each of the top three. So that means, Jesse, with an hour and 47 minutes left, plenty of time for that to close back up again before the end of the race. And there's also plenty of time for a late drive-through penalty for track limits to shake things up.
Yeah, it was about like this with 6 hours to go, where we had 20 seconds and it all came back together. Of course, NSN Racing was leading at the time. And of course, Visceral Esports was climbing their way back up. I last left, they were 4.5 behind NSN. The Bentley was still in the lead. Now that's flopped around. What on earth has happened to Connection Lost Racing? They were way out in front, and by way out in front, I mean several seconds out in front in the silver class. They're now behind in P2. The 349 lead, Saha behind the wheel. What happened?
Unfortunately, Jesse, I'm not entirely sure because I wasn't here to see it. I think I was getting dinner at the time. whilst the 404 probably had a little bit of an adventure. But we have Martin Lawrence back in the car, and he's pushing a lot at the moment. He's going to try and, well, close up that gap as much as he can. There is one benefit for them that 349 has the added 5-second penalty for an incident that they were involved in earlier on. So that means that the 24.8-second gap between the two cars at the moment is effectively a 19.8-second gap, and Martin Lawrence is going to do his absolute best to close in on the 349 up ahead in an hour and 45 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised, Jesse Lee, if we see Martin Lawrence in towards the end of the race, if he's going to do maybe a double stint or a 2.5 stint as well, because we saw what he was like towards the end of the race at the Spa 24 hour, where we had that incredible overtake in the last couple of laps of the race, or in fact on the last lap of the race as well. He seems to relish these moments where, hunting down a place in the last, couple of hours of the race.
I have deduced what happened in the silver class. Apparently, the 349 and the 404 were racing for the lead in silver, and the 404 got a 15-second penalty for a takeout. Of course, the 349, I'm looking up the chat, they had damage that they had to repair, but the 404's penalty was still bigger than that. So that's why the 404 is no longer in the lead, and that's a pity and a shame, because they led more than half of this race, did CLR in that McLaren, but now they found themselves on the wrong side of a steward's decision, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately for them, and well, that's the result of that penalty then. So we'll have to see how it all plays out, and it will be interesting to monitor as well. But as it is for now, Martin Lawrence just hunting down the 349. Of course, both of the cars in the hunt for the lead of silver are McLarens. The number 80 of Bitomski. They're sitting in third place at the moment, but I don't think that they're going to be too much of a threat to the likes of this lead. It could, of course, all change, but I think at the moment we're looking at the 349 and the 404 as the two protagonists here. And of course, the 404 has already wrapped up the Silver Championship in this race, because their title contenders in the 818 unfortunately retired within the first couple of hours of the race. And in the pro class as well, the Yazheat team wrapped up the title at Barcelona. So no titles to essentially wrap up here in the final couple of hours, Jesse Lee, but plenty of racing pride, which is what we always love to see.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. We're racing for glory now, and that's what every team is doing. And while T3 Motorsport Black is racing for P2 in the championship, and currently I think they're down. But with the way this race has gone, just about anything is possible. I don't know what has been going on, but this T3 Motorsport Black M4 has just not had the pace around here. Ryan Gill, you're the pace champion. You know what all the cars are capable of. Is this not a track that is very beneficial to the M4?
No, this is a track that the M4, it can do well at. The BMW M4 GT3 is a very, very strong car. I do have a pace chart talking about the cars and the pace that they have at different circuits. But no, the BMW is strong. It's good here. A lot of the front engine cars are very good around here. They can abuse the curbs a lot more than some of the mid-engined or rear-engine cars can, like the McLaren in particular, which obviously can't be as aggressive over the curbs. Same with the Ferrari, same with the Audi. They can't tackle the curbs as well as cars like the Bentley can. The Nissan even as well is a good car around here just because of the fact that it can eat curbs. So, the BMW is a good car, but sometimes in a race where you have a car that suits the track, you have the pace, because we've seen the T3 Motorsport car right up at the front contending for a podium position in class and overall. But sometimes luck just doesn't go your way, and that's something that I think a lot of drivers maybe overlook sometimes, is that you can have the best drivers in the world, you can have the best car in the world, but if you don't have luck on your side, you're going to fall short in some areas, some circuits, and unfortunately here, the T3 Motorsport, at least, it does seem like Lady Luck hasn't quite shined upon them so far this race.
Yeah, as much as racing car drivers would like to think it's all ability and experience, there is a large part of motorsport. Part of the thing that makes it fun is the randomness. And I know anybody who's had an incident with a car not in their class will disagree. Certainly Corvette after this year's Le Mans will disagree with that. But it really is the randomness factor. You get in these endurance races and you're not quite sure what you're going to get. Like you said, you can have a fantastic team. T3 Motorsport Black is a top-notch team, a championship contending team every time they set out. But the randomness factor and how you handle that changes things quite a bit. And I think that has something to do with why we all like motorsports so much and why the last couple of seasons of F1 have been quite so interesting, because you're just not quite ever sure who's going to win. Yes, one car is always quickest, but that's not a guarantee, and it never has been in motorsport, never will be.
Yeah, it is never a guarantee that you'll do well, and well, I mean, I know that from first-hand experience. You know that from first-hand experience. I'm pretty sure we've both been on the bad end of luck multiple times in our sim racing careers.
Oh, yeah.
Not that we've necessarily had the pace to back it up, but we've definitely had the bad luck factor. There's no one in sim racing that can escape that.
I've definitely been leading several races before and sped in the pit lane or done something completely silly, a completely heinous sort of maneuver.
Been in a podium position in a Bathurst race in the dark with very competitive people around me and crashing into the pit entry. Yep, definitely done that before. And,
yeah, I was
looking forward.
I was so heartbroken.
Looking forward to going back to Bathurst on Wednesday for the Wednesday Championship. You can tell.
Ryan, you need some redemption, my brother, because let me tell you, my heart hurt for that. I felt like a father whose child had just struck out 5 times in a row, and you're like, I still got to take you to Dairy Queen. We still got to get ice cream, and I know you're going to feel bad about yourself, but I've got to find something to tell you. Hey, at least you took one of those pitches. Hey, buddy, huh, champ? That I have never seen you. All jokes aside, I have just about never seen Ryan Gill more dejected than losing it over the ridiculous pit entry, if we're honest, with the anti-cut curbs and slamming that Lamborghini in the wall. You were
if only I were Australian, they would change the track for me to get a home field advantage, like they've done with Daniel Ricciardo at Melbourne. But unfortunately,
here we go.
Unfortunately, don't quite get those benefits. But looking at the gaps that we have here at the moment, I was just watching that the 747's actually closed in on the 70. It seems to be about a 12-second gap. Last I saw at this point, or at least it was a 12-second gap when I had a look at it last, although that does seem to have changed at this point, that Caracas...
That was not a good look for Egger here. What happens? Is there a contact that led to this, or is this just GTR? Oh, that's hard to say.
So that is Matthias Egger and Martin Grady. Tidge, by the way, who is driving 8 hours of this race. Because apparently Grant Willamot could only do 2 hours of racing. So Martin Grady, who's apparently doing 8 hours today, and then he's... Oh, and there goes Matthias Egger again. Martin Grady is doing 8 hours today, and then he's also racing in a 24-hour race tomorrow in RCI.
You know,
not in RCI, in iRacing. I'm getting mixed up now.
Do you know what's interesting about Martin Grady that I've noticed? He's basically sim racing's version of an Ironman. There's several different drivers that are like that. I think any of the streamers, you could argue, are Ironman category because they just do so many races just for the love of racing and how the content creators like to say, for the content, isn't it? I will say, in the chat, we're getting a mixed reaction to your Lamborghini crash. Tom Bryan has chimed in and said, you crashing into pit lane was one of the funniest things he had ever seen in RCI history. Shame on you, Tom Bryant, being mean to your brother like that. Steven says, now I want to get Ryan Gill ice cream because it makes me feel better for him too. See, Steven, it works. It somehow eases the pain of failure.
I'm not sure an ice cream is the equivalent to a second place trophy at Bathurst, but I'll take the free ice cream. and we'll run with it and we'll try again another day, as it is about a 10-second gap by the looks of it, is what I can see here on my screen, between Martin Schumacher and Shah of the 349 team. So not too much between the likes of the 411 and the 349. Of course, they're in different classes, so it's not going to be too much to watch, as Martin Schumacher takes a mountain of curb. And Martin Lawrence has dropped off a bit from the 349. That gap about, what was it before? It was about 24 seconds. It's gone up to about 28 now.
I'm quite curious what's happened to this car. This car had significant pace. I did note that the 349 McLaren, I think is that the VML or something team? I do forget. Let me take a look. That is indeed the VRM Racing team. I do apologize, I butchered your name, but I got there in the end. But Shaw is quick and was quicker than this team, but the gap was so out there at one point. I thought it was going to take a lot longer to get there, but of course they had contact and the 404 at fault for that. So that has led to the gap that currently exists. And yeah, the pace is just sort of gone. Adam Dubiel, the Forza Italia team, has caught them now. I wouldn't have called that from this team that qualified so well and has raced so well. Luckily for them, they're not really in danger points-wise, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, not in danger points-wise, and that is the satisfaction to them. We see Shah coming into the pit lane. This looks like scheduled pit stop for them. So 65-minute stint timer Jesse Lee means that that car will come back out with... Well, it should come out, and then when it comes in for its final stop, it should have about 25 to 29 minutes left for its final stint of the race. So it looks like the 349 is locked in to doing at least one more stop before this race is over.
Stephen in chat offering you a toffee ice cream for your second place medal.
I'm not sure if that makes it any better, to be honest.
Do you not like toffee? Ryan Gill doesn't like toffee.
I'm more of a Stracciatella or a mint and choc chip. If I've got to be honest, if we're talking ice creams, which we've already derailed this chat this commentary has already been derailed into ice cream conversations. We're not even
listen,
like 20
it's an hour and a half to go. It's an hour and a half to go. The sun's setting here at Zolder. It's me and my good mate Ryan Gill. The sun's setting on a lot of things today. This championship, the racetrack. Ryan Gill here at RCI. I'm not crying. I swear you're crying. And oh my goodness, with a huge leap. Look at that. Was that Martin Grady? That was monster trucking the curb. Let's look at that again.
Martin Grady here coming up towards the chicane, and we're going to see... I get a feeling we're going to see some good airtime here. So Martin Grady, whoa, on the front end.
Baby!
You know, whenever you can see the sky through your windscreen, it's always either a worrying moment for a driver or you've just achieved something incredible on camera.
Yeah, he did a little bit of both there, if I'm honest. He didn't quite go full Australia and flip the car over, but man, did he get close. Absolutely going for it here is Martin Grady. He's been aggressive all day, and I think it has bit that team at one point, haven't they? I think they got a drive-through penalty for track limits. That's the other question I have. How many of those have we gotten today in the past, we'll call it 3 or 4 hours since I left?
I'm not sure in terms of drive-throughs for track limits specifically, but I do know that each of the top 3 have had themselves a drive-through at some point throughout this race, whether that's track limits or incidents. I'm not 100% sure. I'm likely to believe it's more for track limits, considering the fact that I don't think either of these cars have got too beat up over the course of the race. So I think for the case of, you know, the leading trio out front, they've probably, you know, got a bit too naughty. We know that the 70 for a fact has picked up at least 2. They picked up at least 2 in the first couple of hours of the race whilst I was there. We saw one of them on camera as well. So, you know, these guys pushing as much as they can, and, you know, it's what you get in these races, isn't it, Jesse? That, you know, you always get told, the last thing we want is a drive-through in a A long race like this, if we don't get a drive-through, we can save ourselves so much time. And then the lights go out and everyone forgets about that, and before you know it, you've got 3 warnings in 2 hours.
Well, it's kind of like Formula One in a weird way, and I hate to keep harking back to Formula One. Don't worry, this will be a spoiler-free conversation because we don't do that around here. But I gotta say, Formula One, they do that every year. They're like, oh, we got to take care of the power unit. We got to take care of the power unit. And we get to the back third of the season, and then half the grid is taking a back of the grid penalty for taking on an additional power unit or something like that. It's the same thing in GT racing where they're like, we mustn't get a penalty. We're quick. We can do this on speed and merit alone. And almost all the time, one of those fast teams gets themselves in trouble with a penalty. Credit to Visceral Esports. They've had them, but it hasn't mattered. Still out in front.
Yeah, still out in front, but I think the more key factor was that they could be even further out in front, could possibly even be a lap ahead without some of those issues.
Yeah, but that's not fun. You're not racing anybody.
I mean, it's not fun for us here in the commentary box, but I'm pretty sure they'd be happy about it. And
I tell you what, Visceral Esports, if you're listening out there, go ahead and give yourself another drive-through. We'll see if you can pass NSN again, and that would be entertaining in the final hour and a half. It's ACC hard mode. There, think of it like that. It's a speed run.
Whilst Jesse Lee believes that ACC multiplayer can turn on a hard mode. Not entirely convinced that we have that, but we'll watch Matthias Egger's on board here at the moment in the Nissan GTR. And you know what makes me sad, Jesse Lee? You know, this is the final round of the season here of the World Tour. I, granted, haven't been able to commentate as much of the World Tour as I probably would have liked to this season. But you know what has put a smile on my face is seeing this car up towards the front of the field every single race. This is a team that has been around at RCI since the very beginning, since the very first endurance race we did. They were in the Lamborghini at Barcelona. They were denied a win because of a 5-second penalty that they picked up in the end. But you know what? Every single race that they've shown up to, and for both the World Tour seasons that they've shown up to, they have given it 110% to bring results home. And you know what? This team deserves a lot of credit for their car selection over the last, 2 years that we've been running these events now? Almost 2.5 years that we've been running these events. They have raced in the Lamborghini, they have raced in the Mercedes, they have raced in the Bentley, they have raced in the Nissan, they have raced in the GT4 Porsche. This is a team that whatever car they've been in, they are at the front of the grid, and they are a living example of, yes, BOP matters, but driver skill matters even more.
I'm glad you brought that up, Ryan, because I was going to say, they definitely, the very first season we ever did here at RCI, when we were brand new, they entered, I think, that Lamborghini. And I remember thinking, and you and I had this conversation privately, we're like, is that very wise? But they were able to go out, get poles, get wins, and they did that again with the AMG, and now they've done that here, a success with the GTR, 2 poles in the series. They're going to have fantastic standing in the final standings. And they've been here the whole time. And it's proof that good drivers can do anything. They don't show up, Orion Race Team. They don't show up to smash you. They show up to smash you in a car that you didn't even consider driving. And that's the incredible part.
You know, we've run 2 one-off races at Panorama for 12-hour races. And this team has shown up in 2 different cars and dominated both of them. They showed up in the Mercedes, and then they showed up in the Bentley. And it was fantastic to see, and I look forward to what this team drives next. Of course, you know, they've done the Lamborghini, they've done the Mercedes, they've done the Bentley, they've done the GTR. You know, what is next for this incredible team that just seems to be, you know, competitive in anything at this point? It's like the old Sebastian Vettel jokes when he was dominating in Red Bull. Like, you could put him on a lawnmower and he'd still be at the front of the grid. You know, I wonder with Orion now is what is the next car on the list? What's the next check mark to tick off for them? Because they've got some great choices ahead of them. I mean, you know, you think the McLaren that they could go for, they could go with a Ferrari as well, which I'm pretty sure we've never seen them in. You know, there's the new Audi and the new BMW that they could also go for. So they have, you know, a good selection available to them. and of course that's even then just not mentioning the likes of the Aston Martin, which they've never driven either. So they have a nice list of cars available to them that they could select from. But whatever it is that they select from, they're going to be at the front of the grid. And if this is, if you're looking for a team to support in ACC that compete in all the big championships, they compete in, the SimGrid endurance races, they compete in SRO esports, they compete in our stuff over here as well, and other championships that do endurance races. As Caracas goes a bit wide there. If you're looking for a team to support, Orion Race Team is a very good place to start if you want to cheer for a team that is guaranteed to have good results over the course of a year.
Yeah, it really is. Orion Race Team, Ryan Gill endorsed. We're seeing some things come through the chat. Someone confirming what Tidge ate for dinner. It's chicken wings tonight. Sounds delicious. Horrible for your wheel, though, if you get the mess and the sauce. Ugh, that sounds horrible. Hopefully somebody got that man a wet wipe so Tidge can wipe his fingers off. And also, people giving suggestions for Orion Race Team. Jaguar, the 650 is still competitive. Next up, the V12. I'm going to bamboozle all of you. Let them in the Ferrari Challenge car. Go on, do it.
I'd say that would be an interesting one, but I think for Orion Race Team, it's it's going to be an interesting time, and of course times are changing with ACC. Of course, we had the new American Track Pack released with 3 fantastic new circuits, Jesse Lee, which will be appearing in the Endurance World Challenge, which is coming in the second half of the year for us. Unfortunately, the Endurance World Challenge will not be live streamed. The decision is made that this is for the staff to partake in so that they can race. But I'm pretty sure Orion Race Team will be out in that, and maybe as well they'll come back for the next World Tour in 2023, because of course we do have plans for a World Tour in 2023, but some conversations I've heard in the background, Jesse Lee, and I spoke about this with Tom Bryant today, is that not 100% decided yet where the World Tour in 2023 is going to take place.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not going to say anything because obviously it's not my place to, and as I'm stepping down, it's definitely not my place to disclose confidentially. But it is interesting that there are conversations in the background that the World Tour could be moving next year. Exciting times.
Yeah, it really is going to be. It's going to be fantastic to get to next year and see what this World Tour looks like. And of course, a huge success this season with all the different teams and just a roller coaster. Yas Heat, we asked, could anybody beat them? The emphatic answer is absolutely. Orion Race Team out here with 2 poles in a GTR. Nobody would have thought that. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, he's racing against drivers that are teams that are X, Y, and Z. No, there are some big hitters here, T3, Visceral, etc. And they're out qualifying them on some of these racetracks.
Visceral pushed the Yas Heat team all the way to the final hour of the Spa 24. And you cannot tell me that number 70 did not have the pace to win that race. If they had a couple of extra things go their way, they would have won that race. They didn't have luck on their side. But you know who did have luck on their side that day? The Yas Heat team, because George Boothby lost that car twice over Radeon, and both times avoided hitting the wall. You hit the wall over the top at Radeon, that's pretty much game over for a win. So the fact that George Boothby got away with it twice was incredibly lucky. And unfortunately for the number 70, they didn't quite get away with it when they had a mistake. So, there was definitely moments in this series where, drivers and teams have taken it to the Yas Heat team. Yas Heat, they were just more consistent. They were luckier over the course of the series. And of course, they had the talent in the car to back it up as well. But by no means did this team, Orion Race Team, and Visceral Esports, by no means did they slack off. They pushed them as far as they could this year. And, it is exciting to see, you know, where the future goes. I mean, you look at the top championships right now, whether it's in sprint or endurance. The competition in ACC is absolutely incredible, and whilst we don't know what the future holds exactly, I don't think the sim racing community has ever been more full of talent across all the platforms.
Yeah, you can't discredit any of these teams here. The silver ones, of course, they come out here, they do battle, Forza Italia, Connection Lost Racing, VRM, all of those teams. Flying Hellfish, man, have they had a frustrating middle of the season. I had such high hopes for that 444 team, but my hat's off to them and credit to them for sticking in it, sticking with it, and trying to get to the finish of these races. They had a bad race last time out, I'm pretty sure, and they dropped us a line in the chat and said, we're not giving up. That's not our style. We don't do that. We want to get to the flag. And of course, they're doing that here today as well. It's just fantastic to see as Martin Lawrence does assume the lead. The 349 has come in to pit lane, gives them the lead for the time being. The orangey haze of an evening sky going in tonight. At some point, the lights will become completely compulsory, just about at that time as we run through the forest and approaching the final hour of the 2022 World Tour. The number 70 Visceral Esports car has been embroiled in a battle for the majority of those hours, but looks to be well and truly in control ahead of NSN Racing and the 747 Bentley. Ryan Racing in P3, pictured here, has the pole position today. Fought most of the opening stands of this race for the lead. It hasn't come off for them, I'm afraid, to that point, but still looking for a podium spot. They're going to have to beat the Tidgeny team with Martin Grady in it, though, before it's all said and done.
You know, Jesse Lee, coming back here to Zolder, with the wind farm in the background, the solar panels everywhere, it has got me in a bit of a different mood to usual, because I mean, you probably do know this. I did mention it earlier on the stream when I was with Tim, that one of the first ever ACC endurance races was run around this circuit. It was the 3 hours of Zolder, run by the then Redline Motorsport, which at the time was the largest ACC community around, that you and I know very well at the time, and it was interesting because I said to Tim, it was back in the days where endurance racing in ACC was not really a thing. It was things that people weren't too confident of trying because the driver swap system was nowhere near as refined as it is now. Could be more refined, but that's beside the point. It was a lot less refined back then. The people didn't know if the servers could hold out for 3 hours with 40 plus cars on track. There wasn't really an understanding if endurance racing in ACC would catch on properly. But I said to Tim, we sit here now with 24-hour races going on every month, for different communities all over the place. And you can't help but feel that every endurance race that was done right at the start, when people said, no, don't do it, it's not worth it, it shouldn't be done, you kind of feel now like everything has come such a long way. And it feels kind of special to come back to the place where it kind of all started, in a way, to end the World Tour season. And for me, especially, to come back here, because that's when my endurance racing commentary career began, at that 3 hour of Zolder race. And I guess, maybe not rather unfortunately, but it's going to end here as well, at least for RCI. And I don't know, am I getting a bit too into it, but is there something philosophical about that?
There is a beautiful symmetry, and there is something poetic about that, surely. I think we could all typically agree with that. Joe Gleason's talking trash in chat, calling you a sellout about your previous conversation about Orion Race Team. You can catch Ryan Gill racing for the Orion. No, I'm just kidding.
In my
drive
dreams.
Through penalty. I think you could get quick enough they'd pick you up for the academy team.
I would
at
be
first,
very honoured to be considered quick enough. The 504, by the way, is just clearly drive-through penalty. which I believe that they got for a track limit. But no, do carry on.
I forgot what I was saying. Joe Gleason was making fun. I was admiring the poetic nature of what you were saying. That was very brilliant commentary. Surely, Merrick Vaughn's getting flashed by Williams. Unfortunately for Williams, Vaughn's will. Well, he is actually. I don't know if that was Williams.
That was Verstappen.
That was Verstappen.
flashing
Sorry,
Merrick Vaughn's, yeah.
that was definitely a Bentley and not a Aston Martin. I don't know what I was thinking there, but Vaughn's letting them have the inside. I wouldn't have been surprised if there was an indicator on the back of that McLaren going, indicating to them that they can go on ahead. Wow. Yeah, this whole season's been interesting. It, again, was a season that early was dominated by Yas Heat. Obviously not here today. Didn't matter anyway. They had already clinched the championship, which means for our champions interview, I'm just going to make it up because neither Malinowski or George Boothby's here, so I'm just going to make it up on the spot.
We'll have a walk down pit lane, and we'll just interview whoever we come across. How does that sound?
Oh, yeah, I do love being the Martin Brundle of RCI.
Do you remember the days of the first World Tour last year? Well, we had me going garage to garage, knocking on doors, interviewing teams during the 3 hours of Silverstone. Orion Race Team even gave me a pack of crisps and an ice cream. I was very happy about that, and maybe that's why I like them so much. But no, it's a shame we can't have an interview with our champions. We'll be able to talk to our silver champions though. With the Connection Lost Racing team, we can of course talk with them and reflect back on what their season has been and what a season it has been for Connection Lost Racing to compete in the top split here in the silver class. And of course, they've had their moments, haven't they, where things haven't gone their way, but they've also had moments where it has gone their way, and they have put on a fantastic show this season. And I think their highlight of the year, Jesse Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, but their highlight of the year has to be Martin Lawrence going at it on the final lap of the Spa 24-hour for that podium in the silver class. It has to be.
Now that's a good runner in there, and I like that. But I am going to take Silverstone, where they were at the front, they were pushed into the midfield of Silver, and they took the entire rest of the race. They drove back up to the front in that race. Total team effort, brilliant drive by them, and it really set the tone for the championship. I could really go either way. I think the run to glory, though, was a bit more dramatic at Spa, so that might get the nod.
I think the captions on that live stream of you and I was just inaudible noise. But that overtake was made, but I don't think there was any shame in that, because I think that was the reaction of everyone at home as well. It was inaudible noises.
To time. We get made fun of by a lot of our staff members here based on our commentary, a lot of times because we flub words or stuff like that, but sometimes it's funny bits where we say something incorrectly or we do that, and I think the general consensus was Ryan and Jesse intelligible screaming.
And Bart Matcher has just told me that I am correct, and the CLR team has a clip of that overtake pinned in their Discord.
Well, I'm glad to know that I'm CLR famous in a Discord I'm not allowed to be in. So, moving right on for that. Good evening, says Luke Etheridge. And yes, I did just drop the mic on that one. Welcome in to you. You know what's funny? I keep hearing stories about the CLR group, but never been a part of their team. And I know a bunch of a part. I've never been in their Discord is what I'm saying. Strangely enough.
You know who is
it? Yeah, everybody but me. I know that.
Tom Bryant's in.
I know. What is he doing over there? Oh, he actually races for him, though, so that's a good shout. That makes sense. He has done races for CLR.
He has. That is fair. Although I was in the steward's box earlier, whilst they had a bit of downtime. Bart Matcher came in and told him he was sacked just on the spot. He just walked in and he said, "Tom, you're sacked." So I mean, I don't think Tom Bryant is a CLR driver anymore.
He might have to update his LinkedIn, I think.
Yeah,
that's gonna have to happen there.
I was just
Sorry,
checking.
sorry to
He
hear about
doesn't
his
have it
sacking.
on
I
his
didn't realize.
bio, so he won't have to update that.
Okay. That's good. Well, you know, it was nice of Tom Bryant to crash somebody else's cars for once. Tom Bryant's clapping back,
Bryant.
says that he is a CLR driver. You Muppets. Now that's not very Christian of you, Tom.
Bryant will be looking forward to his car being in the wall more often than usual, because he's not just going to have Ted Edwards in his car for EWC. He's apparently going to have me in his car for EWC as well. So I've heard.
Oh, lovely.
So and we
Oh,
have
boy,
a bit of
there-
a we have
oh,
a bit of
no.
a drama. We have a bit of drama breakup here in the private chat that we're monitoring. Unfortunately, no one can see this, but Bart Matcher has just told Tom Bryant that he isn't a CLR driver anymore. So a bit of internal
You were right
drama in the
first time.
CLR
Bart Matcher
team.
sacked him.
A bit of drama in the championship winning team as they're coming to claim their trophy in an hour and 10 minutes time. But I'm
Certainly
sure
Tom
Barrett
Bryant
Bonds,
won't be there.
I'm sure Barrett Bonds won't bother too much. He's in the car, and Martin Lawrence. I don't know. Maybe is he still aware of it? I think Martin Lawrence might have gone to sleep at this point. He's done a fantastic job of driving
He sure has.
so far this season, and he deserves some rest, doesn't he? But no, it's a bit of drama towards the end of the season, which is it's always fun to see. Fulvio Barazzini in the 126, by the way, is going around. We do realise there is still a race going on at the moment, but
There's a what now?
you will forgive us that obviously when you do have gaps like this, we do go off on tangents at times. The only good thing is that we haven't got onto livery tangent yet. It hasn't got that bad. To the point where we're talking about colours and
if our
how Jesse doesn't know
broadcaster-
what purple is.
Listen, I might be colorblind, and that's not something to make light of. That is a medical condition. Number two, if Stewie was awake, he would be running the camera around the racetrack like a crazy person around this time. He did that earlier in the race. We saw the CEO of Kuno's apparently in one of the mirrored shots, and well, night descending on the racetrack. The CLR battle, by the way, continuing privately. I don't need to be part of the CLR Discord if they're going to fight here in the RCI comms box. I'll take it.
Yeah, squabbling behind us. Fortunately, the microphones can't quite pick it up. We have good sound dampening here in.
There's a
in-
lot
in
of
the
there's a lot
commentary
of I'm
box.
hearing a lot of heckin' this, heckin' that, and no, I'm not censoring myself. That's actually what I'm hearing that exactly.
Yeah, Tom Bryant's got the squirrel gif out. It's always a show of dominance from Tom Bryant when he's got
Tom
the squirrel
Bryant.
gif out.
Tom Bryant with the buff squirrel. Luke Etheridge has said that the 500 Forza Italia team wins the livery tangent convo. End of story. Now that's very interesting. I think there's several cars you could argue could win that.
I disagree.
The 500 definitely though. Okay, I would say the 500's in there. Go ahead. Favorite car.
Okay, well, technically the favorite one of the season doesn't race anymore. It was the Armamentario McLaren that was racing earlier this season out at the Nürburgring. However, if I had to choose a car that is still in the race, I would choose the 70. I really like the livery on the 70. However, I do agree with Tim Peck. I wish they'd stop changing the color on it.
Okay.
Because that car has been green, red, and purple throughout this season. And as much as I'm a fan of, special liveries and all that sort, I did rather like the green that they had at Spa.
That was a nice. That was a very nice color. I don't know. Until proven otherwise, I'm gonna have to agree with Etheridge in the chat. I'm probably gonna have to give it to Forza Italia because that car is so abstract, but it perfectly encompasses what that team is.
I'm also seeing here, by the way, that the CLR argument has been resolved. Tom Bryant has offered to bring Bart Matcher a sacrifice of some donut. No idea
Yeah.
what brand of donut we're talking here. I mean, are we talking
he didn't.
expensive or are we talking cheap as chips?
He's probably going to Tesco. To be honest, there's no way he's buying
Oh.
premium donuts. Do you know how expensive premium donuts are now?
Krispy
Per
Kreme.
dozen.
Actually,
Yeah.
very high quality. At
Yep.
least over here in the UK. I don't know if
Wanna
that
know-
says anything more
wanna know
about our
something-
food standards.
You want to know something interesting about Krispy Kreme?
Go on then.
Invented here, where I'm from. You're welcome.
What, in Belgium?
Not where I am, Ryan Gill. Where I am from. Oh dear, we're getting loopy tonight. It's getting weird.
Don't worry, there's only an hour and 5 minutes to go.
If you are enjoying what you're listening to this evening, thank you for being a part and having fun with us. If you wish we would talk more about the racing, we'll get to that eventually.
Well, I think we'll get to that when there's a car that gets within 5 seconds of another car, which unfortunately, at the moment, it seems like the smallest gap on circuit is about 14 seconds, I think, give or take. 12.2 seconds. There we go. Mike Williams proving me wrong again. So Mike Williams, 12.2 seconds behind Marek Vons at the moment. And for all our tangents, we did have a podcast at one point, which unfortunately didn't really see much past a few episodes, did it? But we did have plans to revive that. Not sure how that's going to happen anymore, but maybe we'll do a tangent podcast someday on the RCI channel for the people that really want it, for the 5 people out there that probably enjoy our tangents, of which all of those 5 people are probably RCI staff.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm in shambles. But I think Tom
Jesse
Bryant.
Lee's already popping open the champagne.
No. I did that a couple hours ago. Tom Bryant has bought Bart Mach's love with donuts, right? Tom Bryant's going to learn a harsh reality. You can't buy love.
Can't buy love, but you can buy your way into CLR with donuts. Give them to Bart Matcher. So if anyone's looking to join the CLR,
No, Bart did not. Bart did not put that on the table.
You can buy Bart Matcher some nice, expensive donuts, and maybe you'll get into the CLR team.
Yep, I will say that's not what Bart promised. Bart promised to not be mad at Tom Bryant if he brought him donuts, not let him back in the team. So the saga will go on. Certainly, though, until that deal is done, there will be no Tom Bryant for the podium celebration for CLR for the championship tonight.
As Tom Bryant bellows in the fact that he's not going to have the chance to celebrate the CLR championship, he will get to celebrate the fact that his team have apparently put their car the wall at least once in this race. So I understand that his team in Split 2 have had their struggles today. Perhaps looking forward to some more events. And speaking of more events, actually, Jesse, why don't we have a talk about other stuff that's happening in RCI soon? We have a bit of free time on our hands, and give the public a bit of a rundown of some events that are going to be going on lately. So, of course, we started the short summer Friday championship yesterday, the Friday GT America Challenge. And of course that has us going out to Kota, Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, and Indianapolis. Coming up championships, we have the Night Owl Summer Break, which is also going to all 4 of the American tracks in the order of Laguna Seca, Indianapolis, Kota, and Watkins Glen. We have the Porsche Cup USA that is going out to all 4 of the American circuits, plus the Nürburgring and Imola. That will unfortunately not be live streamed on a Monday night, but you can sign up for it on racerci.com/championships. We have the 8 Hours of Indianapolis coming up on the 23rd of July. That should be an interesting race. Not sure if that's going to be live streamed or not. For anyone from the APAC region, we have the Piston Cup starting on the 10th of not the 10th of July, 12th of July is when that is starting, and they'll be starting out at Watkins Glen. They'll also be going to the Nürburgring, Kota, Monza, Suzuka, and Indianapolis. And in between, the Thursday championship just ended, and the next one that will be starting out, which will go to the American and British circuits. There's also going to be a Ferrari Challenge one-off on Thursday at Mount Panorama, the Ferrari 488 Challenge. So plenty of action, to come up at RCI, and we have some other events planned for later in the year as well. I believe that there is a Bathurst 12-hour coming to the end of this year, EWC2 as well. There's going to be a 24-hour race in August, and a lot basically, and that's not even including Jesse Lee. Now, I've just heard a rumor, apparently.
I love rumor.
I've heard a rumor. We talked in the New Year video about Mike Jones and I talked about expansion, the new platforms and all that stuff. I've heard a rumor, Jesse Lee, that apparently our first championship on iRacing not too far away.
Now, this is interesting because I've got to pretend like I don't know what's going on, and you put me on the spot. Yes, I've heard that rumor as well. And when that does occur, because it is going to occur, I can't wait to get going. We're getting the crew ready for that. It is our second expansion. Believe it or not, we have not only done exclusively ACC here. We have done a Dirt Rally before as well, but this will be the third
And
different
Race Room.
sim. Oh, that's right. We did Race Room as well. So this will be the fourth different expansion that we have done moving into iRacing. And it's going to be pretty fantastic to get on the sim. And I can't wait to get going with that. It's a completely different animal, is iRacing. I think everybody involved would agree. And it's a bit of a flavor changer. Now, don't worry. ACC is absolutely not going anywhere. We'll have fantastic ACC racing. Just going back to diversification like we did last year, where we had Race Room and ACC going at the same time. For the ACC fans, absolutely nothing changes for you. Still get the racing you want. And we just, additionally, do some iRacing stuff. Can't wait. I know about when that's supposed to go down. I'm trying to get the broadcast crew ready for that. It's going to be fun. I don't want to reveal too many details here, so I'm going to stop talking. What I am going to talk about, though, is the upcoming APAC Piston Cup. That starts this Tuesday. We hope to have an all-Australian crew, or at least a dominant Australian crew, to bring you that. That will be hosted over on Twitch. And we got a fantastic broadcaster and some commentary crew for that. And, of course, we are broadcasting the ongoing Friday America Challenge Championship. We had the first round yesterday. We will continue to bring you that live in sound and vision for the foreseeable future. And of course, when August kicks around, when the summer break is over, we might expand and go back to more broadcasts. We'll have to see. It's going to be a fun. It's going to be a fun fall around here, Ryan, with a bunch of different things going on throughout the entire week.
Plenty going on, and I will be, excited to participate in some of those championships coming up and some of those events coming up. Definitely going to be interesting, but it will be a bit sad to not be on the admin and production side of things for a while, Jesse Lee.
But
something. What have you thought of now?
First of all, for those of you that might have just been coming in or you've been in and out and you've missed it, this is Ryan Gill's farewell to broadcast here and adminning here at RCI. Ryan Gill has been an admin here since just about the start. I'm pretty sure since day one. I fought it for as long as I could, and I turned down every opportunity to do as such. But now, because you're leaving, I now obviously pick up some of that slack. Actually, I pick up more of Mike's slack than yours. Actually, now that I think about it, Tom Bryan has picked up your slack. That's not a oof. That's just I do the broadcasting around here. But Tom Bryant's picked up where you have left off, and may God have mercy on us all. But this is Ryan Gill's last broadcast. And for me and Ryan, there's no other way. My first ever RCI broadcast was with Ryan. I have broadcasted with Ryan prior to RCI's existence. If it wasn't for Ryan Gill, I wouldn't be here. And if it wasn't for Ryan Gill, I wouldn't have had to leave you guys for an hour and a half earlier when I was scheduled to be here to do another broadcast. So I hate it, Ryan Gill. All of that. I thank you for being here, and I hate that you're going.
Well, well, thank you for that, Jess. I can't take all the credit for the reason that you were absent for an hour and a half, and that you had to leave. I mean, that credit belongs to you alone. The fact that you've earned the the ability to work on the SRO production. Of course, that credit belongs to you alone. But it's gonna be different for me because for the last 2.5 years, for 18 months of the 2.5 years, I basically put my entire life into this community. I didn't have a job throughout most of COVID. I was living off savings, and this community was most of what kept me going through that. And it's not a decision I inherently wanted to make, but of course the new job that I've started with AKE Sports and all the work that I'm doing with them has it's going to get to a point later this year and next year where it's going to become a bit too big to be able to do all of that, and then also co-manage a community with 6,000 plus people in it. This community is big, and it does take a lot to run it. It takes a lot of people to host all the racing that we do, and we're obviously eternally grateful. But this entire community is run on volunteers. None of us are paid for what we do, and I like to think that the 2.5 years that I've put into this community are 2.5 years that I'll never regret on, because it's got me a job, it's got me security, it's got me the opportunity to go to some great places, and I can't say too much, but I might have a certain opportunity next year involving a real life event that I would be exceptionally proud of to do, and of course it wouldn't be possible without RCI. So leaving the community hurts. I mean, I was there for its foundation. I was there when RLM collapsed. I did everything in my power to get a community back up and running for people, because people wanted a community back up and running. And we've come a long way. We're not the biggest community in ACC. We're not the biggest community in sim racing. We don't have esports series with $20,000 worth of prize pools. But what we do have, Jesse Lee? We have a fantastic community of drivers that love to race with each other. And we also have a fantastic community of drivers that know how to have a joke with us as well. They're drivers that aren't... They're not afraid of the fact that some of us are staff, some of us are admins. They know
that's really true.
We can make mistakes, we can own up to it, and that looks like is that the 501? That is the 501. River de Niera in the wall, and is that on the curb coming out on the exit?
Exit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just drop that.
River de Niera getting a little bit too much curb. Would have been fine had they probably not had any wheel in it at that point, but again, they're trying to get back to the left, and just when that tire popped off that curb, spanned them around. A little bit of contact as well. As you were, Ryan Gill.
Yeah, but I think I was just gonna say that I think the community we have here is fantastic. The drivers aren't. They're not afraid to have jokes with the staff. Of course, I think sometimes in communities the staff, particularly the admin role, as you would, it has plenty of notoriety about it. I mean, I think the general perception of Discord admins in the world isn't great for one reason or another. But I think in community sometimes people see the admin role as omnipotent person that kind of just oversees anything and breaks down the banhammer on people that disagree with their values and stuff. And we're not like that. And there's a lot of communities that aren't like that as well. I'm not saying other communities are, but we like to have jokes. With community members. There's plenty of community members that, they have digs at, races where I've messed up, and I can have a dig back at them, and everyone knows it's a joke, and, it is a nice environment to be in. And people that, people that are unfriendly, people that take things too far, they get dealt with. We don't stand for it. And it does help create a community full of people that want to be here. And we generally believe that the people that stick around, they do want to be here. So it is nice, and it's a community that I'm not stepping away from entirely. Of course, I'll still be here. I'll take part in some races and stuff, but as far as a community goes, it's the first community that I've truly been a part of, that I've seen from its inception, and it's grown to be something far beyond what I could ever expect it to have grown as. But it is proud for me to look back on it and think I helped make that. And
it is strange.
and it is, and to anyone who's out there that doesn't know what it's like to be a part of a community, it is a wonderful thing sometimes. It's also hell sometimes, but it's a wonderful thing to be a part of when it goes right, and when things go your way, and when big events get pulled off, and you see all the messages after the race, people thanking all the staff for putting on an event, and and it means a lot, because we do put on a lot of work behind the scenes to make these events happen. And I think a lot of people sometimes, when they're not happy about things, or they don't know why certain things are done a certain way, is because I think for a lot of people, they don't know, Jesse Lee, what goes into these events. I mean, we could spend ages talking about the hours of work that goes into preparing for races like these, just from the production side.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's community driven. Every single one of our moderators that you've seen in chat all year, every single one that you've seen in Discord, all of us admins, all of us came from someplace. And it just so happens that the original foundations, we were formed after the door shuttering for RLM. And a lot of us were left sort of aimless. And we all got together at the time, headed by Mike Jones, and we decided, nope, we want to keep doing what we were doing, but we're not done just yet. And that's kind of how we got started. We had a 8-hour-long meeting day one, where the first couple hours were very panicked by a few of us, and then it settled down. We started working on names, working on our relationships, because at that point, Ryan and I had relationships with other people, Mike Jones as well, because he had worked at RLM for a little while as well. And it all just sort of came together that, yes, we have the personnel that wanted to come over from that, and we had the help that we needed at the time. I'm eternally grateful for all of them, even as much as just the moderators that we had at the time. Some of our moderators that came over with us, or were made moderator here to help us keep the order, have now went on to do other things. Ted Edwards, who started out as a community moderator for RCI, is now an event manager and a broadcast commentator for us here, and heads up the Night Owl Championship, and he does a lot of stuff, obviously. Seb
Brunier, who is a moderator for us, by the way, he got the opportunity last month to go out to Paul Ricard with me for the Real World GT World Challenge weekend. To say that sim racing is leading to opportunities within the real world of motorsport for work, those opportunities are there if you have the right connections, if you know the right people, if you work a lot to build those connections and to build up your skills. You can get to real world motorsport through sim racing, not just in the driver side of things, because we've seen that with drivers. That drivers who have excelled at an esports level have made it into the real world of racing. But you can also do it from the staff side of things. And it's a different perspective to obviously being involved with a motorsport team, or being a driver. But I can tell you that being part of the organization side of a real world motorsport event, it's just as interesting and just as exciting as you could imagine being a driver is. It's a completely different feeling, but it's just as interesting and exciting.
I get asked from time to time, Jesse Lee, how did you get into broadcasting, and what, how does an idiot like you get paid to do commentary or get to work with big brands and stuff like that? It's in my case, I'd like to say it's skill, but it isn't. It's a lot of luck, and it's a lot of learning from things that don't go right and refining your craft. And also, you got to be comfortable just talking to people. I've never tried to talk past people, but a lot of it though is just connection of who you know. And it's just lucky for me that putting up with all of the things that we put up with a couple of years ago, right? And going through the heartbreak of having to start all over again and working on this RCI thing, it just led into the more professional side of it. And a lot of that was the hard work that you don't see. I mean, you could see it if you went back in the RCI channel. You'll see Ryan Gill and me commentating 3, 4, 5 times a week. You know what I mean? And it's that hard work and it's that refinement of whatever you're attempting to achieve. Ryan, of course, came in skilled regardless as a graphic designer, which was a huge in for himself. And still, all the graphics that you see are Ryan Gill graphics. So it's fantastic that it can work out that way. And it's mesmerizing now that as you enter a new chapter into your life, Ryan, that I can't get rid of you still. This is the 3rd iteration of Ryan Gill I'm with, and I still have to work with this guy. I'm not as sad today because I still have to work with Mr. Ryan Gill on other projects outside of RCI. So I'm not quite as sad. It is sad to see this era come to an end, but I just get the strangest inkling in the back of my brain that you and I will be commentating elsewhere at some point.
Yeah, well, but both of us appeared on an NSRO broadcast for Bathurst earlier this year, and that was a moment that I think you and I shared for an hour that was very special, because you and I both came into sim racing commentary with zero experience. Like you and I stepped into the ring having basically never touched a microphone before in a somewhat professional.
Not in that sense, no.
No, and we both came into it at different times from different places, but we both ended up at the same place at the same time somehow, along with George Smith, who, I mean, he's not here and he hasn't been around for a while because he's very busy.
Do you know he's engaged now?
I know. It's shot. He's all grown up.
Mazel tov, George.
But that man was, I think for us, he was kind of like the tutor that we needed, because he had that experience that we didn't. But at the same time, he didn't act like a tutor. He acted like just one of the boys. So, you always got to give a shout out to George. He was always like, he always fit in. He always felt like one of the boys. And and it's a shame that he can't be here with us, I guess, to share the new experience. But we keep in touch. We know that he's doing well for himself and we're doing well. But he was a big pillar. But we came into this with no experience. We came into it with just whatever quotation marks natural talent, if there is such a thing. We came into it. We came into it with just that, no experience, no idea how to do commentary. Because it's one thing to watch, Formula One on the TV and see how David Croft does it and think to yourself, well, I could do a better job than that. It's another thing to go out in a live stream with like 500 people and do it. And you think that obviously with things like Formula One, they have a lot more people than that, but it's a different thing to saying, oh, I could do that, and then actually going out and doing it. There's a big difference in that, and the difference is that the people that go out and do it, and the people that go out and I like to use the term sink or swim a lot. The people that go out there and swim are the people that make it to places. The people that go out there and sink are the people that often stay where they are. And and it's not to say that if it doesn't go right the first time, it can't go right in the future. There's plenty of times that I think you and I have had moments where we've had commentary lulls and thought, I mean, am I a right fit for this? Like, everyone can have off days.
Yeah.
But the important thing is that you put work into it, you don't give up, you keep believing, and the most important thing is that you never let anyone tell you you can't do it.
This is interesting. This is T3 on T3, the silver team letting the pro team through. Robin Schaefer behind the wheel of the T3 Motorsport black team. And that's as close to team orders as you'll ever see. But obviously not on the same lap, not racing each other regardless, but excellently executed regardless. Jesse Lee, Ryan Gill here talking to you about our journey through broadcasting over the last just about 3 or so years, however long it's been. It's been a while. And of course, this is Ryan Gill's retirement party here at RCI, the very first professional style broadcast I was ever a part of for the RLM group that is now defunct was with Mr. Ryan Gill. And it just felt right that, considering we have followed each other to this point, that we should end in that fashion. Ryan waxing whimsical about what it takes. And I will add on to that, Ryan, and I will say this. The sink or swim mentality is very true. And also, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. For every one good broadcast I do, there's probably about 2 or 3 that I think, oh, I could have done that a bit better, or oh, I said something wrong, or I mixed something up. There's no such thing as perfect.
Look at
Nobody
David
is.
Croft. Look at David Croft on a Sky F1 broadcast. Count the mistakes he does. That man still gets paid to do his job. Like you can make mistakes. It's like human error can happen. We get mixed up sometimes. Like we were talking about cars, and like you said earlier, you got mixed up with which car was behind another driver. Like, it can happen.
It just happens.
But if you spot the mistake, just correct it and move on.
Exactly.
You
and
can't,
it took me a while to
dwell
learn
on
that.
mistake.
Yeah. It took me a while to realize that it was okay. It's okay to make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. And any new caster that we brought in here, and I'm happy to say that I followed in your footsteps with that as well. I started training casters myself, and I'm so very proud of all of them. And they're not afraid to make mistakes. And it's one of those things where if the broadcaster, who in our case is Stewie most of the time, doesn't catch it, then you can correct it yourself, or it's okay to say, by the way, there's a correction or whatever. That's not a personal failure. It happens. Motorsport, a lot is going on. Even with 14 cars, sometimes it's hard to tell, especially if they're changing livery every week, which a lot of these teams do. And I've joked before that they do it in spite of us, but of course they're not doing that. It's just the way things are. So many things that you learn and you pick up and you try to apply. Talking in shorter sentences, which we're definitely not doing, but that's because we're doing the RCI podcast, so don't worry about that. But generally, you want to talk in shorter sentences, which is also something people struggle with. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to make fun of yourself. If you're a self-deprecating person like Ryan Gill and I am, it actually makes it a lot easier, because you can always just make fun of yourself and everyone laughs it off, and we go on. Ryan, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, you were so easy to work with when I was so green, not knowing what I was doing, and you helped me so much personally, because you were so, even if you weren't inside, outwardly, you were so relaxed and you were so easy to work with and talk to. And if we ever had any problem post-race, we would go over it, we would talk about it, we'd sort it out. And I never left a race product early on where I didn't feel like progress was made, or I didn't feel good about what we had done. And that's really down to you and George, just sort of, whether you knew you were doing it or not, teaching me the very fundamental basics of what you need to be a race commentator. And I really appreciate that.
And it's basics that, like, I had to pick up on the fly. It's like there are things you'll kind of learn on your own, and you have to learn on your own. There's some things that can't be taught. Is probably the best way to explain it. And and sometimes those things that people can give you suggestions for how you should do things, but sometimes you got to just go out there and do it. And Luke Etheridge as well saying that we all loved Murray Walker probably because of the mistakes.
100%.
I think Murray Walker is the perfect example of, you can make mistakes, but you could still do your job, because
Yep.
he was so brilliant at what he did, that the mistakes didn't really detract from what he added as a commentator. And there are different ways you can do commentary as well. You don't have to be like Jesse Lee and I and talk on forever and, go on tangents. You can be someone like Ryan Mawson, who's incredibly knowledgeable on the technical aspect of all of these cars and knows a lot about, how the cars work and the different components that go into them, and of course the advantages and disadvantages of each car. Ryan Mawson is incredibly knowledgeable about that, and he brings a lot to the table with that knowledge, which is knowledge that most commentators will never have. Most commentators will never have that kind of insight.
It's a good point you make. I mean, Ryan Mawson, of course, another one of those. Mawson joined us. He had done some commentary before, but I don't think quite on the scale of RCI, where the production value is quite high most of the time. And there was some learning
now.
Well, that's what I was getting at. There was a learning spike to him, but he was strangely, because of his prior experience, he was in like Flint. And of course, Ryan Mawson also now and he hates to hear this, so I hope he's not watching. I hope he's in bed by now, calling it an early night. He's been working on his car, bless him, the entire day rebuilding his turbo. But Ryan Mawson is a professional commentator, and he is. He works for SRO. He's worked on some other projects as well, and that's the thing, is like, it can happen to you if you have the passion, if you have the drive, and you're willing to learn. And Mawson, he had the knowledge coming in, and there's something about him, and he always thinks he's not good enough, but he's full of it because he is brilliant. I told him just a few months ago, as far as a commentator is concerned, a play-by-play commentator or an analytical commentator, they're two different things. Both sides, I think he's better than me. And he goes, you're kidding me. But I really do. I still believe that Ryan Mawson's better. And it's no wonder why he's got picked up for, big broadcasts from different groups.
And speaking of other commentators that have been picked up for stuff, I mean, I have the pleasure of talking to Paul Jeffrey quite a bit from Race Department. And of course, he covers the European side of Ferrari esports. And this year, in fact, certain Jesse Lee is covering the North American
here we
side
go.
of Ferrari esports, I hear. But
me and Mr. DJ Clark, yeah.
Yeah. But Paul Jeffrey, he says to me whenever we've talked before, and we catch up. I got the chance to meet him in person at Bergamo. When I came back from Paul Ricard, but he said to me, I still don't understand why Ferrari like me so much. That I don't know why they like my Yorkshire accent. And Paul Jeffrey is a very easy man to talk to, and he's a great man to talk to, and he is a great commentator as well. And he makes his mistakes as well. I mean, he can't pronounce Wolf Matuszka's name to save his life, and I'm pretty sure he'll openly admit that as well, because there's about 5 different pronunciations of it, on the internet. But he brings a certain character to him, and he probably doesn't understand why Ferrari like him so much, but there's something about Paul Jeffrey that Ferrari really like, because they've kept him on for 3 years now. So,
well,
you don't have to be copy paste David Croft. You don't have to be copy paste Martin Brundle. You don't have to be copy paste Murray Walker. You can be yourself on commentary, and in fact, the best commentary is when you just are being yourself.
I was going to argue exactly that, Ryan. I was going to say, you best not be anybody but yourself. You ask any of the commentators that I've worked with and trained to this date, what is the first thing I've told every single one of them? Tim Peck is in chat right now. He'll tell you the number one thing I say, I don't need you to be anybody else. I need you to be yourself. And also, Paul Jeffrey is absolutely insane. He's got a lovely, smooth voice and an accent, and he brings it to life. It's like listening to an audiobook of the Chronicles of Narnia is what listening to Mr. Paul Jeffrey is. Plus, best fashion sense in the paddock. Don't at me. Love the Paisleys. Of course, Paul Jeffrey is just a lovely human being. I've had the pleasure of doing commentary with him on a couple of different occasions. I have made almost a lot of my career as a commentator of being his replacement, however, whenever they need a stand-in, yet I don't have a Yorkshire accent.
You also don't have
I don't have
a
an,
paisley shirt.
That's incorrect, I do. I
Oh,
now
do you
have
have
a couple
one?
of paisley
Well, you know,
shirts. I do.
when I met Paul Jeffrey, he didn't have a paisley shirt on. I was incredibly disappointed. but
That's just.
he made up for
Did
it.
you really meet Paul Jeffrey then?
He made no, I definitely did because he made up for it. He had a paisley phone cover. That's how you know it was Paul Jeffrey.
What a lovely man. He's so nice. The first race I ever did was 2 summers ago, and it was, I mean, it's always hot in the middle of summer in Britain, let's be completely honest, but it was absolutely boiling. He's like, look, I'm sorry for the noise, but it's 34 degrees C in here, and I have to like keep the window open. I do apologize if you hear a bit of noise, but he's so likable as a human being. No wonder Ferrari likes him, and he's such a character, and he's like a LeVar Burton character. If you remember LeVar Burton from Reading Rainbow in the 90s, that is Paul Jeffrey to me. He's just so likable. He's very agreeable, very knowledgeable, all those things. Lovely guy. Gave me a lot of pointers early on as well. Oh, Merrick Vons has got it wrong going into turn 3.
Probably one of the better places to get it wrong there. Massive gravel trap to catch you, and there goes Mike Williams 3.
Technically, that's turn 4, I just noticed. That's actually turn 4, not 3.
Is it turn 4?
Yeah,
So-
let's talk about this. James de Havilland in for VRM Racing.
Oh
in
no,
the,
do we have to
lead
talk about
in the
this?
Oh, we gotta do it. It's the last race. I'll never get to do it again, so I gotta do it. If you're wondering why I am excited, I've just remembered an ancient argument from several years ago. I told you, Mr. Ryan Gill does all of our graphics here. He used to do these things called track guides for all of the racing tracks. He narrates over a lap, and he also includes the track statistics.
Actually, was
Ryan
turn 3.
Gill-
I'm putting it on handling.
Oh, well, they can just do something not very polite, because that's absolutely the 4th turn. But that's part of the argument. This is the track that broke him. Ryan Gill broke. Something broke in the back of his brain when he tried to do the corners here. Ryan Gill explained why naming the corners here are so difficult.
So, I have a whole thread about this on Race Department. Not that anyone should really bother to go look it up. Because, I mean, people didn't care enough to talk on it when I posted it. But there is no consistent numbering scheme to circuit numbers, basically. If you look at Zolder, for example, this circuit is very confusing. So you have turn 1. In fact, you know what? Let's jump on board with someone. Let's jump on board with someone coming up to turn 1. We got the 747. It's coming through the final couple of corners now. Let's jump on board and we'll count them together, Jesse, shall we? We'll count them together.
A little challenge here. 28 minutes.
So here we go. We're coming down to turn 1, correct?
I think we can both agree with that. Yeah.
So this is turn 1. So we go through turn 1 and all's fine up to this point, thankfully. So we get to turn 2. This corner right here. And see, that's fairly easy. Then this is turn 3. Another corner right here.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yep. Now we have turn 4.
Which is technically turn 3 according to the map.
Well, okay. Now this is where it gets interesting. So now we have a chicane coming up. How many corners are in a chicane, Jesse?
Well, it depends. Some people say it's 2 turns, and I would typically agree that it is. And that's 2 turns.
So that's turn 5 and 6. This is turn 7. Yep.
Correct.
And then we have another chicane, right? So this is turned 8.
8, 9.
9. And then this would be
10.
10. Yep, this would be 10.
11.
Now we're getting to 11. Yep. Now this is also a corner. We've got to get some good turning input here. So this is 12.
Yeah.
Then we get to the hairpin. Now this is turn 13. Now this little section here, we don't. Can we count this?
Yeah.
Do we count? Okay. So
it is called a curve.
so
on the track
14,
maps,
14 and 15 we go then. All right, and then we
No,
work our
that's
way.
1 turn. No, that was 1 turn back there. You
Okay,
kidding me,
fine.
Ryan Gill?
14. So then this is 15, and then this is 16. All right. So
sure.
Do we agree on 16?
I would agree on 16. Yeah.
Okay. So we agree on 16. Zolder says it has 10. Now, the reason Zolder says it has 10 is because turn 5, 6 are technically one corner, according to Zolder. So that chicane is one corner. And then the next corner, which is turn... well, we called it 7. They call it 6. That corner is fine. But then the corner after that, which is the chicane, and then another corner, Jesse Lee. Right? Do you remember that? They count that as all one corner. So they count a chicane, which is 2 changes of direction, and then they count 2 additional corners as one corner.
What?
They also count the final 2 corners as one corner as well, by the way, just to add to the...
I remember us having this original conversation years ago, deep into the pandemic, and we were just sitting around arguing over this, and Yuri says, oh, well, they say there's 10 corners, and I remember counting the hairpins, and I'm like, even if you delete the hairpins down to 1 corner, that still doesn't add up to 10. And just now, years later, I figured out why that is. Because they're counting that 1 turn as 1, when it's really 2. It makes no sense. Like,
so
we'll
continue on. We'll continue on because it gets more complicated. So we have Misano. What? We have Misano, right? Now Misano is a fairly simple circuit, right? You know, we don't have a track map, unfortunately, to show you, but with Misano, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's no chicanes at Misano, so we don't have to deal with that problem, right? But on Misano, on the first back straight, there is a kink in that back straight, and that counts as a corner.
Yeah.
That counts as a corner, right?
Yeah,
that counts
Curvone is a corner.
7. No, not Curvone, but you have the right.
Oh, it's Italian. That's right. They pronounce the E.
You have the right hander of turn 1, the left of turn 2, the right of turn 3. Then you go right again twice for 4 and 5. Then you go left for 6 and run to the back straight, right? That back straight has a kink in it. It's a tiny kink, which, as far as I measured it on Photoshop with
Are you talking about between Rio and Quercica?
Yes. There is a kink on that straight, and that straight is kinked by 3 degrees.
That's counted as a corner!
That is counted as a corner. Right? Now,
today you've learned the Kimmel straight is a corner.
Now, let's go to Suzuka.
You're gonna have to.
Let's go to Suzuka. Because what did Zolder teach us?
Zolder taught us that a chicane is 1 turn.
Yep. Zolder taught us that a chicane is 1 turn. So explain to me why the Suzuka track map has the chicane at the Casio Triangle as 2 corners.
By the way, we are really annoying chat right now. They're trying to count, and then, like, they're arguing. They've caught your disease.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
here we go. Stewie's got
This is the track map.
Well, actually, this is not an accurate one. This is an old one. This is the old Suzuka, I think. Because this doesn't have the 2 Degners. It does have the Casio Triangle, though. And that's what matters. So that is apparently... Hang on, let me see if I can get the picture.
Tom Bryant, by the way, has given us a track map of Zolder, and he's penciled in the amount of turns. He sees 7 turns on the racetrack that says, fight me. Tom, I'd love for you to sign that with your name and your age at the bottom.
Here we go. So Stewie's got it up on for us now. You see 16 and 17, Jesse.
I do indeed.
That is the Casio Triangle. That is a chicane with 2 corners in it, if I understand correctly. If I understand correctly.
Exactly,
however, do you notice that the Dunlop curve, which is after turn 7, technically doesn't count as a corner?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Folks, do you see that? I'm a little scared of Ryan Gill
because this is why it matters. Because if Stewie can now bring up Misano, this is where we hit the home run. If Stewie can bring up Misano, I'd thank you very much, Stewie, for doing this whilst the race is going on.
Stewie, you are a champion.
It.
Did I just say? Inside the final 25 minutes, we will get back to racing in a minute. Ryan Gill, though, do continue.
This is a bit hard to see, but you can see turn 7, can't you? On the straight, the line,
Yes.
the line between 6 and 8. There is a slight
I have
kink.
never noticed that counted as a corner, and I've stared at this track map
there's a
at
slight
least once a month for the past several years.
There is a slight kink which counts as a corner. So my question, Jesse Lee, is, right? Very simple question, right?
Sure.
Does a chicane count as 1 corner or 2 corners? Does any sort of change of direction count as a corner? And, most importantly, why does turn 7 at Zolder, which is 4 corners, or 3 if you count a chicane as 1 corner, why is that considered 1 corner?
See, now this is interesting.
3 simple questions that need answers.
We've had this. You're never gonna. First of all, Ryan, you're gonna have to give up on that unicorn. You're never gonna find it. But whenever you make a racetrack, folks, there is no imperial metric system of what is and isn't a corner for racing. That's not how motorsport works. Whomever's course you are on, they get to determine what is and isn't a corner and what constitutes and does not constitute a corner. And that's how it works. The point that Ryan Gill is making by seeing all of the track maps is very valid, that there is no such thing as a standard corner. Everybody's is different. It's a bit like human beings. Alpha asked me earlier, is the Andretti hairpin at Laguna 1 turn? Absolutely it is. That is a hairpin. Hairpins are an corner. This bringing up the pit map of the most recent pit stops. Pretty much everybody, well, the top 2, will they make it to the end? I don't think they will. Everybody else has came in.
So one last question then, Jesse, on the track map.
Go on.
We'll drop it after this. Is the corkscrew
Sure.
1 or 2 corners?
It's 2 corners.
Is it though?
But here's the thing.
Because Zolder would say otherwise.
I grew up where a chicane was technically 2 corners because a
That's
corner
where
is
I've grown up
defined.
as well.
A corner is defined by you having to turn the car. Straightening up doesn't count as an additional corner. But if you have to turn, as Berrezzini is in right on schedule and time, if you have to turn rather than just straighten up, it's a corner. So any sort of S that you can straight line through and straighten up, that's technically 1 corner. But any S that requires you to serpentine, or serpentine if you get English about it, that is its own standalone corner. And that's how I grew up thinking of corners. But again, there are a lot of people that disagree with that.
And just to clarify,
drive
Donington Park's chicane counts as 2 corners according to their official track map.
Right, because
I will die on this hill.
I'm with you, buddy. I'll braveheart it with you. I 100% agree. Green in chat says that if you drive straight through a chicane, it's not a corner. Well, Martin Grady has certainly done a great job of doing that here today. Got airborne a few times, though, in the pursuit of speed. Wow. Well, news developing here. We always thought, I was talking to Lev Stevenson earlier in the broadcast about 5 hours ago about who would do or die here at the end and make strategy calls. Orion Race Team's done just that. Fulvio Berrezzini in the car in P3, saved a little bit of time, didn't change tires.
So that's our rant over for corner numbers. Possibly forever on a live stream. I'll probably never bring it up ever again on a live stream. But
you and I agree about a great deal of things, but this is one that whenever you brought it to me, I was actually angry. I was angry for you when this initially came to light many years ago. It's been a meme here at RCI ever since. How many corners does this course have? Somebody ask Ryan Gill.
Do you know what it came to be a meme so much to the point where I didn't want to make track maps anymore for the guides because I didn't know how to number the corner. I was convinced that if I numbered it the way that the track numbers it, that someone on the broadcast would say, actually, those corner numbers aren't correctly labeled.
Oh man, he brought out the internet voice. Vanko Dimitrov for Visceral Esports in for their final stop.
And then I would be there in the chat, seething, at the fact that this person has called me out on something that was not my fault. But I can't correct them because, you know, on the internet, you're always wrong.
Well, of course
So,
you are.
so the, you know, so it has been a joke. And the number 70 for Visceral Esports, Aces Tech Sim Sports, they've not taken tyres either, as far as I understand. They just had a very
Yep.
fast stop. So it seems
no
that
real
they're going.
need
No,
here.
it doesn't really make any sense, does it, to
Yeah.
take tyres 16
No.
minutes from the end? But
It really wouldn't matter for them regardless. By the way, closing out that conversation as we get down to the final 16, 15 minutes of the race, great deal of care goes into putting out corners. And if you've played the new F122 game, or if you've watched a race at Circuit of the Americas before, you'll know that that is a 20 corner racetrack. And F1 seems to think there's 20 to the left and 20 to the right. That's incorrect. I said this on yesterday's broadcast. There's 19 in one direction and 21 in the other direction. Why they say it's 20 and 20, I don't understand. Because there's definitely 20 corners, and they definitely go 21 one way and 19 the other. But I think the point and the reason they do that is Mike Williams for the Jardier community team in out of P6. The reason they say that, Ryan, is for the very same reason that you were struggling with the corners of what is and isn't a corner. Because at COTA, we all know there's a lot of double apexes. Is that a corner? Whatnot. It is a chore. But one thing I will say on that, thank you for all of your lovely work with all the track graphics and everything that we have had at the expense of, obviously, your entire sanity.
Oh dear, I'm sure I'll gain it back one day. Maybe in the future. We'll have to see.
I don't think that's how brains work, but good luck.
I can believe it. Okay. But Fulvio Barazzini looking to see the end to this race in the Orion Race Team Nissan GTR. 15 more minutes of this car, Jesse Lee, before the Orion Race Team probably close the garage doors on this car. And well, you could say for a lot of these teams, actually, there might be cars that they're driving that they might not drive again. Plenty of teams always look forward to new challenges and new championships, and of course, changing up your car choice does do exactly that. And going to be interesting to see next time we're here at the World Tour, whether it's here or it's somewhere else. You know, what people are going to be filing in, and in EWC as well. It's going to be interesting what cars people are selecting for that championship, and it's also going to be interesting to know, you know, what teams are going to have in EWC as well. And I see that Ryan Mawson has made it into the chat. He says, well, maybe we can use it as a metric, like how Zolder is this corner.
Oh, it's like the Kevin Bacon thing, except Zolder. How many degrees off Zolder is this course? I like that thought as well. Ryan Mawson, definitely don't rewind about 45 minutes. We definitely weren't chatting about you. Don't worry about it. Not a big deal.
He's probably been listening while he's working on his car.
Oh, you know he might have been. Well, final 13 minutes on the race and the season. Not the end of endurance racing this year for RCI at all. It is merely the end of the broadcast portion. The EWC kicking off next month, I think it is, August or September, one of the two. And unfortunately, those races not broadcasted, but still, it is in September. Thank you very much. Those races not broadcasted, but still a lot of endurance racing left to be had this year. And of course, the one-off series at the 8-hour of Indianapolis open signups as well, incorporating the new America Tracks Indianapolis 8 hours, mimicking the real-life race. That's always quite interesting, actually, the 8-hour of Indianapolis, despite what you may or may not think of the racing track itself.
Look at the infield is bumpy. I did not know this until I drove it, but that infield is bumpy. Did they get the people from Alton Park to do that?
I can't explain why it's like that, but I do know it's something to do with the geography of where it is in Speedway, Indiana. There's a reason for that. I don't think it's built on a marsh, though it might be. Not a swamp like COTA.
But, yeah, like COTA.
Well, COTA's on a swamp.
COTA's sinking, isn't it?
COTA's sinking. It certainly is.
Which is an interesting thing to say about a racing circuit.
Well, there actually, strangely, a lot of racing circuits are built on what you would call waste ground or wasteland. that is quite cheap, but the way that they're built, these purpose-built circuits, you can, while you are sinking, it does stay afloat for a very long time. And of course, you can always build on top of it, etc. and so forth. Eventually, though, you will sink in. But yeah, I think Indianapolis might be on a marsh, which is distinctly different somehow. I think a swamp might be saltwater and a marsh might be freshwater. I don't know. I'm not.
Do we have any experts on geographical difference?
Yeah, there is a difference. It is something like a crocodile and an alligator, but I'm not smart enough to know that. I'm not that kind of science guy. Not an earth science guy. But
no, Jesse Lee's specialty definitely lies in the calculator.
Definitely right. I'm definitely known for my math and not anything else. Don't let anybody tell you anything differently. But Coda, 8 hours. It's going to be a fun drive. You're not going to want to miss that on track with your teams. And like you said, what will this series look like in 2023? Pretty much confirmed that World Tour will be back again in 2023. So we'll have to see what it looks like. I would love to see a Watkins Glen race in there, and if I have my say in it, I will make sure there's a Watkins Glen round.
I don't think you'll need your say in it. I'm pretty sure Mike Jones has got that lined up already. The man loves Watkins Glen. If you haven't heard him talk about it enough already,
it is a fantastic
venue. It's a venue that the first time I drove it, I very much had the feeling of the first sector that you drive through. You very much feel like, man, I'm in a birdcage here. But then the whole circuit kind of just opens up and then it tightens up again, and a lot of the corners are a lot more tricky than they first appear on track. And Robin Pagardal getting some nice air there as we have a look at a replay.
Let's take a look at this. How high do you think this is? Let's see.
Whoa!
Oh, it wasn't as high as Tidge, but the hang time was like twice as long.
That was pretty nice from the Audi, but. You know, it was a very interesting circuit. I actually liked COTA a lot more than I thought I would in terms of driving it.
COTA, I've always said this, Ryan. I know a lot of people dislike COTA, but hear me out, folks. COTA works for almost every type of racing machine, and I don't know why. You can't say that about almost any other Tilka circuit, and I understand that. But for whatever reason, you can race pretty much anything there, and it be an interesting race. Is it a fun race? I don't know. It's a long old lap, but from a spectator point of view, it's fun.
It's also quite a challenging circuit as well. That first sector does take some work, and it is definitely, you know, it's an enjoyable challenge though. And of course, we do look forward to racing on the new American circuits, of which we've already had one race in the Friday Championship, but. 1.9 seconds, Jesse Lee, separates Robin Schaefer from Martin Grady. So as we come towards the final 8 minutes of this race, we do have something of a battle on our hands here. And the question is Robin Schaefer, in the last 8 minutes of this race, going to pull off one more overtake for position to see off this season?
Now, I know Tidge isn't the kind of driver to drive particularly dirty, but last race of the season, final minutes of the season, will we see a "oh no you don't"? I think we might.
We'll have to see, as we will finally get some proper commentary and racing action for the final couple of hours here, as Robin Schaefer tries to close in on Martin Grady. Of course, Martin Grady's had to do 8 hours of this race. Grant Willamont doing 2 of those hours. Joe McCauley not here today, and Martin Grady will he'll be probably a bit tired. He'll be a lot more tired than Robin Schaefer is, who's had the luxury of sharing that car alongside Martin Schumacher and co. Put on a fantastic show, and 5th place at the moment, but they'll be hoping they can try and get that 4th place away from Martin Grady at the moment. 1.6 seconds separates the Bentley and the BMW right now. And what a way to see off the season it would be. The T3 Motorsport, they, you know, weren't really in contention you know, to go for the championship here today, because of course it's mathematically impossible that they could have won the championship. But you know what? If they can get this result here, it just builds on another good performance that they've had this season, and you know, further solidifies that second place they have in the championship right now, and the fact that they deserve that second place. And this is
Ooh.
someone in the wall. This is Calmblay. And that's on the entry. And from our broadcaster, he has told us that this has happened 3 times now. The exact same issue for that car.
Something up with the suspension or the way that car is set up. A lot of the other BMWs not really having that much issue. So that is, I don't think that's driver error. I think that's more setup of that car.
So the BMW, the number 89, the grid finder car, coming across some strife. Now here we go, Robin Schaefer, 0.7 of a second now. Jesse Lee, it's getting interesting towards the end here. 5.5 minutes to go. And the BMW of Robin Schaefer definitely seems to have found some incredible pace around here at Zolder. And Martin Grady is going to be in for what must feel like it's going to be the longest 5.5 minutes of the season.
Well, I'll ask chat, as you're all amassing for the series finale, what will Martin Grady do? Will he block Robin Schaefer to the line for 4th place, or will he race him respectfully? What will you do at the series finale for 1 spot? This is the battle we have for you. The top 3 spots not in doubt at this time unless somebody gets a drive-through, God forbid. Tidgney, the rear wing of that Bentley, looking back at Schaefer's BMW. It's T3 versus Tidgney. T3 has fought back, so is the Tidgney team. Like Ryan Gill said, Martin Grady is surely going to be tired. Has done 8 of the 10 hours today.
Yeah, 8 of the 10 hours today. He's done a mammoth effort, but Robin Schaefer isn't too bothered about the mammoth effort from Martin Grady. All he's bothered about is that 4th place finish, and that's what he's chasing down at this stage right now. 0.3 of a second between himself and a few extra points. Brian Wilson saying in the chat, yes, remember, but remember the Boatley is 1 Zolder wide. And Sebastian Brunier, you shall not pass mode is on.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of, a little bit of a touch right there. Robin Schaefer right into the back of the Tidgney Bentley. It's going to be on. 4 minutes left to play. It's just gone 10 p.m. It's 11 degrees. It's almost time to hand out hardware and champagne. But first, a little bit of politicking left to do. Down into turn 1. Schaefer gets right onto the back of him in the final chicane. Can't quite keep close to him in turn 1, but it's the chicanes where Schaefer is doing the majority of his damage. I love to see the difference of opinion in the chat. One thing I didn't say, would Robin Schaefer move Grady if he had to? The answer is yes.
Yeah, Robin Schaefer's going to go all in for this. I mean, it's the final few laps of the season. It's the final race of the season. You've got to go all in at this point. If there's an incident, there's an incident. Places can be given back. You know, you can laugh about it after the race, but Robin Schaefer's got to go all in for this, and Martin Grady will know that. He's going to know that Robin Schaefer's going to try everything he can to get this place away from them. This kind of feels like the finale to the Spa 24 Hour all over again. Funny enough, both of these in Belgium. So maybe it's just a thing about racing in Belgium that we have about final moves towards the end of the race, but we're going to have to see. What does Robin Schaefer have in the bag? Has got close on a couple of occasions already, but Martin Grady just eking out enough pace in his Bentley. That was a good exit.
That was really incredible. I think Schaefer got that a bit wrong, was so close to the back of Grady that it slowed up his rotation. He had to tap the brakes or drag them a little extra longer than he wanted to do, and that hurt Schaefer's exit. He can't be that close to him. If you're that close to him, you might as well stick your nose in, but of course didn't have the space down the inside, didn't want to go around the outside either, though that might be the option for Schaefer to do here around the hairpin. Go really wide on the entry like you would at Donington Park. Try to get a run into that final chicane. That might be his only bet. Leaving the door open here is Martin Grady, but no, can't quite stick their nose in his Schaefer as we continue this with 2 minutes left.
2 minutes to go then. Schaefer still putting pressure on Martin Grady. And here we go down towards the first chicane as well. Turn 5. Is Schaefer going to have a look? He's going to ride as much of the curb as he can, taking much more than Martin Grady. Just trying to eke out every single thousandth he can out of this towards the end of the race. How much will he cut on here? He's going to follow Grady through, taking a bit more curb. Doesn't want to pick up a drive-through penalty at this stage either, but if they have a couple of extra warnings laying about that they can use, they're going to use them all up now. And my word, you would think here that these two may be battling for a win at the end of the season, maybe battling for a championship. They're battling for P4. There's nothing in this points-wise between the two of them in the championship. It's just personal pride. It's just down to putting on a show here. And here we go, final minute of the race. The 70 is further up in the lap right now. They actually might make it so that we have an additional lap this race, Jesse. I'm not too sure if they're going to get to the line in time. We might have an additional lap to this one. So this could be the final lap of the race, or we could get one more out of this. For Robin Schaefer's own sake, he's going to hope that we get an additional lap in case he can't get a move done now.
For Vanko Dimitrov, though, I think this will be the last lap of the race, and I think that might be a little bit of a relief for all the teams. Keep in mind, they came in way late here, about 15 minutes, some of the top teams, and while they did that, they probably didn't take enough fuel to do more than an extra lap. They wanted to spend as little time as possible. A touch through the chicane there. Both cars hop over the curb. They come together. No harm, no foul. Schaefer still chasing Martin Grady coming to the line. It is going to be Vanko Dimitrov for Visceral Esports. Ryan Gill to the line one last time. Take it away.
Vanko Dimitrov for Visceral Esports and Acertech Sim Sports will round out 399 laps on the board for Zolder. Oh, and Schaefer's into the wall. Schaefer's had an accident coming out of the corner.
Oh, he was going
just hit
for
the
it.
barrier. He was pushing with all his might, and he's clipped the tire barrier. That's put them into the wall. And now
everybody,
they'll coast home with damage.
You gotta love the effort.
But what an incredible end to an incredible season. Christopher Verstappen and his team in the NSN Racing, they will come home for second place in the Bentley. And then it will be Fulvio Barrazzini and the Orion Race team that will round out third place in the Nissan GTR. The final dance for the 126 GTR. Grady secures fourth over Schaefer, who does finish in sixth. It is the 349 that takes the win in silver. But in the 404 car, in the McLaren, it is your champions in silver, the Connection Lost Racing team, driven to the line by Marek Vons, are going to round out their season with the championship in silver. CLR are your champions of Split 1 Silver Class of the World Tour 2022.
Deserving of that is CLR. They weren't perfect, but then again, nobody was. They were the best of them all throughout the entire season. They're good value for it as well. Scored major points in all the rounds, but it wasn't always like that, was it? A lot of adversity they had to come back from, and they certainly did that. They've raced from the back of the pack to the front in a couple of races, hung on the podium when they could. But man, Vanko Dimitrov and the Visceral Esports team, the number 70 McLaren, absolutely ran the show today. It was hard work, uphill a lot of the time, battling Orion Race team and NSN, but in the end, just too much pace in that number 70.
The number 70 gets P1 for their efforts there today, and you can see that reflected on the little graphic there. P1 for this team, and my word, they deserve it. 2 wins to see out the season for the number 70 car, the Visceral Esports Acertech Sim Sports team. They've done a fantastic job this season. They pushed Yaz Heat as far as they could in multiple races this season. It wasn't to be for the championship for them, but they'll walk away with their heads high. And of course, big credit to all the teams here today that have seen out the end of the championship. It means a lot to us here at RCI, and of course, it does mean a lot as well. It's the end of the World Tour 2022. And, well, if there's one team out there, Jesse Lee, that's enjoying themselves tonight, I think it's going to be the 404 McLaren team.
Well, yeah, them, of course, they wanted this championship. They were in it for the long haul. And like I said, there were a couple of races where they could have packed it up and we would have had a very different result. Madhouse Racing kept them earnest. So did Forza Italia, and VRM snuck in with 2 wins in the final half of the season, just making sure that CLR brought their A game. And man, when they couldn't win, they definitely got really close to doing so. As the fireworks here signify the end of the championship, I'm quite curious if we're going to have driver interviews. I better see CLR in here. Bring the party to the interview room.
Someone
We would love
grab
to have a word with
Mark
them.
Matcher.
We won't be
Someone
having
grab
Yaz
Mark
Heat
Matcher.
with us. We won't be having Yaz Heat, who won the Pro Championship. So I'm going to interview you as George Boothby. What do you think of that, Ryan?
Well, I mean, I think it was a great effort from Tortellini all season. Who's who's done a great job setting up the car, and they were death setups at times, but killed me over Radion twice. But no, we we do have our winners in the silver class. Oh well, not our winners on track, but our winners in the championship overall. It's Martin Lawrence, it's Marek Vons, and it is Bart Matcher here representing CLR. Guys, what a season it's been for you. You've had fantastic moments from start to finish this season. You've had a couple of troubles as well. What's the feeling right now? How does it feel to be champions in the silver class?
Feels fantastic for sure. It's been a great effort from all the boys. I am very proud to be in this team because I don't have the pace of the others, and Yaroslav Rov, we call him Jersey, couldn't be here today, but he's done a huge part for us as well and qualified this car very well. Part of why we got this great result today as well. So yeah, it just feels fantastic. Wish we could have shared it with the 818 to the finish line. They were our contenders, but seems like they couldn't make it to the end, so a bit of a shame. But yeah, it feels amazing.
Well, CLR, I mean, you guys have been around. You've been around RCI for a while now, and you've put on some great races before. You've all had great results before in your championships. But for you guys, does this rank up there as one of the top performances from you guys as a team ever to get the crown in silver?
I would say it's definitely going to be up there, somewhere on the top between the best team results and best team cooperation we did. The goal we had to fight for the win in the silver, we made it in the end, and I can just say the same words as Bart did, that I'm proud to be in this team, and definitely one of the highlights of the season is going to be the Martin's overtake on 24 hours in the last lap, which might have saved us the champ against 818 as well.
Yeah, you guys definitely, you didn't have it all your own way, and today you did have to, make sure that you came home with a decent result. You had a target to hit, and you more than smashed it. So, things looking a bit shaky in the first couple of hours, but you came back strong, and it was a fantastic finish. And Martin, your result or overtake rather at Spa, I think we talked about it, has probably gone down as the moment of the season in the World Tour. It's at least my moment of the season that I got to witness. So for you guys to come out here, secure the championship, I mean, what does it mean to you to not just go out and win the championship, but go out and win the championship with a tight group of guys that you are, that you've been through thick and thin together, and you've had your fair share of poor results, but surely this, you can forget about all that tonight.
Yeah, was like, this was the pinnacle. This race, we basically made everything right except few, how do we say it, happy accidents, let's say. And my spun in chicane in the first hour, which was very nice. But yeah, the whole season was amazing. With boys, we were trying for how many championships we did? well, I can't even count.
We've been a team for something like 2.5 years now. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So like getting it to the first place in the silver, yep. For me, awesome achievement. I'm happy really for this to be here with boys driving in this team for so long, and still I think we are a great group. Like we are not like unsticking for a while, I believe. So yeah, amazing stuff. The Spa, yeah, well that was yeah, that was the best for me, the best race of the season, because I enjoyed the last stint much, and I'm just happy that Bart survived with his heart rate, and I survived with my breath after the race. So yeah, happy overall, happy. Great pleasure to drive here, as
And
always.
of course, congratulations to the VRM team today. They just had the superior pace. We could not match them.
They put on some good pace today, and so did you guys. And you've had great pace all season long. Jesse, for the CLR team, I mean, do you have anything else for our champions in silver?
Obviously, guys, very much heartfelt congratulations. What a season it's been, full of ups and downs. You guys, every time you got knocked down, you got up again. It's like a Chumbawamba song. It really is. Just the pace that you all had, and just how fantastic you all raced together. For each one of you, pick your favorite moment of the season for me.
I cannot pick the overtake on the last lap of Spa. I did measure my heart rate at that point. I think it was something like 140 beats per minute.
Wow.
But there was also the time when I told Jersey to go for the fastest lap at the end of Silverstone. I gave him the fresh tires. He had about 7 laps to do it. He waited all the 7 laps to do on the very last lap of the race.
Yeah, I agree. That was one of the best moments for me, that Jersey made that flying lap on the very last lap on Silverstone on fast track. That was just, yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing stuff.
Some fantastic moments there as the final standings for silver go across your screen. CLR, your champions, and Forza Italia.ple Racing second, and then you have the forgot the name of the team there for a second. The Madhouse Racing Canadian team, the 818 in P3. Back to you, Ryan. Congratulations, CLR, silver champions of 2022 World Tour.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys.
And just
Thank
before we
you.
leave, obviously, I know you talked about this. It's Ryan's last day as a commentator. I just wanted to say thank you very much for everything you've done for RCI, Ryan. You pretty much built up this place, and you've helped a lot of us as staff. Hopefully, stay around. You'll be
I plan
part
to.
of something. That's great. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to listen to the streams that you've commentated on and everything. Thank you very much.
It's been my pleasure for 2.5 years.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ryan. See you in the next one.
Yeah, see you later, boys.
Well, Ryan Gill, from one set of winners to another, let's talk to Visceral Esports, winners of today's race. Guys, what a battle you were in all day long. Tell me about your day.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race for the first couple of stints. It was absolutely insane. The start was quite clean. Very happy with that, and then also with the battles with P1 and P2 throughout, it was just an awesome race, really. And obviously with the with Zolder with its chicane and stuff, it was yeah, it was very, very intense. All around, it was a very good race for us.
Well, I just got to say, it was one of those championships. Had some races in the past gone a little bit better, you were really the only team all year long that competed with Yaz Heat, and fortunately, it was just a bridge too far today. But do you think Visceral Esports has made their point that they can hang with the best of them? Because right now, for my money, Yaz Heat is just about the best team that there is, and you all season, the lot of you went toe to toe with them. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Yassi are absolutely insane. They've got Malinowski, they've got George Boothby, they've got Jardier, they've got all of those aliens up there, and yeah, to be racing with them in the same races and to be toe to toe with them, especially at Spa, it's an absolute honor, really. It's an absolute pleasure, and we're glad we've given them a fight up until this previous round. But yeah, I mean, Visceral, yeah, it's going up, baby. We're gonna hopefully be challenging them a lot more for the future series, and yeah, hopefully those days are to come soon.
Yeah, but I mean, from my perspective, it's when you have some such kind of drivers in the competitives, you have definitely to push yourself forward. So it's great to see like drivers like Malinowski and other from Yas Heats. So it's for us, it's just another goal to another target to move on. So it's unfortunate that they haven't taken part in this race. So anyways.
Well, Ryan Gill, I'm going to turn them over to you. Your winners of the 10 hours of Zolder and also second place in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, you put on a fantastic show this season. The 24-hour Spa was quite the highlight, I think, for you guys, where you pushed them, you pushed the ass heat all race long, and it was, as Jesse said, maybe just a stretch too far for you guys. But I think, like like you said, Jonathan, it's all going up at the moment for your team, and I wish you guys the best of luck in the future, and I hope to be seeing you in in all the top championships going forwards, because you guys definitely have the pace to be competing all the way at the top of some of the very best series in ACC, and it's an absolute privilege to have teams like Yazhi and like yourselves here racing at RCI. We don't have the prize pools and that other communities have on offer and other championships have on offer, but we definitely appreciate the fantastic skill and and racing that you guys put on. So from my side, thank you very much for being part of the championship, and we look forward to seeing you again next season.
Yes,
Welcome.
guys.
Well, what a fantastic drive it was all season long. Visceral Esports, and just fantastic stuff from them. And like I said, the only team really that went toe to toe. T3 Motorsport, by the way, Martin Schumacher was up in the interview room, but he told me he didn't want to do an interview. So we won't bring him down unless I misheard him, but I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. He wanted to talk to the Visceral guys. Ryan Gill, it's about that time. The sun is set, not only on the racetrack, but indeed the championship.
Yeah, the sun has set on the championship, and what a fantastic season it has been. Plenty of moments to pick out, plenty of races to go back and watch and enjoy, and you can do all of that here on the RCI TV channel. And of course, a big thank you to the partners that have made this season possible. AK Informatica, our races are hosted on their servers. You can check them out for server hosting. And of course, if you live in Europe, you can also buy some PC hardware and equipment, sim racing gear as well through them. They're an Italian distributor. Driver 61, if you want to go out and drive like some of the pros that you've seen here, you can get their access to their sim racing academy for as little as $10 and use the discount code in the description below to get 25% off access to their sim racing academy. It is truly a fantastic service with coaching from people like Mansell and plenty of other drivers that have plenty of experience across sims like iRacing and ACC and so many other sims as well. So plenty of incredible work that goes into private on. And of course, Fanatec as well. If you're looking for some of the best sim racing equipment you can buy, and now on a budget as well, check out Fanatec with our affiliate link below to support RCI at no extra cost. And pick up a wheel today and get involved in some of the racing here at racerci.com. And if you do want to get involved in any of the racing, you can join the Discord. Link is in the description below. You can, of course, sign up on our website, racerci.com. and get yourself involved. We'd be absolutely honored to have everyone and anyone. It doesn't matter what skill level you are from, does it, Jesse Lee? We accept people of all pace levels, and we in fact do have a rookie championship entering its second season when the Wednesday team championship is over. So if you're new to sim racing entirely, you don't have that much going in terms of experience at the moment, get yourself signed up for the rookie season, get something under your belt, and then see what else is out there. We'd love to have you.
We absolutely would. And of course, we do have a lot of other racing, and we will have Return of Endurance Racing in the month of September, the EWC. If you haven't got your fill, we're going to do it all over again in this fall. And of course, don't forget, you can still join any championship in progress. The Friday GT America Challenge underway, but you can join mid-season. You can do the same with a couple of the other championships that we have going on. Don't forget, the APAC Piston Cup starts on Tuesday. Several of our other championships starting as well, including Season 9 of the Thursday. And you can sign up to stuff like the Ferrari Challenge one-off. They're taking the Ferrari Challenge cars to Bathurst. The Porsche Cup USA Champ. That on, am I correct in believing that is on Monday? It is a Monday, champ. The return of the Porsche Cup in America. The 8 hours of Indianapolis, just to name a few. Night Owl Summer Break, Saturday racing. If you prefer the late afternoon to evening hours, whatever it is, we got a race for you. RaceRCI.com. RACERCI.com.
So with that said and done, the championship is done, and we are done here at Racing Club International on RCI TV for the World Tour 2022. We will be back next year for the 2023 edition of the World Tour. We don't know what it will hold, Jesse Lee. We don't exactly know where we'll be racing, but one thing that we do know is that it will be live streamed here on RCI TV, and we'll bring you all of the amazing racing action. And from myself here at RCI, in terms of commentary, it's been a fantastic job delivering commentary over the last 2.5 years to this community, to a great bunch of people. And, if you're interested in helping out with a community, whether it's commentary, whether it's stewarding, whether it's moderation, whether you want to get involved with the media side of things, like our social media, or maybe you want to be the one who will make the stream elements once I'm gone, get yourself involved. It is a great, great community to be a part of. The group of guys that make stuff, happen behind the scenes here, they're a great bunch of people. And, there's bigger things in the future coming for this community. And let's just say it would be fantastic to have you be a part of it.
Ryan, one last thing before we sign off for tonight and for the entire season. I just want to say one more time, you're a big inspiration to me and a lot of other people here at RCI. We do it because you showed us how. And this group, this club, if you will definitely not be the same without you and behind the admin role, but we are happy to still have you around. You will definitely be missed, but just know that we love you so much, Ryan. Thank you for everything. 2.5 years of your life, your dedication to what we do here, it shows in the love and the care that you have taken into everything. Like I said, a huge inspiration to me and a lot of the rest of us here. We literally could not have done any of it without you. It has been my explicit pleasure to be a part of your life in your broadcasting career as well. Whatever you get up to in the future, we wish you the very, very best of luck and good tidings.
Thank you very much, Jesse. And, for one last time, thank you very much for watching, everyone. And we'll see you next time on RCI TV.